Chapter 117. The Warm Touch. The butterfly entwined, the bee seeks. Uncertain whether it was due to the consumption of the essence blood of the demonic beasts. The voracious golden devouring insects before me were savoring the thunder bamboo with an unexpected delight. As the bamboo was consumed, Lin Mo observed wisps of faint golden light enveloping the trio-colored golden devouring insects. With a crackle, threads of delicate lightning seemed to manifest upon these insects. Watching this unfolding scene, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Although this segment of thunder bamboo was not ancient enough to reach a millennium, it nonetheless harbored a modicum of thunderous power. Perhaps, after consumption, the golden devouring insects would undergo some transformation. Who could say for certain? After feasting on the thunder bamboo, the group of insects radiated a subtle golden glow, then lay motionless upon the ground. Lin Mo nodded slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, a series of jade bricks soared from his storage pouch, completely sealing the stone chamber. Once this was accomplished, Lin Mo gradually withdrew from the stone door. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of luminous screens suddenly surged forth from the vicinity of the Cloud Dragon Hall, converging in midair to form a transparent array of light. A torrent of spiritual energy continuously flowed from all directions, flooding into Lin Mo's body. Through the thick white mist, he could discern Exine Ruyan, who held a compass, manipulating it deftly as the surrounding spiritual energy surged in response, flowing into the depths of the canyon toward the spiritual spring. This little girl, Lin Mo chuckled softly, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he departed the canyon. He casually selected a dwelling, and a jade porcelain vial appeared in his hand. With a snap, he opened it, and a strong metallic scent assailed his senses. Uncertain how to utilize this drop of demonic beast essence blood, Lin Mo's gaze wavered momentarily. After all, he was not a demonic beast and could not enhance himself through its consumption. Perhaps the treading heaven demon technique would allow for the absorption of demonic beast essence blood. The treading heaven demon technique was a synthesis of 3 distinct practices. The Mingwang method was responsible for foundational body refinement, while the treading heaven demon technique facilitated physical transformation. Ultimately, the manifestation of divine abilities was entrusted to the venerable Saint Demon technique. Upon executing the treading heaven demon technique, one could morph into a form akin to that of a demonic beast. At that point, absorbing the essence blood of demonic beasts would be most fitting. With this thought, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a flick of his wrist, 18 vibrant green demonic corpses materialized before him. With a single finger, he directed the 9th-level demonic beast essence blood from the refined demon cauldron, instantly dividing it into 18 portions, which swiftly integrated into the 18 demonic corpses. Buzz. In an instant, the 18 demonic corpses radiated a tumultuous crimson glow, as if they were consuming not essence blood but rather potent elixirs. Although the essence blood was precious, the treading heaven demon technique fell into the hands of the bearded barbarian, a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. Given Lin Mo's current capabilities, seizing the cultivation method of the treading heaven demon technique from him was evidently unrealistic. Moreover, the opening of the Void Heaven Hall was merely a few decades away. Nature primarily focuses on enhancing strength. With higher cultivation, even 8th and 9th level demon beasts can be effortlessly hunted. At that time, concerns about insufficient essence blood will be trivial. Observing the 18 demon corpses emanating a faint crimson glow, Lin Mo nodded. With a flick of his right hand, a formation instantly enveloped the entire doorway. 10 days later, Ziling brought Lin Mo delightful news. Elder Lin, we have located the whereabouts of that person. Hearing Ziling's words, a subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips as his right hand brushed against the 2 storage bags at his waist. Within them resided Tian Lei bamboo and 3 types of spiritual wood. The Tian Lei bamboo, at most, dated back 2,000 years, while the Xianhuang spiritual wood had a remarkable age of 10,000 years. The other 2 types of spiritual wood were slightly over 900 years old. Take me to him. Lin Mo glanced at Ziling with a gentle smile. Ziling was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what extraordinary qualities the seemingly ordinary man possessed that warranted such attention from Lin, the esteemed elder. Whoosh! With a flash of green ethereal light, the Shenfeng boat materialized before them. Let us depart. Lin Mo smiled at Ziling, elegantly waving his sleeve. The Shenfeng boat soared skyward, swiftly exiting Miaoyin Gate. At present, Hanli had just broken through to the Jiedan stage of cultivation, seeking materials for crafting his destined magical treasure. He arrived in Tianqing City. As in the original narrative, Han Li's choice for his magical treasure remained the Qing Zhu Fengyun sword, primarily crafted from thousands of years of spiritual bamboo. Tian Lei bamboo, being the finest forging material, was of great interest to Han Li, who dismissed ordinary bamboo as beneath him. His purpose for visiting Tianqing City was to seek legendary exotic divine bamboos to serve as the main material for his magical treasure. However, to Han Li's surprise, such exotic divine bamboos were not easily found. After searching for a while with no success, he could only resort to purchasing some puppet materials. Just as he intended to return to his cave abode, he was intercepted on the street by a girl, as radiant as a flower. "Are you Han Senior? My master requests your presence at the Qinghe tea house nearby," the girl implored, her tone tinged with a touch of vulnerability. Upon seeing the girl before him, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly and promptly declined, "I am not available." Noticing his rejection, the girl hastily added, "It is a senior surnamed Lin." At the mention of this name, a peculiar expression crossed Han Li's face. Senior Lin? A familiar figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. He gazed intently at the girl and said, "In that case, lead the way." Following closely behind the girl, Han Li soon arrived at the entrance of a tea house. Under the bright sun, only one woman sat downstairs. "Han Senior, please come upstairs." Fan Jingmei promptly approached with a graceful smile. Han Li's sword-like brows knitted in contemplation as he scrutinized Fan Jingmei before turning his gaze toward the second floor of the tea house. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly ascended the stairs. A door shrouded in a white light curtain appeared before Han Li. "Come in." As soon as he stood still, he heard the voice of Senior Lin emanating from within the room. With a soft creak, the door to the room slowly opened, revealing a dapper young gentleman clad in white, seated gracefully before us. None other than Senior Lin, a well-acquainted figure of Han Li from Tian Nan. Beside Senior Lin sat a young maiden dressed in yellow. Though her face was partially veiled, her alabaster skin and bright eyes betrayed her undeniable beauty. Upon entering the room, Han Li immediately sensed the formidable aura emanating from Lin Mo, stirring a subtle unease within him. He promptly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Senior Lin." Despite having advanced to the initial stage of the core formation, Han Li dared not display any arrogance in the presence of Lin Mo. "Please, take a seat." Lin Mo gestured toward a wooden chair, his tone calm. "I have summoned you here for a matter that requires your assistance." "What is it?" Han Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing that he was needed for something. "As a junior, my abilities pale in comparison to yours. If even you cannot resolve the issue, what can I possibly do?" Lin Mo smiled gently at Han Li's words and produced a pale green storage pouch. "Within this bag are several spirit woods and spirit bamboos," he explained. "It contains 7 stalks of the legendary heavenly thunder bamboo, each imbued with a unique restriction. Only your refined wood-based spiritual energy can unlock it." As he spoke, Lin Mo handed the storage pouch to Han Li, adding, "If you can assist me in opening this pouch, I shall gift you 1 stalk of the Millennium Heavenly Thunder Bamboo." The mention of the Millennium Heavenly Thunder Bamboo caused Han Li's pupils to constrict, his eyes wide with astonishment. In his quest to discover methods for crafting his destined magical treasure, he had indeed sought information on various mystical bamboos. The Heavenly Thunder Bamboo was one of the 3 divine woods, while the Millennium variety was renowned for its remarkable transformations. Is it truly that simple? Han Li's gaze flickered, a hint of skepticism crossing his features. Although there were not many cultivators of the wood-based techniques at the core formation stage, they were by no means scarce. "We hail from the same origin," Lin Mo observed Han Li with a knowing smile. "Moreover, to forge the 72 azure bamboo B-cloud swords, only 6 stalks of heavenly thunder bamboo are required. The surplus would serve no purpose for me." As he spoke, Lin Mo produced yet another storage pouch and handed it over. Additionally, this pouch contains 2 nearly 1,000-year-old spirit woods that require your nurturing. Han Li regarded the 2 storage pouches on the table and then slowly turned his gaze back to Lin Mo. "Oh, Senior Lin, do you trust me so implicitly? Are you not concerned that I might abscond with your treasures?" Seeing Han Li's cautious demeanor, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as a surge of spiritual energy coursed within him. A powerful aura radiated from his being. He had reached the pinnacle of core formation. Feeling the overwhelming presence emanating from Lin Mo, Han Li swallowed hard. He had believed that his rapid advancement in cultivation was impressive enough. While he might not surpass Senior Lin, he at least expected to narrow the gap between their powers. Yet now, it became evident that Senior Lin had reached the peak of core formation, seemingly on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul stage. Do you wish to accept this challenge? Lin Mo inquired, casting a glance at Han Li with a gentle smile, before taking a sip of spiritual tea. I shall certainly give it my all. Han Li replied earnestly. The heavenly thunder bamboo, as a personal treasure, is undoubtedly the most fitting choice for Han Li. How could he easily relinquish it? Upon Han Li's agreement, Lin Mo offered a slight smile, saying, Then I shall trouble you. Hearing that you possess a pill capable of preserving one's youthful appearance, might I inquire if you could part with some for me? With a gentle wave of his right hand, several mid-tier wood spirit stones cascaded onto the table. Han Li's pupils constricted. It was still early for him to break through to the core formation stage, and during his visits to nearby core formation cultivators, he had given away some rejuvenation pills. To his surprise, Lin Mo, with his vast reach, was aware of this information. These pills were of little value. Han Li dared not decline, and a flash of light from his storage pouch revealed several white jade vials, which he promptly presented to Lin Mo. Just a handful of spirit stones. Lin Mo smiled gently, waved his hand over the jade vials, and effortlessly drew them into his storage pouch. I shall await good news. Lin Mo beamed at Han Li before turning his gaze to the nearby Ling. The two gradually departed, leaving Han Li alone in his thoughts. Han Li could hardly fathom that following his breakthrough to the core formation stage, the pressure exerted by Lin Mo had only intensified, leaving no room for thoughts of refusal. Caressing the storage pouch that emitted a verdant glow, Han Li smiled. The millennia-old heavenly thunder bamboo, if nurtured properly, would be splendid for cultivating the azure bamboo cloud sword. After leaving the market of Tianqing City, Han Li waved his sleeve, summoning a verdant flying artifact that descended before him. Stepping onto the artifact, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and swiftly returned to his cave dwelling. As the layers of concealing formations dissipated, a refined cave dwelling came into view. Han Li settled cross-legged within. He exerted the Qing Yuan sword technique to its fullest, channeling emerald spirit power into the storage pouch. This formation had been set up by Xian Rian, requiring not only infusions of pure wood spirit power but also a prolonged impact on the restrictive barriers to unlock it, a task that had consumed Han Li half a month. As the storage pouch slowly opened, Han Li's face lit up with joy as his consciousness surged into the pouch, revealing a treasure box crafted from jade. Han Li furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. With a soft click, the jade box opened, revealing a heavenly thunder bamboo merely 2 inches tall and the width of a finger. Millennia-old heavenly thunder bamboo? Han Li swallowed hard. Where are the 6 stalks? However, upon observing the root of the bamboo before him, he exhaled in relief. As long as it could be planted, he could cultivate it using the small green vial. After entrusting the task of nurturing the heavenly thunder bamboo to Han Li, Lin Mo led Ling to meander about the market. Ling, how has your search for the spirit wood fared? Lin Mo glanced at Ling with a gentle smile. I have already found over 10 stalks. I estimate it will be just a few more days. Ling's complexion paled slightly as she touched the storage pouch at her waist, worry etched on her face. But my mother's soul has been unstable lately. If it comes to it, I have 100 ghost banner. Lin Mo spoke directly. Although I cannot assist the leader Wang in condensing the ghostly body, I can certainly prevent the soul from dissipating. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ling's eyes. Is it truly feasible? Naturally. Lin Mo replied with a subtle smile. Let us try it upon our return to the sect. Upon reaching Yunlong Peak, it was already late at night. Ling followed Lin Mo into the house. Before Lin Mo, she did not conceal her true visage. Her exquisitely perfect countenance was unveiled before him as she carefully cradled the bone orb, gently placing it upon the table. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a wave of his right hand, a chilling white bone banner appeared before him. A mournful wailing echoed, saturated with a sinister aura. The room filled with a piercing gray essence. With a swift motion, Lin Mo cast a spell, directing it onto the bone orb. A pale blue radiance enveloped the orb, and a faint, ethereal figure gradually emerged above it. Ling. The silhouette gazed at her, calling out, Mother. Ling's eyes reddened, tears slowly rolling down her cheeks. With a swish, her mother was instantly drawn into the 100 Ghosts banner. If Lin Mo were to employ the method of refining a ghost king, he could indeed enable Ling's mother to condense a ghostly body. However, This would entail absorbing a soul so fragmented that it would disrupt the original essence, transforming her into an exceedingly complex specter. At that point, whether she would still be Ziling's mother would remain uncertain. Once the Shutian Hall opens, I shall seek the soul-nurturing wood. Lin Mo turned to Ziling with a gentle smile. I will revive your mother. Thank you, Senior Lin, Ziling exclaimed, kneeling before him. Her tear-filled eyes reflected her pallid face. The burdens of the Maiden sect had weighed heavily upon this young girl, who, after all, was merely in her teens. Why should she endure such immense pressure? Lin Mo slowly extended his right hand, tenderly caressing Ziling's silken hair. Feeling the warmth of his touch, she could not help but gently close her eyes, surrendering to his caress. Her hair was extraordinarily soft, exuding a faint, lotus-like fragrance that emanated from her being. In Lin Mo's eyes, Ziling resembled a swaying lotus, embodying grace and beauty. When it blooms, it is unparalleled in the mortal realm. The sight of her beauty in the breeze can leave one entranced, lost in emotion. Yet, hidden behind the green leaves, her fragrant essence remains concealed. Enduring the harshness of the mortal world, she is sought after by many, as if she were a celestial maiden destined to meet in the heavenly palace. Lin Mo's right hand gently brushed against Ziling's soft cheek, warm sensations resting upon his fingertips. Suddenly, Ziling stood up, her face flushed with embarrassment, and softly spoke. Senior Lin, I think I should take my leave now, as it is getting late. Observing the bashful Ziling, Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand, smiling as he said, this is a youth-preserving pill. He presented a crystal-clear elixir before her. I truly admire your current appearance. Ziling's heart was in turmoil as she took the rejuvenation pill and swiftly exited the room. Observing her hasty departure, Lin Mo smiled faintly and shook his head. He closed his eyes to cultivate, immersing himself in his practice. In the following days, Lin Mo distributed the rejuvenation pills one by one. Hanli had provided him with 3 bottles, totaling 30 pills, which were more than sufficient. On the 5th day, Ziling delivered 16 pieces of spirit wood to the mountain. These deep black spirit woods were arranged before Lin Mo, exuding a faint scent of blood. They were the blood wood of death spirits, a vital material for crafting tools to control ghostly servants. Each piece had existed for over 1,000 years. Listening to Ziling's words, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. By the way, please take the beast materials within to sell. Now that I have become an elder of the Miaoyin sect, there are many tasks I need not undertake myself. It would take an eternity for me to sell these beast materials personally. It is best to leave it to the Miaoyin sect. Such a quantity. Ziling's expression shifted as she scanned the storage bag, her surprise evident. Did all these come from your hunts, Senior Lin? Indeed, Lin Mo confirmed, not concealing the truth. Just give me the spiritual stones at the regular purchase price within the sect. You may keep the rest. The Miaoyin sect was in dire need of spiritual stones, not to mention the acquisition of the 16 pieces of bloodwood of death spirits. Seeing this, Ziling did not hesitate and nodded vigorously. If you require anything else, Senior Lin, feel free to seek me out. Watching Ziling's retreating figure, Lin Mo immediately cast several formation flags, enveloping the entire valley. He aimed to merge the wood's spirit guards with the celestial corpse, marking a significant endeavor for him. Should he succeed, he planned to incorporate it into his 9 Nether Soul banner. A grand ambition indeed. The 9 Nether Soul banner, crafted from soul-nurturing wood, held immense potential for future aspirations. With this thought, Lin Mo's mouth slightly parted as the Dan fire surged forth, cascading onto a piece of bloodwood of death spirits. As the flames consumed it, a strong, pungent odor wafted through the air, and the crimson wood began to melt, transforming into a pool of blood-red liquid suspended in midair, from which strands of essence were continually extracted. The wood spirit guards were created by forming a high-level wooden puppet, with spirit wood as the body and the best soul choice being a wood spirit. However, with the celestial corpse at hand, Lin Mo need not ponder further. He gradually shifted his gaze to the celestial corpse. With a single gesture, a mid-stage core formation celestial corpse descended beside him. The Dan fire surged toward the celestial corpse as Lin Mo pointed with one hand. Consolidate. As Lin Mo's command resonated, the 2 figures instantaneously fused together. A thunderous roar erupted, and a swirl of black and red light flashed brilliantly. A brand new figure materialized before Lin Mo. The celestial corpse of the demon was entwined with blood-red roots, resembling the blood vessels of its body, pulsating with each breath it took. as wisps of crimson light coursed through the numerous roots. Its cultivation level was still at the mid-stage of the core formation. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the celestial corpse before him, and murmured, "The specific changes will only reveal themselves in battle to come." Without pausing, he shifted his gaze to the remaining 15 sinister bloodwoods. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Mo observed the 16 blood spirit guards behind him, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. He pondered whether the fusion of those 2 spirit woods would yield any notable changes, particularly given that the 2 types were far more precious than the sinister bloodwoods. One was a flame wood, while the other was a lightning wood. If they could produce some unique transformation, it would indeed be splendid. Next, he could venture into the ocean to hunt demonic beasts. As he regarded the 16 blood spirit guards, Lin Mo felt a stir of excitement within him. Whoosh! A verdant divine wind vessel descended before him, with a series of sharp sounds slicing through the air. The divine wind vessel swiftly cut through the atmosphere and vanished from sight. The speed of the vessel was astonishing, and it disappeared in an instant from the Miaoyin sect. Within a peak of the Miaoyin sect, Fan Jingmei gazed at Zhuo rooting before her, smiling gracefully. Truly, the prowess of this Lin Senior is remarkable. It is regrettable that I did not meet him sooner. How wonderful it would be if I could offer my untainted self to him. Zhuo rooting cast a cold glance at the flirtatious Fan Jingmei and replied with a chilling smile. I advise you not to harbor any designs on Lin Senior. Our Miaoyin sect is currently in a precarious situation. If you provoke Lin Senior. At this juncture, Zhuo rooting's tone turned icy. Do not blame me for being unkind. Sensing Zhuo rooting's anger, Fan Jingmei raised an eyebrow and huffed softly, sweeping her sleeve in defiance before turning to leave. Lianer. Fan Jingmei called to the girl at the doorway, her voice frosty. Come with me. The timid Lianer dared not breathe too loudly and hurriedly followed. As the 2 departed, Fan Jingmei turned and glared coldly at Lianer, scolding. Lianer, what are you doing? Why have you yet to win over Lin Senior's favor? Lianer trembled in fear, murmuring softly. Lin Senior is surrounded by so many beautiful women. Naturally, he would not take notice of me. Moreover, those seniors are all at the core formation stage. Hearing Lianer's excuses, Fan Jingmei retorted coldly, I do not care. If you cannot win over Lin Senior, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Fan Jingmei swiftly turned and left, not granting Lianer the chance to plead. 15 years later, before a desolate island, a 6th-level sea beast slowly crawled ashore. Possessing the head of a lobster, the body of a human, and a fish's tail, its massive iron pincers particularly striking. At that moment, the lobster sea beast tossed a clam demon heavily before it. Subsequently, it raised its enormous claw and relentlessly struck a 4th-level clam demon. Crack! Crack! The immensely hard giant claw effortlessly shattered the shell of the clam demon, revealing its pink flesh within. Suddenly, a blood-red phantom surged skyward, and a blood spirit guard landed heavily before the lobster demon. With a puff, the robust blood spirit guard elicited a stream of white bubbles from the lobster demon's mouth. A torrent of water erupted from the air. Yet the blood spirit guard showed no fear, allowing the water to wash over its formidable form. With a thud, it forcefully stomped its right foot on the ground, transforming into a flash of crimson light that instantly dispersed the water flow. In a heartbeat, it materialized before the lobster sea demon, enveloped in a surging aura of red bloodlight. Clenching its right fist, it delivered a crushing blow toward the lobster sea demon. Witnessing the futility of its water-based attack, the lobster sea demon raised its proud giant pincers and struck down upon the blood spirit guard. The impact of their collision resonated with a loud bang, sending the lobster sea demon flying. Upon the seemingly indestructible giant claw, faint cracks began to appear. Unfazed, the blood spirit guard swiftly charged once more at the lobster sea demon. Indeed. In midair, Lin Mo, piloting the divine wind vessel, nodded in satisfaction. Over the course of several years, he had fully refined this batch of blood spirit guards, imbuing them with life. Moreover, after absorbing a substantial amount of essence blood, the strength of these 16 blood spirit guards had reached the late stage of the core formation realm. With the addition of an array, it was conceivable that even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator could be temporarily trapped. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips. The next step awaited the refinement of his second nascent soul and its corresponding magical treasure. Should he succeed in advancing the second nascent soul to that realm, the expedition to the Void Heaven Cauldron would yield the utmost benefit. With a resounding crack, the Blood Spirit Guard raised its right fist and shattered the lobster demon's chest. Vivid crimson blood flowed incessantly from the wound, pooling upon the ground. Observing the fallen lobster demon, Lin Mo smiled faintly and remarked, "Well done. Well done." The Blood Spirit Guard skillfully stripped the valuable materials from the lobster demon's body, then soared into the air, dragging the carcass before Lin Mo. A beam of light erupted from his storage bag, and the demon refinement cauldron gleamed brightly, instantly drawing the lobster demon into its depths. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, anticipating that Han Li had successfully cultivated the thunder bamboo. It was time to return. As he spoke, he waved his hand, drawing the Blood Spirit Guards into the storage bag. The divine wind vessel transformed into a blue phantom, soaring toward the direction of the Meowing Sect. Meanwhile, outside the Meowing Sect, a massive golden eagle-like bird hovered in the air, upon which a middle-aged cultivator stood. Opposite him were the members of the Zi-Ling group, maneuvering their flying artifacts. Her gaze was icy as she fixed it upon Xiling, saying, "Fairy Xiling, has the Meowing Sect indeed promised me 10 foundation-building furnace disciples from the Haichao Pavilion?" Hearing this, Xiling slightly furrowed her brows. Since Lin Mo had joined the Meowing Sect, with the presence of a false infant-stage cultivator, there was no need to fear the surrounding sects, nor was there any necessity for the betrayal of disciples within the sect, who had made such a promise of 10 female disciples to this elder. With a smile gracing her lips, Xiling turned to the middle-aged cultivator and inquired, "I truly am unaware of this matter." The middle-aged cultivator snorted coldly, pointing directly at Fan Jingmei beside Xiling. "Your Meowing Sect's fan-left envoy exchanged a dust-descending pill from me, offering 10 female disciples in return." As he spoke, he let out a chilling laugh, adding, "If you are unwilling to hand over the female furnace disciples, Fairy Xiling, would you be willing to sacrifice for a night?" Haha. The middle-aged cultivator stroked his chin, sizing up Xiling with a grin. "It is said that Fairy Xiling is a beauty of unparalleled grace, the foremost beauty of the Luantian Sea. I wonder if Wu has the chance to sample such a delight." Xiling's expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly turned to glare at Fan Jingmei, reproaching, "Sister Fan, how could you engage in such dealings with the disciples of our sect?" In response to her reprimand, Fan Jingmei waved her hand dismissively. "It is merely 10 furnace disciples. If I could break through to the core formation stage, it would be the greatest boon for our Meowing Sect." At this, Fan Jingmei could not help but add, "Otherwise, our entire Meowing Sect would be left at the mercy of that mysterious Lin Mo." Above, an elderly man with graying hair observed the commotion below, his mouth slightly agape. "Wu Mao, continue to provoke him. I wish to see what means that Lin fellow possesses." The Haichao Pavilion, while merely a mid-tier sect within the Luantian Sea, was home to an ancestor at the early infant stage. Thus, many major sects dared not provoke the Haichao Pavilion. The Haichao Pavilion had maintained a good relationship with the Qingyang sect for generations. Ever since the annihilation of the Qingyang sect, they had been conducting private investigations, ultimately uncovering some clues from the Luocha boat. Particularly upon learning that the Meowing sect had recently acquired a false infant stage elder capable of overpowering the avatar of the extreme Yin ancestor. The Haichao Pavilion's ancestor was convinced that the one responsible for the destruction of the Qingyang sect was this newly admitted elder of the Meowing sect. With the ability to defeat the avatar of the extreme Yin ancestor, Lin Mo had, in the eyes of the Haichao Pavilion's ancestor, already attained strength comparable to that of an early infant stage cultivator. Although he held a favorable disposition towards the Qingyang sect, there was no need to jeopardize himself for the sake of a friend. However, news from the extreme Yin Island indicated that Lin Mo possessed a cold dawn pearl crafted from deep-sea mysterious crystals, a material of utmost importance for the cultivation methods of the Haichao Pavilion's ancestor. The deep sea was rife with dangers posed by sea tribes, and the quantity of mysterious crystals was exceedingly scarce. Thus, whenever a piece of deep-sea mysterious crystal appeared, the Haichao Pavilion's ancestor would pay a hefty price to procure it. Furthermore, the extreme Yin ancestor had promised him a map of the Void Heaven Palace and a piece of Gung essence, items that the Haichao Pavilion's ancestor could not refuse. Let Wu Mao draw out that Lin fellow first. The ancestor of the Sea Tide Pavilion let out a cold laugh, contemplating that if the strength of the opponent were formidable, he could withdraw. If it were merely average, he could annihilate them. It must be said that the ancestor's strategy was quite flawless. Capable of offense and defense, he ensured his own safety regardless of the outcome. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Mo was racing toward him from afar. As his spiritual sense surged, he immediately detected the mass of spiritual clouds obscured by magical artifacts in midair. Observing the raucous Wu Mao ahead, it was impossible not to discern his malicious intent. Early in the nascent soul stage, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Mo's mind as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from the spiritual clouds. His mouth slightly parted, and a deep blue ghostly thunder sword flame suddenly erupted forth. Cunning as a fox. Come down here. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy, accompanied by the sharp sound of something piercing the air. The ghostly thunder sword flame swiftly cleaved through the heavens, appearing before the spiritual clouds in an instant. A chilling radiance enveloped the entire mass of spiritual clouds. With a crash, a surging mist of frost swiftly encased the spiritual clouds, transforming them into a block of crystalline white ice. Within, the ancestor of the sea tide pavilion leaped and evaded in the nick of time. Who are you? Sensing Lin Mo's aura of the false dance stage, the ancestor bellowed in anger. Are you Lin Mo? You know me? Lin Mo's gaze remained frigid as he slightly opened his mouth, unleashing a series of ghostly thunder sword flames. In the blink of an eye, 3 flames hovered before him. Fixating on the ancestor, Lin Mo sneered. What are your intentions lurking before the Miaoyin sect? At that moment, the ancestor was truly furious and humiliated, never expecting Lin Mo to come from behind and catch him red-handed. However, with the mask of civility torn away, the ancestor no longer concealed his intentions. But you annihilated the entire Qingyang sect? Lin Mo's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he regarded the white-haired elder. A flurry of blood-red figures surged forth from his storage bag. 16 blood spirit guards, at the late stage of the core formation, stood poised, enveloped in crimson mist. Hovering behind him, since he had come seeking vengeance, Lin Mo would show no mercy. A murderous resolve arose within him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each piercing sound of the air being sliced, the 16 blood spirit guards transformed into streaks of red light, charging toward the ancestor of the sea tide pavilion. How dare you, impudent wretch! The ancestor had never anticipated Lin Mo's decisiveness. He was unperturbed by the fact that the elder was in the early nascent soul stage and directly resorted to lethal measures upon their first encounter, leaving no room for negotiation. Am I truly afraid of you? After all, being a practitioner in the early nascent soul stage, he still harbored a sense of pride. A deep blue streak of light flashed by, and a blue jade bowl appeared before him. Streams of ghostly blue water erupted forth, striking the foremost blood spirit guard. The corrosive nature of the ghostly blue water was evident. Upon contact, the blood spirit guard's flesh was rendered to a gruesome state, his entire visage contorted in agony. Go. Lin Mo extended his right hand, and with a decisive flick, a drop of crimson essence surged steadily into the body of the blood spirit guard. As the blood light swirled, the wounds on the blood spirit guard began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Damn it! Observing the bizarre blood spirit guard, the ancestor of the Haichao pavilion's expression shifted dramatically. The blue jade bowl in his hand radiated a brilliant glow, and torrents of water gushed forth, transforming into 16 water serpents that lunged towards the 16 blood spirit guards. With a sound reminiscent of sizzling, the corrosive forces were relentless as the 16 blood spirit guards fell from the air as if they were dumplings. Yet, with each drop of beast essence injected, their injuries healed at an alarming pace. Meanwhile, the once mighty blue jade bowl now appeared dimmed, evidently suffering significant damage from the recent technique. How is this possible? The ancestor of the Haichao pavilion squinted, his eyes filled with trepidation as he beheld the indomitable blood spirit guards. How do they bear such a resemblance to the celestial demon corpse, yet are exponentially more troublesome? He recalled that within his blue jade bowl lay the venom of a millennium-old poison serpent, capable of reducing the celestial demon corpse to mere sludge upon immersion. However, these crimson constructs boasted a resilience several times greater, with his ancient venom barely managing to inflict severe wounds. To his astonishment, that insufferable brat produced more drops of 7th-level beast essence, rapidly mending the injuries of the blood spirit guards. If this continued, calamity would surely follow. Having lived for so many years, the ancestor understood the gravity of the situation. Unless he could eliminate the blood spirit guards, He would be unable to pose any threat to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze shifted, locking onto the distant ancestor of the Haichao Pavilion. A glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his heart. Buzzing. 3 ghost thunder sword flames erupted, radiating brilliant light as they collided with one another, swiftly coalescing into a sword flame measuring 10 feet in length. Compared to the previous sword flame that spanned only a few feet, the aura it emitted had multiplied several times. Go! With a sweep of his right hand, the ghost thunder sword flame shot forth into the air, swirling with mist that condensed into ice crystals. From a distance, it resembled a colossal ice crystal dragon. The dragon moved with incredible speed, appearing before the ancestor of the Haichao Pavilion in the blink of an eye. The ancestor's expression darkened as he continuously channeled spiritual energy into the high-grade artifact. The blue jade bowl. It began to spin rapidly, its brightness intensifying. A jet-black venomous liquid surged forth, exuding a strong and foul odor. A gentle breeze carried the toxic mist towards the sea. With a splat, several fish in the water changed color, floating belly up. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ghost thundersword flame collided with the venom, and the potent icy energy encapsulated the toxic liquid in midair. The chilling mist surged forth, transforming into tendrils that spread towards the blue jade bowl. Chapter 118. The reappearance of the spirit stone mine. Wherever it passed, the venom instantly crystallized into ice. Meanwhile, the 16 blood spirit guards were not idle, transforming into blood-red phantoms that surged towards the ancestor of the Sea Tide Pavilion. The 16 figures moved with remarkable speed, soaring into the air and appearing before the Sea Tide Pavilion's ancestor in an instant. As the ancestor engaged in a contest of spiritual power with Lin Mo, his expression shifted dramatically, and he uttered a cold snort. Despicable. With the ancestor's furious roar, a streak of light shot forth from his storage bag, dazzling and brilliant. A pale blue light shield emerged instantaneously, and as it appeared, turbulent waters began to swirl around it. A mid-tier magical artifact. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, the blood spirit guards had already arrived before him. With a rush, torrents of water gushed forth from the blue shield. The currents were exceedingly swift, enveloping the Sea Tide Pavilion's ancestor entirely. Bang! Bang! With each resounding thud, the blood spirit guards relentlessly struck the watery screen. Each punch sent ripples surging across the surface. However, the blue shield granted an impenetrable defense akin to that of a turtle's shell. No matter how fiercely the blood spirit guards attacked, they could not shatter it. Defensive artifacts, especially those of mid-tier, were immensely valuable, cloaked under the protection of the mid-tier defensive artifact. The Sea Tide Pavilion's ancestor felt no fear from the onslaught of the blood spirit guards. Yet, though he could withstand their assaults, the chilling power of the spectral thundersword flames had already completely encased the swirling blue venom in ice. The icy mist moved with astonishing speed, encasing the blue jade bowl in an instant. This is bad. Sensing the freezing grip on his treasured artifact, the Sea Tide Pavilion's ancestor's expression shifted. His figure flickered as he swiftly retreated. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a torrent of water. Amidst the shimmering blue light, a figure, entirely composed of water, took shape behind him. As the waters swirled, its form continually morphed, growing to the size of 3 men in the blink of an eye. A powerful aura surged forth from this watery manifestation. This technique is intriguing. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his mouth parting slightly. Explode. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 3 spectral thunder sword flames erupted with overwhelming icy energy. At such close range, the 3 flames detonated, unleashing a formidable chill that engulfed the Sea Tide Pavilion's ancestor entirely. The ice power first collided with the blue light barrier formed by the mid-tier defensive artifact. With a roar, the detonation of the spectral thunder sword flames rivaled the explosive force of 3 core formation cultivators, freezing the protective water shield surrounding him. Yet, the icy energy did not dissipate. It surged once more towards the innermost water form of the Sea Tide Pavilion's ancestor. How could there be such potent icy power? At this moment, the ancestor's pupils narrowed in shock. With the sound of rushing water, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. As the figure of the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion re-emerged, he was already several miles away, his body drenched and his complexion exceedingly pale. It was evident that he had employed some peculiar evasion technique, swiftly retreating to a distance that resembled a desperate blood escape. Observing the ancestor's retreating silhouette, A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. One must eradicate the roots along with the weeds, especially when dealing with a formidable nascent soul expert. If he were to let this one go, future calamities were inevitable. With this thought in mind, a gentle blue stream of water surged around Lin Mo. Under the full manifestation of the water light evasion, he transformed into a blue phantom and sped away into the distance. Although Lin Mo was merely at the false infant stage, he was still inferior to the ancestor of Haijiao Pavilion. In peak condition, he would truly be unable to match the ancestor in speed. However, the ancestor was currently in a weakened state, his steps faltering and his face ashen. His flying escape could not compare to Lin Mo's. Encased in the flowing water, Lin Mo's speed was astonishing, creating towering waves in his wake. You truly wish to perish together? The ancestor of Haijiao Pavilion felt panic as Lin Mo relentlessly pursued him. After consecutive battles, his spiritual power was nearly depleted, and the damage inflicted by the water escape technique was substantial. Should Lin Mo catch up to him, his fate would be dire. If he could manage to drive Lin Mo back, that would indeed be the best outcome. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that today he would encounter Lin Mo. Lin Mo was resolute in his intent to kill and would not afford him the chance to flee. With a crack, Lin Mo produced a 7th-level ice-type beast's inner core and placed it into his mouth. As soon as it touched his lips, a powerful attraction emanated from the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's bottle, drawing the core inside. With a rush, the moment the beast core entered the bottle, Lin Mo could distinctly feel surges of spiritual power flowing toward his golden core. The last remaining ember of the ghost thunder sword flame within his dantian began to slowly coalesce into a second ember. Watching the ancestor of Haijiao Pavilion flee in the distance, a smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. Ancestor. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Miaoying Gate, Wu Mao was momentarily stunned. He could hardly believe that his mighty ancestor was being pursued by a mere core formation cultivator. This sight utterly shattered Wu Mao's understanding of reality. However, as he focused, he realized that the fleeing figure was indeed his own ancestor of Haijiao. How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could gather his thoughts, several phantoms emerged from within Miaoying Gate. Xian Rian and Chun Xiaoqian gazed coldly at Wu Mao, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. While Lin Mo battled the ancestor of Haijiao Pavilion, they had employed a sound transmission jade slip, conveying the message to resolve Wu Mao after his departure. Now that Lin Mo had left, the two women emerged to confront Wu Mao. It appeared that Miaoying Gate had 2 core formation cultivators after all. Feeling the profound abilities of the two women, Wu Mao's expression shifted subtly. Not everyone possesses the capability to battle above their level, as Lin Mo does. Wu Mao is merely an ordinary cultivator at the core formation stage. Upon seeing the 2 core formation practitioners, his first thought was to turn and flee. However, before the formation master, Xian Rian, escape would not come easily. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sharp sound of air being sliced. Exquisite formation flags rapidly flew from Xian Rian's storage bag. The flags moved with incredible speed, instantly transforming into streaks of light that plunged deep into the seabed. With a rush, torrents of water surged forth from the depths, roaring like rampaging dragons, charging toward Wu Mao. Chun Xiaoqian flicked her wrist, causing a blue orb artifact to slowly hover before her. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at the front of the Sea-Tide Pavilion, the ancestor gazed at the sect just a few miles away, his face lighting up with joy. With the protective mountain formation in place, even Lin Mo, no matter how audacious, would not dare to breach the gates. Unfortunately, the ancestor of the Sea-Tide Pavilion was mistaken. Throughout the chase, Lin Mo had already coalesced a second ghost thundersword flame. Observing the delighted expression of the ancestor in the distance, a cold smirk graced Lin Mo's lips. It was all over. As Lin Mo spoke, 2 ghost thundersword flames shot forth from his mouth. The deep blue flames intertwined in midair, swiftly merging to form a lengthy and formidable sword. Swiftly, Lin Mo executed a hand seal, and a pale blue phantom descended upon the ghostly blue sword. In an instant, the ghost thundersword flame vanished from its original position, only to reappear behind the ancestor of the Sea-Tide Pavilion. The chilling aura of the ghost thundersword flame enveloped the area. The ancestor's face turned pale, and without a moment to think, he once again conjured pale blue waters around him. Clearly, in a bid for survival, he was willing to suffer a decrease in his cultivation to perform this secret technique. Could he escape once, and hope to do so a second time? Lin Mo sneered, pointing a single finger at the ghost thundersword flame. The surging icy breath retracted, only to explode forth as golden light from the sword tip. Water barrier divine thunder. Crackle. The torrential power of thunder erupted like golden spiritual serpents, swirling around the ancestor of the sea-tide pavilion. The watery form that had coalesced around him became an unexpected ally in that moment. The ancestor let out a groan, his head drooping as he plummeted from the sky. Boom. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. If these two ghost thundersword flames failed to annihilate him, he would return empty-handed. After all, he was devoid of spiritual power within, and in a mere physical confrontation. He could at best match a late-stage core formation practitioner, making it impossible to contend with a nascent soul cultivator. Rumbling. The eruption of the ghost thunder cold flame unleashed an intensely piercing cold radiance. The chill continued to coalesce, and in an instant, I emerged from the ground. Following closely was a torrent of icy flames, incessantly consuming everything in their path. Pools of blood cascaded from the air above. Suddenly, a faint blue figure, bearing an expression of alarm, swiftly fled from the icy mist. Attempting to escape, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, deftly weaving hand gestures to conjure blue threads that ensnared the fleeing figure. Young one, we share no animosity. Why must you resort to such treachery? The elder of the Haichao Pavilion, witnessing his essence captured, was engulfed in panic, pleading, I beseech you, spare me. Lin Mo, with a flick of his wrist, grasped the elder's essence in his hand. Subsequently, his left hand reached toward the remnants of the elder's physical form, claiming a to his chest. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he regarded the essence in his grasp. Do you take me for a fool? A cultivator of the nascent soul stage hiding before the gates of the Miaoying sect, while a foundation establishment cultivator from Haichao Pavilion below clamors. This scenario reeks of the bizarre. If you do not speak the truth, I possess ample means to compel you. With a flick of his wrist, a blackened bone banner appeared in his hand, exuding a dense, ominous aura. Feeling the chilling presence emanating from the banner, the elder's heart quaked with trepidation. If I confess, will you spare my life? Sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, the elder hastily divulged all he knew. Lin Mo, with a slight smirk, replied, That will depend on the value of your information. For Lin Mo, this was the first time he had truly extinguished a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Although he had previously vanquished the formidable 8th-tier beast, Bingzhong, which rivaled human nascent soul strength, it had been achieved through the advantage of formations and the suppression of magical artifacts, a rather cunning feat now, facing the elder of Haichao Pavilion. It was his first authentic conquest over a nascent soul cultivator. It was the extreme Yin ancestor who deceived me. He instructed me to deal with you. With a chance to live, the elder spoke without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo stroked his chin, casting a penetrating glance at the elder. I swear, I speak no falsehood. The translucent essence of the elder, now diminished, appeared frantic, shaking his head as if fearing Lin Mo's disbelief. The moment the name of the extreme Yin ancestor was uttered, Lin Mo had already begun to trust the elder's words. Extreme Yin ancestor. It seems my journey to the Void Sky Hall requires your demise first. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Mo's eyes, as murderous intent surged within him. This extreme Yin ancestor was indeed crafty. Rather than confronting Lin Mo directly, he had manipulated the elder of Haichao Pavilion into a trap that cost him his life. Now, with the elder's essence reduced to mere remnants, even if he were to find a suitable vessel in the future, regaining his former strength would prove exceedingly challenging. Your information is not worth your life. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy as he stated, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Without a moment's thought, the elder hastily began. Upon entering the mountain, I chanced upon a low-level spirit stone mine. At these words, Lin Mo felt a stir within his heart. Is what you say truly the case? A low-level spirit stone mine is far more precious than the one in Tian Nan, although it may not suffice to support my 9th transformation into the core formation. It would effortlessly facilitate the breakthrough of my 2nd spirit infant to the Yuan-Ing cultivation level. Where is it? Lin Mo raised his right hand, a chilling aura enveloping his fingers. Should the response from the ancestor of the Haichao Pavilion fail to meet his expectations, this spectral thunder sword flame would pierce through the Yuan-Ing. It is, at the back mountain, the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion, with his diminutive Yuan-Ing, pointed towards the storage bag in Lin Mo's possession and hurriedly said, "Inside, you will find a blue jade token. With it in hand, you may traverse freely throughout the Haichao Pavilion." Listening to the words of the Haichao Pavilion's ancestor, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. He gently patted the storage bag at his waist. A jade puppet doll materialized in his hand. This puppet was custom-made by Lin Mo specifically to restrain the Yuan-ing. The puppet was quite simple, merely a jade doll. Yet, within it, Lin Mo had embedded a high-level fire-based spell prohibition. The moment he sensed any anomaly from the Yuan-ing, he could promptly obliterate it. "Enter now." Lin Mo gestured towards the jade puppet doll, stating, "You would do well to behave. Should you inadvertently trigger any prohibitions, your destruction would be of no fault but your own." Upon hearing this, the already pallid Yuan-ing of the Haichao Pavilion turned even more ashen. How many Yuan-ing cultivators reside within the Haichao Pavilion? Lin Mo cast a glance at the ancestor, inquiring calmly. After a series of unfortunate events, the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion, in a daze, replied softly, "Just me." Lin Mo nodded slightly. If there are no Yuan-ing cultivators present, then it would indeed be possible to set up a spirit capturing formation. However, before that, he must first return to devise a complete spirit capturing array. After all, Lin Mo had not anticipated encountering a spirit stone mine beyond Bailing Island. Chapter 119, Breaking Through to Yuan-ing. Upon returning to the Miaoyin sect, Wu Mao had already perished within the formation, his complexion ashen, spiritual power depleted. "My husband, you have returned?" Upon seeing Lin Mo arriving aboard the divine wind vessel, her face lit up with joy, exclaiming in surprise. Lin Mo offered a slight smile. His gaze fixed upon Wu Mao trapped within the formation. "Kill him." As Lin Mo's words fell, several crimson streaks shot forth from the storage bag. Bloodlight shimmered. A blood spirit sentinel soared into the air, transforming into a streak of crimson light, appearing before Wu Mao. "You." Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the blood spirit sentinel, Wu Mao gasped in shock. Lin Mo's return could only signify that their ancestor had slash. The blood spirit sentinel's razor-sharp claws instantly tore through Wu Mao's chest. Vivid red blood surged forth from the gaping wound. His eyes widened in terror. Fixated upon the grotesquely fierce blood spirit sentinel, he plummeted swiftly from the air. Whoosh! With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo swiftly grasped the storage bag at Wu Mao's waist. A core formation practitioner might possess a wealth of valuable items. Beneath his feet, the divine wind surged as Lin Mo transformed into a blue ethereal shadow, appearing before Exine Rian and her companion. "I may require your assistance in crafting a soul-snatching array," Lin Mo said, casting a gentle smile towards Exine Rian. "Of course." Exine Rian nodded, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo as she declared, "I shall begin the preparations immediately." Upon observing her determination, Lin Mo acknowledged her efforts with a nod. "Thank you for your hard work." Exine Rian cast a lingering glance at Lin Mo before soaring towards the direction of Cloud Dragon Peak like a streak of light. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and Xiling, clad in purple robes, materialized before him. Lin Mo felt a stir within as he regarded her. "How do you intend to handle this matter? Fan Jingmei has committed foolish acts more than once. If we do not resolve this today, future troubles are inevitable." Xiling, well aware of this truth, displayed a sense of urgency. If Lin Mo had not intervened, the appearance of the ancestor from the Ocean Tide Pavilion would spell disaster for the entire Miaoyin sect. "I shall manage it with utmost care," Xiling affirmed, resolutely turning towards Fan Jingmei with a glint of coldness in her eyes. "My husband, Han Shidi, visited a few months ago." Chen Xiaoqian gently descended before Lin Mo, her right hand flicking to reveal a verdant storage pouch. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he beheld the pouch. "Excellent, excellent." His consciousness surged into it, revealing a jade treasure box meticulously arranged within. Beside it lay the Haolei wood and the Liyan wood, both having surpassed the millennia threshold compared to what he had previously entrusted to Hanli. The two spiritual woods emanated a faint, resplendent glow. The remaining two celestial demon corpses can now be refined. A spark of brilliance flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he whispered to himself, "I shall enter seclusion." He smiled at Chen Xiaoqian, saying, "I will take my leave now." With that, a ghostly blue light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. At the rear mountain of Cloud Dragon Peak, before the spiritual spring, Lin Mo waved his right hand, conjuring the two spiritual woods and the jade treasure box before him. His gaze was drawn first to the treasure box. With a soft click, it opened to reveal 6 stalks of heavenly thunder bamboo, adorned with vibrant, golden-like leaves. The leaves of heavenly thunder bamboo, also known as golden thunder bamboo leaves, possess 2 significant uses. One is to concoct a divine thunder known as the Golden Gang demon-slaying thunder, which wields greater power against demonic entities than the exorcising divine thunder. This serves as a formidable weapon for cultivators entering the Great Ascension stage to combat extraterrestrial demons. The second use allows certain spiritual insects to consume these bamboo leaves, with a considerable chance of inducing mutations, provided they consume a substantial quantity. For now, Lin Mo remained uncertain about how to handle these golden thunder bamboo leaves. As he gazed upon the heavenly thunder bamboo, a stream of emerald light surged forth from his dantian. The second nascent soul radiated deep green brilliance, enveloping Lin Mo entirely in a verdant aura. With his lips slightly parted, a vibrant green alchemical flame surged forth from Lin Mo's mouth. As the azure glow intensified, he unleashed a slender stream of blue flame that struck the thunder bamboo before him. With a crackling sound, a faint golden electric arc materialized on the surface of the bamboo, unyieldingly repelling the flame and preventing it from advancing a single step closer. Although the alchemical flame demanded a considerable amount of spiritual energy, Lin Mo's reserves were abundant, especially being near the spirit spring, where a mere sip would replenish his energy significantly. After 3 days had elapsed, the electric arc dissipated, having exhausted the bamboo's inherent spiritual power. Unimpeded, the blue flame began to refine the thunder bamboo's essence. Days later, signs of melting appeared on the bamboo's surface, certain areas glimmering and oozing a multitude of tiny, colorful droplets. After a stretch of over 10 days, the thunder bamboo was finally purified of all impurities, transmuted into a fist-sized, viscous emerald liquid. Lin Mo's fingers twitched, and strands of spiritual energy descended upon the liquid, causing it to begin swirling and reshaping. A small portion of the green liquid detached from the main body, floating in the air nearby. Subsequently, a second and third portion followed. Once the final piece separated, 12 equally sized droplets hovered in the air. Meanwhile, in the marketplace of Tianqing City, an inconspicuous shop suddenly acquired a new proprietor, a seemingly ordinary young man in his 30s. He took over the establishment, replacing the previous inventory of Li's miscellaneous goods with the Qingzhou Shaoxian, exclusively selling talismans and herbs. However, within half a month, the shop also began to stock some crude, low-tier magical artifacts. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Dressed in a green robe, Lin Mo emerged from the canyon. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, a faint smile often graced his lips. After 6 months of continuous refinement, he had successfully crafted 72 Qingzhou Fengyun swords. With a slight parting of his lips, Lin Mo released a flurry of emerald flying swords. The 72 Qingzhou Fengyun swords were undoubtedly top-tier treasures. If he could acquire some gung essence, the power of these swords could be significantly enhanced. Gazing at the airborne swords, Lin Mo softly commanded, "Swift." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air resonated as the 72 swords transformed into a sea of green blades, carrying Lin Mo towards the Yunlong Hall. Naturally, this commotion did not escape the notice of Xian Rian and Chun Xiaoqian, who appeared delighted and materialized as 2 ethereal figures, one red, one blue, before Lin Mo. Xian Rian raised her right hand, presenting a storage bag containing the formations and flags for the spirit-seizing array. Lin Mo accepted the bag with a satisfied nod, declaring, "With this, everything is in readiness. My dear, are you planning to break through to the nascent soul stage?" Xian Rian inquired, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Lin Mo. The second stage of the Yuaning breakthrough has been achieved. For the 2 young women, Lin Mo did not conceal anything. He stated directly, "If you encounter danger after my departure, you may seek me at the Haichao Pavilion." The 2 women nodded vigorously, their gazes fixed on Lin Mo. "Wait for my return." Lin Mo gently caressed their faces and smiled. "Let us cultivate together." With those words, Lin Mo transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing atop the peaks of Yunlong. At the entrance of Haichao Pavilion, a blue light shot forth from his storage bag. Soon, a delicate blue jade token appeared before Lin Mo, shimmering with a faint aura of spiritual energy. As he infused it with power, a radiant beam struck the formation's barrier before him, instantly revealing a passageway that allowed only one to traverse. In a swift motion, Lin Mo became a wisp of shadow and darted into it. Upon entering Haichao Pavilion, Lin Mo exhibited no hesitation, soaring directly toward the highest mountain peak. According to the ancestral teachings of Haichao Pavilion, the spirit stone mine lay within this very summit. The absence of the pavilion's ancestor for half a year had not raised suspicion among the disciples, as it was quite normal for a Yuan-Ing stage cultivator to retreat for such a duration, especially one of the ancestral lineage, beyond the concern of mere disciples. Navigating smoothly, Lin Mo swiftly arrived at the peak. Before him lay a pale red protective formation. Once again, he produced the pale blue token, channeling his spiritual energy into it. A blue beam descended upon the protective barrier, crackling as the entire formation melted away. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Lin Mo transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, disappearing from sight. Before him stood an expansive stone hall, where several Qi refining stage youths were diligently sweeping the ground. A large bronze door materialized ahead. With a flick of his right hand, a chilling gust swept through the youths, rendering them unconscious amidst swirling frost. Observing the stone hall, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. In an instant, a jade puppet doll appeared in his hand, surrounded by faint blue wisps of energy. How does one open this stone hall? Lin Mo inquired, pointing towards the structure. A raspy voice emanated from the jade doll. There are no restrictions. Simply push the door open. Hearing the words of the Haichao Pavilion ancestor, Lin Mo's brow arched slightly. A flash of red light flickered within his storage bag, and the blood spirit guard emerged, transforming into a spectral form that easily opened the stone door. There was no deception in the words spoken. Though he had attained the false infant stage, exercising caution was never misplaced. With a swift movement, Lin Mo advanced deep into the stone hall. The interior was engulfed in darkness, save for a long, shadowy corridor. The blood spirit guard led the way, with Lin Mo following closely behind, his consciousness extending outward to probe the surroundings. Should any anomaly arise, he would be alerted in an instant. Sensing Lin Mo's caution, the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion couldn't help but let out a sigh. His defeat at the hands of Lin Mo was indeed justifiable. As he proceeded further, Lin Mo soon arrived at the depths of the stone hall. A vast plaza unfolded before him, and directly across the square lay a secluded chamber for cultivation. If his assumptions were correct, that was indeed the place where the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion had long practiced. The spirit stone mine lies just beneath your feet. Before Lin Mo could respond, the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion had already taken the initiative to inform him. Listening to the elder's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, his lips parting ever so slightly. 72 azure bamboo cloud swords swiftly soared into the air, his 72 innate magical treasures. Gazing at the pale green glow emanating from the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords, the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated that Lin Mo possessed such a formidable trump card. How could a cultivator at the core formation stage wield such immense power? Amidst the elder's astonishment, a flurry of sharp azure bamboo cloud swords continued to descend from the sky. With a series of piercing sounds, the swords struck heavily against the rocks, cleaving through them for the duration of an incense stick's burn. In an instant, wisps of faint blue light surged forth from the depths of the earth, filling the air with a refreshing aura of spirit stones. There was a peculiar layer of rock above this spirit stone mine, concealing its essence. Had it not been for my disciples accidentally shattering that layer, I would not have discovered this spirit stone mine. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Has the news spread?" "Humph." The ancestor of Haichao Pavilion sneered. How could it not? Such significant information would surely not escape his notice. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow once more, lightly gesturing with his right hand. Arrays of flags began to emerge from his storage pouch, swiftly embedding themselves into the surroundings. Buzz. As the flags appeared, a torrent of surging spiritual energy rushed towards Lin Mo at that moment. With a slight parting of his lips, a verdant wooden primordial infant instantly soared into the air, resembling a miniature version of Lin Mo, seated cross-legged amidst the ether. Simultaneously, the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords were undergoing a refinement of spiritual energy. Breaking through to the primordial infant stage also signified a considerable enhancement for the magical treasures. This urgency to forge the 72 azure bamboo cloud sword stemmed from the need to seize such a splendid opportunity. Missing it would indeed be regrettable. Observing the second primordial infant suspended in the air, Lin Mo did not remain idle. 16 blood spirit guards had already taken their positions before him, with 2 celestial demon corpses leading the charge. With the Holi wood and Li Yan wood in hand, he was ready for the final refinement. With a whoosh, the alchemical flames surged forth, their radiant blaze instantly enveloping the Holi wood and Li Yan wood. As the flames continued to consume, the 2 spirit woods melted away, transforming into 2 pools of pale purple and red spiritual liquid. Lin Mo then directed his gaze towards the 2 celestial demon corpses not far away, the searing alchemical fire simultaneously scorching them. With the experience of refining 16 blood spirit guards, Lin Mo navigated the process with ease. As the moment of convergence approached, Lin Mo promptly initiated the most critical fusion. The 16 blood spirit guards encircled the second nascent soul, their forms being swept by the surging spiritual energy that flowed into the second nascent soul's body. Lin Mo could distinctly sense the aura of the blood spirit guards gradually intensifying with the passage of time. Months later, Lin Mo gazed upon the 2 lightning spirit guards and the flame spirit guard before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Blood spirit guard, strength, mid-stage of core formation, type, wooden corpse puppet. Spells, corpse puppet body. Wood escape, divine ability, body reshaping, lightning spirit guard, strength, mid-stage of core formation. Type, wooden corpse puppet. Spells, brilliant thunder, corpse puppet body. Wood escape, divine ability, body reshaping, flame spirit guard, strength, mid-stage of core formation. Type, wooden corpse puppet. Spells, fiery blaze, corpse puppet body. Wood escape, divine ability, body reshaping. Observing the attributes of the blood spirit guards, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, indeed, puppets crafted from special spiritual would possess extraordinary capabilities. The lightning spirit guard and the flame spirit guard exhibited an additional thunder and fire spell compared to the blood spirit guard. Excellent, excellent. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and directed them to stand beside the second nascent soul, ready to undergo the refinement of spiritual power. Should fortune favor him, a breakthrough to the late stage of core formation would be effortlessly achievable. Lin Mo, meanwhile, remained diligent, opening his mouth slightly to channel spiritual energy. Practicing the Ming Wang Sutra. Body Refinement 100. Practicing the 10,000 Swords Spirit Sutra. Spiritual Power 1000. Practicing the Great Transformation Technique. Divine Sense 20. Years later, a white-haired elder from the Sea-Tide Pavilion wore a solemn expression as he gazed towards the main peak. Why had the spiritual energy within the island thinned? Concurrently, several blue phantoms descended from afar. Elder, is there any news from our ancestor? 3 core formation cultivators inquired as they clasped their hands in respect towards the elder of the Sea-Tide Pavilion. The elder furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a hushed tone, since he departed 5 years ago, there has been no word. Could it be? The other 3 elders exchanged anxious glances, sensing the unease reflected in each other's eyes. If the ancestor had indeed encountered misfortune, it would be prudent to prepare for a contingency. Impossible. The elder snorted dismissively. The ancestor is a powerful nascent soul. How could he meet with trouble? You all should return promptly and not disturb the sect. The 3 elders' expressions shifted, and they quickly bowed in apology. We spoke rashly. As the 3 elders departed, the elder of the Sea-Tide Pavilion immediately waved his sleeve. A flying treasure resembling a dark cloud descended before him. With a whoosh, as the sound of spiritual energy tearing through the air resounded, the elder mounted the dark cloud and soared towards the main peak. Something must have happened to the ancestor. The elder of the Sea-Tide Pavilion gazed at the flickering red formation before him, which seemed on the verge of collapse, and murmured softly, "This is the formation personally arranged by the ancestor. It is actually on the brink of falling apart." The life token of the ancestor had been personally offered by the elder of the Sea-Tide Pavilion. 5 years prior, a crack had already appeared upon the token. Just moments ago, the life tablet shattered into 2 halves. It was time to find an escape route. The Grand Elder of the Haichao sect was exceptionally astute. The ability to annihilate a cultivator at the nascent soul stage indicated that the sect's ancestor possessed extraordinary power. For the Haichao sect, this was a calamity of cataclysmic proportions. The Grand Elder, being merely at the peak of the core formation stage, harbored no intention of lingering any longer. In his view, since the situation was thus, why not venture into the ancestor's secret chamber to scavenge some treasures? This would prepare him for his future breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon the lips of the Grand Elder. With a flick of his right hand, several torrents of water lightning descended heavily upon the crimson array's luminous barrier. Boom! The entire scarlet array trembled incessantly, sending ripples cascading through it. The red glow emanating from the array diminished significantly. Indeed, the ancestor was in peril. Suddenly, an enigmatic smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Waves of water lightning relentlessly bombarded the crimson protective array before him. Bang! 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 The ear-splitting roars echoed throughout the summit. Simultaneously, the heavens above the main peak began to shimmer with increasing brilliance, gradually coalescing into a unified spectacle. In a matter of moments, a boundless expanse of five-colored radiance adorned the sky within a 100-mile radius. Amidst this resplendent glow, the sounds of wind, rain, and thunder erupted, as colorful clouds surged and converged rapidly towards the center. Dazzling and blinding, they formed a colossal sphere of light, its diameter spanning a yard, with luminous energy swirling within, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated, shaking the entire stone mountain. Subsequently, a pillar of azure light erupted from the mountain, piercing into the elevated sphere of light. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sphere as wind, rain, and lightning intertwined. The sphere began to contract and transform amidst the ominous clouds, while the five-colored spiritual light flickered, becoming increasingly radiant. The Grand Elder of the Haichao Sect, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with disbelief. Who is breaking through to the nascent soul stage here? Within the entire sect, besides himself, there were no other cultivators at the peak of core formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streams of light continuously shot forth from the surrounding peaks. The Grand Elder has broken through to the nascent soul. Heaven bless our Haichao sect. Today, we shall finally have another mighty nascent soul cultivator. Haha, the Haichao sect shall ascend to become a top-tier sect in the chaotic star sea. However, when numerous cultivators soared to the summit, they beheld the Grand Elder, who should have been breaking through mid-air. Several elders at the mid-core formation stage, wielding flying artifacts, approached the Grand Elder. They exchanged glances, noticing the fluctuating expression on his face. A thief is hiding within our Haichao sect. The Grand Elder's visage contorted with malice as he fixated on the gradually coalescing nascent soul in the air, seizing the opportunity during its breakthrough to annihilate it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waves of spells and magical artifacts crashed heavily against the array's luminous barrier. The already precarious barrier, upon the sound of a crisp crack, shattered in response. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the formation shattered, a multitude of crimson figures surged forth from the stone hall. Leading them were the pale purple and pale red Thunder Spirit Guards and Flame Spirit Guards, all at the late stage of core formation. The Grand Elder of the Sea Tide Pavilion's expression shifted dramatically, for he never anticipated that within the depths of his own sect, there would exist 18 corpses of demon cultivators at such a formidable level. Should this individual succeed in his infant cultivation, it would spell disaster. The Grand Elder hastily called out to the 10 or so core formation elders behind him. I shall handle the foremost two. The rest are up to you. We must not allow him to succeed today. In the Grand Elder's view, allowing the infant cultivation to succeed would mean the annihilation of the Sea Tide Pavilion. The core formation cultivators were not foolish either. They were acutely aware that they had disturbed a significant event. If this individual were to successfully cultivate, retribution would be inevitable. The optimal course of action was to seize this opportunity and eliminate him, for the period of infant cultivation rendered him most vulnerable. As long as they could hold back the 18 late-stage demon corpses, they could rush into the stone hall and destroy his physical form. Whoosh! A remarkably sharp, dagger-like artifact flew forth instantaneously from the storage bag of the Sea Tide Pavilion's ancestor. The artifact glimmered with a cerulean light, stirring up turbulent waves in its wake. Roar! The Thunder Spirit Guard bellowed, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning from its mouth. The overwhelming force of the thunder seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens. It struck heavily upon the blue flying dagger artifact. Crack! The immense impact sent the flying dagger hurtling back several dozen yards. The pride of the wood spirit guards lay in their formidable physical prowess. Whoosh! The thunder spirit guard and flame spirit guard transformed into two streaks of light, charging towards the ancestor of the sea tide pavilion. Feeling the potent pressure emanating from the two bloodthirsty guards, the ancestor quickly turned to the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators behind him. What are you waiting for? Rush into the stone hall at once. With that, he produced a palm-sized blue shield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the blue shield began to spin, emitting a series of whirring sounds. A radiant blue barrier enveloped him instantly. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's command, the Foundation establishment cultivators sped towards the stone hall. Indeed, after the 18 puppets were momentarily halted, the Foundation establishment cultivators surged forward unhindered, soon arriving before the stone hall. Just as smiles began to spread across their faces, a youth clad in flowing white emerged slowly from within the stone hall. Host, Lin Mo, strength, peak of core formation, physique, dragon's roar body, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation method, 10,000 swords spirit communication technique. 6th layer of the Ming Wang technique, spells, water light escape, 4th layer of the great transformation technique, advanced puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, breath concealment technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refinement technique in the room, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit conjuring seal, mysterious moon yin absorption technique. 2nd nascent soul, divine abilities, 9 turns reincarnation technique, ghostly thunder sword flame. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Mo smiled faintly. Over the past few years, his cultivation had not seen significant improvement. However, under the deluge of immense spiritual power, the Ming Wang Ju transcended to the 6th layer, while the De Yin Ju ascended to the 4th layer. This rapid advancement was largely attributed to his simplified system and the spirit stone mine below. Without these factors, such swift progress would not have been attainable. Lin Mo maintained a placid demeanor as he surveyed the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators before him. With a slight parting of his lips, a bolt of ghostly thunder sword flame erupted from his mouth. The crackling thunder resonated around the ghostly flame, resembling an arrow drawn taut, poised to strike at any moment. He stood alone. Could he truly be our adversary? Although the Foundation establishment cultivators were aware that Lin Mo was a core formation cultivator, the specifics of his cultivation fluctuations were beyond their discernment. Annihilate, Lin Mo uttered, as the ghostly thunder sword flame surged forth like an icy dragon, sweeping through the ranks and leaving a cacophony of wails in its wake. With an impassive expression, he advanced, drawing numerous storage bags to him. With a single hand gesture, he deftly entwined them with a strand of spiritual energy, binding them together in an instant. Within mere breaths, the Foundation establishment cultivators lay either dead or scattered. Lin Mo slowly raised his gaze towards the distant direction of the Grand Elder of the Haichao Pavilion. It seemed that extermination was indeed the ultimate truth. With a slight shake of his head, he began his approach toward the Grand Elder. Suddenly, a series of piercing, thunderous roars erupted. In the air above, a white orb coalesced into a crystalline sphere the size of a fist, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying spiritual energy. The members of the Haichao Pavilion, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with astonishment and hastily retreated. With the Foundation establishment cultivators nearly decimated and their prolonged assault on the peculiar blood spirit guards yielding no success, fleeing was the only sensible course of action. With a soft pop, the orb flickered and transformed into a vibrant, multicolored mist, rapidly descending and vanishing into Lin Mo's being. Simultaneously, the surrounding tempests of wind, rain, and thunder dissipated, restoring normalcy. At that moment, a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar ascended to the heavens, causing the very fabric of the world to shift. A towering figure, approximately 100 feet high, materialized behind Lin Mo, shimmering with verdant spiritual light. Its limbs were formidable, and the brilliance of its visage obscured any details, instilling an awe-inspiring presence that compelled those present to avert their gazes. What struck the cultivators with terror was the figure's slight nod, unleashing two eerie beams of light that swept across the crowd, rendering them breathless. The sound of thuds echoed as some cultivators crumpled to the ground, as if crushed by the weight of a mountain, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's second nascent soul flickered and transformed into a cascade of starlight. darting into Lin Mo's body and dissipating without a trace. Was this the power of the nascent soul stage? As he sensed the potent waves of spiritual energy emanating from his second nascent soul, a faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips. Deep within his dantian, he felt the burgeoning strength. A miniature infant, approximately an inch in height, hovers in a lotus position. This infant is fair-skinned and radiant, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mo, yet the visage is adorned with expressions of pure excitement and joy. Behind the infant, 72 azure bamboo cloud swords float, exuding wisps of light green essence that gracefully swirl around them. Second nascent soul, strength, nascent soul stage, physique, supreme with spirit infant, spiritual root, cultivation technique, 10th layer of the Azure Origin Sword Art, spells, Azure Origin Sword Art, protective sword shield, sword shadow division technique. Upon advancing to the core formation stage, one could begin to cultivate the sword shadow division technique. However, Lin Mo had not previously immersed himself in its practice. Yet, during his years within this stone chamber, he successfully mastered this formidable spell. This technique possesses remarkable power, capable of conjuring a sword shadow identical to the flying sword, thereby bewildering foes and enabling simultaneous assaults alongside the original. At its initial stage, it could only manifest a single sword shadow, wielding 1/10 of the original's strength. As the sword technique's level escalates, so does its potency. By the 9th layer, it could achieve 1/3 of the original's might. Beginning from the 7th layer, for each subsequent level mastered, an additional sword shadow could be refined. Thus, even when confronted by the seemingly invincible extreme ancestor, Lin Mo felt a newfound confidence. With adept execution, vanquishing such a foe could indeed become a possibility. Slowly, Lin Mo turned around, only to behold a dozen core formation cultivators, their faces pale with astonishment and fear. In that moment, the warriors were stripped of their resolve to fight, turning and fleeing into the distance. Lin Mo chuckled softly, remarking lightly, "Do you think it is too late to escape now?" As he spoke, the supreme wood spirit infant within him suddenly opened its eyes. A surge of vibrant green essence enveloped Lin Mo's form, manifesting an overwhelming aura of the nascent soul stage. Whoosh, whoosh. Sharp azure bamboo cloud swords erupted from his mouth, akin to lethal projectiles. 72 of these swords pierced through the bodies of the core formation cultivators with relentless precision. Thud, thud, like dumplings falling into a pot. The cultivators plunged from the air, and in mere moments, aside from the peak core formation elder of the Sea Tides Pavilion, who still clung to resistance, the others met their grim fate. "Please spare my life, esteemed elder." The elder's complexion turned ashen as he hastily implored, "If you let me go, I can reveal a great secret." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this so-called great secret. With a flick of his wrist, a pale green light flickered, and the attacking azure bamboo cloud swords retreated swiftly. "Speak, then," Lin Mo said with a bemused smile, casting a curious glance at the elder of the Sea Tides Pavilion. "However, should you deceive me, rest assured I possess ample means to make you suffer. Then, if I share this with you, will you grant me my life?" The elder of the Sea Tides Pavilion swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Mo, and softly inquired, "Are you attempting to negotiate with me?" Lin Mo cast a glance at the grand elder of the Sea Tide Pavilion, whose entire being radiated with the brilliance of azure bamboo and the shimmering light of the bee cloud sword. "No, I dare not." The grand elder of the Sea Tide Pavilion continuously waved his hands, saying, "I am aware that the ancestor has imprisoned an 8th-level venomous serpent." "An 8th-level venomous serpent?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating, equivalent to the cultivation of a human in the nascent soul stage. How could the ancestor of the Sea Tide Pavilion, whose strength is rather ordinary, manage to confine such a formidable creature? As if sensing Lin Mo's confusion, the grand elder of the Sea Tide Pavilion broke into a grin, exclaiming, "Dragons are inherently lustful, and this venomous serpent is no exception. The ancestor expressly instructed me to capture 10 female cultivators from the meowing sect. A special drug to restrain the serpent was administered within them." At this point, the grand elder's face glowed with pride as he added, "This was my suggestion, you know. After the serpent indulged in its depravity, it devoured all those women. The special drug also took effect within the serpent, allowing the ancestor to capture it." Upon hearing the grand elder's words, Lin Mo felt a surge of murderous intent. To rear a venomous serpent using female cultivators is truly despicable. Lin Mo fixed a cold gaze upon the Grand Elder and asked, "Where is the venomous serpent?" Noticing Lin Mo's interest in the serpent, the Grand Elder's expression brightened. He hastily replied, "Please follow me, esteemed senior." With that, he maneuvered a flying artifact and sped away into the distance. Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, enveloped in a faint green glow, and followed closely behind. Before long, the two arrived at a toxic pond. A thick, nauseating stench wafted from within. Complex restrictions were set up around the pond. Elder Venomous Serpent. The Grand Elder of the Sea Tide Pavilion approached the toxic pond, grinning. "We have some succulent female cultivators." At these words, ripples erupted within the pond. Soon, a verdant figure emerged from the toxic waters. It bore the head of a serpent and the body of a human, its scales glistening coldly as it gazed at the Grand Elder. "Where are the beauties?" An 8th-level demon beast. Observing the venomous serpent before him, Lin Mo's heart stirred. If his assumptions were correct, the dragon venom within the blue jade bowl held by the ancestor of the Sea Tide Pavilion must have originated from this very serpent. Although the venomous serpent displayed the prowess of an 8th-level demon beast, its aura was chaotic, suggesting its actual strength was only that of a 7th-level demon beast. Haha. The Grand Elder of the Sea Tide Pavilion then turned to Lin Mo, grinning. "I wonder if this venomous serpent meets your satisfaction, esteemed senior. Whether it be its venom or its claws and inner core, they hold considerable value." Lin Mo glanced at the Grand Elder, nodding slightly. "Indeed. Then, might I be released?" The ancestor of the Sea Tide Pavilion furtively examined Lin Mo, whispering, "Am I to understand you will not kill me?" Lin Mo nodded. Directly grasping the Grand Elder's body with one hand, wielding immense physical strength to hurl him into the toxic pond. As the Grand Elder flew towards him, the venomous serpent frowned slightly. Although he was not a delectable woman, a peak golden core cultivator seemed acceptable. "Elder!" With a series of frantic, harrowing screams, the Elder of the Haichao Pavilion soon fell silent, having met a tragic demise at the jaws of the venomous serpent. When you chose to nourish this beast with a female cultivator, you ought to have been prepared for such an outcome. Lin Mo's expression remained composed as he cast a glance at the serpent below, stroking his chin in contemplation. He was pondering how to maximize the benefits from this 8th-level demonic creature. With the spirit domination seal in hand, Lin Mo could easily subjugate it as his own spiritual beast. An 8th-level demon beast, without a doubt, would significantly enhance his strength during the journey to the Void Sky Palace. However, the thought of it desecrating female cultivators and then devouring them alive stirred a flicker of murderous intent within Lin Mo. Although he was not particularly virtuous, the idea of taming such a repugnant beast was simply unacceptable. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his wrist, the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion appeared before him. Upon his arrival and witnessing the venomous serpent below, his expression shifted slightly. This serpent was a contingency he had left behind, should Lin Mo release it. The possibility of seizing its body for himself loomed large, even if its strength diminished post-possession. The physical form of an 8th-level demon beast would facilitate a swift recovery of his nascent soul stage in the future. Lin Mo cast a cold gaze towards the ancestor of Haichao Pavilion, gesturing towards the serpent before him. "Indeed, you possess remarkable insight. I had intended to inform you about this serpent. Its venom is immensely potent and holds great potential for crafting magical artifacts or alchemy." Chapter 120, Golden Dragon Blood. Void Sky Palace. Listening to the words of the ancestor, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. What a jest! If he truly wished to convey this information, he would have done so long ago. It was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. Unfortunately, he had already been betrayed by the Elder of Haichao Pavilion. Ha! As he beheld the nascent soul of the ancestor in Lin Mo's grasp, the venomous serpent erupted into maniacal laughter. It had been imprisoned in this venomous pool for several decades, and now, witnessing the plight of its nemesis brought it immense joy. "Brat, I see your physique is quite formidable. If you were to let me consume his nascent soul, I could impart to you a technique for refining your body from the demon clan." The serpent, with its dragon head and human body, looked towards Lin Mo, its laughter echoing coldly. Hearing the serpent's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his gaze. The demon clan's techniques piqued his interest. As Lin Mo's attention gradually shifted towards him, the ancestor's expression changed dramatically. He quickly shook his head, pleading, "You promised to spare me." Lin Mo remained silent. his focus directed towards the serpent, stating simply, "The technique. You deceitful human." The serpent's mouth parted slightly, and a deep green light enveloped a jade slip, which burst forth from its maw. The jade slip hovered in midair, shimmering incessantly, ensconced by an array of formations. "If you desire it, you must release this array." The serpent looked up at Lin Mo, a cold smile gracing its lips. Lin Mo's expression remained unfazed as he waved his right hand. A crimson light shot forth from his storage bag, revealing a blood spirit sentinel of late-stage core formation, which soared into the air, transforming into a blood-red phantom that lunged towards the formation. The sound of sizzling echoed in the air. As soon as the blood spirit guard made contact with the formation, a series of crackling sounds erupted. The crimson aura coiled around the blood spirit guard, and with a vigorous sweep of his right hand, the crackling intensified. A blood-red fissure emerged upon the surface of the formation's luminous barrier. These formations were merely intended to contain the poisonous serpent, thus their defensive capabilities were rather limited. After the passage of half a stick of incense, the barrier before him shattered with a resounding crash. The blood spirit guard's figure flickered and transformed into a crimson phantom, swiftly seizing the jade slip entwined in green venom. As his right hand touched the venom, a continuous hissing sound of corrosion filled the air. A wound, the size of a bowl, manifested upon the blood spirit guard's right hand. Yet, almost instantaneously, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. With a sinister laugh, the poisonous serpent morphed into a faint green apparition and lunged toward Lin Mo. "Boy, I relish the scent of your flesh." Lin Mo's expression turned chilly, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, a piercingly cold blue flame enveloped his form. A complete suit of azure armor seamlessly adhered to his body. The sixth layer of the Ming Wang Ju was activated in full force, with streams of soft fluorescence coursing over Lin Mo's physique, resembling a magnificent glazed artifact from a distance. In a flash, Lin Mo appeared before the poisonous serpent. Had he not achieved the sixth layer of the Ming Wang Ju, he would never have entertained the notion of engaging in close combat. The serpent's demonic power was diminished, leaving it with merely the physique of an eighth-tier beast. With a resounding clash, the two collided, causing the serpent to stagger back several steps, while the icy armor enveloping Lin Mo shattered. It must be noted that although both were eighth-tier beasts, the physical strength of the poisonous serpent was significantly superior. "Human, I acknowledge your strength." The serpent sneered, its body swaying slightly. Wisps of pale green light coiled around it, and amidst the swirling verdure, deep green scales emerged upon its form, and its limbs grew considerably more robust. The sound of heavy heartbeats reverberated, faint yet palpable. "Is this the method your demon race employs to temper the body?" Lin Mo observed the serpent before him, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It was evidently unrealistic to subdue the serpent through sheer physical prowess alone. The potency of this demonic technique far exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. "Human, I shall make you regret releasing me." The serpent leapt into the air, transforming into a vivid green apparition, charging towards Lin Mo. A torrent of green energy surged forth from Lin Mo's body, accompanied by the emergence of 72 azure bamboo, cloud swords from his mouth. The Hahuan puppet ghost maiden soared out from his storage pouch, and the second nascent soul seamlessly entered the puppet's form. A nascent soul puppet? The serpent's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Swoosh, swoosh. One after another, the azure bamboo cloud swords sliced through the air. Crackle, crackle. A cascade of pale golden thunderous energy entwined around the azure bamboo cloud swords. As the azure bamboo cloud swords swept through the air, crimson wounds appeared upon the body of the venomous serpent. The malevolent divine thunder surged with unparalleled ferocity. Instantaneously, charred gashes emerged at the sites of injury. Flesh and blood, a gruesome amalgamation. Ah, what manner of divine thunder is this? With the serpent's anguished cries echoing incessantly, a mist of blood continuously billowed from its form. Buzzing. The 72 azure bamboo cloud swords converged into a blinding arc of emerald light. Snap. One by one, the swords pierced through the serpent's chest. Enveloped entirely by the golden divine thunder meant to repel evil, its body quivered violently before collapsing heavily onto the ground. The might of the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords was truly extraordinary. Gazing upon the verdant swords soaring through the air, Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. He then retrieved the jade slip bestowed by the serpent. As his consciousness surged within, a demonic clan's technique flooded into his mind. The Dragon Transformation Sutra. Feeling the technique resonate within his thoughts, Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly. This was the ancient art of the Serpent Clan, a legacy passed down from times immemorial. Accessible solely to the Serpentine lineage. Can it not be cultivated? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yet soon, he recalled his own system and the strands of golden blood he had previously collected. In due time, he could attempt to cultivate it. With this thought, Lin Mo gently patted his storage pouch. Whoosh! The demon refining cauldron swiftly emerged from within, its formidable suction force descending upon the venomous serpent, drawing it directly into the cauldron. After dealing with the serpent, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the ancestor of the sea-tide pavilion and inquired, "Where is your treasure pavilion?" "It lies atop the mountain ahead." The ancestor of the sea-tide pavilion grinned broadly. "Might you consider sparing me?" "Spare you?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, decisively swinging his right hand. He cast the ancestor's nascent soul into the venomous pool. Sizzle! Upon contact with the toxic waters, the nascent soul emitted a series of harrowing wails, followed by thick, acrid smoke. You traitor! I shall curse you." Before he could finish, the azure bamboo cloud sword cleaved through the sky. A bolt of divine thunder struck the ancestor's nascent soul, obliterating it in an instant. The second nascent soul transformed into a beam of green light, swiftly darting into Lin Mo's body. The Huan puppet was subsequently stored within the pouch. Following this, a jade-green divine wind vessel appeared. Lin Mo steadied himself upon the vessel as a flash of blue light surged forth, propelling him towards the distant mountain peaks. In the wake of the tragic demise of several nascent soul and foundation establishment cultivators, the entire sect was engulfed in a palpable sense of dread. Many lower-ranked cultivators had already fled. A 7-story glass pagoda materialized before Lin Mo. A pale blue array enveloped the entire structure. Observing the glass pagoda, Lin Mo waved his right hand, unleashing a spectral thunder sword flame that struck heavily against the shimmering array before him. The biting chill of the mist enveloped the entire luminous barrier in an instant, as if a layer of ice had formed outside the 7-tiered, glazed pagoda. After several assaults, the array's light screen shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a narrow gap, barely wide enough for a single person, right before Lin Mo. The divine wind vessel moved with remarkable speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swiftly slipped into the interior of the 7-tiered, glazed pagoda. The first 4 levels housed the techniques of the sea-tide pavilion. Lin Mo, unreserved, promptly absorbed these techniques into his storage bag. Upon reaching the 5th level, he discovered a pile of mid-tier spirit stones, thousands, by rough estimation. However, each stone bore a seal, preventing their immediate transfer to his storage bag. "What a waste of time," Lin Mo murmured, as his second nascent soul emerged from his mouth, hovering in midair to lift the restrictions from each mid-tier spirit stone. Meanwhile, Lin Mo proceeded to the 6th level. Before him lay an array of magical instruments and talismans, yet not a single treasure was in sight. Could they be on the upper floors? Lin Mo ascended the staircase slowly. A transparent protective barrier obstructed the stairs leading to the 7th level. With a crack, this array might deter ordinary core formation cultivators, but for Lin Mo, it was merely a trifling obstacle. As Lin Mo stepped onto the 7th level, he was confronted by a stone wall. Aside from this, there was nothing else. Surely, anything capable of hiding here could not be ordinary. Lin Mo approached cautiously, his gaze fixed upon the seemingly mundane stone wall, sensing an oddity. The more ordinary something appeared, the greater the secrets it might conceal. As he examined the stone wall, Lin Mo's spiritual awareness slowly surged forth, yet he found the wall to be as impenetrable as iron and copper. His consciousness could not penetrate its surface. With a wave of his right hand, he attempted to absorb it into his storage bag, only to find it utterly impossible. With a slight parting of his lips, a shadowy thunderblade erupted from his mouth, crashing violently against the stone wall. The sound of crackling echoed as the shadowy thunderblade easily enveloped the stone wall in a thick layer of frost. As the wall crumbled away, it revealed a massive bronze stone, roughly the size of a person. Clearly, the outer layer of this peculiar rock was merely a facade concealing the bronze giant beneath. Lin Mo focused his gaze upon the bronze stone, which was intricately carved with golden characters. These characters pulsated and, in an instant, surged forth from the bronze wall, transforming into streams of golden light that darted into Lin Mo's mind. As he absorbed the techniques flooding his consciousness, Lin Mo's pupils constricted, and he murmured softly, "It is indeed a technique of thunder. The ethereal wood divine thunder possesses extraordinary might. Once mastered, it could allow one to dominate over nascent soul cultivators." In Lin Mo's estimation, the divine thunder contained within bore a resemblance to the exorcising thunder. If a cultivator with a lightning spiritual root were to practice this technique, their efforts would yield remarkable results. Lin Mo, lacking both a lightning and wood spiritual root, recognized that the most suitable practitioner for the ethereal wood divine thunder would be his second nascent soul. As for the wood unease, possessing the wood spirit root certainly lends itself to the potential for cultivating the divine wood thunder. In the fleeting moment when the golden characters vanished, the bronze giant stone seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, shattering into numerous palm-sized fragments that scattered across the ground. Days later, Lin Mo, navigating the divine wind vessel, returned to the Miaoying sect. Thanks to Lin Mo's presence, the sect had been thriving of late, with the business in the Tianqing Bazaar flourishing increasingly well. As Lin Mo approached, he was greeted by a number of graceful maidens, the foremost among them a young woman of approximately 20. Her face resembled warm jade, her skin as white as snow, and her features were strikingly beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure that exuded elegance. Senior Lin, the enchanting Wen Siyue greeted, her eyes sparkling as they met Lin Mo's gaze. She was truly a natural beauty. Every smile and frown of hers was captivating. "You are Wen Siyue?" Lin Mo inquired, studying her intently. "Senior, you recognize me?" Wen Siyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, aware of the formidable presence Lin Mo represented as a cultivator at the pseudo-infant stage, rivaling the unease. Given his youth, to catch the eye of Senior Lin would indeed be a remarkable ascent. Wen Siyue was, in fact, a tragic figure. As the only daughter of Wen Chong, in the original narrative, after joining the Miaoying sect, she endured a series of tribulations. Owing to her innate beauty, she had attracted the unwanted gaze of many cultivators, particularly during the sect's inability to protect its female disciples. She had once been reduced to a mere vessel for others, until rescued by Han Li from her dire plight. Ultimately, she married and bore a child, who possessed the dragon's chant physique, a true twist of fate. Gazing at Wen Siyue, Lin Mo smiled gently. "Your father must be Wen Chong. I have had the pleasure of meeting him once." Wen Siyue was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of realization. "Has there been any recent news from the sect?" Lin Mo inquired, stepping onto the divine wind vessel and casting a glance toward Wen Siyue. Wen Siyue shook her head slightly and replied with a graceful smile, "All is well." Nodding in response to her words, Lin Mo continued on his way toward the sect. Xiling resided atop the second highest peak of the Miaoying sect, in a beautifully crafted jade tower that floated above the mountain. As Lin Mo's spiritual sense swept across the scene, he spotted a figure clad in purple, sitting cross-legged, surrounded by spirals of spiritual energy. Observing this sight, Lin Mo smiled faintly. "Fairy Xiling." Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, Xiling suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of surprise illuminating her expression, clearly delighted by Lin Mo's unanticipated arrival. She swiftly transformed into a flash of purple light, emerging from the jade tower. Looking at Lin Mo, Xiling's face radiated joy as she exclaimed, "Senior Lin, you have succeeded." As she sensed the faint aura of a yuaning cultivator emanating from Lin Mo, her eyes widened in astonishment. Entering the Void Heaven Palace at the core formation stage could indeed be perilous. Yet, should Lin Mo, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, enter within, the likelihood of acquiring the soul nourishing wood remains exceedingly high. Thus, his mother would successfully cultivate her soul, eventually condensing into a ghostly form and transitioning to the path of specters with ease. "Senior Lin, the Void Heaven Palace is about to open." Xiling, with her enchanting eyes, gazed at Lin Mo and sweetly implored, "I am entirely reliant on you, Senior Lin." Upon hearing Xiling's words, Lin Mo gradually extended his right hand. As it approached her, Xiling did not flinch, allowing it to rest gently on her cheek. At present, Xiling had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, merely a step away from the core formation stage. Unfortunately, the techniques of the Miaoying sect were rather mediocre, rendering the breakthrough to core formation a considerable challenge through conventional means. Here, with a flick of his wrist, 2 translucent pills appeared in Lin Mo's hand. These were the remaining dust-settling pills, the last 2 of which he would bestow upon Yuan Yao and Yin Li. The dust-settling pill. Ziling had long sought the core formation stage. Given her sect's spiritual stones, acquiring the dust-settling pills should not pose a problem. Alas, they were exceedingly rare, and news of them had been scarce in recent years. Now, seeing Lin Mo casually present her with 2, she could not help but feel ecstatic. Just now I misunderstood Senior Lin. Ziling's cheeks flushed slightly, as she had thought Lin Mo intended to caress her face. In hindsight, she realized she had judged him with a narrow mind. However, Lin Mo soon shifted the conversation, turning his gaze to Ziling. I possess a dual cultivation technique that can enhance the chances of breaking through to the core formation stage. Ziling was momentarily taken aback, her face reddening as she softly replied, If Senior Lin desires, I am willing. Yet, Lin Mo waved his hand. Let us cultivate together upon my return from the Void Heaven Palace. The palace was on the verge of opening, and he needed to focus on practicing the transformation dragon technique, while the second nascent soul required study of the Emu Divine Thunder. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were demanding. Otherwise, Lin Mo would genuinely wish to savor the allure of the fairest maiden in the chaotic star sea. After parting ways with Ziling, Lin Mo steered the divine wind vessel back to the spirit spring gorge. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the demon refining cauldron immediately levitated before him. It shimmered with a red light, interwoven with wisps of faint golden threads. These golden strands bore a striking resemblance to those acquired from refining the flood dragon beast. Could it be the remnants of true dragon blood within these flood dragons? Lin Mo's pupils narrowed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. With a decisive motion, Lin Mo opened the cauldron, revealing a mass of 8th-grade beast essence blood before him. Above it, a golden thread the size of a fingernail floated, emanating an otherworldly aura. The transformation dragon technique. Sensing the cultivation method bestowed upon him by the venomous flood dragon, Lin Mo settled into a cross-legged position. A strand of pale green light rapidly emerged from his mouth. The second nascent soul hovered above his head, mirroring Lin Mo's posture as it practiced the Emu Divine Thunder. Time flowed onward. In the blink of an eye, several months have swiftly elapsed. Suddenly, a once boundless expanse of ocean became vibrant and bustling. Every now and then, cultivators hastily soared toward this location, their excitement propelling them skyward. There, a magnificent palace floated in the air, utterly motionless. This grand edifice towered approximately 100 zhang, constructed entirely of immaculate jade, exquisitely ornate, radiating a faint luminescence. Surrounding it was a dense golden aura, suspended high in the heavens at an altitude of about 1,000 zhang. Without hesitation, the arriving cultivators flew toward the palace, effortlessly passing through the shimmering barrier and entering its interior. On this day, a blue arc of light raced forth, halting abruptly above the surface of the palace's waters. Cradled within was a silken map, glistening with a soft golden sheen. Lin Mo gazed skyward, where a jade palace loomed in the clouds. Concurrently, a familiar sound of breaking air resonated in the distance. A well-known figure materialized before Lin Mo. With a flash of green light, Han Li descended before him, radiating a powerful aura indicative of his mid-core formation stage. Sensing Han Li's formidable presence, a smile danced at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, his eyes twinkling with delight. Truly, Han Li was blessed with extraordinary fortune. Even without acquiring the map of the Void Heaven Palace in Tian Nan, he had found it here. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Han Li's expression shifted, and he quickly clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, Lin Senior. Lin Mo nodded slightly, responding, I did not expect you to be here as well. In that case, let us proceed. With that, a blue radiance enveloped Lin Mo as he ascended swiftly. The map of the Void Heaven Palace shimmered with spiritual energy, wrapping him in strands of white light that effortlessly carried him through the golden barrier. The inscription Void Heaven Palace, carved in 3 large silver ancient characters, loomed on a jade plaque. The 3 characters exuded an overwhelming aura, sharp and compelling in their design. Even a cursory glance would provoke a slight expansion of one's consciousness, revealing their profound mystery. Within the deep entrance of the palace, the path extended endlessly. Upon crossing the threshold, a narrow corridor, straight and constructed from exquisite jade, came into view. This passageway had been sealed by an extraordinary power, rendering it impervious to spiritual probing. Han Li followed closely behind in silence, evidently observing the surroundings with keen interest. The corridor was remarkably lengthy, and it took the better part of a tea's brewing time to reach its terminus. Before them appeared an exit emanating a water-blue glow. Observing the spectacle, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile, quickening his pace as he stepped into the shimmering curtain of water. Before his eyes unfolded a vast hall, square in shape, its expanse stretching several hundred zhang, grand and imposing. Numerous stout jade pillars stood tall within the hall, each intricately carved with exquisite spiritual birds, vivid and full of life. Dozens of cultivators, clad in varied attire, stood atop these jade columns. Lin Mo's figure flickered and transformed into a fleeting shadow, gracefully alighting upon the jade pillar. Observing this, Han Li imitated him and sought a nearby pillar to ascend. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that only 2 individuals present had reached the nascent soul stage. One was an elderly scholar dressed in a yellow robe, with a gaunt face and white eyebrows. One hand was leisurely tucked behind his back, while the other held an ancient, tattered bamboo scroll that he perused with great interest, occasionally nodding his head, exuding an air of scholarly oblivion. The other was a middle-aged woman, immaculate in her white attire, radiating an aura of frosty detachment, a clear indication of her unwillingness to engage with others. At that moment, this icy beauty wiped a sheathed, obsidian long sword with an expressionless demeanor, embodying an air of haughtiness. Additionally, a youth lingered in the corner, whose eyes widened in surprise upon spotting Han Li. It was not difficult to deduce that he was the Xiangu master, although he emanated only the aura of a late-stage core formation cultivator. His myriad techniques could rival those of an early-stage nascent soul practitioner. However, this was merely in comparison to the nearby nascent soul cultivators, posing no threat to Lin Mo. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking air pierced the silence, revealing a pallid, middle-aged cultivator with elongated eyes, the extreme Yin ancestor. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Mo's lips. "Kid, I never expected you to dare come here." As he stepped into the grand hall, the extreme Yin ancestor's gaze fell upon Lin Mo, and a streak of blood-red threads began to manifest in his eyes. Lin Mo cast a cold glance at the extreme Yin ancestor, as wisps of faint green energy coiled around him, exuding a powerful aura of early-stage nascent soul. The gazes of dozens of cultivators in attendance turned towards Lin Mo, including the 2 earlier nascent soul cultivators, who now regarded him with newfound interest. "You." The extreme Yin ancestor's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment, "Early-stage nascent soul." He had not anticipated that in just a few decades, Lin Mo would surmount to the nascent soul stage, especially considering the immense cost he had incurred to achieve his own breakthrough. Good, good. The extreme Yin ancestor clearly did not wish to confront Lin Mo at such a critical juncture. After a few derisive chuckles, he turned his attention to the elderly scholar and the middle-aged beauty, his icy demeanor softening as he greeted them with a congenial smile. "I did not expect Brother Qing from South Crane Island and Madam One from White Wall Mountain to be present. I am truly honored. Brother Qing does not compare to your grand enterprise on Extreme Yin Island. I am merely here to try my luck," the elderly scholar replied. "Moreover, I have heard that the barbarian bearded one seems to have acquired a remnant map of the void heaven, which he may soon present here. At that time the old fogies, might truly gather again." The elder gently set down the bamboo scroll in his hand, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips, albeit with a hint of insincerity. "The barbarian bearded one is coming too?" The extreme Yin ancestor's expression shifted, revealing a palpable apprehension towards this individual. "Indeed. It is said that as his lifespan draws to a close, he seeks to enter the Void Heaven Palace to procure some longevity fruits, hoping to concoct a few pills for extended life, wishing to live an additional 50 or 60 years, the elder remarked with an air of disdain, seemingly relishing the irony. The frigid beauty, unperturbed, continued to polish her exquisite sword, paying no heed to the discourse of the 2 individuals before her. Lin Mo maintained a stoic expression as he observed the unfolding scene. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the presence behind him, where a fluctuation of consciousness indicated a silent conversation with the immortal of mysterious bones, plotting regarding the 9 curved spirit ginseng. This ginseng, a manifestation of celestial spiritual energy, although merely a type of spiritual herb, possessed a remarkable sentience. From the moment of its inception, It could metamorphose into various creatures or insects, exhibiting autonomous movement and an adeptness for burrowing into soil and wood. When utilized in alchemical formulations, it significantly enhances the probability of transcending the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, making it a rare and invaluable treasure. Over the ensuing 4 to 5 days, a steady stream of individuals entered the Hall of Void Heaven, amounting to nearly 100 upon cursory inspection. Lin Mo remained unhurried, his eyes firmly shut, engaged in quiet contemplation, for a grand battle awaited him. As several more days passed, a number of nascent soul practitioners directed their attention toward the entrance of the Hall of Void Heaven. By afternoon, the sound of approaching footsteps resonated from the entrance, followed by a flicker of blue light as 2 figures entered, one an elderly Taoist with a youthful visage and rosy complexion, the other a gaunt old farmer donned in tattered attire, his face etched with hardship. The sight of these 2 caused a ripple of commotion among the assembled practitioners, many casting reverent glances in their direction, indicating the significant reputations they held. However, the Grand Master of Extreme Een and the scholarly elder regarded them with palpable hostility, particularly the former, whose expression darkened ominously. In turn, the newly arrived pair met their gaze with equal antagonism. The old Taoist snorted disdainfully, declaring, "Extreme Een, old demon, you have arrived quite early. It seems your sect is determined to seize this opportunity at the Hall of Void Heaven." Young Master Tian Nan, it is not that this Grand Master arrived early, but rather that you hypocrites are tardy. I had thought the rumors of your possession of the fragmentary map were unfounded. Yet here you are. This is fortuitous, as it provides this Grand Master the chance to convert you. The Grand Master of Extreme Een replied, his voice dripping with malice. "Extreme Een, whom do you intend to convert? Perhaps you should include yourself in that endeavor." Before the old Taoist could retort, a deep voice resonated from outside the hall. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the Grand Master of Extreme Een and the scholarly elder shifted dramatically. The previously silent beauty abruptly lifted her gaze towards the entrance, coldly stating, "Tian Nan, you have arrived as well. With Madam when present, what is strange about my arrival?" came the reply. As a middle-aged man clad in purple robes and adorned with a jade belt stepped into view, his square face and thick brows framed a smile revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. As he casually cast a sidelong glance at the beauty before turning his attention to the Grand Master of Extreme Een, exuding an overwhelming presence, the Grand Master, subjected to such an impudent gaze, fell silent, his expression darkening with suppressed fury. Tian Nan, the leader of the Wanfa sect, held a mid-nascent soul cultivation level, naturally instilling trepidation in the hearts of the Grand Master and his companions. "Tian Nan, you allowed your disciples to injure my sword servant." The elegant matron of the Wan family showed no fear, boldly questioning the situation. Tian Nan chuckled heartily, remarking that it was merely a friendly exchange, suggesting that the lady was not inclined to confront him over such a trivial matter. To harbor animosity towards a Yuan Ing stage cultivator over the issue of a mere maid was evidently unwise. Upon hearing his words, the lady's face flushed with color. Ultimately, after glaring at him, she chose to relent. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated from the passageway outside, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. All cultivators, except for the Yuan Ing elders, gazed in astonishment towards the exit. The Extreme Een patriarch and the scholarly elder exchanged glances, a hint of delight flickering across their faces, albeit with an undercurrent of wry amusement in the Extreme Een patriarch's expression. Meanwhile, Tian Nan's eyes glimmered with a cold light, a fleeting flash of murderous intent passing through. The elderly Taoist and the aged farmer-like figure seemed to recognize the impending arrival, yet anxiety crept into their expressions. As the tremors grew increasingly intense, a towering figure emerged at the entrance of the hall. A peculiar man with curly yellow whiskers, clad in a blue robe, strode in. With each step he took, the entire hall vibrated, as if he weighed several thousand pounds, instilling terror in all present. "Manbeard." Lin Mo slowly rose, his gaze fixed on the peculiar figure, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. He had long coveted the heavenly devil art, and acquiring it during the journey to the Void Sky Palace would be nothing short of splendid. The Manbeard, a mid-Yuan Ing cultivator, surveyed the assembly with an air of superiority, eventually resting his gaze upon Tian Nan. To Lin Mo's surprise, the leader of the Wan family had come here. The Manbeard had long wished to engage in a contest with him. Now, His wish was finally fulfilled. The man-beard's eyes sparkled with provocation. In Lin Mo's estimation, compared to the sinister and malevolent extreme Yin ancestor, he found the man-beard far more agreeable. Tianming glanced at the man-beard, clasped his hands in greeting, and coldly remarked that he had long admired the heavenly devil art, renowned as the premier physical cultivation technique of the chaotic star sea, and he would seek further instruction in due course. Tianming did not elaborate further with the man-beard, instead turning to whisper a few words to the two individuals beside him before he settled upon a jade pillar. However, a core formation cultivator was already perched atop that pillar. Upon noticing the arrival of the Yuaning cultivator, he promptly vacated the spot out of respect. The man-beard, witnessing this, revealed a smirk and, after surveying the vicinity, suddenly darted towards another jade pillar. Coincidentally, it was the very pillar where Han Li was situated. Upon seeing this, Han Li's complexion shifted. "Leave, this spot belongs to me." The man-beard's massive form landed firmly opposite Han Li, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, as if he would strike should Han Li dare to refuse. Han Li's expression contorted, his hands clenched tightly together, bowing his head in silence. Given Lin Mo's understanding of Han Li, he knew that Han Li was seething with fury at this moment. As he turned to depart, the raucous laughter of the man-beard echoed behind him. Han Li's face was shrouded in frost. Naturally cautious by nature, Han Li would never recklessly engage in combat with a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. To act impulsively would be to risk his very life. An act of sheer folly. "Han Li, come here," Lin Mo called out with a slight smile, having caught sight of Han Li retreating into the distance. A warmth blossomed within Han Li upon hearing that familiar voice. Both hailed from the southern region of Tian Nan. Although this elder Lin had led him into trouble on several occasions, he had also shown considerable concern for Han Li's well-being, for which Han Li felt deep gratitude. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sounds of air being sliced open echoed as two elderly figures in white robes swiftly entered the hall, with silver hair and flowing garments. They resembled celestial beings. Upon their entrance, the gaze of all cultivators in the hall immediately fixated upon them, quickly transforming into expressions of understanding and reverence. A number of less experienced cultivators, who had been holding their breath in anxiety, finally exhaled in relief. However, the older practitioners from both the righteous and demonic paths exhibited complex emotions upon seeing them, a mixture of envy, disdain, and resignation. One of the kindly-faced elders in white, noticing the attention of the crowd, smiled gently and spoke in the most amicable tone. "Due to the fact that our two esteemed masters are currently in seclusion, they are unable to preside over this treasure-seeking event. Therefore, the two of us, as enforcers, represent the Star Palace in overseeing this grand occasion. The rules for this treasure hunt remain unchanged from previous sessions. Anyone who dares to bully the weak or attempt to kill for treasures will be stopped by us, and furthermore, will be pursued and exterminated by our Star Palace. However, our oversight is limited to the outer hall of the Shutian Temple. We shall not enter the inner hall, nor interfere with any matters therein. Hence, if any of you feel uncertain, it would be wise to remain outside the inner hall." At this point, the two white-haired elders exchanged glances and smiled, adding, "Moreover, we will not intervene to assist any fellow cultivators due to the inherent dangers of the Shutian Temple. I trust that our intentions are now clear to everyone." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. The two emissaries from the Star Palace were formidable, both at the mid-nascent soul stage, and it was indeed plausible for them to prevent indiscriminate slaughter among cultivators. Of course, Tianming and the bearded brute were exceptions to this rule. On the morning of the fourth day, an unexpected phenomenon erupted throughout the Shutian Temple. A series of thunderous booms resonated as a white jade door suddenly descended, sealing off the hall. The door was shrouded in a dense mist, imbued with a potent restriction. At that moment, the two white-haired elders of the Star Palace slowly opened their eyes, abruptly rising to their feet and walking deliberately toward the depths of the hall. At the far end of the hall, a series of faint tremors could be heard. A stone slab on the ground began to radiate a dazzling white light. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a large teleportation array materialized. After the two elders inspected it and exchanged nods, they confirmed the teleportation array is functioning properly. Entering through here leads to the outer hall of the Shutian Temple. Act accordingly. Upon finishing his words, two elders from the Star Palace stepped into the formation. With a brief shimmer of white light, their forms vanished instantly from sight. Tian Ming, with a slight movement, led the two elders into the teleportation array. Let us proceed. Lin Mo softly urged Han Li, as a cold radiance surged around him, causing him to disappear in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself before the formation. After enduring a wave of intense dizziness, he opened his eyes to behold a desolate little hillock. Stretching out for several dozen feet ahead was a murky expanse, shrouded in an endless sea of grayish-white mist, accompanied by chilling winds that whispered through the fog, echoing with ghostly wails that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Mo gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the creature, crying soul, promptly settled beside him. This was the ghostly grievance land, the first trial of the outer hall, which ordinary core formation practitioners could traverse with ease. However, as more and more cultivators succumbed to the ghostly mist, the area grew increasingly perilous. The resentment of these cultivators was profound, and the formidable spirits they became were no trifles. Should one encounter a powerful ghost king, even a late-stage core formation practitioner could meet a grim fate. Chapter 121. 9 Curves Spirit Ginseng. The True Dragon's Form. Not far away, several core formation practitioners landed. Lin Mo cast a casual glance at them, his expression unchanged. The outer hall forbids arbitrary killings of cultivators, and these were merely ordinary core formation practitioners, presenting no worth risking his safety for. Gently stroking Crying Soul's head, it transformed into a blue phantom and darted into the ghostly mist. The grayish-white fog seemed to possess a life of its own. Upon sensing Lin Mo's entry, it crackled ominously and surged towards him. For an ordinary mortal, mere contact with this mist would result in being drained of flesh and blood, leaving only a pile of bones, their souls becoming part of the fog. Of course, this mist was only effective against mortals. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Lin Mo summoned chilling frost that rapidly coalesced before him, forming a suit of icy armor that enveloped his body. As the ghostly mist approached, it crystallized into glistening ice shards that fell harmlessly to the ground, unable to pose any threat to him. A cacophony of wails erupted as several shadowy apparitions, upon spotting Lin Mo, transformed into phantoms and lunged towards him, their blood-red eyes gleaming with hunger as if they had encountered a delectable feast. Before Lin Mo could make a move, Crying Soul, beside him, quivered its nose, unleashing a powerful suction that completely absorbed the specters. These were merely low-tier, foundational spirits. Lin Mo maintained his calm demeanor and continued onward, traversing the uneven, damp ground thick with moisture. After walking for a time that felt like a cup of tea brewing, he encountered an uncountable host of ghostly beings, all of which were only at the foundational stage, effortlessly consumed by the mouth of Crying Soul. At that moment, the ghostly mist ahead shifted from its original grayish-white to a faint black hue. On the ground lay scattered remnants of white bones, clad in garments of magical artifacts. Beside them were several fragments of treasures, crystalline and translucent, yet devoid of luster, clearly rendered useless and without value. A haunting, eerie wail echoed through the air, its penetrating sound causing the surrounding darkness to tremble in response. The melody of soul-harvesting spirits. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, gently patting the wailing soul beside him, and remarked with a smile, "A grand feast awaits." This was a high-level spectral ability, capable of causing the blood of enemies weaker than oneself to reverse flow, rendering them immobile, a sinister enchantment indeed. The strength of this ghostly king rivaled that of a peak golden core cultivator, posing little challenge for Lin Mo. From the depths of the ghostly mist, a rolling cloud of black vapor surged forth, a green apparition lunging towards Lin Mo, cloaked in mist. The specter brandished a thumb-sized green orb, exuding a chilling, dark energy. Behind it trailed 2 humanoid entities, covered in green fur and wielding bone-short forks several feet long. Otherwise, they appeared no different than ordinary green-haired zombies. These 2 spectral beings were formidable, having reached the mid-golden core stage. Any early nascent soul cultivator would find themselves hard-pressed against such foes. Alas, their misfortune was to encounter Lin Mo. With a crackling sound, a green radiance enveloped Lin Mo's form, as a vibrant green arc of electricity surged forth from his mouth. The Emu Divine Thunder transformed into a brilliant green arc, akin to a celestial dragon, crashing heavily into the dark specter. The force of the Divine Thunder was extraordinary, swiftly shattering the entity into fragments of dense, lingering souls. A green ghostly orb plummeted to the ground with a soft thud. Observing this spectacle, the wailing beast twitched its nose, and a beam of soul-absorbing light surged forth, instantly swallowing the dark specter whole. The beast continued to chew, a glimmer of delight flashing in its eyes, clearly savoring the exquisite flavor of the ghostly essence. Witnessing the demise of their ghostly king, the two green-skinned, nightmarish entities charged towards Lin Mo with wild abandon. With a deft flick of his wrist, another surge of green, divine thunder struck the two nightmarish beings. The overwhelming force of the divine thunder was beyond the capacity of these minor entities to withstand, instantly reducing them to a fine green powder scattered upon the ground. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the green, ghostly orb lying on the ground, his brow arching slightly in intrigue. To survive the onslaught of the divine thunder indicated that this was no ordinary treasure. This green orb had once served as a protective artifact for a fallen cultivator, albeit a low-grade one. However, after being discovered by the spectral being and nurtured over centuries by the dark, ghostly energy, it had developed a modicum of sentience. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Lin Mo smiled subtly, sensing the unusual fluctuations emanating from within. He extended his consciousness into the orb. One can sense the presence of a pitch-black spirit of the tiger demon within, subtly manifesting upon its surface. The spirit, known as the artifact spirit, is a unique opportunity bestowed upon each magical treasure since its refinement, allowing for the binding of a demon beast's essence into the treasure. This amalgamation enables the artifact to unleash the formidable power of the captured essences, transforming into the likeness of the spirit in its former life, endowed with its supernatural abilities. It serves as a swift avenue for augmenting the treasure's might. However, for reasons unknown, regardless of whether the binding is successful, each artifact can only encapsulate a spirit once throughout its existence, from its inception to its eventual demise. If the attempt fails, the chance to possess a spirit is irrevocably lost. As for the spirit, Lin Mo has an exquisite choice in mind: Silver Moon. The spirit he has selected for his Yin-Yang 2 instruments vase, a perfect match for his artifact. With this thought, Lin Mo smiled gently, gazing into the distant black fog as he ventured deeper. Perhaps due to the influence of the Ghost King, after Lin Mo vanquished the Ghost King, he traversed for a time akin to burning an incense stick without encountering any notable specters. A regrettable circumstance indeed. Lin Mo cast a glance at the wailing soul beast before him, murmuring softly, and continued onward. Before long, Lin Mo arrived at a garden adorned with an array of peculiarly named spiritual flowers and exotic herbs, where intricately carved jade pavilions stood gracefully. Over 20 cultivators were scattered about, some seated, others standing. Most of these cultivators bore pale visages, evidently having sustained considerable injuries in the first trial. The burly man and Tian Nan, both mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, sat cross-legged in separate jade pavilions, meditating. Meanwhile, two white-robed elders from the Star Palace occupied the space between them, seated like stone statues. Surrounding the garden, over 100 feet away, a tumultuous expanse of pitch-black, ghostly mist encircled this area, creating an illusion of two disparate worlds. Abruptly, a section of the ghostly mist parted, and a young man emerged leisurely from within. This young cultivator, strikingly handsome and draped in a green robe, exhibited no signs of distress. His demeanor was utterly unruffled, as though he had not encountered any conflict to reach this place. Xiao Cha. Lin Mo cast a glance at the youth, a faint smile gracing his lips. This Xiangu figure was indeed a capricious individual. Initially, he chose to collaborate with Han Li, only to later covet Han Li's evil-repelling divine thunder. He allied with a ghostly cultivator, yet upon that cultivator's demise, he sought to manipulate Han Li against the extreme Yin ancestor. Ultimately, in a moment of betrayal during the retrieval at the Void Heaven Palace, he met a tragic end, leaving him lifeless. One might say that the extreme Yin ancestor and he were kindred spirits in their treachery. Observing Xiao Cha's peculiar presence, the nearby cultivators were taken aback. The extreme Yin ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Cha deeply, before a flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze, and he gradually closed his eyes once more, evidently oblivious to Xiao Cha's true identity. What followed was an interminable wait. After half a day had passed, a jade-green figure emerged from the ghostly mist. Its complexion was slightly pale, yet it bore no injuries, having evidently encountered some troubles. However, thanks to the golden thunder bamboo, it had escaped without significant harm. Observing several nascent soul cultivators in the distance, Han Li furrowed his brow and subconsciously approached Lin Mo from behind. He slightly cupped his hands and respectfully addressed Lin Mo. Senior Lin. Lin Mo nodded slightly, glanced at Han Li, and replied, Yes, take a moment to recover. Understood, Senior. The time passed swiftly, a full day elapsed. A familiar white light reappeared. A luminescent glow, akin to jade, manifested upon a barren stone slab, attracting the attention of several cultivators. As the white light dissipated, the teleportation array before them was indistinguishable from the previous one. This time, the two elderly figures in white robes from the Star Palace approached leisurely. After a brief inspection, the kindly old man addressed the crowd. This teleportation array leads to the only path for the next trial, the ice and fire path. He continued, Before entering the second trial, you all have some time to gather spiritual herbs and fruits as rewards for passing the first trial. If anyone feels the next trial may be too perilous, you may return to this place and wait. In 1 month, a teleportation array will appear to directly return you to the main hall, allowing you to leave at your discretion. However, whether you choose to challenge the second trial or are content to stay here, you only have a full day to collect spiritual medicine. Should you remain greedy and linger beyond this time frame, there will be no escape. Though the old man's voice was soft, it resonated throughout the venue, ensuring that all cultivators heard him clearly. Among the gathered, some were informed and inattentive, while others displayed expressions of surprise. Once he finished speaking, the old man, along with another elder enforcing the rules, stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished. This time, the other cultivators did not hesitate, rushing forward. After all, time was limited, and having more time to search for spiritual items naturally increased the likelihood of success. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked towards the array. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Turning slightly, he noticed the extreme Yin ancestor staring intently at him, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. That old fiend seems eager to reincarnate. Lin Mo scoffed coldly. Equipped with the exorcising divine thunder and the emu divine thunder, perfectly suited to deal with the extreme Yin ancestor. As a familiar wave of dizziness washed over him, he found himself beneath a cerulean sky, surrounded by fluffy white clouds, an endless expanse of verdant grasslands, and the distant silhouette of towering mountains, accompanied by the fragrant breeze of flowers and grasses. Taking a deep breath of spiritual energy, he felt invigorated. Spiritual energy at 100. Spiritual energy at 100. The abundance of spiritual energy in this location was unparalleled in Lin Mo's experiences within the Chaos Star Sea. This was a small space carved out by an ancient, powerful cultivator. The 9 curves spiritual ginseng should be located here. According to Lin Mo's recollection, Han Li attained the opportunity for a breakthrough into the nascent soul stage right in this very spot. However, now that he had arrived, he felt a sense of hesitation. Before him lay a winding path, flanked by an array of nameless wild grasses, rendering it somewhat indistinct as it meandered toward an unseen horizon. This was the route leading to the next checkpoint, the Xianjing Path and the Lava Road. Lin Mo had a day to search for rare spiritual herbs in this location. Yet, the precise whereabouts of the 9 curved spirit ginseng were known only to Xiangu. It appeared he would need to follow the two of them closely. Lin Mo stroked his chin and vanished from his position. Before long, Han Li arrived alongside Xiangu at this vast expanse of grassland. The two exchanged a glance, without a hint of hesitation, and soared toward the distant mountain range. Xiangu stood upon dark clouds, while Han Li was enveloped in a green radiance. In swift succession, they disappeared from sight. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he trailed behind them from a distance. After several hours of flight, he noticed that the dark clouds beneath Xiangu momentarily halted, then suspended in midair, utterly still. Below them lay an unremarkable little stone mountain, devoid of any vegetation and exuding a desperately thin aura of spiritual energy. Compared to the nearby towering peaks, it was indeed a stark contrast. The 9 curved spirit ginseng was truly enigmatic, having chosen to reside upon such a desolate little hill rather than thriving in the fertile grounds. Lin Mo smiled subtly, harboring his own thoughts on capturing the 9 curved spirit ginseng. His mouth slightly parted, and a verdant orb of light swiftly erupted from his lips. Transforming into a wooden nascent soul, it became a fleeting apparition, vanishing in an instant and sinking beneath the desolate mountain. Subsequently, He sought a thicket and sat cross-legged, awaiting patiently. Hey there, young one. Surprised, are you? Before encountering the 9-curved spirit ginseng, I was equally astonished. Yet, it indeed lurks somewhere within this mountain, Xiangu said with an enigmatic smile, his shadowy clouds gradually dispersing to reveal his form as he gazed at Han Li. Upon hearing Xiangu's words, Han Li refrained from further comment, opting instead to observe the other's actions with a cold gaze. Xiangu likewise disregarded Han Li, focusing intently below, his eyes suddenly emitting a blood-red light that extended a fraction of an inch. Within that crimson glow, the terrifying red pupils of Xiangu rotated momentarily before the light gradually faded. Indeed, the 9-curved spirit ginseng remains here. Its lingering spiritual essence can still be faintly discerned upon the surface of the stone mountain, Xiangu remarked coolly once his eyes returned to their natural hue. Upon hearing the old sorcerer's words, Han Li felt a stir within, channeling his spiritual power into his eyes and concentrating intently on the little mountain. However, the outcome left him profoundly disappointed, for he detected nothing extraordinary upon its slopes. Noticing the flicker of azure light in Han Li's gaze, Xiangu smirked disdainfully and said, "Do not harbor delusions of perceiving the 9-curved spirit ginseng's spiritual essence. Only a cultivator with sufficiently potent spiritual awareness can achieve that. At the very least, one must have condensed their nascent soul to possess such capability. Though I have shifted my focus to the path of the spectral arts, my formidable consciousness remains utterly unscathed." The words of Xiangu carried an undertone of subtle mockery. Han Li's face bore little expression, yet at the unintentional reminder from his counterpart, the grand yin technique within him began to flow gradually. Moments later, a flicker of joy surged within Han Li's heart, for his keen eyes had finally discerned a glimmer of azure light emanating from the stone mountain below, erratically dispersed and faint to the utmost degree. Fortunately, prior to my arrival, I had already nurtured the intention to seize the 9-curves spiritual ginseng with ease. Thus, I had prepared certain peculiar items on a small island I passed. Now, I will lay a trap, allowing the 9-curves spiritual ginseng to leap into it, thus enabling me to capture it effortlessly. Unbeknownst to Han Li, who could clearly perceive the ethereal essence, Xiangu gazed down at the stone mountain and spoke with indifference. He then reached into his storage bag, retrieving a resplendent golden object, cradled delicately in his palm. "What is this?" Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. A sphere the size of an egg, glimmering with a soft radiance, seemingly crafted through a unique refinement process. Observing the hint of confusion on Han Li's face, Xiangu let out a cold chuckle before seizing the sphere with 5 fingers. In an instant, a thread of golden light shot forth from the sphere. As Xiangu continued to extract it, a delicate golden net soon appeared in his grasp. Looking at the bewildered Han Li, Xiangu sneered. The 9-curves spiritual ginseng can only be ensnared with pure gold. No other instruments can capture it. As he spoke, Xiangu tossed the golden net before Han Li. Meanwhile, as Xiangu and Han Li engaged in their mutual scheming, the second Yuan had already discovered a faint green silhouette nestled within a crevice of a colossal rock. The 9-curves spiritual ginseng. Lin Mo felt a surge of delight, yet he realized he must also locate the ginseng's avatar. Only by controlling both the avatar and the true essence of the 9-curves spiritual ginseng could he safely excavate the ginseng's core without fear of its escape. Suddenly, a jade box flew from the mouth of the second Yuan. A thumb-sized pale yellow object emerged from within the box, landing upon the ground. A waft of faintly rancid odor emanated from the musk beast's excrement. Though foul and unbearable, this was precisely the preferred sustenance of the 9-curves spiritual ginseng. The world truly is a marvel of oddities. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's true form soared towards the essence of the 9-curves spiritual ginseng. To seize the ginseng, he needed to capture both its avatar and its core simultaneously. Otherwise, the ginseng would be rendered useless if either were to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a wild rabbit suddenly leaped forth from the thicket. Its fur was as white as snow, and its blood-red eyes darted about, exuding an air of extreme timidity. Concurrently, waves of rich ethereal essence surged into Lin Mo's nostrils. As his consciousness expanded, he could distinctly perceive the overwhelming radiance emanating from the little white rabbit. Dazzling and resplendent. Truly, it is a remarkable creation of nature. The second nascent soul displayed no hesitation, swiftly raising its right hand. strands of golden silk immediately surged forth from its mouth. In contrast to Han Li, who was at the core formation stage, the second nascent soul, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul, naturally showed no fear of its escape. Meanwhile, the little white rabbit, with its long ears twitching incessantly, seemed to sense the unusual aura of spiritual energy nearby, hesitating to step into the formation. Unexpectedly, strands of golden silk suddenly descended from the air, transforming into a golden net that ensnared the rabbit completely. The white rabbit, upon colliding with the light barrier, rebounded and rolled several times on the ground before shaking its small head and standing up once more, panic evident in its eyes. Its body transformed into a dazzling orb of multicolored light as it attempted to flee into the distance. However, it was unaware that the golden silk was the greatest nemesis of the nine. It found itself utterly unable to escape from the golden threads. Frantically, it jumped within the golden net, yet it remained trapped. The second nascent soul's lips curled slightly as it drew the avatar of the nine into its grasp, its entire being transforming into a streak of light as it soared into the distance. In the distance, Lin Mo had just harvested the main body of the nine, holding the golden jade box, and directly absorbed the second nascent soul into his body. Lin Mo gently flicked the lid of the golden box with his fingers. Instantly, an azure light flared between the box lid and his finger, causing the lid to open on its own, revealing the contents within. Before him appeared a modest object, the main body of the nine, approximately half a foot in length, with a dull yellow exterior covered in wrinkles, resembling a common, ancient root. Compared to the little white rabbit, it was indeed incomparable. The only striking feature was a beautifully delicate silver flower blooming at its apex, emanating a faint glow and a subtle fragrance. Merely inhaling this scent filled Lin Mo with abundant spiritual power, a surge of 1,000 spiritual energy. If consumed, it might easily enable a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips. As the orb of multicolored light surged into the main body of the nine, the avatar, upon contact with it, was enveloped in radiant white light and seamlessly absorbed within. At that moment, the main body of the nine radiated brilliant, dazzling hues. Lin Mo extended one hand, and the ethereal wood divine thunder instantly spread throughout the golden jade box. Crackling sounds echoed as the nine raised its spiritual root and drew near. It was struck by the divine thunder, causing immense pain. Haha! Lin Mo's lips curled upward, his heart brimming with joy as he gazed at the nine within. If he could not find the Bailing Island to facilitate a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he would have to rely on this little creature. Though he possessed the ice spiritual root, the bottleneck at the nascent soul stage remained a challenge. Lin Mo had naturally devised a comprehensive plan. The optimal approach was to utilize the spiritual stone mine abundant with top-tier spiritual stones to execute a grand spirit extraction formation. Drawing from such a vast spiritual stone mine to achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage would be effortlessly attainable. At that moment, the remaining nine would be utilized for other schemes, which was indeed quite commendable. With the protection of the Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. He proceeded to close the box, preventing the nine from escaping. How could this be possible? The nine. As Lin Mo acquired the nine, distant gasps of astonishment echoed. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo's figure swayed, hovering in midair, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The extreme Yin ancestor must be arriving. Upon entering the extreme Yin ancestor had already harbored murderous intent towards him, persistently following from a distance. Yet, in his quest for the nine, Lin Mo had chosen to ignore him. Now that he had obtained the nine, it was time to confront this yawning master. Boom! Accompanied by an ear-piercing roar. The sound of ghostly wails filled the air as a vast expanse of ominous black clouds surged forth from the distance, enveloping everything. The black clouds exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably revealing their Yuan-Ing cultivation level, displaying sheer dominance. Nearby, Xian Guo's expression changed upon sensing the presence of the extreme Yin ancestor. Without a moment's hesitation, he rapidly retreated, vanishing from sight in an instant. The black clouds moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching above Lin Mo and abruptly halting. The thick black clouds loomed ominously above the treetops, suddenly coming to a standstill. Humph! A cold snort resonated from within the clouds. A jet-black beam of light shot forth from the cloud with lightning speed, appearing before Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo, seemingly unperturbed, did not even resort to the techniques of his second yuaning. His mouth slightly parted, a ghostly blue cold light flickered as the sliced through the air, resembling a ghostly blue ice dragon, crashing heavily into the black beam of light. Boom! The bone-chilling cold mist intertwined with the pitch-black beam, and it was evident that held the upper hand. As the cold mist surged, it swiftly encased the dense black fog in a complete ice seal, transforming it into a solid black crystal that plummeted from the sky. The speed of the was relentless, piercing through the air with unstoppable force. The extreme Yin ancestor's expression drastically changed. He could scarcely believe that Lin Mo's strength had surged so rapidly within a short span of time. His full-force strike was unable to assert dominance. The ominous clouds began to swirl violently, rapidly contracting towards the center, dark energy roiling as demonic energy surged. Several clusters of pitch-black demonic flames descended rapidly from the clouds. Looking at the dark flames, a cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. With a single wave of his hand, he drew the into his mouth. The storage pouch at his waist shimmered with brilliance. The yin responded, soaring into the air. Two spirit guardians of comparable strength to late-stage Jedon, enveloped in a crimson glow. They instantly charged toward the clusters of pitch-black flames. As the pitch-black flames descended upon the blood spirit guards, they were instantly absorbed into their bodies. Tendrils of inky fire entwined around the two blood spirit guards, pulsating continuously and emitting a series of crackling sounds. Rather than diminishing, their aura surged, radiating a brilliant crimson light, with a formidable energy emanating from within. The celestial corpse fire and the celestial demon corpses, being of the same origin, could not inflict any harm upon one another. My celestial demon corpses. Witnessing the aura of the two corpses, the extreme Yin ancestor's face turned ashen with anger. He could never have anticipated that Lin Mo would choose to employ the celestial demon corpses against him. Was this not akin to delivering a stinging slap to his own face? Although the cultivation of celestial corpse fire was merely an ancillary aspect of the celestial demon corpses, it had nonetheless consumed a significant portion of his energy. Now, not only had this young man snatched the opportunity away from him, but he was also using the celestial demon corpses against him. You claim these are your celestial demon corpses. Call to them, and see if they heed your command. Lin Mo said, hands crossed, with a cold smirk. The extreme Yin ancestor's complexion paled as he scanned his surroundings. The mark he had left on the celestial demon corpses had long since vanished. How could he possibly exert control over these corpses? You insolent wretch! How dare you? The extreme Yin ancestor's expression twisted with rage. Faced with Lin Mo, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. A feeling he had never experienced even in the presence of his master, Xiangu. It was as though Lin Mo had seen through him. No matter what means he possessed, Lin Mo had a countermeasure. Destroying the extreme Yin ancestor was essential, but not at this moment. The treasures within the inner hall were imperative for him to acquire, and slaying the extreme Yin ancestor would undoubtedly drain a tremendous amount of his spiritual energy, which was hardly worth the effort. Henceforth, he only needed to amplify the commotion, allowing the two nascent soul elders from the Star Palace to handle the aftermath. Senior Lin. Observing Lin Mo from a distance, Han Li murmured in astonishment. Han Li, do you know him? Xiangu asked, his expression darkening as he regarded Lin Mo with a gaze filled with trepidation. Han Li glanced at the concealed aura of Xiangu, who had vanished into thin air, and shook his head slightly. He is a respected senior of mine. Han Li held Lin Mo in high esteem, recognizing the extraordinary methods he possessed, including the ability to condense a second nascent soul and utilize the celestial demon corpses for his own purposes. Han Li nodded, a shiver running down his spine as he recalled the 72 Qingzhu B-Cloud swords he had cultivated for Lin Mo ever since the formation of those swords. He was acutely aware of their formidable power, particularly the exorcising thunder, which proved exceptionally potent against malevolent entities. Han Li's gaze flickered as he silently pondered. I wonder when I will be able to match Senior Lin's strides. Xiangu let out a cold snort, directing his gaze towards Lin Mo, his eyes betraying a flicker of apprehension. If it were just Han Li, he could easily manage him. However, the addition of Lin Mo complicated matters significantly. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air as two white phantoms swiftly approached. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, recognizing that within those two white figures were the esteemed elders of the Star Palace. Old fellow, consider yourself fortunate this time. Lin Mo cast a glance at the extreme Yin ancestor, a cold smirk escaping his lips. The words, typically his own, now echoed from Lin Mo's mouth, evoking an odd sensation within him. Having already severed ties with the extreme Yin ancestor, Lin Mo felt no concern. A divine wind vessel emerged from his storage bag, and with a swift motion, he ascended onto it. The blue light shimmered as he soared into the heavens, fleeing into the distance. Observing the cessation of conflict, the two elders of the Star Palace exchanged glances but remained silent. After all, the confrontation was between two cultivators at the nascent soul stage, not an act of bullying the weak, and there was no continuation of the fight. Lin Mo's speed was astonishing. Within a few hours, they arrived before a towering mountain that reached several thousand zhang into the sky. This mountain was grand and perilous, composed entirely of dark blue and black stones. The peak appeared to be hewn in two by an unseen hand, with the fissure extending down to its very base, forming a natural canyon. More intriguingly, the midpoint of the split mountain glimmered with distinct red and blue hues, each illuminating half of the mountain, creating an otherworldly sight from afar. At the entrance of the canyon below, over 30 cultivators, clad in various attires, sat silently, their expressions grave, as if awaiting something. Each of these practitioners was formidable, being in the late stages of the core formation realm, while those in the early stages were scattered in smaller groups. The disparity in cultivation levels was starkly evident. As for the nascent soul cultivators, besides the distant presence of the extreme Yin ancestor, there were no others in sight. Lin Mo felt no trepidation. With a flick of his wrist, the Thunder Spirit and Flame Spirit Guardians materialized before him, two puppets of core formation late-stage strength, standing resolutely at his side, akin to an indomitable shield. Seeing his own celestial corpses now guarding him filled him with a sense of furious indignation. Han Li surveyed the gathered crowd, ultimately concluding that remaining by Lin Mo's side was the safest option. With that thought, a green light enveloped him, landing beside Lin Mo. Noticing Han Li's approach, the two spirit guardians were poised to act, but a surge of green light emanated from Lin Mo's body, causing the guardians to retreat slowly, allowing Han Li to draw nearer. Han Li felt a wave of relief and promptly settled down beside Lin Mo. Just as he did, a sound of breaking air resonated from the distant sky as three nascent soul cultivators, including Tian Nan, descended from above. After a brief meal's time, 5 or 6 more cultivators arrived in succession, including 2 white-robed elders from the Star Palace, who appeared nonchalant as they reached the location. The only nascent soul cultivator yet to arrive was the burly man. After waiting for another half an hour, the burly man's presence remained absent. Tian Nan and the others cast their gazes towards the extreme Yin ancestor, a flicker of unusual light passing through their eyes. The burly man and the extreme Yin ancestor were both ancient figures of the demonic path, while Tian Nan and his companions belonged to the righteous faction. Should the burly man remain missing, the ensuing journey to the Void Heaven Palace would undoubtedly favor the righteous cultivators. Faintly, as a sense of unease began to stir within a few practitioners of the demonic path, a sharp sound sliced through the air from a distance. A piercing howl, as if capable of penetrating gold and stone, resonated from the heavens, crashing forth like towering waves, each successive swell more fervent and menacing than the last. This tumult caused all seated cultivators to display expressions of shock. Evidently, the successful harvest of the lifespan fruit had uplifted the mood of the bearded man. Though the lifespan fruit was rare, it held no value in the eyes of Lin Mo. It was only those whose cultivation had stagnated and sought mere survival who would covet such fruits that promised extended life. For a nascent soul cultivator, with a lifespan spanning a millennium, Lin Mo had not yet reached even 200 years. With the assistance of his system, he was entirely unconcerned about his lifespan. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. The heaven-supporting demon technique was a method he was determined to acquire. Within the distant orb of light, a figure could be discerned standing amidst it. Surrounded by the golden radiance, the bearded man appeared exceedingly bizarre, resembling a fearsome deity. At that moment, he radiated a golden brilliance, and upon his exposed skin, numerous scales the size of coins had sprouted. These scales gleamed as if forged from pure gold, shimmering with a chilling light that suggested their invulnerability, as if they could never be destroyed. The bearded man surveyed the area with a condescending glance and suddenly noticed the calm Lin Mo. He could not help but furrow his brow, feeling a twinge of unease emanating from Lin Mo. Since cultivating the heaven-supporting demon technique, it had been a long time since he felt such a sensation. The last time he experienced this disquiet was during his core formation stage, when he faced a peak core formation sea beast that nearly obliterated him. Now, encountering Lin Mo, merely a nascent soul cultivator, why did he evoke such a formidable feeling? The momentary confusion dissipated as he turned his gaze towards the nearby extreme ancestor, who was enveloped in a radiant golden light, before heavily landing beside several individuals. With a resounding thud, the immense force struck the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. The bearded man landed heavily beside the extreme and others, after which the scales upon him swiftly receded and the golden light dimmed, gradually fading away. It seems my brother has had quite a harvest, the extreme ancestor remarked with a light chuckle. This time fortune smiled upon me. I encountered an ice snow shovel near the lifespan fruit. The inner core of this beast will greatly benefit my heaven-supporting demon technique, the bearded man exclaimed, clearly exhilarated, unabashedly sharing his fortune in front of the crowd. The venerable holy true demon technique is a synthesis of 3 distinct methods. The Ming Wang method is responsible for foundational body refinement. The heaven-supporting demon technique facilitates physical transformation. And the venerable holy demon technique is responsible for the application of divine powers. Upon employing the heaven-supporting demon technique, one can transform into a demonic form, akin to the dragon transformation technique, sharing a similar essence. Having cultivated the dragon transformation technique, Lin Mo wondered what kind of extraordinary metamorphosis could emerge from the fusion of these 2 transformative methods, in contrast to the original narrative where Han Li, solely practicing the heaven-supporting demon technique, had no such advantage. Lin Mo, should he succeed in blending the 2 corporeal transformation arts, would truly stand apart. Certainly, it can unleash an extraordinarily formidable power. Host, Lin Mo, strength, peak of the core formation stage, physique, dragon's cry body, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation techniques, 10,000 swords spirit communication technique. 6th layer of the bright king technique, 1st layer of the dragon transformation technique, spells, water light escape, 4th layer of the great transformation technique, advanced puppet technique. Intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, breath concealment technique, secret arts, yin-yang guidance technique, body refining technique in the chamber, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit taming seal, mystic moon absorption skill, 2nd nascent soul, divine abilities, 9 turns reincarnation technique, ghost thunder sword flame. The dragon transformation technique, like the bright king technique, also possesses 7 layers. However, compared to the bright king technique, the dragon transformation technique is exceedingly difficult to master. It is said that upon reaching the 7th layer, one can transform into a true dragon. According to the Jade Slip, reaching the 2nd layer grants one strength comparable to the god transformation stage. After absorbing the golden blood, Lin Mo successfully cultivated the dragon transformation technique to the 1st layer, giving his physical prowess the ability to contend with cultivators of the nascent soul stage. In terms of physicality alone, he harbored no fear against a mid-nascent soul barbarian. Chapter 122. Exorcising Divine Thunder, displaying the might of the dragon transformation technique. Battling 2 nascent souls alone. As time elapses, a sudden flash of red and blue light emanates from the distant giant mountain. With a resounding roar, the massive cliff reverberates. And after a tremor that shakes the earth, 2 narrow passages open, leading deep into the canyon. At the entrance of each passage, a stone tablet, standing 3 to 4 feet tall, emerges, one inscribed with mystic crystal path, and the other with lava road in ancient characters. Instantly, several nearby cultivators hastily approached. The 2nd checkpoint requires traversing through these 2 paths. At the entrance of the lava road, before one even steps inside, a dizzying wave of scorching wind rushes forth, leaving one parched and dry. Conversely, at the mystic crystal path, a chilling aura of ice continuously emanates, accompanied by the faint sound of howling winds, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. For Lin Mo, the ice spiritual root combined with the yin-yang 2 instruments bottle renders the mystic crystal path perfectly suited for him. While others might see it as a detriment, for Lin Mo, it is indeed a great boon. If possible, he would genuinely wish to cultivate within the mystic crystal path. The speed of his cultivation might see a considerable enhancement. At this moment, several cultivators had already arrived at the entrance of the lava road. Lin Mo glanced at Han Li, a slight smirk on his lips, as he calmly remarked, "May you seek your own fortune." Lin Mo had neither the time nor the inclination to attend to Han Li. Seizing the treasure was of utmost importance. With that, he flickered and transformed into a shadow, swiftly entering the mystic crystal path. Observing the path before him, Han Li hesitated for a moment. "The lava road it is. I happen to possess a fire-repelling garment." After pondering briefly, he ultimately chose not to follow Lin Mo's route. After all, once one steps into the passage, they are immediately transported by the restrictions to various locations within the Grand Canyon. The likelihood of being teleported together with others is exceedingly low. Moreover, judging by Lin's demeanor just now, it was clear he would not make a special effort to look after him. A surging chill enveloped the air, striking with an almost palpable intensity. Unlike others who employed magical artifacts to shield themselves from the biting frost, Lin Mo stood unprotected, allowing the icy torrents to cascade into his being. The Yin-Yang 2 instrument's bottle shimmered with radiant light, absorbing the encroaching frost entirely. 10,000 units of spiritual energy. 10,000 units of spiritual energy. As the overwhelming notifications echoed in his ears, a subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Look at that individual. Is he not a fool, allowing the ice to buffet him? I have heard that some may feel warmth in extreme cold. In my opinion, this person is unlikely to survive. A few cultivators, witnessing Lin Mo's bizarre demeanor, whispered to one another, struggling to control their artifacts against the relentless cold. Sensing the burgeoning spiritual energy within him, Lin Mo's smile widened as he strode confidently into the biting wind. In this second stage of the ice and fire path, no cultivator could soar into the air. They were obliged to advance step by step on foot. Consequently, those who had been teleported a greater distance would have to walk tirelessly for days and nights to reach the end of the gorge. This was not merely a matter of cultivation level. It also depended on the efficacy of their cold-resistant and fireproof treasures. Yet, the harsh environment was not the greatest peril on this path. Within the gorge lurked innate demonic beasts of ice and fire attributes, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. Should one encounter them, not only would they have to contend with the harsh elements, but also engage in fierce battles with these beasts. This was the true danger of the ice and fire path. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glint of desire flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "If I encounter them, utilizing the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's bottle to devour them would enhance my spiritual energy." Continuing forward, the only obstacles in his path were scattered rocks and towering, straight, peculiar trees. Suddenly, a cluster of ethereal blue spiritual grasses appeared before him, blocking the way. Without hesitation, Lin Mo stepped towards the spiritual grasses. Crack, crack. With each sharp sound, the wild grasses revealed themselves to be shards of icy blades, piercing Lin Mo's feet and shattering into fragments, while his feet remained unscathed. How could the flesh of a being comparable to the nascent soul be harmed by such trifling ice blades? As his feet pressed upon the icy shards, a torrent of frigid energy surged into Lin Mo's body. However, as soon as the icy energy entered, it was swiftly drawn into the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's bottle. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. In fact, he felt somewhat invigorated. Observing the sharp ice blades, Lin Mo could not resist advancing, crushing them underfoot. Crack, crack. The shards shattered, and the overwhelming cold energy continued to flow into him. After a considerable time, a towering ice mountain suddenly loomed before Lin Mo. He raised an eyebrow as a series of piercing hums filled the air. Glowing orbs of ethereal blue light began to manifest around the ice mountain. Lin Mo's consciousness swept through the area, instantly revealing a multitude of translucent ice butterflies, each the size of a fingernail, obscuring the sky above. As it soared towards its destined direction, an overwhelming multitude of ice butterflies filled the air, casting a bluish haze that numbered in the tens of thousands. One could only wonder if the devouring gold insects could consume these ethereal creatures. In the original narrative, Han Li's devouring gold insects had voraciously devoured a significant number of iron fire ants along the lava path, resulting in their evolution. Presently, the devouring gold insects were far more formidable than those cultivated by Han Li. Faced with these butterfly-like ethereal beings, they were expected to hold the advantage. Contemplating this, Lin Mo gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. With a flurry of radiant light, a swarm of tricolored devouring gold insects emerged. transforming into streaks of luminescence as they lunged towards the group of ethereal butterflies, which shimmered with a haunting blue glow. The evolved devouring gold insects were considerably stronger than these butterfly-like spirits, and although their numbers totaled just over 100, they clearly dominated the encounter. With each tear and bite, butterfly-like ethereal beings fell from the sky, while the shimmering blue spirits flapped their wings, unleashing a violent gust of frigid wind. Yet, upon striking the devouring gold insects, it merely coated them in a layer of frost, inflicting no significant threat. Under the voracious appetite of the devouring gold insects, the multitude of ethereal butterflies dwindled, leaving only scattered remnants upon the ground. Their corporeal forms had entirely vanished into the bellies of the insects. A dazzling blue luminescence briefly enveloped the devouring gold insects, but it quickly faded. Regrettably, these ethereal creatures lacked sufficient power to facilitate a breakthrough for the insects. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, surmising that these developments were likely orchestrated by the Star Palace. In their bid to dominate the chaotic Star Sea, the Star Palace would strategically suppress the forces of both righteous and demonic paths. The opportunity presented by the triannual Void Sky Temple excursion served as an ideal pretext. Any altercation within the confines of the Void Sky Temple remained shrouded in secrecy, with any unfortunate cultivators from the righteous and demonic paths merely believing they had inadvertently triggered some prohibitive mechanism, never suspecting the involvement of the Star Palace elders. In a lightless expanse of the Grand Canyon, two voices conversed calmly amidst the shadows. Wasn't the deployment of iron fire ants and ice soul butterflies somewhat hasty? While we have previously engaged in subtle manipulations during treasure hunts, this time the conspicuous emergence of the Black Desert and Blood Ice Forest seems rather brazen. Aside from a few who have not traversed these regions, it is likely that the majority of golden core cultivators from both paths will perish here. When confronted with Wan Tianming and the likes of the barbarian bearded one, we may find it impossible to deceive them any longer, one voice expressed with concern. Huh? Do you truly believe that our past manipulations went unnoticed by those from the righteous and demonic paths? As long as it does not impede the few nascent soul cultivators from seizing treasures within the Void Sky Cauldron, they remain indifferent to the lives of ordinary golden core cultivators, replied the other voice, cold and unhurried. Moreover, with rumors circulating and the two sovereigns poised at a critical juncture, the entire chaotic Star Sea is in turmoil, even within our Star Palace. This time, we must adopt a hardline approach to weaken the powers of both paths, buying time for the sovereigns. Moreover, the departed were not their own disciples, so they would hardly take any unnecessary actions. At most, they would merely harbor resentment in their hearts. The cold voice of Inhan sneered as he uttered a plethora of remarks. Upon hearing this, the first voice let out a soft sigh and fell silent, seemingly in agreement with the other's judgment. Lin Mo strolled leisurely along the Xinjing path, in stark contrast to the others who were striving to move forward. He appeared to be taking a casual walk, occasionally encountering ice elemental spirits. Lin Mo effortlessly raised his hand to extinguish them, absorbing their essence into the Yin-Yang 2 instruments bottle, transforming it into a dense, icy power. Unfortunately, he still needed to make his way to the inner hall. Gazing at the Xinjing path ahead, Lin Mo could not help but shake his head, sighing in contemplation. For him, cultivating in this place was akin to practicing in a small spirit stone mine. If it weren't for more pressing matters, he would have liked to linger here a while longer. Continuing straight ahead, he soon exited the Xinjing path and arrived at a remarkably simple stone hall. Measuring about 50 to 60 zhang in area and standing approximately 7 to 8 zhang high, surrounded by enormous azure stone doors towering several zhang. At the center lay a shimmering teleportation array. The azure doors were tightly sealed, creating a sense of oppression. Inside the stone hall, various stone tables and chairs were scattered about. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, he noticed only 5 or 6 nascent soul cultivators present, with not a single core formation cultivator in sight. Given the interference from those two old fellows from the Star Palace, it was likely that no more than 10 of the core formation cultivators had managed to survive to this point. Observing Lin Mo's safe return, the extreme Yin ancestor could not suppress a cold snort, subsequently turning his head away, his countenance dark and evidently displeased. The atmosphere in the stone hall was palpably oppressive, with the changes in the ice and fire path leaving the nascent soul cultivators rather discontent. Amidst this peculiar ambience, time slowly passed. Soon, Core formation cultivators began to appear within the stone hall. However, these cultivators bore the marks of hardship, some pale and others visibly weakened. Lin Mo paid them no mind. Instead, he sought out a stone chair and settled down, closing his eyes to cultivate. As time progressed, it quickly became apparent that only half a day remained until the closure of the ice and fire path. All the nascent soul cultivators had gathered within the stone hall, and Han Li arrived late, emerging from the array. Buzz, buzz. With two sharp sounds of piercing air, the two white-robed elders from the Star Palace materialized within the teleportation array. Instantly, several nascent soul cultivators cast them disapproving looks. The core formation cultivators were unaware. Yet the nascent soul cultivators understood the alterations in the ice and fire path were intricately tied to these two. Alas, who could have been the reckless fellow who triggered formidable prohibitions while traversing the ice and fire path, causing such upheaval in the gorge? We sought a solution, but regrettably, we found none. Immediately, a multitude of unfriendly gazes fixated upon the two. Cough. I wonder which reckless friend it was, for this time. It seems we may have suffered considerable losses within our cultivation realm. The benevolent elder clad in white gently shook his head, disregarding the chilling gazes of the crowd. After surveying his surroundings, he sighed deeply, appearing genuinely heartbroken. Upon hearing his words, the practitioners from both the righteous and demonic paths inwardly cursed him for his shamelessness, as he sought to absolve himself of responsibility with a few light remarks, as if the matters of the Star Palace did not concern him at all. Nevertheless, the onlookers merely scorned him in silence, refraining from confronting him. There was no need to quarrel with these two nascent soul cultivators over mere golden core practitioners. The old monsters, such as the bearded brute and Wan Tianming, shot them a few harsh glares before returning their focus to their own affairs. After exchanging glances and sharing a knowing smile, the two white-clad elders found a corner to sit down and close their eyes to recuperate. Just as the ice and fire path was nearing its conclusion, a familiar figure appeared before Lin Mo. With a brilliant radiance, Han Li slowly emerged from the formation, his complexion slightly pale and his steps unsteady. It was evident that breaking through the ice and fire path without the golden devouring insect posed a considerable challenge for him. He retrieved several pills from his possession and promptly consumed them, choosing a corner near Lin Mo to sit cross-legged and gradually restore his depleting spiritual energy. Suddenly, a series of resonant hums erupted as the formation's light flickered and vanished. Lin Mo slowly rose, casting his gaze over the remaining practitioners, only to find that merely a dozen or so were left. It was a stark contrast to the 100 who had initially arrived, revealing the heavy toll that the path had exacted on the cultivators. At the very moment the teleportation array disappeared, the stone doors and the surrounding walls erupted with a thunderous roar. Massive stones began to rise, revealing a profound green stone passage that seemed to stretch into the abyss. Simultaneously, the elder from the Star Palace turned his attention to the crowd, stating, "These 4 passages lead to ancient treasures, pills, and techniques." 3 of the passages led to distinct pavilions, each housing different relics left behind by ancient cultivators, including treasures, pills, and techniques. The 4th passage, however, led directly to the next challenge. With a faint smile, the elder remarked, "Those who fail to seize a treasure must consider themselves unfortunate." As for the treasures within the 3 pavilions, each individual could only claim one. Once obtained, they would be immediately transported to the next wondrous illusion. For those who wish to avoid the illusion, they need only refrain from attempting to collect treasures from the pavilions. After a period spent within this stone hall, they would automatically be teleported out of the illusory heaven palace. I hope you all take heed. Upon hearing the elder's words, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances. After enduring countless hardships to arrive here, how could they bear to leave empty-handed? Virtually no one was willing to forego the opportunity, and most began to head toward one of the greenstone passages. Observing this, Lin Mo's figure flickered as he plunged into one of the passages. A spiraling greenstone staircase ascended step by step, and after randomly selecting a passage, he found himself confronted with an endless stretch of stone steps, traversing for what felt like an eternity without sight of an end. The odds were 3 to 1. Lin Mo felt that his luck could not be so woefully unfortunate. With this thought, he quickened his pace and swiftly made his way forward. After ascending for about 100 zhong, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared before him. Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately accelerated his steps. Indeed, after turning a corner, a square exit came into view. Gazing through the opening, he beheld a dim yellow sky, shrouded in a gray mist, devoid of blue heavens or crimson sun. Everything was enveloped in a murky palette. Before him lay a long white jade bridge, suspended in midair, an eerie sight. This bridge was exquisitely crafted, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. One end connecting to the square exit, while the other led to a four-cornered pavilion floating at the center of the space. This pavilion towered over 30 zhang high, consisting of 2 levels, entirely constructed from beautiful jade, shimmering in the void like a celestial palace. Gazing at the 3 golden characters' treasure-light pavilion, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. This was evidently a storied sanctuary of ancient treasures. Fortune smiled upon him. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he mused that, by employing Han Li's methods, he might procure numerous magical artifacts here. With this thought, he strode purposefully toward the pavilion. The pavilion was not particularly large, yet it emanated surging waves of spiritual energy, enveloping the entire structure in a gentle white glow. As Lin Mo stepped onto the jade bridge, he moved slowly toward the pavilion. Beneath the jade bridge lay an abyss of immeasurable depth, the bottom obscured from view. What awaited him should he leap into its depths? Lin Mo shook his head slightly, sighing softly, then ventured deeper into the pavilion. Upon entering, he found the interior far grander than he had anticipated, soaring nearly 5 zhang in height, an impressive sight. A layer of yellow light enveloped the entire pavilion. Lin Mo's mouth fell slightly open as a surge of emerald green sword aura enveloped him entirely, and he stepped into the pale yellow light. The yellow light was frigid, as though he had plunged into the depths of the sea, a most peculiar sensation. Once inside the yellow light, he was greeted by rows of circular jade platforms, each about 1 zhang high. The platforms varied in size, fashioned from lustrous white jade, radiating a spectrum of colors. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that they were adorned with exceedingly rare ancient treasures. These artifacts, crafted by ancient cultivators, possessed formidable power, far surpassing that of ordinary magical items. However, with the opening of the Void Heaven Palace, the number of cultivators entering this place was vast, resulting in the ancient treasures being largely depleted. The first floor was nearly barren of artifacts, save for 4 teleportation arrays located in each corner, clearly leading to the second floor. It appeared he had to choose one of 4 options. Without much hesitation, Lin Mo selected several mid-tier spirit stones and cast them onto the array. In an instant, brilliance erupted, enveloping him completely. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a new pavilion. The space here was modest, covered by a transparent, enormous circular light. A dozen or so uniquely shaped ancient treasures hovered within the light, a sight both eerie and captivating. As Lin Mo's consciousness flickered, he discovered that in this place, there were over a dozen ancient treasures, including long swords, scrolls, long halberds, and circular bowls, all radiating resplendent brilliance. However, these ancient artifacts failed to captivate Lin Mo's interest significantly. A sweep of his awareness revealed that the pulsating spiritual energy of these treasures was not particularly dazzling. At present, Lin Mo lacked not in offensive capabilities, but rather in ancient treasures possessing unique abilities. Thus, he swiftly turned his gaze towards 5 peculiar artifacts suspended in midair: a dark black token, a purple wooden banner, a scroll, a bronze mirror, and finally, a golden orb. Among these 5 treasures, the golden orb drew Lin Mo's attention the most, emanating a surging light of sacred radiance. Upon closer inspection, it might very well be a relic of the Buddha. If refined, it could potentially enhance the cultivation speed of his Ming Wang Ju. It is worth noting that Lin Mo had already cultivated the Ming Wang Ju to the 6th level. If he were to cultivate normally, he could not fathom how long it would take to have a chance to break through to the 7th level. Therefore, this ancient artifact crafted from the golden relic was something Lin Mo was determined to acquire. As for the other 4 treasures, Lin Mo naturally desired them as well. According to the method employed by Han Li in the original text to obtain ancient treasures, it involved exploiting the flaws in the formations. The restrictions in this place were of a high-level spatial nature. The moment one touched the ancient treasures, they would be involuntarily teleported away. Before entering the Void Heaven Palace, Lin Mo had entrusted Xian Ruyan to help him create a formation that could temporarily render the spatial restrictions ineffective. Depending on the strength of the formation's restrictions, the duration varied. Based on Lin Mo's understanding of the restrictions in this area, the time would suffice for him to retrieve 3 ancient treasures. The The golden relic was undoubtedly a must-have. As for the remaining 2 treasures, careful consideration was warranted. The dark black token, the purple wooden banner, the scroll, and the bronze mirror all presented themselves. The wooden banner emanated a chilling aura, somewhat reminiscent of the 100 Ghosts banner. Since Lin Mo intended to refine the 9 Nether Soul banner, there was no need to select an artifact with a similar, yet significantly weaker effect. The bronze mirror, with its dense azure glow, was evidently a defensive artifact. Thus, it came down to a choice between the token and the scroll. The token radiated a fiercely sharp light, clearly an offensive artifact, which was precisely what Lin Mo had in abundance. Having made his choice, Lin Mo no longer hesitated, his mouth slightly parted, and a torrent of chilling light surged forth from within. As the icy light swirled, it enveloped Lin Mo completely. The ice armor coiled around him, resembling a colossal figure of ice. Although his physical body was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, multiple layers of protection were always prudent. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Buzzing sounds echoed as a dark black compass materialized in his grasp. The black light flickered, instantly enveloping Lin Mo entirely. 3 ghostly thunder sword flames swiftly pierced through the protective barrier of the ancient treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 3 successive sounds, the ancient treasures transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Lin Mo was also engulfed in a surge of blue light, as countless brilliant hues cascaded towards him. Upon encountering the enigmatic black radiance emanating from the surface, it was swiftly absorbed. As the ethereal flames of the ghost thunder swords surged into his mouth, 3 ancient treasures materialized in his grasp. A surging azure glow radiated with immense power, far exceeding the meager black luminescence of the surface. With a resounding crack, the armor first shattered into fragments, then disintegrated into countless specks, utterly vanquished. Accompanying this was a powerful wave of dizziness that enveloped him. When Lin Mo opened his eyes once more, he found himself within a modest stone chamber. "I have emerged." A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he caressed the 3 ancient treasures at his waist, his eyes gleaming with joy. Though they could not compare to the treasures within the Void Heaven Cauldron, these 3 artifacts were nonetheless exceptional in their own right, and he cherished them dearly. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the emptiness of the space, with only a square passageway before him. Advancing further, he assumed it led to a marvelous illusion. However, Lin Mo did not rush to enter the next challenge. Rather, he directed his attention to the 3 ancient treasures. He anticipated a fierce battle against those formidable nascent soul stage old demons. Acquiring additional treasures would significantly enhance his chances of victory. With this thought, Lin Mo promptly retrieved the 3 ancient artifacts. Channeling his consciousness into them, he began his meticulous examination. The first to be scrutinized was the golden relic resembling a Buddhist relic, radiant with Buddha light. It was presumably left behind by a Buddhist practitioner who had attained nirvana in the nascent soul stage. Refined by ancient cultivators, it had taken on this remarkable form. Judging by its properties, it appeared to be a defensive artifact. As he infused his spiritual energy into it, he felt waves of golden brilliance enveloping him entirely, resembling a gilded egg from a distance. Before using it, it might serve well as a protective shield. Lin Mo smiled gently and then took the bronze mirror. Much like the golden relic, as his spiritual energy flowed into it, a layer of azure radiance encased him completely. Excellent, indeed. With 2 defensive ancient treasures in hand, he proceeded to unveil the 3rd artifact. Upon unrolling the scroll, he was met with an expanse of blankness. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the sight before him, surprised to discover a blank canvas. What peculiarities might it hold? Observing the scroll, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. As he gradually infused his spiritual energy into it, a grayish vortex emerged upon the canvas, exuding a formidable attractive force. A confinement artifact. In mere moments, Lin Mo grasped the capabilities of this treasure. A smile crept upon his lips, clearly satisfied with the acquisition of these 3 ancient treasures. As ancient artifacts cannot be stored within ordinary storage bags, he had to carry them on his person. The bronze mirror and the golden relic were straightforward enough. He simply tucked them into his bosom. As for the white scroll, Lin Mo hesitated for a brief moment before fastening it securely behind him. Once he completed these arrangements, he turned his gaze toward the formation before him. Before Lin Mo lay the formation leading to the 3rd checkpoint. As he stepped into it, his vision brightened, revealing an open corridor, Fluffy white clouds floated above, accompanied by ethereal melodies, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Observing this scene, a slight, cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips as he strode confidently onto the corridor. This exquisite illusion, positioned after the realms of ghostly mists and fiery ice, held a certain significance. An ordinary person would undoubtedly become lost within its charm. However, in Lin Mo's eyes, it was merely a trivial trick. After all, in his previous life, he had encountered far more extravagant sights. Soon, several maidens gradually emerged from the cloud-covered abode, each step marking the passage of years. They blossomed into stunning, voluptuous beauties. These unparalleled enchantresses wore flushed expressions, their fiery eyes ablaze, continuously performing alluring gestures as they slowly shed their diaphanous garments. Their seductive allure surpassed even the most enchanting melodies from beyond the heavens, stirring the desires hidden deep within men's hearts. Lin Mo stroked his chin, gazing at the beautiful maidens before him, murmuring softly, "They are not as lovely as Ling. Can your tongue get tied? How about opening a bottle cap?" He shook his head repeatedly, feeling that these graceful women lacked a certain essence. Their emotional depth paled in comparison to that of his former mentors. A day later, before a towering structure reminiscent of a colossal edifice, over a dozen individuals sat in stillness at its base. This tower loomed majestically, constructed entirely of massive azure stones. From a distance, one could discern its 5 tiers, narrowing as they ascended, yet each layer was separated by an astonishing distance of over 100 feet. The entrance at the bottom stood an impressive 50 to 60 feet tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. The tower was enveloped in a faint white light, casting a serene glow. The individuals before the tower, resembling ants, sat cross-legged beneath the light, quietly cultivating their energy and meditating. Amidst them, a white teleportation array stood silently. Among the assembled were formidable cultivators from both righteous and demonic paths, including Tian and others at the nascent soul stage. At that moment, a white light illuminated the array, and a figure emerged. Clad in white, Lin Mo strolled out leisurely, his expression calm and unperturbed. This individual possessed a certain intrigue. His aura was steady, indicating that his strength far exceeded what was apparent. Several nascent soul cultivators gazed at Lin Mo, revealing hints of surprise in their eyes. Looking around, Lin Mo could not locate Han Li. However, given Han Li's strength and luck, he presumed there would be no significant issue. Concurrently, a cold voice resonated from across the way. The time for the inner hall's opening is nearing, yet the 2 fellows from the Star Palace have yet to arrive. It seems they won't wade into this murky water after all. What do you think, brother man? In the distance, Tian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of mockery flashing within them. Man Huzi smirked disdainfully, glancing at Tian and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, old Wang. Those from the Star Palace are quite cunning. If we strike now, we might inadvertently allow others to reap the benefits." Upon hearing the words of the bearded man, Tian paused in contemplation, then slightly nodded and closed his eyes. As time progressed, the stone door began to tremble. The inner sanctum's stone entrance slowly creaked open, revealing an azure passage within. From a distance, Lin Mo could discern its vast expanse. At the center of the inner hall, a teleportation array shimmered with brilliance, evidently leading into the sanctum. Haha, splendid. It appears that the individuals from the Star Palace will not meddle after all. In that case, Tian, let us engage in a proper contest. The loser shall forfeit entry into the inner sanctum. What do you say? The bearded man suddenly leaped forward, baring his gleaming white teeth, his fervor for a fight palpable. "No, I have changed my mind. I do not wish to engage with you." Brother man Tian, upon hearing the bearded man's proposition, displayed a resolute refusal. A flicker of confusion passed through the bearded man's eyes as he momentarily paused, evidently taken aback by Tianming's apparent retreat. "Changed your mind? Are you implying that your righteous faction intends to concede without a fight?" The bearded man spoke with a sneer, his disdain for Tianming's words evident. "Withdraw? Certainly not. However, it is rather absurd for us to clash over treasures that remain unretrieved. Instead, why don't we agree that each side will take turns claiming the treasure? Prior to that, let us exercise restraint. This way, we can avoid unnecessary conflict, as our true enemy is the Star Palace, not each other." Tianming shook his head, responding calmly, "Do not let our confidence deceive you. it is highly probable that neither of us will succeed in retrieving the treasures. Hence, this conflict is entirely unwarranted. Upon hearing this, Ji-in and the others exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, and began to converse in hushed tones. Wan Tianming and Tian Wuzi seemed to have reached a consensus beforehand, remaining patient as they awaited a reply from the dark faction. After a short while, Ji-in, his expression darkened, spoke. Your words sound pleasant, but which side will retrieve the treasure first? If we succeed, how can we trust that you will not attempt to seize it? Are we to rely solely on your persuasive tongue? Wan Tianming chuckled in response. Ji-in, your argument is futile. If you claim the treasure, we will undoubtedly attempt to seize it. Conversely, should it fall into our hands, you too would be free to contest it. At that time, let us settle matters based on our abilities. This is far better than squandering time in conflict now. Lin Mo, naturally, chose not to intervene. With the presence of the blood jade spider, the Su Tian Ding and its treasures were assuredly within his grasp. He could easily navigate through the tumultuous waters. Although he held no fear of any nascent soul cultivator present, there was no need to foolishly reveal himself at this juncture. After all, acquiring the treasure was Lin Mo's foremost priority. The Ancient One of Extreme cast a glance at Lin Mo in the distance and suddenly spoke. Brother Wan, your considerations are astute. However, there remain these practitioners who do not belong to the righteous path of the demonic sect. In my opinion, it is best to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons of the Ancient One's words. A glint of coldness passed through Lin Mo's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the Ancient One. He had not been in a hurry to eliminate the Ancient One. Yet unexpectedly, the old man seemed to be courting death so soon. Old man, you deserve to die. Suddenly, a surge of chilling energy enveloped him. The ethereal flames of the ghost thunder sword entwined around him in an instant, radiating a ghostly blue brilliance. Following closely was a bolt of verdant with divine thunder. The powers of ice and the divine thunder erupted instantaneously, transforming into a dazzling blue-green light that hurtled towards the Ancient One. Ha! The Ancient One of Extreme laughed heartily, casting a cold gaze at Lin Mo. Well done. I am no longer alone. Lin Mo's arrival was also a provocation to the barbarian bearded one, who had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul and would certainly not remain indifferent. With a loud crash, the Ancient One clapped his hands, summoning several strands of pitch-black Tian Nan corpse fire that surged towards Lin Mo. The verdant with divine thunder clashed with the Tian Nan corpse fire. Crackling sounds erupted as the green arcs of electricity, resembling emerald dragons, incinerated the dark flames into nothingness. The Ancient One's expression changed dramatically, as he had not anticipated that his Tian Nan corpse fire would be so easily destroyed. Brother man, are you not going to intervene? Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Lin Mo, the Ancient One hurriedly called out to the barbarian bearded one beside him. The barbarian bearded one frowned slightly. Engaging in battle before obtaining treasures from the Void Heaven Cauldron was evidently not a wise decision. The Ancient One, usually cunning and treacherous, seemed to have lost his wits when faced with this young man. Discontent flickered in the barbarian bearded one's eyes, yet now that the conflict had ignited, he could not remain idle. If the Ancient One were to suffer a disastrous defeat, the demonic sect's nascent soul practitioners would be at a disadvantage, which was not an outcome he wished to witness. With each resounding boom, golden scales manifested upon his visage, and his physique expanded significantly. From a distance, he resembled a radiant golden orb, dazzling and resplendent. Dragon transformation technique. Observing the approaching barbarian bearded one, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. Streams of golden light began to emanate from him, while dragon scales appeared on his fair skin. A dragon-shaped ethereal figure materialized behind Lin Mo, faint yet imposing. What kind of technique is this? The barbarian bearded one's pupils narrowed, confusion flashing in his eyes. The transformation resembles mine quite closely. Yet, why do I feel such a strong sense of trepidation? Although he had only cultivated the first level of the dragon transformation technique, the power it conferred upon Lin Mo was immense. In terms of physical strength, he was not inferior to the barbarian bearded one. Whoosh! With a sharp sound piercing the air, Lin Mo collided heavily with the barbaric bearded man. The battle of physical cultivators was remarkably straightforward, exchanging blows with one another. However, the resulting energy fluctuations compelled the distant core formation cultivators to retreat repeatedly. Observing this, several nascent soul cultivators from the righteous path turned their attention to Wan Tianming. Heh! Wan Tianming waved his hand slightly, saying, "Why wade into the fray when we can sit back and watch the tigers fight?" This entire situation was a consequence of the extreme Yin ancestor overestimating himself and underestimating Lin Mo. What surprised him the most was Lin Mo's decisive action. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Mo fervently engaged him in combat. Such a reckless individual was a first for the extreme Yin ancestor. A luminous orb at Lin Mo's waist flickered, and the Hahuan puppet, the spectral maiden, instantly manifested before him. The second nascent soul then surged into his body, and with a wave of his right hand, the power of the exorcising thunder from the azure bamboo, cloud sword erupted forth, manifesting as golden-hued dragons that charged toward the extreme Yin ancestor. Seeing this, the extreme Yin ancestor hastily summoned the heavenly capital corpse fire within him. Black flames coalesced into a dark python that lunged at the spectral maiden. As the golden light flashed, the black python's body was enveloped by countless golden arcs, dissipating in the blink of an eye. The might of the exorcising thunder was not to be trifled with. Anger flared across the extreme Yin ancestor's face as he swiftly patted his storage bag. Instantly, a resounding noise erupted, and a stream of blood-red light shot forth from the bag's opening, transforming into a long, blood-colored blade that descended upon the spectral maiden. Even before the blade struck, a thick scent of blood assaulted the senses. However, flickering spectral thunder sword flames suddenly erupted from Lin Mo's mouth, appearing behind the extreme Yin ancestor. Caught in a pincer attack, the extreme Yin ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he spun sharply in place, releasing waves of pitch-black sinister energy that quickly engulfed much of the stone chamber. The cries of spirits filled the air, and towering ghostly figures flickered in and out of the black mist. In his desperation, the extreme Yin ancestor pushed the Xian Yin demonic art to its zenith. Yet he dared not unleash the demonic energy toward the spectral maiden, having already witnessed the power of the exorcising thunder. Chapter 123. The Void Heaven Palace is in hand. You may share the rejuvenation pill. Want to learn from the turtle? A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the emu thunder intertwined with the exorcising thunder, forming a golden-green thunder dragon that instantly struck the extreme Yin ancestor's body. The pitch-black heavenly capital corpse fire was rapidly torn apart by the golden-green dragon. Following this, spectral thunder sword flames materialized right before the extreme Yin ancestor, the biting cold frost seemingly intent on completely encasing him in ice. Good lad. To dare fight two opponents alone. Wan Tianming's pupils constricted, silently acknowledging. And one of them is the mid-nascent soul barbarian. Even he, when faced with the combined assault of the barbaric bearded man and the extreme Yin ancestor, would not be certain of victory. He couldn't help but wonder if the Qing elder demon from Nanha Island would intervene. Wan Tianming's gaze inadvertently shifted toward the recluse, Qing Yijiu, whose expression fluctuated, utterly unprepared for this unforeseen turn of events. If action were to be taken now, would Wan Tianming and his allies seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack? Qing Yi's gaze flickered, fixated intently on Wan Tianming in the distance, hesitating to make a move. Meanwhile, Xiangu observed the scene before him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. How could he possibly miss the opportunity to eliminate the extreme Yin ancestor? Xiangu's figure, Xiao Cha, lifted his right hand, gathering a dark flame within his palm. The Shura's sacred fire, though still lacking the refined Qian Lan ice flame, was more than sufficient to deal with the extreme Yin ancestor. In an instant, the fire shot forward with astonishing speed, appearing before the extreme Yin ancestor. Upon seeing the flame, the extreme Yin ancestor's expression turned grim. Realizing the dire situation and having no time to ponder further, he let out a piercing howl and promptly spat out an orb as black as ink. As soon as the orb materialized, the old demon bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood upon it. The orb trembled and transformed into a mass of dark demonic flames, swirling around the old demon, enveloping him in layers of pitch-black fire. The heavenly capital corpse fire was unleashed in full force, completely shrouding him. The Shura's sacred fire collided with the heavenly capital corpse fire, akin to cold water splashed into hot oil, producing a hissing sound. Boom! Lin Mo raised his right fist and struck the rugged, bearded man squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, the immense force sent him staggering back several steps. for strands of ghostly thunder sword flames sliced through the air, detonating without a hint of hesitation. Rumble. The ghostly blue ice swords erupted instantaneously, enveloping the extreme Yin ancestor in a thick layer of blue flames. The black corpse fire on the old demon's body, upon contact with the ghostly thunder sword flames, was utterly dispersed. Following a series of explosive sounds akin to firecrackers, the black corpse fire was nearly extinguished, reduced to a feeble flicker by the chilling aura. Despite the extreme Yin ancestor's desperate struggle, once enveloped by the frigid power, he was completely frozen. Encased in a towering block of blue crystal ice, his face etched with a mixture of fear and dread. The detonation of the 4 ghostly thunder sword flames had instantaneously sealed his fate. This revelation left the extreme Yin ancestor in a state of utter panic. Meanwhile, on another front, crackling sounds erupted as the second nascent soul emitted a torrent of fierce exorcising divine thunder, transforming into a golden dragon that engulfed the extreme Yin ancestor. His form was shattered, along with the destruction of the extreme Yin ancestor's nascent soul. A nascent soul cultivator, upon death, faced complete annihilation. Han Li, arriving belatedly, gazed at the unfolding scene with wide eyes. Elder Lin, is he truly this formidable? Despite being aware of Lin Mo's immense strength, witnessing him obliterate a nascent soul demon left him utterly astounded. Exorcising divine thunder. How could this young man wield such a thunderous technique? Observing the formidable exorcising divine thunder, Xian Gu's pupils constricted. For demons of his ilk, this thunder represented the greatest adversary. The power of exorcising divine thunder unleashed by a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage could withstand even those in the late nascent soul stage among demon practitioners. Whoosh! Lin Mo struck decisively, retreating to the side of the corpse of the extreme Yin ancestor. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the storage bag of the nascent soul cultivator. Mighty bearded one, do you wish to continue? Although the mid-nascent soul body cultivator was formidable, Lin Mo found it quite challenging to eliminate him, especially after depleting his own spiritual energy in vanquishing the extreme Yin ancestor. The second nascent soul transformed into a stream of green light, surging into Lin Mo's body. Wood-type spiritual energy enveloped him, emanating a powerful nascent soul aura. The mighty bearded one's pupils narrowed, and his scales gradually receded. Despite his disdain for the extreme Yin ancestor, the latter was still a nascent soul of the demonic path. His demise on the spot would surely place the demonic faction at a disadvantage in the ensuing treasure hunt. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight, cold smile, declaring that this matter no longer concerned him. A series of lights flickered from the storage bag at his waist. The flame spirit and thunder spirit guards materialized at his side. The Yin-Yang 2 instrument bottle trembled slightly, releasing an overwhelming surge of icy power. A faint, ghostly blue cold flame coalesced. This icy energy had been meticulously harvested from the ice-fire path and stored within the Yin-Yang 2 instrument bottle by Lin Mo. It could now replenish his withered spiritual energy. Meanwhile, as Tian Nan observed the chaos among the demonic faction, he suddenly transformed into a shadow, darting towards the inner hall. The mighty bearded one glared at Lin Mo with evident fury. Just then, his expression shifted, and he turned to gaze at the nearby Xian Gu with a hint of surprise. Unlike the others, the Qing-Yi master was solely focused on the inner hall, casting a glance at the vast passage behind the stone door, furrowing his brow. Let us hasten into the inner hall. If those fellows lose our trail, we cannot allow them to slip away unnoticed. Upon hearing this, the mighty bearded one also glanced towards the stone door, contemplating for a moment before silently lifting his leg to depart. Han Li looked at Xian Gu, then at the meditating Lin Mo, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Kid, if you do not go, I shall leave first. Xian Gu was in high spirits. Even though the extreme Yin ancestor was slain not by his hand, his great vendetta had been avenged, and he was eager to seize the treasures within the void heavenly cauldron. Naturally, he was impatient to enter the stone door. Just as Han Li was wavering, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. As the icy spiritual energy within the Yin-Yang 2 instrument bottle was completely refined, it eventually coalesced into 2 spectral sword flames within his body. Although he could not fully restore his spiritual energy, the presence of the second nascent soul and his formidable physical prowess mitigated the impact. Observing this scene, Han Li chose not to speak further and followed closely behind Xian Gu as they entered the stone door. Gradually, the figures of Han Li and the others receded within the azure stone passage, ultimately disappearing from sight. Lin Mo then turned his gaze towards the teleportation array behind him. Lost in contemplation, the Star Palace had already deciphered the teleportation array in advance, allowing them to traverse here at will. Lin Mo contemplated destroying the formation to isolate the two elders of the Star Palace. However, he understood the wisdom of navigating through murky waters. If the waters are not sufficiently murky, how could one possibly succeed in obtaining the celestial cauldron? With this thought, Lin Mo smiled faintly, his figure flickering before vanishing into thin air. Moments after Lin Mo's departure, the previously dim teleportation array behind him suddenly erupted with a dazzling white light. The array, once shrouded in obscurity, now radiated brilliance, and soon two figures emerged side by side, appearing in a blur. It was none other than the two white-robed elders from the Star Palace. At this moment, they surveyed their surroundings with caution, and upon confirming that no one was in sight, a look of relief washed over their faces. It seemed they had indeed entered. Despite their cunning and experience, these old masters could never have anticipated that our Star Palace had deciphered the teleportation restrictions here a millennium ago. Entering this realm was as effortless as one wished. One of them chuckled softly, "Let us proceed with utmost care. Unless they truly extract the celestial cauldron, we must not act recklessly and expose this secret." The other replied coldly, "Indeed." The previous speaker nodded in agreement. With those words, the two transformed into beams of white light and soared into the stone door. The inner sanctum resembled a labyrinth, with intersecting pathways of blue stone, towering and solid walls, and at every crossroads, one would encounter a stone door intricately carved with peculiar runes. These doors, identical in size, measured over 10 feet in length and width, forming perfect squares, occasionally facing south, at times north, and others east or west, seemingly devoid of any discernible pattern. Yet, each was aglow with a faint white light, imbued with restrictions. After traversing 7 or 8 stone doors, they ultimately arrived at a tightly sealed one. The celestial fragment map at Lin Mo's waist suddenly shimmered with a soft golden light. Within the stone chamber lay treasures, accessible only through the celestial fragment map, promising riches inside. However, regardless of whether he acquired them or not, it signified that his journey within the celestial palace was drawing to a close. Lin Mo, however, held no desire for such trinkets. After passing through an intersection, he found himself in a blue stone passageway. Thunderous sounds echoed, heavy thuds of weighty objects falling, growing nearer with each moment. It was the guards of the celestial palace. Yet, for Lin Mo and his companions, they posed no threat. As a glimmer of golden light flickered in the distance, the cacophony gradually faded away. Lin Mo smiled slightly, retrieving several inner cores from ice-based beasts, employing the Yin-Yang 2 instruments bottle to absorb them. According to Lin Mo's calculations, this should enable him to restore 3 remnants of the ghost Thunder Sword Flame for the final confrontation. Soon, a pile of glimmering silver fragments lay scattered on the ground. These were evidently the remains of the puppet guards. Lin Mo, unreserved, waved his hand and gathered the silver puppet materials without hesitation. Meanwhile, Han Li harbored a simple thought. He was unwilling to leave the treasure trove empty-handed. The treasures within the celestial cauldron might indeed elude him, but securing a fine stone door and claiming the treasures within would still be quite satisfactory. He possessed a clear awareness of his own limitations and did not dare to harbor extravagant hopes for the treasures inside the celestial cauldron. Without the bloodjade spider, Han Li naturally could not enter the sights of Qing Yi and the bearded man. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at a crossroads, where he beheld a faintly glowing teleportation array. This was the passage to the second level. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and strode towards the array, paying no mind to Wan Tianming and the bearded man ahead. The Shu Tianding was not easily obtainable. Upon stepping into the array, a beam of white light enveloped him, and with a whoosh, Lin Mo vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in a stone corridor once more, and in the distance stood the bearded man and his companions. They noticed Lin Mo's arrival, casting a glance his way, and the bearded man snorted. What method did these righteous fellows use to move so swiftly? They've completely eluded us now. Qing Yi regarded Lin Mo warily before turning to the bearded man, stating, "Let them take the lead." With Wan Tianming's golden silkworm, attempting to obtain the Shu Tianding is nothing but a delusion. If by chance they procure the treasure, we can still ambush them later. And, brother man, do exercise caution. The snake guardian puppets on this level are quite formidable. We must conserve some spiritual power to avoid being exploited by others when we reach the 5th level. Their conversation reached Lin Mo's ears, and while these golden core puppets might pose a challenge to others, for Lin Mo, who possessed 18 blood spirit guardians at the late golden core stage, they were of no threat whatsoever. With a sharp whoosh, the thunder spirit guardian and the flame spirit guardian manifested before him. Compared to the 1st level, the restrictions on the 2nd level were evidently more numerous. A serpent-like puppet emerged in front of Lin Mo, sporting 2 elongated red and green heads, for arms affixed to its body, and covered in dark scales. Its front limbs wielded 2 azure short halberds, while its rear limbs grasped shining black whips adorned with sharp barbs, exuding a grayish-white aura. Upon spotting Lin Mo, the puppet's eyes flashed red, and it transformed into a streak of black light, charging forward with startling speed. A late golden core puppet. Sensing the aura radiating from the puppet, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled at the thunder spirit guardian beside him. Go, test the strength of that snake puppet. At Lin Mo's command, the thunder spirit guardian nodded vigorously. With a powerful leap, it shot forth like a cannonball, golden lightning coiling around its form. The snake puppet swung its halberd down heavily towards the thunder spirit guardian's fist. As the two collided, the blinding thunderous power enveloped both puppets. With a whoosh, the snake puppet was sent flying backward, but it quickly stabilized itself, shaking the bronze halberd in its grasp. It must be said that the azure bronze spear in his hand was forged from an unknown material, for it withstood the full force of a strike from the thunder spirit guardian without being shattered. Contemplating this, Lin Mo glanced at the flame spirit guardian beside him. With a crackle and pop, the flame spirit guardian clapped its hands together, enveloping them in a searing blaze. The 2 puppets, both at the late stage of core formation, launched a coordinated assault, leaving the serpent puppet no chance to resist. Crack, crack. Delicate fissures gradually appeared on the chest of the puppet. A verdant gemstone fell from its core. The moment the gemstone was separated, the serpent puppet seemed to have its very soul extracted, collapsing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Lin Mo stepped forward, waving his right hand to directly stow the green gemstone and the puppet into his storage pouch. Continue, Lin Mo commanded as he walked, retrieving an ice attribute demon core to replenish his depleting spiritual energy with the Yin Yang 2 instruments bottle. As for the puppets encountered along the way, he entrusted them entirely to the Thunder Spirit Guardian and the Flame Spirit Guardian, not needing to intervene himself. Half a day later, in a certain area of the 5th level of the giant tower, 3 individuals were whispering among themselves. They were Tian and his companions from the righteous path. Not far ahead of them stood a colossal presence, an incredibly majestic stone platform. This platform measured over 100 meters in length and width, standing approximately 30 meters tall. A set of stone steps, hundreds of layers high, led directly to its summit. The entire platform was constructed from what appeared to be ordinary gray rock, enveloped by a white light shield that encapsulated both the steps and the platform. Strangely, within the shield, a blue light shimmered, intensifying as one approached the center of the platform, its brilliance flowing continuously, making it impossible to gaze directly at it and obscuring any discernible irregularities. The edges of the platform were encrusted with thick frost, which reflected light, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. How are your magical energies faring? If possible, let us commence our actions. Although we managed to evade those guardian puppets using the heavenly mechanism Sect's artifact, time is not on my side, Tian remarked, his gaze fixed upon the jade platform. After all, these puppets cannot hold back the barbaric bearded ones. Indeed, Brother Wan's words resonate. Let us seize the treasure, the Taoist Tian Wuzi responded enthusiastically, his eyes revealing a flicker of excitement. The old, emaciated man, resembling a farmer, silently nodded in agreement, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Tian, undeterred by his reticence, recognized that although the thin elder was taciturn, his mastery of the Jade Dan technique was formidable, even surpassing that of Tian Wuzi. This individual, though rooted in the righteous path, had long secluded himself in rigorous training, which contributed to his seemingly aloof demeanor. With a subtle smile, Tian led the two towards the light shield. A thick purplish mist flickered and vanished, and with a crisp sound, the white light shield was effortlessly sliced open by Tian, creating an opening nearly a meter high. The three seized this opportunity to enter in single file. Soon, Tianming and his companions disappeared into the blue light atop the platform, while the breached section of the light shield restored itself, and tranquility returned to the steps. As time progressed, the bearded man, Qing Yi, along with Xiangu, ascended the steps with deliberate grace. In the distance, Han Li chose to retreat at the 4th level. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, accompanied by 18 blood spirit guards, advanced unscathed. Though the puppets of the 4th level proved challenging, the presence of the 18 blood spirit guards ensured a relatively smooth passage. Casting a glance at the distant figures of the bearded man and others, Lin Mo did not hasten to join them, for there lay an exceedingly precious item in this vicinity. Circumnavigating the massive stone platform, Lin Mo began to search within the shimmering barrier. Soon, he arrived at the rear of the elevated platform, where, in contrast to the barrier, stood a towering azure stone wall, adorned with ancient depictions of monstrous beasts and arcane symbols. Nothing seemed amiss. This must be the place, Lin Mo pondered, stroking his chin. Although these azure stones obstructed his spiritual perception, according to the narrative, a scroll containing the map of the 5th level should be hidden here. Once he departed from this location, it would prove invaluable. Before long, his right hand rhythmically struck the stone carved with the image of a winged beast with a blood-red gaze. Though the carving lacked intricate detail, it vividly conveyed the ferocity and bloodthirst of the creature. After a cursory examination of the beast's likeness, Lin Mo tapped the azure stone again, producing a muffled sound that suggested a hollow compartment within. The scroll must be concealed here. At that moment, the bearded man, Qing Yi, remained fixated on the luminous sphere hovering above, oblivious to Lin Mo's peculiar activity. Extending his finger, a wisp of chilling azure sword flame coalesced into a blade of energy, effortlessly carving a fist-sized breach into the azure stone. The space within was modest. However, after a hasty rummage, something was grasped in his hand. A subtle smile crept across Lin Mo's lips as he examined the object. It was slender, rounded, and soft, resembling a stick. With a swift motion, an aged and yellowed scroll materialized in his grasp. Having memorized his escape route, he could now indulge in further exploration. Thunderous booms suddenly echoed from afar, accompanied by dazzling blue lights that flickered in a mesmerizing display. In mere moments, the area surrounding the stone platform thickened by several inches. It appeared to be time to venture forth. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo strode purposefully toward the stone platform. Observing the bearded man and his companions slip into the shimmering barrier, Lin Mo followed closely, ascending the steps. Crackling sounds erupted as radiant golden lightning entwined around him, intertwining with the blue barrier. Soon, an opening suitable for one person appeared before him. Just as he stepped inside, a biting chill enveloped him. The yin-yang 2 instruments within his dantian quivered gently, as if striving to absorb the surrounding cold essence. Accelerating his pace, Lin Mo swiftly reached the center of the elevated platform, where a conspicuous altar awaited him. A series of golden rays of light emerged around the altar. Lin Mo focused his gaze and discovered that these golden orbs were actually several feet long emerald green giant silkworms, each exhaling thick golden threads that reached towards the cave. Their bodies swayed vigorously, straining against an unseen force. With each movement, the blue light within the cave flickered wildly. Clearly, these were the fabled golden silkworms. Below the giant silkworms stood 3 nascent soul cultivators. Feeling the arrival of the barbarian bearded man and his companions, Tianming and others remained surprisingly calm. After all, the demonic faction was now reduced to merely 2 nascent soul practitioners, and they currently held the upper hand. Coupled with their prior preparations, they felt no fear whatsoever. Observing the situation, the barbarian bearded man wasted no time and took immediate action. 2 golden flying daggers materialized in his hands. As spiritual energy surged into them, the daggers transformed into arcs of golden light, soaring from his hands into the air. At that moment, Han Jiao and Li Gui, along with Tianming and Tian Wuzi, simultaneously turned their cold gazes towards this direction and shouted in unison. Instantly, a commotion erupted above as a green light and a blue light shot downward, intercepting the golden light and clashing together. The barbarian bearded man paused momentarily upon witnessing this, gesturing forward as the 2 golden arcs swiftly returned, reshaping into 2 small golden daggers in his grasp. The green and blue lights, however, did not pursue. They spiraled in place before revealing their true forms, a sizable white little jiao and a translucent, peculiar giant turtle. Upon recognizing these entities, the expression of the barbarian, bearded man shifted dramatically. "The cold jiao of the madwoman, and the turtle of Tian Yuzi," exclaimed Qing Yi, who had approached from behind, equally astonished. These spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. How could they be lent to them? Noting Qing Yi's surprise, the barbarian, bearded man sneered. "What is so remarkable about this? Wan Tianming is the madwoman's own nephew, while Tian Wuzi is the junior disciple of Tian Yuzi." Simultaneously, an unexpected change occurred atop the altar. The emerald giant silkworm within the golden orb suddenly trembled, and the surrounding golden light rapidly dimmed. Almost concurrently, the golden thread it had been exhaling quivered and snapped with a resounding crack. "Not good," exclaimed Wan Tianming and his companions, who had been intently focused on acquiring treasures, their faces paling in alarm. However, before they could react, the other golden silkworms exhibited the same troubling condition. As their golden light diminished, the golden threads of the other two giant silkworms also broke apart. In that moment, Wan Tianming felt his heart plummet. His previously advancing figure froze in place. Yet, the calamity was far from over. Although the golden threads of the remaining three giant silkworms were still intact, lacking the support of half their companions, they were suddenly yanked forcefully, soaring into the cavern. A deafening crash echoed as a heavy object struck the ground, causing the entire stone platform to tremble violently. The blue light at the cave's entrance dimmed immediately, and the chill in the air intensified. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the righteous individuals turned grim. Meanwhile, the burly man and his companions, who were poised to take action, could not suppress their laughter. "Ha ha, with such considerable effort expended, I thought we might actually acquire some treasures." Wan Tianming's face darkened, particularly at the sight of the burly man, doubled over with laughter, igniting a fierce indignation within him. He had invested immense effort and incurred significant costs for this treasure hunt, only to end up being ridiculed by those of the demonic path. This provoked an uncontrollable fury within him. Abruptly, he turned, casting a cold glare at the burly man and his associates. The three of them exchanged glances with the demonic faction, then with a flick of their sleeves, they strode out of the Shutian Hall. According to the earlier arrangement, both the righteous and demonic factions were to take turns seeking treasures. Having failed, it was now the turn of the burly man and his companions. Qing Yi, the scholar, and the burly man eyed Lin Mo warily, their intentions unmistakable. Lin Mo smiled slightly. "You may go ahead and attempt it first. If you do not succeed, I shall come forth." With that, he graciously made his way toward the exit. Without the blood jade spider, extracting treasures from the Shutian Ding would be a mere fantasy. However, the blood jade spider in Lin Mo's possession was significantly more formidable than that in Han Li's. Both of his blood jade spiders had reached level 5. It should not require sacrificing 2 white jade spiders to succeed. Blood jade spider, level 5, species, spider, bloodline power, blood jade silk. Resilient body, nurtured with the essence of a demonic beast, these two little creatures had experienced substantial power enhancement. Given more time, reaching level 6 would be quite effortless. All that remained was to wait patiently. In the span of a tea's brewing time, the burly man, Qing Yi, and the others emerged from the blue light, their heads hanging low. Wan Tianming and the others displayed expressions of delight upon witnessing their failure. What could be more gratifying than the failure of one's peers? Sighing, Qing Yi's eyes flickered with a hint of despondency. "It appears that the Shutian Ding is fated to remain out of reach for you. Is that so?" Wan Tianming sneered. "If my golden silkworm could not accomplish it, what hope do you have?" As he spoke, everyone's gaze shifted toward Lin Mo. "In that case, let us depart together." It must be noted that all present were quite astute, naturally opting to wait until everyone could leave together or until the Shutian Hall was entirely sealed before departing. Hearing their words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the hope of obtaining the Shutian Ding in the end was unattainable. Contemplating this, Lin Mo remarked nonchalantly, "Having come all this way, I must certainly give it a try. Otherwise, shall I wait another 300 years? With that, Lin Mo leaped forward. Vanishing into the blue light, the burly man snorted lightly. "That insolent brat." Qing Yi waved his hand gently, chuckling. "Let him have his attempt. If he succeeds, it would be splendid. After all, he would be alone and able to take all the treasures for himself." Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming's lips curled into a slight smile, acknowledging the logic in his words. Once more entering the luminous curtain, Lin Mo's gaze fixated intently on a distant altar. With a swift whoosh, 2 blood jade spiders materialized beside him. Gradually approaching the altar, a sizable chasm revealed itself before him. Its depth was modest, merely 20 to 30 zhang. With a torrent of blue flames fervently ablaze. The Qian blue ice flame. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as a pristine white porcelain vial appeared before him. This was the Qian blue ice flame, a fire of utmost een and coldness. It was not only the cultivators of the core formation stage who would shy away. Even we, the seasoned beings of the nascent soul stage, dared not touch it even slightly. A mere brush with this icy flame could easily refine away even a nascent soul. Although his Yin-Yang 2 instrument's vial was remarkably extraordinary, he could not be entirely certain of its ability to refine this flame. If he could not even master this, how could he aspire to dominate the world in the future? With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. A powerful suction force continuously surged forth from within. The Qian blue ice flame in the pit flowed in like a gushing spring, steadily entering the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's vial. In an instant, the entire porcelain vial emanated deep blue luminescence. So cold. Feeling the formidable chill radiating from the Qian blue ice flame, Lin Mo's pupils constricted, exclaiming in astonishment. While the Qian blue ice flame posed great danger to cultivators, there were still certain substances it could not incinerate. For instance, the golden silk produced by the golden silk silkworm and the threads of the blood jade spider. This was precisely why he had brought these creatures along. Lin Mo cast a glance at the blood jade spider beside him, not hastily making a move, but rather observing how much Qian blue ice flame his Yin-Yang 2 instrument's vial could absorb. If he could fully absorb all of the Qian blue ice flame, perhaps seizing the void heaven cauldron would become a trivial endeavor. As the surging Qian blue ice flame continued to be drawn into the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's vial, Lin Mo was astonished to discover that a layer of blue ice crystals had entirely enveloped it. Looking down, he noted that the Qian blue ice flame surrounding the void heaven cauldron had diminished by more than half, now reduced to merely 30%. It seemed this was the limit of the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's vial. Lin Mo murmured softly, retracting the vial and turning his attention towards the blood jade spider. Instead of immediately dragging the void heaven cauldron, he chose to sit cross-legged. Could he refine the Qian blue ice flame? The spectral lightning sword flames within him surged towards the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's vial. For an ordinary person, fusing a new type of flame in such a brief span would be akin to a fool's errand. But who could deny Lin Mo's possession of a simplification system? At the moment the Qian blue ice flame made contact with the spectral lightning sword flames, a blinding blue radiance erupted forth. From a distance, it appeared as if Lin Mo were completely enveloped in a sphere of blue ice flames. Merging with the Qian blue ice flame, time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, half a tea's worth of time had passed. Host, Lin Mo, strength, peak of foundation establishment, physique, dragon's resonance, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, techniques, 10,000 swords spiritual art, 6th layer of the Ming Wang technique. 1st layer of the transformation dragon technique, spells, water light escape, 4th layer of the great transformation art, advanced puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, breath concealment technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refinement technique in the room, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit domination seal, mysterious moon absorbing yin skill. 2nd, nascent soul, divine powers, 9 turns reincarnation technique, Qian blue sword flame. As Lin Mo beheld the scene before him, a look of surprise graced his features. For within his dantian, for pale blue ice, swords shimmered brilliantly. It was a success. The next step was the void heaven cauldron. With this thought, Lin Mo, accompanied by the blood jade spider, approached the altar with deliberate pace. He then turned his gaze to the blood jade spider, which understood his intent, leaping gracefully to settle by his side. With a sudden burst, 2 strands of milky white web shot forth, transforming into a beam of white light that flew into the cave. The web effortlessly ensnared the void heaven cauldron. With a forceful retreat, the blood jade spider tightened the white silk. Gradually, it began to move backward. A low rumble resonated, causing the entire platform to tremble. Within the cave, the blue light flickered chaotically, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. Outside, Wan Tianming and the others exchanged startled glances, their expressions reflecting shock. This is not good. The void heaven cauldron is stirring. Could it be that the lad has succeeded? Observing the commotion, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and glanced at the blood jade spider beside him. Strands of blood-red light coiled around the spider, radiating brilliance. Suddenly, a flicker of crimson light danced in his green eyes, and several sharp legs of the spider began to frantically grasp, indeed managing to pull the taut web slightly backward. A tremor, even more intense than before, surged through the air, accompanied by low rumbles of thunder emanating from the cave. Then, a blinding blue light erupted from within, shooting upward over 10 feet above the altar. The two blood jade spiders, evidently exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, utterly fatigued. A sudden, soft crackle arose from behind. Lin Mo turned to see that the protective shield had been violently breached. Tian Nan and the others charged forth from beyond the shield. The Void Heaven Cauldron. This lad has truly extracted the Void Heaven Cauldron. Ha! The Void Heaven Cauldron is mine. Upon sighting the cauldron, the gathered cultivators erupted in ecstatic laughter, their joy bordering on madness. Observing the crowd, Lin Mo maintained a stoic expression as he slowly approached the Void Heaven Cauldron. Surely, this person must be a fool. That Qian Blue Eyes flame would lead even a nascent soul cultivator to certain doom. As the crowd witnessed Lin Mo retrieve the blood jade spider and make his way towards the Qian Blue Eyes flame, smiles spread across their faces. To them, Lin Mo's actions seemed no different from courting death. As he drew near to the Void Heaven Cauldron, Lin Mo took note of its features, flat and round. With 2 ears and 3 legs, standing about 4 feet high and measuring approximately 10 feet in diameter, not particularly large. At the pinnacle rests a slightly convex, circular lid, adorned with intricate carvings of insects, fish, beasts, and a plethora of mountains and trees. Although it appears crude and unrefined, the artistry is remarkably vivid, imparting to Lin Mo a sense of the untamed, primordial essence that seems to surge forth. As soon as the cauldron reveals itself from the opening, it begins to emit a faint hum, which gradually intensifies. Concurrently, the blue eyes flames enveloping the cauldron surge dramatically, expanding several-fold. The entire altar, within a radius of 10-odd paces, is bathed in a pale blue glow, completely frozen in place. With a crackle, the azure sword flames instantly envelop Lin Mo. The encroaching azure ice flames deftly bypass his form. What? He has managed to wield the azure ice flames. Cursed be it. Those who had previously mocked now stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Lin Mo grasped the void cauldron with one hand and gently tapped it with the other. Several luminous orbs emerged from within. These are the celestial restoration pills. Should they be disregarded, the opportunity shall vanish. A subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he seized the void cauldron and deftly manipulated the incantation. The large cauldron quickly diminished in size, shrinking to the palm of his hand, where it rested securely. The azure sword flames enveloped the cauldron, preventing the silver moon from escaping. With a swift turn, he started to retreat into the distance. Having acquired the void cauldron, there was no need to linger any longer. Buzzing echoed as 2 white phantoms materialized before Lin Mo. 2 elders from the Star Palace appeared as if summoned from the depths of a nightmare, their eyes glinting with madness as they fixated on the void cauldron in Lin Mo's grasp. Surrender the void cauldron. We shall spare your life. Lin Mo, his expression devoid of emotion, cast a glance at the 2 and waved his hand. The surging azure sword flames split into 2, advancing menacingly towards them. Sensing the bone-chilling frost of the azure flames, the 2 dared not approach and retreated in haste. Merged with the azure ice flames, their power had significantly increased. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find only death upon contact. Chapter 124, Silver Moon. Soul-nurturing wood. Gazing at the 2 fist-sized, multicolored orbs bursting forth from the blue flames, soaring into the sky, both righteous and demonic factions stirred, gasping in astonishment. They leapt into action, barbarian beards and Tian Nan among them. With their lifespans waning, they regarded treasures with indifference, but the rumored celestial restoration pills, said to possess the power to seize the world's creation, were viewed as invaluable. This was the primary objective of their expedition. Initially, all eyes were on Lin Mo, but now they were transfixed on the 2 celestial restoration pills suspended in midair. The crowd transformed into arcs of light, racing towards the vibrant orbs. Yet midway, their trajectories intertwined, preventing anyone from advancing. In an instant, brilliance erupted, and demonic energy danced, the intensity surpassing that of previous encounters several-fold. The two celestial restoration pills hovered gently above the opening, appearing as if they were within easy reach. With each rotation, the luminous orbs flickered and contracted, as if imbued with life, igniting a fervent desire among the righteous and demonic factions alike. However, not all were preoccupied with the celestial restoration pills. For instance, the ancient Bone Master and the elders of the Star Palace are well aware of the true efficacy of the heaven-mending pill. This pill, aside from cleansing the spiritual roots of those who have attained the Golden Core stage, possesses no other significant effects. With a swift motion, the ancient Bone Master appeared beside the two elders of the Star Palace. "I have a way to restrain this dry blue ice flame," he scoffed softly. "Let us join forces against this brat." Upon hearing the ancient Bone Master's words, Lin Mo maintained an indifferent demeanor. "The extreme Yin ancestor is dead. Are you eager to meet him?" In that moment, the dry blue ice flame before him coiled and condensed, forming 4 dry blue sword flames that emitted a series of resonant hums. The 4 ice swords gleamed with a chilling radiance, exuding an aura of bone-chilling coldness. The ancient Bone Master fixated his gaze on the dry blue sword flames, his form swirling gracefully in the air. Surrounding him, a malevolent aura began to swirl, coalescing into a verdant whirlwind approximately 10 feet in diameter, its sinister energy palpable, echoes of ghostly wails faintly resonating. The whirlwind surged toward Lin Mo's dry blue sword flames with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, the moving whirlwind ignited as if set ablaze, transforming into a towering inferno that shot skyward. This column of fire, neither red nor white, oscillated between shades of black and green, devoid of warmth, instead emanating an intensely chilling presence. The eerie flame plunged into the dry blue sword flames, intertwining 3 distinct luminescences that produced a cacophony reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Excellent. Observing the ancient Bone Master take action, successfully suppressing the dry blue sword flames, the 2 elders of the Star Palace displayed expressions of delight. Had it not been for the fusion with the ghost Thundersword flame, the dry blue ice flame would have indeed been subdued by the ancient Bone Master. Alas, post-fusion, the power of the dry blue sword flames had been significantly enhanced. Suddenly, the dry blue ice flame erupted with a series of crackling sounds, piercingly loud. In an instant, it completely incinerated the inky black flames. The 4 dry blue sword flames transformed into a shadow, darting toward the ancient Bone Master. This is not good. The ancient Bone Master had not anticipated the formidable strength of Lin Mo's dry blue sword flames. At that moment, the 2 elders of the Star Palace, seeing Lin Mo devoid of defensive flames, surged toward him, evidently intent on obliterating him right then and there. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as a torrent of golden light coalesced around him. Golden dragon scales emerged upon his pristine skin, his physique doubling in size, and his robust limbs stirred the air into a frenzy. Concurrently, a wisp of green shadow flickered past. With a swift motion, the second nascent soul seamlessly entered the body of the hardy puppet, the evil-repelling divine thunder surging forth aimed at the ancient Bone Master. Next, Lin Mo merely needed to stall the 2 elders of the Star Palace until the second nascent soul could eliminate the ancient Bone Master, allowing him to confront the 2 mid-stage elders afterward. In a flash, a gleaming white longsword sliced through the air, suddenly appearing before Lin Mo. The sword shimmered with a dazzling light, blindingly radiant. Lin Mo remained composed as a deep dry blue sword flame manifested around him. The long blade descended heavily upon the azure sword flames, which seemed to possess a life of their own, climbing up the blade artifact. However, the full force of the blade's strike merely left a shallow white mark upon Lin Mo's chest, yielding no further effects. With a resounding crash, a single azure ice crystal sword, nearly the height of a person, materialized from the gathering azure flames. "Now it is my turn," Lin Mo sneered coldly, his right foot planted firmly on the ground, channeling immense power that transformed him into a golden projectile. He soared through the air towards the elder of the Star Palace on his left. Although both elders were at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, the elder on the left appeared significantly weaker. One naturally chooses the softer fruit to squeeze. As Lin Mo approached with rapidity, the elder's expression tightened, and with a flick of his right hand, a crimson bowl appeared in his grasp. No sooner had the bowl been summoned than a torrent of searing flames erupted from it, coalescing into a blazing fire dragon that lunged toward Lin Mo. With a calm smile, Lin Mo swung his right hand vigorously, the azure sword flames in his grasp swirling violently. Instantly, a gust of frigid wind erupted, showering the orange flames of the fire dragon. The overwhelming force of the icy power transformed the fire dragon into an ice dragon. The icy essence did not cease there. It surged along the crystalline dragon towards the elder's crimson bowl. Damn it, the elder cursed under his breath. He was aware of the formidable nature of the azure ice flames, which had previously been inanimate and manageable. As long as he evaded contact, he would be fine. However, now that the azure ice flames had been tamed by this youth, they had become a far more troublesome adversary. At that moment, the other elder from the Star Palace waved his right hand, sending a white flying knife slicing through the air to shatter the orange flames, severing the advancing azure sword flames. Meanwhile, on another front, the second nascent soul was controlling the ghostly maiden, positioning her before the Xiangu old demon. Do you truly believe I am as foolish as the extreme Yin ancestor? The Xiangu old demon sneered, forcefully gesturing with both hands, summoning a swirling mass of black-green light. A chilling wind accompanied it, reeking of a foul stench. Strangely, arcs of pitch-black electricity sporadically shot from the sphere, accompanied by faint rumblings of thunder. Lin Mo, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, understood that the Xiangu old demon was merging his demonic energy with the exorcising divine thunder to forge the Shura sacred fire. Yet, it still lacked a portion of the azure sword flames. Without fire, thunder, or ice, the power of this so-called Shura sacred fire would be significantly diminished. Swiftly, the ghostly maiden formed hand seals, resolutely activating her innate treasure. With piercing sounds of air being torn apart, 72 azure bamboo swords soared into the sky, accompanied by a formidable surge of exorcising divine thunder, their golden light bursting forth with an ear-piercing sound of destruction. How is it that you possess such an abundance of golden thunder bamboo? Upon witnessing the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords, the elder demon of Xiangu widened his eyes, a look of disbelief etched upon his countenance. He had never anticipated that Lin Mo harbored such an arsenal of hidden talents, unveiling a treasure crafted from 72 pieces of golden thunder bamboo at this crucial moment. It is worth noting that the small arrows derived from these treasures, the azure bamboo cloud swords, are merely palm-sized. I shall claim these flying swords. The elder demon of Xiangu's pupils constricted slightly as he spoke coldly. He raised his right hand and struck the luminous sphere before him with a single palm. The surface of the dark green orb flickered erratically, and with a sharp crack, it split open to reveal a gaping maw. From this fissure, a surge of pale green thunderous energy erupted, cleaving the air and hurtling towards the ghost lady with ferocity. The ghost lady let out a cold laugh, pointing a finger at the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords suspended in midair. Under her command, these swords suddenly merged into one. Subsequently, they coalesced in the sky into a colossal sword, descending unhesitatingly towards Xiangu. Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of gravity crossed his face. He enveloped the luminous sphere with both hands and raised it high. The fissure widened further, spewing forth a torrent of golden thunderous energy. It would be folly to confront the banished evil divine thunder with demonic flames, and the elder demon was certainly not foolish enough to make such a choice. The golden lightning coalesced into a golden-green dragon, which raised its forepaws to confront the azure giant sword. However, the azure bamboo cloud sword was already entwined with the banished evil divine thunder, and thus it would not cower in the face of its own might. With a resounding boom, several arcs of pale golden lightning appeared on the surface of the giant sword, striking fiercely against the golden dragon. The powerful impact shattered the golden dragon into fragments. I need not defeat you, only delay you. The corners of Xiangu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. I do not believe your true form can withstand the assaults of those two old Taoists from the Star Palace. As he spoke, a small emerald arrow, infused with flickering golden thunderous energy, suddenly zipped towards him. Yet, the golden radiance was faint, predominantly green. Unlike the brilliant golden glow emitted by the azure bamboo cloud sword, the ghost lady remained composed, pointing directly at the emerald giant sword formed from the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords. A blue talisman was unleashed, striking the giant sword. Then, with a mere gesture, the giant sword shimmered and violently shook, transforming into two identical colossal swords, a manifestation of the Qingyuan sword technique's sword shadow splitting art. Both swords unleashed robust arcs of pale golden lightning, one racing towards the golden arrow and the other swiftly slicing diagonally towards the elder demon of Xiangu. Ah! Xiangu gasped in astonishment. Observing the two giant swords in midair, the elder demon of Xiangu snorted coldly. Very well. Though I remain perplexed as to why you possess such an abundance of golden thunder bamboo treasures. However, from the day you possessed these treasures, it was destined that you would become the mortal enemy of our ghostly path practitioners. Today, this humble master shall unveil the formidable prowess of the so-called Saint Fire of the ghostly path, the Azura Flame. Now, ensnared in a predicament, he is prepared to boldly merge the two energies into the legendary Azura Sacred Fire, hoping to shatter Lin Mo's exorcising divine thunder in a single strike. Naturally, this perilous technique of forcibly synthesizing the sacred fire in such a short time carries immense danger, with the possibility of backlash looming at any moment. Yet, at this juncture, Xiangu has little regard for such concerns. With a solemn expression, Xiangu relentlessly infused the colossal thunderball above with divine thunder, his 10 fingers deftly weaving various incantations, murmuring spells as they flowed from his lips. Meanwhile, the golden thunder bamboo arrow had already collided with one of the azure bamboo cloud swords. The golden arrow, without a hint of hesitation, was sent flying backward. In that moment, a second massive azure bamboo cloud sword had arrived before the old demon Xiangu. It was evident that he had to summon all his strength. To Xiangu, conventional methods seemed inadequate to confront Lin Mo. Only by merging and unleashing the remaining demonic fire with the exorcising divine thunder could he withstand the assault of this enormous azure bamboo cloud sword. Just as the old demon Xiangu pondered how to fend off the 72 exorcising divine thunders, the powers of the Emu divine thunder and the exorcising divine thunder had already coalesced into two golden-green arcs of light, soaring from the hands of the ghostly maiden. As Xiangu remained steadfast in his belief that he could withstand the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords, the two golden and jade-like arcs of light struck heavily upon him. Boom! With an unbearable and piercing roar, the formidable exorcising divine thunder and Emu divine thunder relentlessly struck the old demon Xiangu. He could only emit a series of heart-wrenching cries before his breath ceased. A jade-like pale green arrow fell heavily to the ground. The ghostly maiden swayed and landed before the arrow, her sleeve sweeping forth to draw it into her grasp. The power of the exorcising divine thunder surged from her hand, enveloping the golden thunder bamboo arrow, accompanied by a chorus of anguished wails. The sound was excruciatingly sharp, and amidst it all, one could faintly hear the old demon Xiangu's pleas for mercy. Lin Mo remained utterly indifferent. How could he show any leniency? As the overwhelming exorcising divine thunder and Emu divine thunder unleashed their fury, they dissipated into the world in the blink of an eye. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the golden thunder bamboo arrow into his storage bag. Subsequently, Lin Mo directed his gaze towards the corpse of the old demon Xiangu, where a rib, pure and white as jade, materialized before him. This was the storage bag of the old demon Xiangu, quite peculiar indeed. Only someone like him would choose to use their own bones for spatial storage. After securing the rib into his storage bag, Lin Mo turned his attention to the two elders of the Star Palace. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting emerald shadow, darting toward them. Accompanying him were the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords, slicing through the air, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. It felt as though the very air had been utterly shattered, imbued with boundless power. Upon witnessing the arrival of the ethereal maiden, the two elders of the White Garment Star Palace exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's intent to retreat. Neither was a match for Lin Mo, especially with the return of his second avatar, now infused with the formidable essence of the evil-dispelling divine thunder. This presented a significant predicament for them. With a swift motion, the two figures abruptly fled into the distance. Observing this scene, Lin Mo chose not to pursue. With the Void Heaven Cauldron and the Qian Blue Eyes Flame now in his possession, he had no reason to linger any longer. Just as he intended to turn away, 5 Yuaning cultivators from afar cast furtive glances in his direction. Wan Tianming and the bearded man had each secured a piece of the celestial restoration pill. Yet the remaining 3 Yuaning cultivators had not reaped any rewards. Desire knows no bounds, especially among cultivators of the Yuaning realm. Surrender the void heaven cauldron. Wan Tianming declared with a cold scoff. Perhaps I might spare your life. Divide the treasures within the cauldron with us. The bearded man cast a long look at Lin Mo before turning to Wan Tianming, stating, I only seek half of the treasures within the cauldron. This encounter had earned the bearded man's respect for Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he regarded the bearded man. To elaborate, the heaven-ascending demon technique he wielded was indeed a commendable practice. Should he manage to master it and merge it with his own transformation dragon technique, it could significantly enhance his cultivation prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo pivoted and soared toward the stone steps outside. Confronting 2 mid-stage Yuaning cultivators was already his limit. Now faced with 5, should his main body break through to the Yuaning realm, dealing with them would be effortless. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and sped toward the stone steps, aware that he had already lingered too long, and that the soul nourishing would awaited him. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the distance of several dozen zhang. A surge of azure light erupted forth as the azure bamboo cloud sword cleaved open a wide gap in the barrier, allowing him to shoot forth like a comet from the breach. Trying to escape? Did you consult me first? The 5 Yuaning cultivators, seeing this, quickly gave chase. Fortuitously, upon his arrival, all traps and restrictions had been thoroughly dismantled, enabling him to fly forth without concern. Following the marked direction on the map within the scroll, Lin Mo swiftly arrived at a crossroads. Sensing the pursuit of the 5 Yuaning cultivators, Lin Mo's expression remained composed. With a flick of his wrist, he carelessly scattered dozens of talismans, interspersed with many inconsequential magical artifacts. Even more cunningly, he occasionally produced treasures that unleashed considerable force, causing the Yuaning cultivators to tread cautiously. As he raced forward, Lin Mo soon reached the red marker indicated on the map. Before him stood an unremarkable stone wall, simple and utterly ordinary. Indeed, this was the designated location. Lin Mo opened the map and, after confirming his location, slowly raised his right hand. With a swift motion, a blade of azure flame shot forth from his palm, piercing through the stone wall. A thick layer of frost enveloped the surface of the wall. With a series of cracking sounds, the stone wall shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Before him appeared a rudimentary teleportation array. The array was haphazardly arranged, and the runes inscribed upon it appeared exceedingly crude, as if crafted by someone entirely ignorant of formation techniques. Were it not for his knowledge of the narrative, Lin Mo would hardly believe that such a simple array could hold the key to his escape. He cast several spirit stones into the formation. After a low hum reverberated, the array emitted a faint glow. Observing this, Lin Mo smiled slightly, yet he did not hasten to teleport away. Instead, he glanced back at the swiftly approaching nascent soul cultivators. 3 azure flames shot forth in succession. A gift for you, Lin Mo sneered, proclaiming, explode. As his words fell, a torrent of formidable icy energy erupted from the azure flames. Not good. Azure ice flame. The expressions of the 5 nascent soul cultivators changed drastically, as they dared not confront the azure flames head-on. Lin Mo then calmly landed upon the formation. A flash of white light enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind the 5 nascent soul cultivators. Damn it! The burly man cursed as he gazed at the scattered blue ice crystals in the distance, turning his gaze to the now-destroyed teleportation array, a flicker of rage flashing in his eyes. In contrast, Wan Tianming's expression remained placid. Although he had not obtained the Void Heaven Cauldron, he had secured the Celestial Restoration Pill, which was a notable gain. Moments later, Lin Mo's figure materialized amidst a veil of mist. Looking up, he beheld a milky white pool of water, approximately 10 feet in diameter, emanating a fragrant mist from within. Alas, there was no Yu Yao here to share a bath, which was indeed regrettable. Lin Mo smiled faintly, but thoughts of his beloved wife at home alleviated any sense of loss. This place was a vast stone chamber, roughly 30 to 40 feet in size, with a plain stone door on either side. On the wall several feet behind him, a magnificent dragon head relief carved from white jade adorned the stone surface, beneath which was a green, glistening recess filled with milky liquid. 10,000-year spirit milk. Lin Mo's pupils constricted with excitement. The legendary 10,000-year spirit milk could instantly restore one's entire magical energy, a single drop of which was worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. This reservoir could easily fill a small vial. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo hesitated no longer. He produced a jade vial, deftly performed a hand gesture, and drew the 10,000-year spirit milk into it. He then stored the vial in his spatial pouch. Finally, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward the crystalline spring. The water in the pool exuded a captivating fragrance, brimming with pure celestial spiritual energy. Yet, after a brief moment, the ethereal fragrance and spiritual energy vanished from beneath Lin Mo's eyelids at a visible pace, transforming into ordinary clear water. The spring of spiritual eyes. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he took a sip of the milky white spiritual spring. His spirits lifted immensely. Spiritual power, 10,000. Spiritual power, 10,000. Hearing the system prompt resonating in his ears, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. If only he could continuously cultivate in this place, it would indeed be the most splendid of times. However, such musings were mere daydreams, as the time within the Hall of Void Heaven is inherently limited. One cannot linger here at their whim. This location is the second level of the inner hall, a rather secluded area where few would venture. Now, Lin Mo could thoroughly scour the surroundings before taking his leave. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo raised his gaze toward the distance. There, at the exit, a misty azure glow surged forth, clearly indicating the presence of an unknown formation. Soul-nurturing wood. I have arrived. One of the 3 sacred trees, capable of being worn to nourish the soul and gradually strengthen one's divine consciousness. Most importantly, this soul-nurturing wood is the primary material for crafting his treasured artifact, the 9 Nether Soul Banner. Indeed, it was through the soul-nurturing wood that Ziling's mother was able to condense her ghostly form. Observing the formation before him, Lin Mo opted not to employ conventional methods of dismantling it, but instead chose brute force. With a resounding crash, the piercing azure sword flames descended heavily upon the formation. The deep blue, icy flames, as if imbued with life, enveloped the entire formation completely. With crackling sounds echoing, the flames scorched the formation's luminous barrier, revealing the soul-nurturing wood within. A pitch-black soul-nurturing wood was seen growing amidst the ebony soil. The tree stood modestly at just over 2 feet tall. Its exterior was charred and rough, marred with pits and unevenness, rendering it exceedingly unsightly. Perfect for crafting the 9 Nether Soul Banner. Gazing at the slightly over 2-foot-tall soul-nurturing wood, Lin Mo silently contemplated. Perhaps there would be enough remaining to create additional artifacts to nurture the spirit. As for why this precious tree ended here, it was undoubtedly due to the spiritual spring water. Its cultivation in this locale was intended to facilitate the absorption of that divine essence. 2 days later, a flash of white light danced across the surface of the sea, several dozen miles from the Hall of Void Heaven. A figure clad in white robes materialized amidst the radiant glow. The young man was strikingly handsome, tall, and lean, with clear eyes vigilantly surveying his surroundings. The priority now was to flee. Lin Mo thought to himself, yearning to return to the Miaoyin sect. Having consecutively vanquished the extreme In Old Demon and the Xian Bone Old Demon was one matter. However, possessing the Void Heaven Cauldron would certainly preclude him from remaining safely in this chaotic star sea. He was unperturbed by the prospect of retaliation, save for concern for Chun Xiaoqian and the other women. Remaining here was evidently too perilous. The century-long pact was firmly established. Lin Mo stroked his chin, a subtle smile appearing. Let Chun Xiaoqian and the others return to Tian Nan first. As for himself, there was no rush to return. The abundance of resources in the chaotic star sea was far too enticing. Returning now would be an utter waste. He must acquire the Thunder Wings and break through to the Yuaning stage before making his way home. Meanwhile, upon the elevated platform of the 5th level within the Hall of Virtual Heavens, several individuals stood with somber expressions. Each bore a countenance of discontent, comprising the likes of the bearded barbarian and other formidable practitioners at the nascent soul stage. An enigmatic accord had evidently been reached among them, resulting in an unusual cessation of hostilities. We had meticulously combed through every nook and cranny from the 3rd to the 5th levels of the inner hall. The sheer number of obliterated restraints and shattered puppets was incalculable, yet we still failed to locate him. Wan Tianming, his visage darkened, cast a glance at the bearded barbarian. That individual possesses a transformation technique akin to yours, barbarian brother. Could there be a connection? Ridiculous. Why would I owe you any explanation? The bearded barbarian retorted with a cold snort. I assert that there is no connection, and indeed, there is none. Yet, the sage Qingyi, observing the exchange, could not restrain himself from interjecting. There is no need for discord between you two. The one who absconded with the treasure is undoubtedly this man. With a calm demeanor, Qingyi elaborated. After departing from the Hall of Virtual Heavens, we can pursue him further. The several nascent soul practitioners exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. A flicker of insight sparkled in Qingyi's eyes. Being well acquainted with the elder of extreme Yin, he possessed knowledge that surpassed that of others. Naturally, the identity of Lin Mo could not elude him. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the divine wind vessel gracefully descended before him. Lin Mo alighted steadily upon the vessel, his impatience palpable as he retrieved the virtual heaven cauldron. For an ordinary individual, opening the virtual heaven cauldron would be a mere fantasy. However, Lin Mo, endowed with the Qian blue ice flame, found the task effortless. As the Qian blue ice flame surged into the virtual heaven cauldron, a resounding roar of energy began to resonate. Lin Mo, fixated upon the small cauldron, pointed with solemnity, his fingertips shimmering with a cerulean glow. Several delicate spiritual threads shot forth, vanishing in an instant. The virtual heaven cauldron shimmered with blue light, expanding dramatically as it was enveloped by the ice flame. In the blink of an eye, the diminutive cauldron swelled to an impressive height, revealing intricate depictions of flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, and trees now vividly visible upon its surface. As an abundance of spiritual energy was infused, a low humming sound emanated from within the cauldron. Under Lin Mo's watchful gaze, ancient blue characters emerged from its surface, drifting skyward. After a brief tumult of blue light, these characters coalesced into an unusual script of ancient incantations 3 zhang above the ground. This scripture, though concise, comprised merely over 1,000 characters, openly detailing the methodology for wielding the virtual heaven cauldron. The scripture clearly stated that 2 paramount conditions must be met to command this cauldron. First, one must refine the Qian blue ice flame that accompanies it. Second, one must cultivate an ancient technique known as the Tongbao Ju. This incantation was specifically devised for the manipulation of treasures of the celestial class, and every celestial treasure passed down from antiquity possessed its own unique Tongbao Ju, differing in content. After all, each celestial treasure bore its own characteristics and powers. Only through the appropriate incantation could one hope to harness its might. Should one acquire another celestial treasure in the future, the corresponding Tongbao Ju must also be cultivated. Thus, one could seal the celestial treasure within their own being and nurture it gradually. The incantation appeared deceptively simple, comprising merely 3 ordinary layers. However, the cultivation is not without its complexities. Merely mastering the first layer of this supreme treasure technique necessitates a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. The second and third layers, astonishingly, require one to reach the late stage of the nascent soul and the transformation stage, respectively. For the time being, I am unable to refine this void celestial cauldron. At that moment, an intense explosion resonated from the cauldron, followed by a cacophony of harsh grinding sounds. Subsequently, a majestic dragon's roar echoed forth, and a fiery light shot out from within the cauldron. This light spiraled rapidly above the void celestial cauldron before transforming into a 2-headed fire wolf, hovering in midair. The wolf, engulfed in raging flames, attempted to flee upon spotting Lin Mo's silver moon. Thinking of escaping? Lin Mo remarked, observing the scene before him as he raised his right hand. With a crackle, the exorcising thunder and the wood thunder intertwined, coalescing into an electrifying net that ensnared the 2-headed fire wolf. As the divine thunder struck, the wolf, in pain, swiftly retreated into its original form. Soon, a series of yellow and red jade rui floated gracefully in the air. Each end of the rui was intricately carved with a lifelike wolf's head. It must be said, Silver Moon's plight is indeed a poignant one. Silver Moon is the celestial pride of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, a favored consort of the heavenly, Kwai-divine wolf of the spirit realm. Known as the most beautiful woman of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, her original name was Ling Long. However, in preparation for the 5th Millennium Thunder Calamity, she encountered a mishap while cultivating the clan's supreme secret technique, resulting in her essence splitting into 2, manifesting as the 2 spiritual entities, Shuling and Longmeng. In the human realm, at Kunwa Mountain, she was ambushed by the Yuan Sha holy ancestor, leading to her soul being severely injured and subsequently sealed within the void celestial cauldron. Later, Han Li acquired the cauldron and released Shuling, who, having lost much of her memory, ultimately became Silver Moon, the spirit of Han Li's artifact. Naturally, she now belongs solely to him. Gazing at the jade ruby in his hand, Lin Mo examined it closely. In terms of its power, this ancient treasure is indeed remarkable. By silently reciting the ancient incantations etched on one side of the ruby and probing his consciousness into the wolf heads at either end, he could summon forth the red and yellow wolves individually or even invoke a single silver giant wolf. The red wolf appears to be an embodiment of pure fire elemental energy, innately possessing several formidable fire spells. The yellow wolf, on the other hand, embodies earth attributes and excels in earth spells. As for the silver giant wolf, that is Silver Moon. Though she responds to his commands, her demeanor is perpetually languid, often appearing indifferent, which amuses Lin Mo. Observing Silver Moon, he refrained from immediately drawing her into his Yin-Yang 2 instruments bottle. Firstly, he lacked the means to extract the artifact spirit. Secondly, it was evident that Silver Moon harbored considerable apprehension towards him. Should a confrontation arise, her demise would be inevitable, yielding a loss far greater than the gain. With this thought, Lin Mo gently caressed the jade ruby and smiled. There is still ample time. With that, he stored the ruby in his spatial pouch and directed his consciousness back into the void celestial cauldron. In addition to several celestial restoration pills, there were two other ancient treasures, a square ancient pendant adorned with shimmering runes that exuded an ethereal energy, and a coin-like ancient currency that glimmered with a radiant white light. Both treasures overflowed with brilliance, seemingly yearning to escape from the void celestial cauldron. As for whether there were additional treasures within the cauldron, one would have to thoroughly refine it to discover. With this thought, Lin Mo waved his right hand, drawing the void celestial cauldron into his embrace. As for refining the cauldron into his body, that would require the cultivation of the Tongbao formula to the first level. Turning his gaze towards the distant sea, Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he silently mused. It is time to withdraw. Sitting cross-legged atop the divine wind vessel, he commanded the vessel to sail with his second nascent soul while gradually restoring his spiritual energy. Along the way, Lin Mo encountered numerous cultivators. Yet they were all low-tier practitioners, ranging from the foundation establishment stage to the chi refinement stage. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Lin Mo, the cultivators wisely refrained from provoking him. As he drew closer to Tianqing City, the number of encountered cultivators increased significantly, and he even came across several at the core formation stage. Could it be that fortune smiled upon him? Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. According to the narrative, he might just encounter Ling Tianling here, the impostor. This would provide a path to secure the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. With this in mind, Lin Mo directed the divine wind vessel towards a group of core formation cultivators. Greetings, esteemed elder. The leading elder, with graying hair and bright, piercing eyes, promptly clasped his hands in respect, inquiring, "What instructions do you have for us, senior? This young nascent soul powerhouse is quite remarkable. Could he possess some secret technique for maintaining youth?" The elder's thoughts briefly wandered before he quickly dismissed them. A nascent soul expert was not someone he could afford to speculate about. Angering such a being could lead to his own demise. Gazing at the elder before him, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Which sect do you belong to, and what is your destination?" "We are disciples of the 3 Immortals Sect, dispatched by our sect leader to Tianqing City," the elder replied, slightly taken aback but visibly relieved. He continued respectfully, "Not long ago, a significant event occurred in Tianqing City, prompting nearly all sects and factions to send representatives there." "What event?" Lin Mo scrutinized the elder. "Speak truthfully." A powerful nascent soul aura emanated from him, leaving no room for refusal. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the elder broke into a sweat and hastily replied, "Recently, a rumor spread through the chaotic star sea, claiming that the twin saints of Tianqing, the Yuan magnetic divine light, are on the verge of breaking through. The Star Palace intends to seize this opportunity to eliminate certain disobedient or uncontrollable factions." Initially, most believed it to be mere gossip, but unexpectedly, just a few days after the rumor spread, the Star Palace actually issued a Tianqing order to various major factions. The elders commanded all sect leaders and island masters to present themselves before the twin saints of the Celestial Palace upon receiving the celestial decree. Failure to comply would result in their annihilation under the guise of disrespect towards the stellar palace. The old man recounted this with meticulous detail, his mind unsettled, unaware of Lin Mo's true identity. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo realized that the Chaotic Star Alliance was poised to confront the stellar palace directly. The Yuan magnetic divine mountain stood as a colossal shackle, effectively imprisoning the twin saints of the celestial palace beside it, rendering any escape impossible. Only those possessing the 5 elemental spirit roots could fully remove the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. As for Lin Mo in his current state, he too lacked the capacity to extract it. Only through the utilization of the 5 elemental primordial infant could such a feat be accomplished. This was indicative of an impending purge against various factions. Observing Lin Mo's silence, the elder pondered momentarily before continuing, "Esteemed senior, there are still matters I have yet to disclose." Shortly after the stellar palace issued the celestial decree, both the righteous and demonic paths unexpectedly announced the formation of an organization named the Rebel Star Alliance. They claimed to dismantle the stellar palace's hegemony over the chaotic star sea and to bring an end to its dominion. The grand protector of the 10,000 Methods sect, Wan Sengyu, and the current foremost figure of the demonic path, the Six Paths Extreme Saint, have concurrently been appointed as the 2 leaders of the Rebel Star Alliance. With its establishment, numerous sects and organizations from both the righteous and demonic paths have swiftly joined, while many other factions have also responded favorably. Moreover, like the Stellar Palace, the Rebel Star Alliance has issued a sinister decree known as the Rebel Star Edict, vowing not to spare any. They have declared an imminent assault on Star City, inviting other forces to witness the event and to declare their allegiances. Chapter 125, Absorbing the Relics. Ling Yuling. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a glance at the golden core elder before him, as the divine wind vessel beneath him enveloped itself in a swirl of icy white radiance. Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, it darted away into the distance, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's disappearance, the white-haired golden core elder finally exhaled in relief. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 youthful maidens rushed in from afar, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the white-haired elder. "Grandfather, this person appears so youthful. Could he truly be a primordial infant cultivator?" One exclaimed. "Indeed, he seems just like a dashing young gentleman." The other chimed in. Hearing the girl's nonsensical chatter, the elder's pupils constricted in alarm as he admonished, "Do not speak carelessly. The consciousness of a primordial infant ancestor covers the heavens. Should he overhear your words, none can foresee the consequences." Meanwhile, Lin Mo piloted the divine wind vessel, soaring away into the distance. It must be said that Lin Mo's speed was remarkably swift, transforming into a blue specter that vanished over the ocean. Days later, Lin Mo had arrived in the waters near Star City, with the final transit island, Nanming Island, ahead. Though small in size, it was home to a considerable number of cultivators from the Stellar Palace, serving as a sentry for the outer perimeter of Star City. In bygone days, this island's port would have been bustling with vessels of all sizes, as cultivators and mortals alike came and went. However, upon extending his consciousness, he found only a sparse handful of small boats. Even the cultivators were hastily passing through, showing no signs of lingering. It appeared that a great battle was imminent. Feeling the somber atmosphere, Lin Mo gently shook his head. His figure swayed slightly, an emerald green light began to envelop him. His aura gradually diminished, signaling his initial stage of golden core. With only the cultivation level of the early golden core stage emanating from him, he assumed he would not attract undue attention. As Lin Mo descended, 3 golden core cultivator spiritual senses fell upon him. Upon discovering no abnormalities, their spiritual senses slowly dissipated at that moment, casually seeking a place to rest. He entered an inn. With a swift motion of his right hand, exquisite array flags sliced through the air, settling around the room. A faint yellow glow emanated from the formation, completely enveloping Lin Mo within. Subsequently, he took out an ancient treasure crafted from a golden relic, radiating a luminous Buddhist light. It seemed as if melodic mantras continuously resonated from within. Observing the relic before him, Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he mused. "I hope this enhances the strength of my Ming Wang Ju." With this thought, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, fully channeling the Ming Wang Ju. Streams of golden aura began to surge from the relic, enveloping his body. From a distance, he appeared to radiate a golden brilliance, resembling a golden Buddha. As time flowed by, several days slipped away unnoticed. On this particular day, the sky darkened and twilight descended, casting a hazy veil over the surroundings. Accompanied by a surge of radiant light, thunderous roars erupted from the direction of the port. Inside the room, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The once rounded golden relic had now vanished, its contained golden aura fully absorbed into Lin Mo's being. What a pity! The energy within this relic was insufficient for me to break through to the 7th layer. Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he stroked his chin, pondering. Perhaps I must harness the powerful spiritual energy of the unease stage to have a chance at breaking through the 7th layer. The people from the Reversing Star Alliance must have arrived. Suddenly shifting his tone, Lin Mo transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through the air. In the sky, countless crimson and azure lights flickered. Accompanying this spectacle were piercingly fierce explosive sounds. Given the commotion, it was evident that at least 1,000 cultivators were joining forces. The city's formations surged to life, a layer of red light fiercely countering the incoming assaults. Cultivators clad in white garments of the Star Palace soared into the air, continuously urging their magical artifacts to retaliate against the aerial onslaught. The Reversing Star Alliance was not slow in their actions. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. However, Nanming Island was a vast land, since the Reversing Star Alliance had chosen to attack here. The mastermind behind it should at least be a cultivator at the unease stage. Presently, only a handful of foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators were visible, with merely 5 or 6 in the golden core stage. Yet, the entire battle soon underwent a transformation. Amidst the intertwining red light and various colors, another wave of sinister gray-white radiance joined the fray. Under the relentless onslaught of myriad magical artifacts and spells, the grand formation below could no longer withstand the assault. Crack! Crack! With each sharp crack reverberating through the air, the entire formation shattered into fragments. Seizing this opportunity, the practitioners of the stellar palace below, as if in concert, scattered and fled in all directions. Among them, several cautious cultivators at the core formation stage transformed into ethereal shadows, darting towards the harbor. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen formidable rainbows shot forth from the sky, unyieldingly giving chase. The Reverse Star Alliance displayed remarkable decisiveness, evidently intent on capturing them all. One could see members of the Reverse Star Alliance descending continuously from the skies. The garments of these cultivators indicated they hailed from 2 distinct factions, one clad in silver furs adorned with golden sashes, while the other donned eerie green robes. It was evident that both righteous and demonic forces had mobilized, explaining the swift defeat of the Stellar Palace disciples. Without the intervention of the dual saints of the Stellar Palace, they possessed no advantage whatsoever. At that moment, a verdant specter descended from the skies. Lin Mo's consciousness swept across, discerning that this individual was merely at the initial stage of core formation. Esteemed friends, lend me your ears. I am San Yunlong, protector of the Reverse Star Alliance. The middle-aged man clasped his hands in greeting and then declared with a booming voice, in the name of Elder Wang. I wish to announce something. Our alliance has just vanquished the Stellar Palace. To avoid any misunderstandings, I kindly request that you do not hastily depart the island. After 2 hours, once we have eliminated the remaining forces of the Stellar Palace, you may leave at your leisure. Rest assured, our alliance targets only the Stellar Palace and its accomplices and will not trouble any other fellow cultivators. Silence enveloped the crowd. Hearing this, Lin Mo shook his head slightly, his figure shimmering as he transformed into a streak of verdant light, vanishing in an instant. Just then, a formidable consciousness descended from the sky, unmasked. Did someone just pass by? An elder in the nascent soul stage remarked, having sensed a powerful aura flicker and vanish. Yet, upon meticulous examination, he found no trace of any anomaly. Beside the elder, a youth clad in green chuckled, "The strongest here are merely core formation cultivators. How could they possibly escape the grasp of our ancestor?" Hearing the flattery from the younger generation, the elder's lips curled into a slight smile as he swayed gently, closing his eyes to meditate. The following day, as the morning sun gradually ascended, Lin Mo, seated aboard the divine wind vessel, suddenly gazed towards the sea not far away. A smile flickered across his lips as he turned his gaze skyward. In the blink of an eye, 2 streaks of light, one blue and one red, raced towards him at lightning speed. With his consciousness sweeping forth, Lin Mo discerned two figures within the vibrant hues. Both were clad in silver garments with golden sashes. One appeared as a scholarly man with a pale face devoid of a beard, while the other was a robust individual with skin as dark as ink. They were undoubtedly righteous cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance. Both at the initial stage of core formation, they must be heading to capture Ling Yuling. Lin Mo regarded the two figures in the sky, a faint blue cold radiance emanating from his being. The initial stage of the core formation emerged, instantly captivating the attention of the two individuals. Who are you? Have you encountered anyone from the Star Palace? The robust man cast an expressionless glance at Lin Mo, letting out a cold snort. Under the sweep of his divine sense, he discerned that Lin Mo's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of core formation, rendering him indifferent. His words were laced with a hint of disdain. The other cultivator, resembling a scholarly figure, glared at Lin Mo and declared, "If not, then you shall accompany us." Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly. Death. The utterance of these words felt like a gentle spring breeze, yet the overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. A Tian blue sword flame soared into the sky. The chilling flames rushed forth, freezing the surrounding seawater into thick slabs of ice. The two cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance widened their eyes. Disbelief etched across their faces as they never anticipated Lin Mo's formidable strength. The piercing Tian blue ice flame moved with incredible speed, reaching the two before they could react. The scholar, quick to respond, unleashed a square talisman of several inches in size. This peculiar artifact, flat and as dark as ink, resembled an ancient inkstone. The robust man was not slow to act either. He flung a white jade seal into the fray. These artifacts were both their life-bound treasures, renowned for their power, having shielded them through numerous perilous battles. However, they now faced Lin Mo. As the two artifacts collided with the Tian blue sword flame, a cacophony echoed, and they were instantly reduced to mere ice blocks, plummeting from the air. The damage to their treasures caused both to spit out a mouthful of blood. Unfazed, the Tian blue sword flame continued its relentless advance toward them. Not good. Senior, please spare us. At this moment, the two core formation cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance realized they had offended a formidable being at the nascent soul stage. They hastily gestured in surrender, pleading for Lin Mo's mercy. The Tian blue sword flame unleashed an overwhelming force of icy flames, enveloping the two. Their anguished cries echoed as they were consumed, reduced to a puddle of ice water that scattered into the ocean. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo collected two storage pouches into his embrace. He then turned his gaze toward the sea ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. You've been hiding here for quite some time. It's time to reveal yourself. Though his voice was soft, it resonated across the sea for miles. A sudden gust of wind swept through, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Clearly, Lin Mo's earlier display had startled Ling Yuling, who now hesitated to reveal herself. Observing the scene, Lin Mo shook his head slightly and sighed. Must I force you out? As Lin Mo finished speaking, the concealed figure beneath the sea could no longer contain themselves, transforming into a phantom that soared into the air. Please do not take offense, Senior. I shall emerge at once. A melodious voice drifted up from below. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mo's lips curved upwards as he awaited Ling Yuling's appearance. As the waves rippled across the surface of the sea below, a flash of white light heralded the emergence of a renowned cultivator. Clad in the white robes of the Star Palace, his long black hair cascaded to his shoulders, and a jade-encrusted green headband adorned his forehead. Upon gazing upon the ethereal beauty of Ling Yuling, Lin Mo's eyes momentarily widened in astonishment. Her visage resembled pristine jade, with brows as dark as ink, phoenix-like eyes, a delicate nose, and lips that were a tender crimson. She was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Yet, the aura she exuded was akin to that of a suave gentleman. No wonder the original narrative led Han Li to confuse her gender. May I inquire your esteemed name? Senior? I am Ling Yuling, responsible for external affairs enforcement at the Star Palace. I am profoundly grateful for your timely rescue. Her voice was melodious and confident, embodying the grace befitting the daughter of the Star Palace's dual saints. I am Lin Mo. It was merely a trivial act on my part. Lin Mo gently waved his hand, choosing not to unveil Ling Yuling's true identity. Regardless, I remain immensely thankful. Ling Yuling smiled radiantly, her allure captivating. Might I trouble you with a request, Senior? Her gaze turned toward Lin Mo, an unmistakable glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. Lin Mo regarded her with a light smile and replied, "Speak freely. I perceive you are headed to Tianqing City. Would you be so kind as to grant me passage?" Her gratitude was sincere, and she performed a respectful bow toward Lin Mo, clearly having recognized his formidable prowess and hoping to secure his protection. Lin Mo did not decline. This encounter with Ling Yuling was a fortuitous opportunity to prepare for the eventual refinement of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. All of this was undoubtedly worthwhile. In that case, please board. With a wave of his right hand, a divine wind vessel materialized beneath them, shrouded in a chilling azure glow. Without hesitation, Ling Yuling transformed into a white shadow, gracefully alighting upon the vessel. With a series of sharp sounds slicing through the air, the divine wind vessel morphed into a fleeting silhouette, vanishing from sight. As she gazed at Lin Mo, Ling Yuling's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You are quite youthful, yet your strength is remarkable." She subtly probed into Lin Mo's identity. Lin Mo cast a glance at her and replied with a serene smile. "It is merely fortune and serendipity." "Ah, but senior, your prowess is extraordinary. Would you consider joining our Star Palace?" Ling Yuling suddenly shifted the conversation toward recruitment. "Perhaps." Lin Mo chuckled lightly, eyeing her with playful intent. "If the Star Palace were filled with beauties such as yourself, I might contemplate it." Coughing softly, Ling Yuling was taken aback by Lin Mo's flirtation. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly averted her gaze. "Please, senior, refrain from jesting." Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter as they soared toward the grand Tianqing City. Upon their arrival, Ling Yuling's face lit up with delight. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds pierced the air from the direction of Tianqing City as a contingent of Star Palace cultivators approached. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, his cultivation at the initial stage of core formation, followed by 4 others at the late stage of foundation establishment. "Greetings, Protector Ling." Upon the moment of seeing Ling Yuling, the 5 individuals displayed expressions of delight, each bowing respectfully before her. The yellow-faced cultivator shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Mo with a hint of skepticism. Observing his demeanor, Ling Yuling promptly interjected, "I was pursued by 2 cultivators from the Anti-Star Alliance, and it was this esteemed Lin Senior who came to my rescue. Is it acceptable for this fellow Taoist to enter the city?" Seeing that Ling Yuling had vouched for the individual before them, the yellow-faced cultivator and his companions exchanged glances and refrained from further objections. After all, he was the savior of Guardian Ling, and thus, no issues arose. "Guardian Ling, are you injured?" The yellow-faced cultivator expressed profound concern, his demeanor obsequious. It was evident that he was aware of Ling Yuling's true identity and was now seeking to curry favor. "It's nothing to worry about. Although I was struck by a magical artifact, I am safeguarded by the heavenly fragrance rope, so there are no serious repercussions." A faint blush graced Ling Yuling's exquisite features as her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lin Mo. "I possess a specially concocted heavenly spirit pill. Guardian Ling, please take it to replenish your vitality." Upon hearing this, the yellow-faced cultivator appeared even more anxious. After hesitating momentarily, he produced a small vial from his possession and eagerly offered it to her. Seeing this, Ling Yuling's expression darkened momentarily, as if she were on the verge of anger. Yet, as if recalling something, she accepted the vial, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for the medicine. I must first report to the inner palace regarding the matters of Southern Bright Island. I would appreciate it if you could assist in escorting this esteemed Lin Senior into the city. Please ensure he is well treated, as he is my savior." With a delicate hand, she coldly accepted the small vial and slowly turned her gaze towards Lin Mo, her countenance transforming into one of striking beauty and allure, embodying the essence of an unrivaled enchantress. "Senior Lin, I shall take my leave for now." Ling Yuling performed a graceful bow towards Lin Mo and then, like a fleeting shadow, vanished into the distance. Once she departed, the yellow-faced cultivator immediately turned his attention to Lin Mo Sr. "Please follow me." In contrast to the inquiries directed at Han Li in the original text, the yellow-faced cultivator exhibited utmost respect towards Lin Mo, who was at the nascent soul stage, not daring to show the slightest sign of negligence. Lin Mo nodded slightly and followed closely behind the yellow-faced cultivator. Shortly thereafter, they arrived near the lofty walls of Tianqing City, soaring to a height above one of the city gates. Throughout their journey, Lin Mo's spiritual sense swept across the area, revealing several concealed cultivators from the Star Palace, predominantly at the Foundation establishment stage, with only 3 or 5 at the core formation stage. As for those at the nascent soul stage, he had yet to detect any. It seemed that following the assault on Southern Bright Island, the Star Palace had adopted a heightened vigilance compared to before. Following the yellow-faced cultivator, Lin Mo soon found himself within a lavishly adorned chamber. Inside the grand hall sat an elderly man clad in white, leisurely sipping tea. Senior Lin. This is the elder stationed here. The yellow-faced cultivator cast a furtive glance at the white-clad elder before gradually stepping back. Lin Mo nodded slightly and strode confidently towards the elder of the Star Palace. Regarding his identity, Lin Mo was not particularly concerned about the Star Palace discovering it. After all, the only one who knew his true identity was the extreme ancestor, who had already perished at his hands. Even if the Star Palace were fortunate enough to uncover his identity, it would require a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the Star Palace was already overwhelmed by the troubles caused by the chaotic Star Alliance, leaving them little inclination to focus on him. As he surveyed the scene, the cultivation level of the elderly man in white before him was fully revealed to Lin Mo. He was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. In terms of cultivation alone, he was not comparable to the 2 elders Lin Mo had encountered within the Star Palace. Upon noticing Lin Mo's arrival, the elder in white appeared quite excited, promptly rising and approaching him. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire about your name? Have you only recently achieved a breakthrough?" Observing the elder from the Star Palace, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "That would be accurate. I am Lin Mo." Not at all displeased by Lin Mo's somewhat aloof demeanor, the elder from the Star Palace smiled and said, "Since you have come from the outer sea, you must be aware of the matters concerning the chaotic Star Alliance, correct?" Lin Mo cast a glance at the elder, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Please speak plainly." "Haha, you are indeed straightforward, Lin Daoist. Allow me to be direct. How about joining our Star Palace and assisting us in combating our foes? I can represent the Star Palace and offer you generous rewards." At this point, the elder chuckled heartily, adding, "Of course, should you be unwilling, we will not force you." Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he fell into silence for a prolonged moment. The Star Palace had committed numerous distasteful acts, and he held no fondness for them. Were it not for the Yuantian Divine Mountain and Ling Yuling, he would not have even entertained the thought of engaging with them. "Let me consider it," he replied without outright refusal. "This recent breakthrough took me several years, and I need to return to my sect as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the elder's previously opened eyes narrowed once more, a glint of cunning appearing on his face. "What sect do you belong to?" "Miracle Sound Sect," Lin Mo answered without hesitation. At the mention of the Miracle Sound Sect, the elder's face lit up with joy. If it had been any other sect, he might have lacked the confidence to recruit this nascent soul ally. But the Miracle Sound Sect had close ties with the Star Palace. After half a cup of tea's time, Lin Mo emerged from the palace holding a ring. Once he had settled the members of the Miracle Sound Sect, he could utilize the long-distance teleportation array located here. The Outer Star Sea. Lin Mo had long coveted the spirit stone mine owned by Ling Island, which was rich in top-quality spirit stones. However, before that, he needed to procure some materials for crafting the 9 Nether Soul flags. In the coming period, he might not return to the Inner Star Sea, so it was essential to stock up well. With the soul-nourishing wood acquired, the remaining materials for the 9 Nether Soul flags were relatively inexpensive, consisting mainly of some rare magical materials. It took Lin Mo several days of effort to gather all these materials completely. Now it was time to return to the Miracle Sound Sect. Touching the ring on his finger, he effortlessly traversed the protective formation set by the Star Palace. Chapter 126. Xiling outside the Miaoying Gate. The day was bright and the breeze gentle. Xiling stood atop the mountain, her gaze fixed upon the shimmering sea, her beautiful eyes subtly shifting, lost in contemplation. The Sutian Hall should be concluding soon. She hoped that Senior Lin would return safely. For Xiling, her concerns were twofold. She was anxious about whether Lin Mo had acquired the soul-nurturing wood and whether he would return unscathed. As her thoughts lingered, a silhouette of ethereal blue emerged upon the distant waters, enveloped in a radiant azure glow, dazzling and swift. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the array of the Miaoying Gate. Witnessing this scene, Xiling's face brightened with joy. With a wave of her right hand, a flying artifact descended before her, and she eagerly soared towards Lin Mo dressed in flowing violet robes and adorned with a veil. Xiling exuded an enchanting fragrance. Upon seeing Xiling, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he exclaimed, "You have returned, Senior Lin. You are safe." Xiling gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes brimming with delight. "What could have possibly happened to me?" Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile, his storage bag glowing at his waist. A piece of black, dry wood materialized before him. "This is..." Xiling gasped in astonishment at the ebony wood in Lin Mo's hand, exclaiming, "Is this the soul-nurturing wood?" "Indeed," Lin Mo nodded, casting a deep glance at Xiling. "I shall forge the 9 nether soul banner." With that, Lin Mo's figure shimmered and transformed into a wisp of breeze, vanishing from sight, leaving Xiling standing there, her face alight with joy. Mother will be saved. Upon returning to the canyon, Lin Mo waved his right hand slightly. Several array flags scattered around him, creating a transparent light curtain that enveloped the entire canyon. The soul-nurturing wood floated before him as Lin Mo's mouth parted slightly. A blazing alchemical fire descended upon the wood in an instant. Naturally, Lin Mo did not choose to refine all the soul-nurturing wood. He intentionally left a segment behind to create some soul-nurturing artifacts, thus concentrating his spirit and essence. Wasn't that splendid? With the continuous burning of the alchemical fire, the soul-nurturing wood transformed into a pool of black liquid, while impurities continuously emerged from within. "Hear that? My husband has returned." A blue figure darted past, landing at the canyon's entrance. "Yuan Yao, look at you, so eager to see Lin Mo." Yen Li smiled gently at the hurriedly arriving Yuan Yao. "Senior sister." Yuan Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Yen Li, shyly replying, "Aren't you here as well?" "Me?" Yen Li turned her face away, hastily changing the topic. "I wonder why my husband is in such a hurry. He returned and immediately shut himself in, without coming to find us." Yen Li pouted her pink lips, displaying a hint of confusion. "Surely, my husband has his own plans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so hastily secluding himself." Yuan Yao smiled brightly, her gaze fixed on the canyon before them. "In that case, we shall wait here." Meanwhile, in the distant Star Palace, within a resplendent hall, a male and female cultivator sat in solemn repose. The woman, approximately 25 or 26, possessed skin as white as snow and hair as dark as clouds. Dressed in a resplendent green palace attire, she exuded an air of opulence and grace. The man, on the other hand, was a scholar in his 40s clad in white robes, with an ordinary visage but eyebrows as dark and sharp as swords, emanating a chilling aura that rendered his countenance as cold as ice. However, upon catching sight of a figure in white below, the man's icy demeanor gradually softened into a gentle gaze. "Yuling, did you encounter any danger on this journey?" he inquired. "Father, Mother." Ling Yuling looked up at the two figures above and smiled slightly. "There was indeed some danger, but I was fortunate enough to be rescued by a senior of the nascent soul stage." "A nascent soul senior?" Wen Qing's lips parted slightly as she remarked. "There are quite a number of nascent soul cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea. I wonder which fellow Taoist came to your aid." "I do not recognize that individual." Ling Yuling shook her head. "However, I have heard that he is called Lin Mo and excels at ice-type techniques." Upon hearing this, the two mid-nascent soul elders behind the twin saints of the heavenly star exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Ling Xiaofeng slightly turned his face to the elder behind him and asked, "Elder Zhao, is the cultivator who sees the void heaven cauldron also proficient in ice techniques?" Seeing the interest, Elder Zhao stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Indeed, that individual not only claimed the void heaven cauldron, but also refined the Qian blue ice flame. Had it not been for that, we would not have allowed him to escape." "Ah!" Ling Yuling gasped in surprise. The ice technique exhibited by that senior was indeed the blue ice flame. It must be him. A glint of determination flickered in Elder Zhao's eyes. "Yuling, do you know where he has gone?" Ling Xiaofeng felt a stir in his heart and posed the question. "I parted ways with him in Tianqing City, so I am unaware of his exact whereabouts." Ling Yuling shook her head in confusion. "I even considered inviting him to join the Star Palace." Ling Xiaofeng furrowed his brow and then turned to Elder Zhao. "In that case, I entrust this matter to you, Elder Zhao. Find this person for me." Elder Zhao nodded earnestly. "As long as he is within the inner Star Sea, I shall certainly locate him and bring him back with the void heaven cauldron." Meanwhile, at the Miaoyin Sect's Yunlong Peak in the canyon, a thick, black mist enveloped the entire gorge. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a black wooden banner amidst the dense fog, with a figure flickering in and out of visibility. The 9 Nether Soul banner. Lin Mo observed the ghostly banner before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Next, I shall merge the 18 blood spirit guards within it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the crimson blood spirit guards continuously descended around him. The 9 nether soul banner emitted a flash of black light, directly absorbing all 18 blood spirit guards. As the blood spirit guards entered, the aura of the 9 nether soul banner grew increasingly formidable, nurturing the spirits within, which in turn enhanced the banner itself. Suddenly, a fragment of a woman's spirit materialized above the 9 nether soul banner. She gazed at her own form and then at the banner behind her, exclaiming in astonishment, "Am I not dead? Lord Wang." Lin Mo cast a fleeting glance at the young woman, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have utilized the soul-nourishing wood to bring you back to life. Once your spirit becomes solidified, you may turn your focus towards the path of the undead." It must be said, she is indeed worthy of being Xiling's mother. Although her beauty does not quite match that of Xiling, she possesses an unparalleled allure, enhanced by her slightly older age. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the leader of the Wang clan displayed a moment of hesitation before bowing respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your gracious rescue." In that instant, the leader realized Lin Mo's formidable nascent soul cultivation. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why such a powerful practitioner would go to the lengths of employing the precious soul-nourishing wood to save him. "Might I inquire, esteemed elder, about the current state of the Miaoying sect?" Though the leader had already met his demise, he remained deeply concerned for the Miaoying sect and Xiling. Listening to the Wang clan leader, Lin Mo offered a calm smile. "Do not worry, Madam Wang. The Miaoying sect is thriving." With that, Lin Mo waved his hand, drawing the dense, malevolent energy surrounding them into the 9 nether soul banner. "If you are still uneasy, you may seek out your daughter." As he spoke, a flash of lightning sparked within the banner. Crackling sounds echoed as the Thunder Spirit Guardian landed heavily before Madame Wang, holding the 9 nether soul banner and swiftly retreating from the valley. As he watched the Thunder Spirit Guardian depart, Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he inhaled deeply. His gaze shifted to the 2 young women waiting patiently outside the formation. With a swift motion, Lin Mo transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the 2. "It has been far too long. I have missed you dearly." Upon hearing his words, the 2 ladies blushed slightly, smiling in silence. Both were exceptionally talented, particularly Yuan Yao, who had reached the core formation stage. Yan Li had also progressed to the false core stage, poised to break through to the core formation stage with the aid of the dust-reducing pill. "And what of Yin Xiao?" Lin Mo inquired, directing his attention to the 2 ladies. Yuan Yao smiled and pointed towards a distant rooftop, saying, "She must be in seclusion. Cultivating. What a pity." Lin Mo sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yin Li, beside him, appeared puzzled. "What is so regrettable? It seems it will only be the 3 of us cultivating together." Lin Mo glanced at the distant house, lamenting, "If only the 4 of us could practice together. How delightful that would be." Meanwhile, Xiling was anxiously awaiting news from Lin Mo. At that moment, a flash of lightning surged from afar. From a distance, Xiling could see the flickering light, within which a figure emerged. "Is that not the puppet of Elder Lin?" Upon spotting the Thunder Spirit Guardian, Xiling furrowed her brows and murmured. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a thick, dark mist billowed forth from the Thunder Spirit Guardian's grasp. A woman clad in white emerged from the swirling fog. "Mother!" Upon seeing the woman, Xiling's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly rushed towards Madame Wang. Startled to see Xiling, Madame Wang momentarily froze before exclaiming, "My Xiling!" The Thunder Spirit Guardian stood motionless beside them, resembling a statue. Allocate time for the mother and daughter to converse. After a brief moment over tea, Madame Wang suddenly swayed slightly, her solid form appearing as if it could dissipate at any moment. What could be the cause of this? Witnessing this scene, Xiling's eyes widened in alarm. Lei Lingwei said nothing, merely rolling up the 9 nether soul banner in his hand and drawing Madame Wang within. Having just coalesced her soul form, she could not remain outside for long. Lei Lingwei's lips parted slightly, producing a series of faint sounds. Upon hearing Lei Lingwei's explanation, Xiling let out a sigh of relief. The cultivation method of the ghostly path. Xiling silently resolved to seek out a superior method of ghostly path cultivation for her mother. Suddenly, a flurry of golden lightning enveloped the surroundings, transforming into a shadow that swiftly darted away into the distance. Watching Lei Lingwei dash off, Xiling bit her crimson lips and transformed into a beam of purple light, pursuing him. At that moment, Lin Mo emerged from the house, invigorated. The two women, having absorbed Lin Mo's abundant spiritual energy, were immersed in it, hoping to fully assimilate its essence. As she stepped outside, Xiling, clad in purple, caught sight of Lin Mo. Her beautiful eyes gazed at him, her lips moving delicately as she implored, "Senior Lin, I hope for your kindness." With that, Xiling slowly removed the veil from her face, revealing her snow-white, delicate skin. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from Lin Mo, continuously flowing into Xiling. Her already nascent foundation cultivation unexpectedly began to elevate at that moment. Surely, she wouldn't break through at this critical juncture. Lin Mo remained undeterred, continuing to practice his body refinement technique within the room, channeling the abundant energy into Xiling. Above the Miaoying sect, dark clouds began to swirl ominously. Under a finely crafted eave, Zhuoruding gazed at the clouds above and murmured softly, "I wonder if this time it is my dear friend Yanli breaking through." After witnessing Yuan Yao's ascension to the core formation stage, she believed that the next to break through would naturally be a cultivator of that stage. Never suspecting it would be her own junior sister, Wenxiyu, Zhuoruding slowly turned to fix her gaze upon a girl clad in white. "You possess an enchanting physique. If only you could catch Senior Lin's eye." Listening to her master's words, Wenxiyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied softly, "I am merely a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. How could I possibly attract Senior Lin's attention?" Zhuoruding sighed, "Success lies in human effort. You are not lacking in looks. Prepare yourself. We shall pay our respects to the core formation senior." Zhuoruding waved her sleeve, addressing Wenxiyu. Heeding her master's instructions, Wenxiyu nodded vigorously, gathering some gifts and flying towards the Cloud Dragon Peak where Yanli resided. Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed Xiling, who radiated a gentle glow, and a smile graced his lips. Xiling's potential breakthrough to the core formation stage was indeed a commendable achievement. As Xiling gradually opened her eyes, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Her beautiful gaze fixed on Lin Mo as she beamed, "I have broken through." Feeling the surging spiritual energy within her, Xiling was filled with joy. Her physique was that of the Chanu Suin body, which was particularly suited for the cultivation of demonic arts. However, Lin Mo was reluctant to allow her to pursue such a path. Should she cultivate in this manner, a future breakthrough would inevitably lead her to the demon realm, a prospect Lin Mo found undesirable. Moreover, as Xiling engaged in her cultivation, Lin Mo suddenly perceived a subtle transformation within his own dragon-chanting body. A wisp of golden aura occasionally radiated beams of golden light, resonating harmoniously with the dragon blood coursing through his veins. If they were to cultivate together frequently, who knows what other changes might occur? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with newfound interest as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet before that, he needed to locate Bailan Island. By harnessing the spiritual stones within Bailan Island, he could achieve the 9th cycle reincarnation and break through to the nascent soul stage. At that point, not a soul in the chaotic star sea would pose a threat to his life. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by the sharp sounds of air being sliced. When Siyue and Zhuoruding arrived outside the Cloud Dragon Hall. Junior Zhuoruding, here to congratulate Senior on your breakthrough to the core formation stage. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Xiling's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "It's Senior's sister." She transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed to the hall's entrance. "Junior sister," Zhuoruding exclaimed upon seeing Xiling, but as she sensed the formidable aura emanating from her, she was taken aback. "That earlier breakthrough was you." Xiling, brushing her damp hair aside, turned to Lin Mo and shyly said, "It's all thanks to Senior Lin." Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, not one to be modest. Zhuoruding wore a pained expression, not expecting that Xiling, who had seemed the weakest, would be the first to advance to the core formation stage. Lin Mo cast a glance at Xiling and transmitted a message. "I was focused on my cultivation earlier and forgot to mention something to you. Come with me." He turned and entered the room. "Senior sister, Senior Lin has something to discuss with me." Xiling offered a gentle smile to Zhuoruding before hastily following Lin Mo. A soundproof barrier enveloped the interior of the hall. Lin Mo looked at Xiling, and his first words left her wide-eyed. "I have offended the Star Palace." "Ah." Xiling was startled, quickly asking, "Is there a chance for redemption?" Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely. Lin Mo smiled slightly. "Unless I break through to the nascent soul stage. However, this would require a considerable amount of time. Regardless, I will stand by your side." Xiling gazed deeply at Lin Mo, her eyes brimming with affection. Hearing her words, Lin Mo reached out his right hand and gently caressed her hair, continuing. But there may be a solution. What solution? Xiling grasped Lin Mo's hand, pressing it softly against her cheek. Slowly lifting her head, she looked at him. The solution is quite simple. All disciples of the Miaoyin sect must leave the chaotic star sea. Leave the chaotic star sea? Xiling's delicate brows furrowed as she could not help but speak. Are we to venture to the outer star sea? But it is teeming with ferocious beasts. It is far too perilous. Lin Mo waved his hand slightly, explaining, I know of a formation that can transport you to another continent. Aside from this method, all individuals within the sect shall board the Rakshasa boat. This vessel is fully capable of accommodating thousands of disciples from our sect. We need only disperse the outer disciples and then transport this group to Bailing Island. There, we can find an uninhabited isle for their placement. Once I reach the early stage of the nascent soul realm, I shall return. As long as Lin Mo attains the nascent soul cultivation, he will possess the strength equivalent to 8 times that of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, complemented by a second nascent soul and a formidable physique. Even peak nascent soul cultivators may find themselves outmatched. By then, even if others are aware that I have mastered the Void Heaven Cauldron, what is there to fear? With this thought, Lin Mo turned to Xiling and inquired gently, what are your thoughts on this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Xiling gazed deeply at Lin Mo and responded, I shall follow your lead. Lin Mo was exceedingly pleased with her attitude and nodded in agreement. 3 days hence, let us disperse the sect as cultivators. In truth, when the news of the demise of Lord Wang reached us, a number of disciples had already fled. Currently, there should be just over 1,000 disciples remaining in the entire sect. Upon dispersing the outer disciples, it is estimated that only a few hundred core disciples remain. A small island can easily accommodate these individuals. If the defenses of Bailing Island are insufficient, we can seize it. This would indeed be the most convenient approach. I shall take care of it. Xiling nodded firmly and transformed into a streak of purple light, vanishing from Lin Mo's sight. Lin Mo slightly nodded, his aura stirring as he sat cross-legged in meditation. 3 days later, a colossal Rakshasa boat appeared above the Miaoyin sect, filled with disciples clad in pink garments, exuding a fragrant aroma. Only Lin Mo stood among them, a solitary figure. Ah, were it not for the pursuit of immortality, it would indeed be delightful to revel alongside these ladies. Lin Mo stroked his chin, gazing at their graceful forms, but soon dispelled the alluring images from his mind. Is everyone gathered? He inquired, glancing at Xiling. Yes, indeed. All are present. Xiling replied with a radiant smile. For those unwilling to accompany me, I have also distributed a considerable amount of spirit stones. One cannot deny that Xiling's handling of affairs is impeccable. Since everyone is accounted for, let us depart. Lin Mo's expression remained serene as he looked at Xiling suddenly. A dense black mist enveloped the entire Rakshasa boat, causing it to sway slightly before vanishing from sight. Without the meticulous scrutiny of a nascent soul cultivator, it would be nearly impossible to detect the presence of this vessel. In the days following the boat's departure, several elders from the Star Palace, clad in white, streaked across the sky and arrived at the gates of the Miaoyin sect. Elder Zhao? The individual known as Lin Mo is an elder of the Miaoyin sect. An elderly man with white hair remarked, smiling at Elder Zhao. The Miaoyin sect has an excellent relationship with our Star Palace. Elder Zhao's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the distant Miaoyin sect. He murmured, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why has the mountain protecting formation not been activated? Oh no, Elder Zhao realized too late. Swiftly commanding his flying artifact to hasten into the depths of the Miaoyin sect. However, as his consciousness swept through, the entire Miaoyin sect had already become desolate, utterly devoid of life. Cursed! Cursed! Elder Zhao exclaimed in outrage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Time flew by, and it was unclear how long had passed. In a certain region of the outer sea of the chaotic star sea, the so-called outer sea area, also known as the Demon Sea Zone, refers to those territories where human cultivators venture but are frequently besieged by various demonic creatures. Every few hundred years, or even every couple of hundred, these areas would suffer assaults from a multitude of marine monsters. The towns established by human settlements within the outer sea invariably face incursions from these aquatic fiends. Thus, this stretch of ocean is fraught with danger, yet peril often coexists with opportunity. The myriad materials brimming with spiritual essence derived from these sea monsters are essential for the vast number of cultivators traversing the chaotic star sea. The multitude of benefits contained within compels many practitioners to take grave risks. Numerous inner sea factions, including the Star Palace, are unable to sever ties with the enormous profits found within the Demon Sea. Therefore, despite the significant dangers, they are willing to expend vast resources to establish bases and outposts therein. For the extensive community of loose cultivators, this outer sea is their primary source of income. Without venturing into the outer sea, relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, they might never achieve prominence. The ocean is vast, making the search for Bailan Island rather challenging. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Mo's eyes, although no supreme spirit stones had yet been mined from Bailan Island. It housed a vein of spirit stones. It seems I must trouble the aquatic beings here. A smirk tugged at Lin Mo's lips as he coldly chuckled. Compared to humans, the sea creatures are far more familiar with this place. I shall capture an 8th-level shape-shifting beast to inquire for directions. At this thought, a glimmer of green light flickered from the storage bag at his waist. The Hahuan puppet, the spectral maiden, had already descended before him. The second nascent soul transformed into a streak of green light, darting directly into the Hahuan puppet. Whoosh! With a sound that pierced the air, the spectral maiden swiftly darted from the Rakshasa boat, plunging into the depths of the sea. Lin Mo gradually closed his eyes to cultivate, his consciousness manifesting upon the spectral maiden. For Lin Mo, hunting demonic beasts primarily targeted the dragon serpents. An evolved dragon serpent can yield golden dragon blood, which is instrumental for cultivating the dragon transformation art. Truly, a double benefit. After half a month of rapid travel, he had yet to find any demonic beasts, but encountered a team of yellow-clad cultivators ahead. The leader possessed considerable strength, boasting a mid-stage core formation level, while the three behind him were at the peak of foundation establishment. I wonder if this group possesses any news regarding Bailan Island. With this thought, the spectral maiden radiated brilliant green light, swiftly ascending from the ocean floor. Her sudden appearance startled the 4 cultivators, who quickly shouted, "Who are you?" Before the 3 behind could utter further commands, the leader, a core formation cultivator, changed his expression drastically and hastily said, "I am Huang Liang, a junior paying respects to you, senior." The 3 Chi refinement cultivators, upon witnessing the elder's respectful demeanor, could not help but change their expressions as well. They promptly bowed in greeting to Lin Mo, their eyes filled with apprehension. Lin Mo cast a glance at the trio and, controlling the spectral maiden, inquired, "Are you aware of the whereabouts of the Emerald Spirit Isle?" Upon hearing the name of the isle, the leading monk in yellow attire narrowed his pupils and promptly shook his head, exclaiming, "This junior is unaware." The 3 disciples behind him echoed his denial. Lin Mo's consciousness surged, quickly revealing the anomaly of the golden core practitioner before him. "I shall grant you another chance." The spectral maiden sneered, slowly raising her right hand. Crackling sounds erupted, and emerald-hued bolts of lightning entwined around her hand at that moment. The formidable power of the lightning was immense. Should it strike oneself, it would undoubtedly leave no trace behind. This junior knows. The yellow-robed man nodded repeatedly, his face displaying embarrassment, for he had just fervently claimed ignorance. "Lead the way." The spectral maiden coldly glared at Huang Liang and commanded, "Let us proceed." With that, she waved her right hand, her form shimmering and transforming into a green phantom that vanished from sight. Although Lin Mo departed, Huang Liang dared not let down his guard, swiftly turning to flee into the distance, with the concealed Rakshasa vessel closely following. Days later, the Rakshasa vessel hovered in the void, several dozen miles away from the Emerald Spirit Isle. Lin Mo gazed at the distant massive island, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is indeed the Emerald Spirit Isle. The man in yellow turned to the void behind him, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and asked, "Might we be allowed to depart?" "You may." Lin Mo's voice echoed from the void. Hearing this, Huang Liang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led his 3 disciples away. Unbeknownst to Huang Liang, the spectral maiden lurked beneath the sea, tailing the group. "Master, are we not heading back to the sect? Why are we going in this direction?" A frail disciple questioned Huang Liang, unable to suppress his curiosity. Huang Liang snorted coldly. That individual is clearly coveting the spirit stones on the Emerald Spirit Isle. I must inform the Star Palace. They shall take charge of this matter. No sooner had he spoken than a green figure suddenly soared from the depths of the ocean. Surrounded by the ethereal wood god Thunder, it coldly regarded Huang Liang. Not good. Upon seeing the spectral maiden, Huang Liang grasped the situation instantly and hastily summoned a white jade longsword. As the sword sliced through the air, frost surged, and the sea surface froze over. The spectral maiden's lips curved into a slight smile as she forcefully waved her right hand. The tumultuous wood god Thunder surged skyward, shattering the ice in its wake. With a crack, the frost jade sword shattered as well. Its power undiminished, it struck Huang Liang heavily. Huang Liang barely had time to scream before darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted from the sky. Whoosh! The azure bamboo bee cloud soared into the air, swiftly dispatching each of the 3 disciples attempting to escape. With a swift motion, Lin Mo retrieved their storage pouches, placing them within his robes. The veil concealing the Rakshasa vessel gradually dissipated, revealing the dark vessel hovering above the Emerald Spirit Isle. Lin Mo stepped out from within, setting foot on the Rakshasa vessel. His gaze fixed upon the Emerald Spirit Isle below. The island, though not small, rivals the size of Tianqing City. However, it presents a rather desolate visage. There is an absence of densely packed buildings, and no towering mountains akin to the sacred mountain. Instead, the island is adorned with several lofty stone peaks, each reaching nearly 10,000 zhang in height, a rare sight indeed. More astonishingly, these peaks are remarkably steep and entirely smooth, appearing from a distance as if they are colossal pillars reaching for the heavens, devoid of any vegetation. From the midsection of the mountains, they vanish directly into the clouds above. A sweep of divine consciousness reveals that the entire island is devoid of greenery. The landscape is painted in monotonous shades of gray and white, with no trace of spiritual energy to be found. This island seems to be a desolate mountain devoid of spiritual veins. However, Lin Mo, well-versed in the narrative, understands that it is those stone pillars that conceal the spiritual power. Otherwise, such a treasure trove would have long since fallen into the hands of shape-shifting beasts. Given that the Reverse Star Alliance has only recently come into existence, this area still falls under the jurisdiction of the Star Palace. You shall wait once more. Lin Mo glanced back at the crowd behind him, and with a flicker of his form, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. He stealthily infiltrated the island, making his way toward a colossal stone peak in the distance. Along the way, he encountered numerous concealed prohibitive formations. Yet with the might of a late-stage nascent soul, they posed no hindrance to Lin Mo whatsoever. Moreover, Lin Mo noted a significant presence of hidden cultivators. The closer one approached the summit, the stronger the guarding forces became. He had already spotted several cultivators at the core formation stage. It seemed likely he might encounter a nascent soul cultivator from the Star Palace here. A glimmer sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes as he fixated on the leading stone peak, a cold smile escaping his lips. The Star Palace and I are indeed fated. A pale blue light flashed, and as if entering a realm uninhabited, he swiftly arrived at the base of the stone peak. As the blue light receded, Lin Mo's figure emerged. However, he did not rush forward. Atop this stone peak lay an imperceptible formation. A meticulous scan revealed a faint blue, flowing light curtain enveloping the peak entirely. The formation was not particularly difficult to unravel, but it could easily attract attention, potentially alerting the core formation cultivators stationed here. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, Lin Mo would not show mercy. He intended to eliminate any obstacles. With a resounding whoosh, a piercing azure sword flame manifested before him, swirling with icy mist. Upon contact with the formation, it erupted with crackling sounds. The force of ice surged forth, completely encasing and dissolving the formation. Almost simultaneously, a streak of escaping light shot in from afar. As the light dissipated, revealing its source, a pale-haired elder with a wan visage appeared, clad in the distinctive garb of the Star Palace. Clearly, he was an elder of the Star Palace, possessing early-stage nascent soul cultivation. Sensing the elder's strength, Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Star Palace? Thief! The white-haired elder cast a cold gaze toward Lin Mo, showing no hesitation as he sprang into action. With a swift motion of his right hand, a fiery red jade mirror materialized in his grasp. Flames of vibrant orange erupted forth from the mirror in torrents. The flames blazed with unparalleled intensity, and as they surged forth, they emitted a crackling sound of searing heat. Lin Mo's expression remained serene as a blade of azure flame erupted from his mouth in an instant. The fire clashed violently with the icy flames. In that fleeting moment, the azure flame gained the upper hand, completely encasing the fire in a crystalline sculpture resembling its fiery form, which plummeted straight to the ground. Crack! The ice sculpture struck the ground, producing a crisp sound. What manner of ice flame is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Observing the blue ice flame, the elder of the white-haired Star Palace revealed a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, the commotion from the ongoing battle naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators stationed nearby. A group of core formation practitioners swiftly rushed towards the scene. Whoosh! Whoosh! 72 azure bamboo swords darkened the sky as they sliced through the air, plunging into the crowd. Following closely behind were agonizing screams that pierced the air. A stunning maiden clad in white, the ghostly maiden, gracefully descended from above, raising her right hand. Thunderous divine energy coiled around her hand as she coldly gazed down at the crowd below. In an instant, those who had initially intended to assist hesitated. A practitioner of the nascent soul stage was not to be trifled with, even in numbers. Amidst the uncertainty, upon witnessing the ghostly maiden's appearance, the elder of the white-haired Star Palace narrowed his eyes, filled with trepidation. "Are you people from the Chaotic Star Alliance?" Hearing the elder's words, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and replied, "No." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Star Palace let out a sigh of relief and quickly smiled. "Then everything can be negotiated. I can grant you whatever you desire." In comparison to his own life, everything else was trivial. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the elder's words, surprised by the sudden show of weakness. "I demand the spirit stones within by Ling Island." Lin Mo coldly regarded the elder, stating, "For the sake of ensuring this information reaches the Star Palace, you must die." "Ah!" The elder of the Star Palace shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "My life token is within the Star Palace. Should I perish, they will undoubtedly learn that something has gone awry here. You need me." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the elder's words. The time required for him to break through to the nascent soul stage was not extensive. However, considering the 9 transformations, he estimated he would need several decades. Without someone to provide cover, it would be quite challenging. "Release your consciousness and allow me to leave a mark." Lin Mo coldly stared at the elder without hesitation, declaring, "Otherwise, you shall remain here." The elder hesitated for a moment, gazing deeply at Lin Mo as he said, "I can agree to your terms. But you must also promise me that once this matter is resolved, you will grant me my freedom." Lin Mo glanced at the elder without a trace of doubt. The ghostly maiden behind him stepped forward, directly before the elder, and swore a blood oath. "The puppet's vow has nothing to do with me, Lin Mo." Seeing Lin Mo's resolute demeanor, the elder of the Star Palace seemed to resign himself to fate, lowering his head. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo sent a spiritual seal directly into the elder's consciousness. "Ah!" The elder let out a wretched cry before collapsing heavily to the ground, visibly racked with pain. The imprint of consciousness directly affects the mind, inducing excruciating pain. Observing the elder of the Star Palace bowing his head, the group of foundation and core formation stage cultivators behind him retreated one after another. After a moment of familiarization, the elder, pale-faced, gradually opened his eyes. "What is your name?" Lin Mo inquired, glancing at the elder of the Star Palace. "I am Wu Ming, an external elder of the Star Palace," he replied, bowing slightly towards Lin Mo, a hint of awkwardness evident in his gaze. Lin Mo nodded slightly, and then turned his attention to the sky. With a resounding roar, the Rakshasa vessel slowly descended, shrouded in swirling black mist. The disciples of the Star Palace hurriedly withdrew as the vessel touched down. As it landed, several pink figures emerged from within. "This mountain belongs to me. You Star Palace disciples may remain at the foot of the mountain," Lin Mo declared. Gesturing towards the slope below, Wu Ming, having no objections, nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Are there any dragon beasts nearby?" Lin Mo inquired, his mind still preoccupied with his desire for golden dragon blood, making him particularly attentive to the dragonkin. Wu Ming nodded slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "There are indeed some, but they are half a day's journey from here. Moreover, those dragon beasts possess strength above level 7. "Excellent." Upon hearing about the level 7 dragon beasts, Lin Mo's expression brightened. "Take me there in 3 days." Wu Ming hesitated for a moment, but upon recalling Lin Mo's abilities, he quelled his reservations. "Where is the spirit stone mine?" Lin Mo asked, regarding Wu Ming directly. Wu Ming pointed towards a black peak in the southeast, stating, "It is located within that black mountain." Lin Mo then turned to face Ziling. "Come with me." Upon hearing Lin Mo's call, Ziling's expression shifted slightly as she approached him quickly. "You will be in charge here," Lin Mo instructed. "This place is entrusted to Qiao Qian and the others." Qiao Qian nodded in agreement, assuring him, "You can go with peace of mind. We will handle this." Xian Ruyin smiled gracefully, adding, "With me here, no one shall disturb you." Lin Mo acknowledged their reassurances with a slight nod. In an instant, the divine wind vessel flashed by, and the two figures transformed into a blue shadow, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the second nascent soul specter enveloped in green light gazed intently at Wu Ming, her consciousness searching relentlessly for the spirit stone mine. Half an hour later, a peculiar pitch-black cave appeared before Lin Mo. Star Palace disciples clad in white robes were continuously entering and exiting, each adorned with storage bags at their waists, undoubtedly filled with spirit stones. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, the disciples readied themselves for confrontation. A core formation stage cultivator, overseeing the operation, flew out, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo. "This place shall belong to me from now on," Lin Mo declared, not wasting any words, as he waved his sleeve decisively. A chilling gust of wind surged forth, spreading a thick layer of frost upon the hardened ground. The 9 Nether Soul banner materialized before me, from which blood-red phantoms continuously emerged. At that moment, 18 blood spirit guardians appeared before me. Their formidable presence, akin to that of a cultivator at the late stage of core formation, forced the leading overseer to retreat repeatedly. "You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Leave this place," Lin Mo commanded, casting a glance at the head overseer. The overseer hesitated, for he was tasked with guarding this location, and a direct retreat would be difficult to justify. However, the individual before him was a senior at the nascent soul stage, accompanied by 18 powerful puppets at the late stage of core formation, leaving him with no thought of resistance. Withdraw. Ultimately, the core formation cultivator seemed to resign himself to fate, nodding before addressing the foundation establishment disciples below, instructing, "Follow me." The overseer's eyes flickered as he silently resolved to inform Elder Wu of this incident. Lin Mo, however, was indifferent to such matters. The 18 blood spirit guardians stood resolutely before the cave, their blood-red aura intertwining, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made the foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples tremble in fear. Lin Mo transformed into a wisp of shadow and entered the stone cave. In contrast to the spiritual stone mine in Tian Nan, this mine, abundant in top-quality spiritual stones, radiated a far richer aura. As I inhaled deeply, a crisp system notification echoed in my ears. Spiritual power 10,000. Spiritual power 10,000. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he morphed into a cerulean wisp, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he was deep within the mine. Glistening spiritual stones sparkled in the darkness, appearing incredibly bright and alluring. A gentle whiff revealed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into his nostrils. With a whoosh, array flags shot forth from his storage bag, transforming into streams of light that enveloped the entire mountain. This was the defensive formation crafted by Xian Ruyin, capable of withstanding even the might of a nascent soul cultivator. During this time, Xian Ruyin had not only enhanced her strength, but also significantly improved her array skills. Next, he retrieved the flags for the spirit-seizing great array and arranged them within the deep pit. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from the surroundings, coalescing into spiritual mist that enveloped the entire cave. 9 turns reincarnation technique. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, the overwhelming spiritual energy swirling around him. The potent energy coursed through his being. Practice the Ming Wang technique. Body refinement 1,000. Practice the Ming Wang technique. Body refinement 1,000. Practice the Ming Wang technique. Body refinement 1,000. The cultivation of the Ming Wang technique required the infusion of ample spiritual energy to enhance physical prowess. The surging energy from the 9 turns reincarnation technique was precisely what was needed for the cultivation of the Ming Wang technique. On a distant peak, the second nascent soul opened his eyes. Dozens of figures emerged from the direction of the mine, with the foremost being a core formation cultivator responsible for guarding the cave. His face was etched with panic as he gazed towards Wu Ming, about to utter something, but his attention was drawn to a figure not far away. Wu Ming seemed to anticipate his intentions, exhaling softly before conveying his thoughts directly into the man's mind. Upon hearing the words of the nascent soul powerhouse, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. He clearly could not fathom that Bai Ling Island had been occupied. Moreover, judging by the group of women clad in pink, they were evidently disciples of the Miaoying sect. The Miaoying sect was merely a small faction, lacking even a core formation cultivator. How could it now boast formidable nascent soul cultivators? Yet, upon glancing at the second nascent soul exuding emerald lightning, he felt a chill of trepidation. 2 nascent soul cultivators. No wonder Elder Wu chose to bow his head. With a sharp sound piercing the air, a woman dressed in white, zhuo appeared beside Lin Mo. Her gaze fell on Lin Mo, and with a gentle smile, she said, "Senior Lin, before departing, Ziling instructed us to heed your guidance. What should we do next? You will arrange for the disciples within the sect to settle here." The specter glanced at Zhuo, then turned her attention to the not-so-distant Xian Rian, smiling. "We shall trouble Rian with the formation here." Xian Rian responded with a bright smile. "I will attend to it right away." As she spoke, Xian Rian soared into the air, a palm-sized formation compass emerging from her storage bag, hovering beside her. A torrent of soft crimson light enveloped the entire compass. Threads of red silk continuously emanated from the compass, swiftly cloaking the entire peak. The intricate weaving of the red threads coalesced into a thick crimson barrier. So, she is indeed a formation master. Wu Ming stared in disbelief at this scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. Such mastery of formations was rare, even among nascent soul experts. When did the Miaoying sect acquire such talents? At this moment, Wu Ming was utterly astonished, his gaze filled with incredulity. "Senior Lin, this is my disciple, Wen Siyue." Zhuo promptly ushered a white-clad woman forward, smiling brightly. "In this desolate place, I hope this young lady can serve you well." Hearing Zhuo's words, the specter cast a deep glance at Wen Siyue. Around 20 years of age, her face resembled warm jade, her skin as white as snow, and her beauty was captivating. With a well-proportioned figure that was both alluring and graceful, each smile and frown of hers was utterly enchanting. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment, neither refusing nor accepting, before waving his hand and retreating into the stone chamber. Xiaomei followed closely behind, entering the room. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhuo's face lit up with joy, swiftly pushing Wen Siyue forward. With her cheeks flushed, Wen Siyue hurried to keep up. Inside the chamber, Lin Mo's storage bag shimmered with red light as the Hanming turtle transformed into a shadowy glow, appearing before him. Alongside it, over 100 gold-eating insects flew out from the storage bag. The Hanming turtle had not undergone significant changes, as Lin Mo had not devoted much attention to it. After the strength of the bloodline broke through to the 6th level of demon beast, it lost its efficacy on him, and he subsequently relinquished it. Meanwhile, the golden devouring insect, having consumed a multitude of ice-type insects within the Void Heaven Palace, underwent a subtle transformation. The originally tricolored insect now sported wisps of white cold radiance emanating from its back. Whether this change was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. Observing the metamorphosis of the golden devouring insect, Lin Mo gently shook his head and turned his gaze towards the petite Mei behind him. It was time to nourish these creatures with heavenly crystal insects. Acknowledging Lin Mo's words, Xiaomei nodded, "Understood, Senior Lin." For several decades, Xiaomei's cultivation had stagnated at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Despite an abundance of training resources, she was unable to break through to the mid-stage foundation establishment. Fortunately, the 9 Nether Soul banner had been completed. Lin Mo murmured softly, "It seems I must seek a suitable ghostly technique." Unlike the Wailing Soul beast, this maternal figure currently lacked any ghostly methods. Directly infusing ghostly energy into her body would only result in her becoming a vengeful spirit, devoid of consciousness, which was not the fate Lin Mo envisioned for this mother and daughter duo. "Wen Siyue," Lin Mo called softly, gradually turning to face the figure clad in white. Undeniably, Wen Siyue possessed considerable aptitude, having reached her early 20s with her cultivation already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With proper nurturing, she could potentially reach the core formation stage, and with a stroke of luck, even break through to the nascent soul stage. "Senior Lin," Wen Siyue approached gracefully, her voice sweet and her fragrance intoxicating. In the original narrative, Wen Siyue was a tragic character. Her father, Wen Chong, and her mother, a female cultivator from the Miaoying sect, had led her to join the sect. Unfortunately, at that time, the Miaoying sect was in turmoil, unable to safeguard its female disciples. With her beauty and alluring charm, Wen Siyue inevitably became a coveted prize, serving as a furnace for core formation cultivators. Had it not been for Han Li's timely intervention, her fate may have been sealed for eternity. As time flowed, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Whoosh! A verdant shadow sliced through the sky, followed by a green bamboo sword. The king's Wenjian, hovering before Wu Ming's door. Wu Ming furrowed his brow, gazing into the half-empty sky. A woman clad in green attire stood atop the bamboo sword. The ghostly figure glanced at Wu Ming and stated indifferently, "Take me to find the nearby flood dragon demon beasts." Very well. With his life precariously held in another's grasp, refusing was not an option, and he nodded in compliance. A faint red lotus shimmered around Wu Ming. The crimson flames coalesced, forming a 9-leaf fire lotus upon which he stood. Transforming into a fiery silhouette, he sped forth. Observing Wu Ming from a distance, the ghostly woman maintained her composure, following closely behind, her demon-hunting jar glimmering at her waist. During Lin Mo's seclusion, he could not afford to waste time. He resolved to hunt demon beasts during this interval, seeking the blood of the golden true dragon to aid his cultivation of the dragon transformation art. This was of utmost importance. After several days of rapid travel, they soon arrived at a tumultuous whirlpool, where dark clouds loomed overhead and blinding flashes of lightning intermittently struck. The sea surface erupted into monstrous waves. From the vantage point of the colossal waves, beyond the vast, misty sea, a deep and eerie roar was intermingled with the thunder, as if some ferocious beast was unleashing its wrath. With each resonating roar, the thunderclaps and the surging waves intensified. Could it be a formidable high-level demon beast? The ethereal maiden furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation. Judging by the overwhelming force, it must be a creature of considerable size. Otherwise, such a tumultuous display would be inconceivable. Curiosity ignited within her, and after a moment of introspection, she shimmered with brilliance before plunging into the misty sea, swiftly moving towards the source of the roar. However, out of caution, she restrained her aura, rendering her presence dim and virtually undetectable. As anticipated, not far from her location, a demon beast was indeed stirring up the waters. This creature was colossal, a serpentine dragon unlike any she had ever encountered, its size rivaling that of a great mountain, hovering above the sea's surface. Its azure head, reminiscent of a dragon, was raised to the heavens as it roared, while its limbs, as thick as great pillars, and a silver tail spanning several dozen feet, swept through the surrounding waters relentlessly. The ocean was engulfed in tempestuous waves and fierce winds, plunging the area into chaos. The dragon roared defiantly skyward, where the clouds loomed ominously and bolts of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, cascaded from the swirling mass above, forming a terrifying web of thunder that incessantly struck the beast. Yet, astonishingly, the dragon withstood the onslaught of these heavenly strikes, emerging unscathed. However, this only served to exacerbate its fury, as its originally emerald eyes began to take on a crimson hue, transcending through the thunderous tribulation. This was, indeed, Lin Mo's first encounter with a demon beast undergoing transformation, causing his gaze to flicker with uncertainty. The so-called transformation tribulation refers to the trial a 7th-tier demon beast must undergo to ascend to the 8th tier, a necessary ordeal marked by the descent of divine thunder. Only through this trial can the demon beast shed its form and partially assume a humanoid shape. As its cultivation deepened, the extent of its transformation varied. It oscillated between the 7th and 8th tiers. This venomous dragon was on the verge of breaking through. Seeing the impending ascension of the dragon to 8th tier strength, Wu Ming exclaimed in alarm, urging, "We must act swiftly. If it breaks through to the 8th tier, it will spell trouble." To Wu Ming, an 8th tier venomous dragon was exceedingly formidable, and it would be prudent to eliminate it before its breakthrough. Wait, the ethereal maiden waved her hand, halting Wu Ming's advance. Let it reach the 8th tier. In Lin Mo's eyes, the worth of a 7th-tier demon beast vastly differed from that of an 8th-tier one. The golden blood of an 8th-tier dragon was worth exponentially more than that of its 7th-tier counterpart. A dragon was not comparable to other sea creatures. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wu Ming's gaze as he regarded the ethereal maiden, whispering, "Moreover, we are in the sea. If we delay too long, we may attract other sea beasts, which would complicate matters further. Fear not, it is merely a small mudfish." The ethereal maiden waved her hand, her gaze patiently awaiting the transformation of the venomous serpent. As time passed, wisps of pale green toxic mist enveloped the serpent's body, its scales shedding to reveal alabaster skin. In the blink of an eye, it astonishingly assumed a humanoid form. However, its head remained that of a dragon, not fully transformed. "Ah, humans!" At that moment, the serpent noticed the figures of the maiden and her companions from afar, letting out a shrill laugh. "Your flesh is the most delectable and succulent. I shall devour you." As it spoke, the serpent swayed slightly, thick clouds of poison coiling around its form, morphing into a faint green apparition that lunged towards the two. The maiden glanced back at Wu Ming and said with a smile, "Make your move." As her words fell, a tumultuous blaze of fiery heat surged around Wu Ming. He raised his right hand, and the orange flames condensed into a sphere of white fire. The core of the flames twisted and intertwined, a torrent of scorching heat. With a piercing sound that cut through the air, the intense flames sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling towards the serpent. The serpent, upon witnessing this, chose not to charge directly, but instead plunged headfirst into the depths of the sea. The pure white flames, before even nearing the surface, ignited the seawater, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Thick steam rose incessantly from the ocean. "Damn it!" Seeing his fire magic fail to take effect, Wu Ming shouted in anger, forcefully slapping his storage pouch at his waist. A flurry of orange lotus flowers flew forth from the pouch, appearing as if they were solid, yet also as pure energy of flames, rather peculiar indeed. Suddenly, the serpent burst forth from the seabed, its body entwined in toxic mist, its mouth slightly ajar. A jet of inky black poison erupted from its maw. With a swift motion of one hand towards the sea surface, a trident formed entirely of swirling water materialized in its grasp. The maiden stood at a distance, quietly observing Wu Ming's battle with the serpent, harboring no intentions of intervening. Instead, she was curious to see what methods Wu Ming would employ. The lotus flowers, as if imbued with life, suddenly bloomed. Their leaves soared forth, transforming into fiery red apparitions that surged ahead. The first to encounter the inky poison was the crimson leaves. The clash of poison and flame produced a series of hissing sounds, mingled with a pungent, foul odor. The serpent swung its right hand vigorously, and the water-formed trident flew into the air, piercing through the green poison towards Wu Ming. Observing this scene, Wu Ming snorted coldly and clapped his hands together. At that moment, a powerful blaze enveloped his entire being, the flames roaring fiercely, forming a protective shroud that resembled the silhouette of a Buddha to onlookers. How intriguing! Watching Wu Ming's display of power, the maiden stroked her chin, pondering whether such techniques could be applied to her own Qianlan sword flame. Once this serpent was dealt with, she would certainly inquire Wu Ming. Upon contemplating this, the ethereal maiden abandoned her intention to continue watching the performance, her gaze turning coldly towards the verdant, poisonous serpent. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp, piercing sounds of slicing air resonated. 72 azure bamboo bee cloud swords cleaved through the atmosphere, conjuring waves of protective divine thunder in their wake. Their formidable force merged seamlessly in midair, coalescing into an extraordinarily sharp, gigantic wooden sword. What? The velocity of the azure bamboo bee cloud swords was astonishing, and before the poisonous serpent could react, it beheld the swords approaching. Slicing through the air, they pierced straight through the serpent's chest, crimson blood gushing forth in torrents. Crackle! Immediately following, the protective divine thunder struck its body, and within mere moments, the serpent softened, transforming into a massive verdant poisonous serpent that plummeted into the sea. With a swift motion of her hand, the ethereal maiden summoned the serpent's carcass into her storage pouch. Onward. She then turned her gaze towards Wu Ming. His complexion had paled slightly, evidently fatigued from the fierce battle with the serpent, having suffered considerable depletion of his spiritual energy. "Shouldn't he recover a bit?" The maiden gently shook her head, stating calmly, "I shall confront the next serpent." Hearing her words, Wu Ming exhaled in relief as the crimson lotus beneath him buzzed incessantly, propelling him forward. Ahead lay a serpent island. Rumor had it that a serpent of level 9 resided within. As Wu Ming soared ahead, he glanced back at the ethereal maiden, suggesting, We should hunt near the Serpent Island. The maiden remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the horizon. Days passed in rapid pursuit, and a colossal island appeared before Lin Mo. A pungent odor assaulted his senses, while dark clouds loomed over the island, intermittently revealing serpents within the murky skies. Thunderous roars echoed incessantly, the low growls of serpents mingling with the rolling clouds. How intriguing! The maiden chuckled softly, her heart soaring at the sight of countless serpents in the distance. If I could refine so many serpents, I wonder if it would elevate my dragon transformation technique to the second tier? However, she soon shook her head. The second tier of the dragon transformation technique rivals the god transformation level. Despite the abundance of serpents here, they were still far from sufficient to allow her to break through to the second tier. Go. The maiden turned to Wu Ming, commanding, lure a few serpents over. Hearing her directive, Wu Ming's face turned ashen as he pointed to himself, exclaiming, "Me?" The maiden shot him a glance, coldly retorting, "Then who else?" Wu Ming sighed, gazing at the distant serpent island, hesitating for a moment before transforming into a streak of crimson light. Meanwhile, while the ethereal maiden and Wu Ming were hunting serpents, Lin Mo's true self beneath the spirit stone mine had successfully cultivated the 9-turn reincarnation technique. After the first reincarnation, Lin Mo's cultivation returned to the early stage of the golden core. However, the spiritual energy within him had solidified considerably. The purple spirit before him, sensing Lin Mo's diminished cultivation, displayed surprise and exclaimed, "My dear, how could your cultivation have? The technique I practice is rather unique." As they conversed, Lin Mo slowly extended his right hand, caressing the delicate skin of Ziling. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gradually parted her ruby lips, experiencing the surging spiritual energy emanating from Lin Mo. The enhancement of her cultivation was remarkably swift. According to Lin Mo's estimation, in this realm of dwindling spiritual energy, Ziling might directly ascend to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. However, transcending to the nascent soul stage would prove exceedingly arduous. The barrier between the core formation and nascent soul stages is no trivial matter. Even with Ziling's exceptional aptitude, breaching that threshold would depend significantly on fortuitous circumstances. Do not speak, just close your lips. Lin Mo gazed deeply into Ziling's eyes, fully transmitting his abundant spiritual energy to her. 5 years later, Ziling's cultivation reached the apex of the core formation stage as she emerged from the stone cave. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, she arrived at the highest peak. Chun Xiaoqian, sensing the transformation in Ziling's cultivation, widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Ziling, your cultivation, could it be the result of your husband's prowess?" Hearing Chun Xiaoqian's words, Ziling's face flushed even deeper as she gently nodded, "Hum." Chun Xiaoqian teased, "Isn't your husband quite formidable?" "Sister Xiaoqian, please do not jest," Ziling replied, glancing at the blue-clad Chun Xiaoqian, quickly diverting the topic. Lin Mo wishes for you to go into the cave." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Xiaoqian nodded vigorously, and a flying sword materialized before her. Stepping onto the sword, she transformed into a blue shadow, soaring into the distance. Time flowed inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, 3 decades had passed. With a loud flap, a jet-black, 3-legged crow stirred the winds. Opposite the crow stood a 7th-level dragon. The crow opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The heat was intense, causing the ocean's surface to boil in its wake. The blue dragon lashed its tail against the sea, conjuring towering waves that enveloped its form as it lunged at the 3-legged crow. Unfazed by the approaching blue dragon, the crow brandished its sturdy black feathers, morphing into a dark shadow that appeared before the dragon. Its razor-sharp claws pierced the blue dragon's body, crimson blood gushing forth in a stream, accompanied by its anguished cries. The 3-legged crow showed no restraint, continuously pecking at the dragon's flesh, clearly relishing the taste of its blood as a delicacy. 3-legged crow, strength, 7th level, species, crow, bloodline power, crow body, black fiend, true fire, fire escape. Possesses a trace of the 3-legged golden crow bloodline. With an incredibly resilient body and innate demonic fire. At that moment, the 3-legged crow's feathers shimmered with black and gold, resembling a mottled bird. They observed the crow with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Well done." As she spoke, she deftly stored the blue dragon's carcass into her storage pouch. Suddenly, from afar, Wu Ming rode a fire lotus and appeared before the. Now, the entire Dragon Island has yielded no trace of the legendary dragons. Wu Ming let out a bitter smile. His gaze fixed upon the spectral maiden, his eyes brimming with admiration. He had witnessed firsthand as the spectral maiden single-handedly vanquished a dragon of formidable 9th-tier strength. This was a creature on par with those of mid-stage nascent soul, and he had seen her powerful 72 flying swords pierce through its body, leading to its immediate demise. Since that moment, his respect for her had only deepened, and he dared not offend her in the slightest. Not to mention Lin Mo's original body was cultivating deep within the spirit stone mine. Now, 30 years have passed, and no one knows the extent of his power. The spectral maiden cast a glance at Wu Ming, paying him little mind. Instead, she transformed into a streak of green light, descending into the heart of Dragon Island. Her spiritual awareness swept across the landscape, meticulously inspecting every corner of the island. Second nascent soul, strength, mid-stage nascent soul, physique, supreme with spirit baby, spiritual root, with spiritual root, cultivation method, Qingyuan sword technique, 11th layer, spells, Qingyuan sword technique, protective sword shield, sword shadow splitting technique, exorcism divine thunder, Imu divine thunder, destined magical treasure, green bamboo, be cloud sword, guided by the green bamboo, be cloud sword. The spectral maiden soared low over the island, continuously searching for any treasures that might be concealed within. With so many dragons congregating here, it was hard to believe there was nothing unusual afoot. Soon, she had thoroughly explored the entire island, only to pause at a tranquil pool nestled in the center. The water shimmered with a deep azure hue, unfathomable in depth. As her consciousness surged within, it felt as though a barrier of formation was preventing her from probing further. A formation? The spectral maiden raised an eyebrow, her mouth slightly agape, as a green bamboo be-cloud sword flew forth from her lips. It crackled with tendrils of verdant, thunderous energy and plunged directly into the icy pool. Crack, crack, as the green bamboo be-cloud sword approached. A thick water curtain enveloped the surface of the pool. The sound of the sword striking the water curtain echoed sharply. Soon, faint golden cracks began to appear across the water's surface. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. Observing this scene, the spectral maiden's lips curled into a subtle smile as a flurry of green bamboo be-cloud swords erupted from her mouth. In the blink of an eye, 12 swords stabbed down in unison, shattering the entire blue water curtain. With the barrier's destruction, the view beneath the icy pool was fully revealed to her probing consciousness. A ghostly blue jade stone lay at the bottom of the pool. How intriguing! With a wave of her right hand, the water surged forth under her control, cascading onto the stone surface nearby. As time passed, the water from the pool was entirely drawn out, revealing a jade of considerable size, comparable to a human head. The chill emanating from this jade was far more intense than that of a millennium-old cold jade. The spectral maiden's face lit up with delight, and with a decisive motion, she swiftly grasped the jade, which settled firmly in her hand. The bone-chilling frost wrapped around her right hand, as if attempting to completely engulf her. A treasure indeed. The ethereal maiden's face lit up with joy as she waved her right hand, effortlessly storing the item in her storage pouch. At that moment, Wu Ming arrived, albeit fashionably late, and stood before the maiden. All the dragon serpents nearby Ling Island have been eliminated, Wu Ming remarked awkwardly, glancing at the maiden. I have no idea where any more dragon serpents might be. Let us return. The maiden smiled gently, acknowledging that her true form had reached a critical juncture for breakthrough. It was indeed time to head back. With a swift motion, the emerald-hued Qingzhu Fengyun sword sliced through the air, a delicate green aura enveloping her as she vanished like a fleeting green specter. Days passed after their departure, and a golden figure appeared above the island. It surveyed the desolate landscape, devoid of dragon serpents, its eyes brimming with fury. Damn it! How dare anyone hunt our dragonkin? The golden dragon king was seething with rage. Golden scales erupted across its body, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding brilliance akin to a radiant sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Having secluded himself for merely a few decades, he emerged to discover the tragic news of his progeny being slaughtered. Upon his arrival, he found that all of his offspring had met a gruesome fate. Whoever is responsible shall pay dearly. The golden dragon king bellowed, his golden aura surging forth as he transformed into a golden specter and sped away into the distance. Simultaneously, above by Ling Island, thunder rumbled ominously, shrouding the entire isle in dark clouds. The sky darkened, and torrential rain poured down. Bolts of lightning crackled within the thick mist, reverberating through the air. Accompanying this tempest was a dense white fog that began to gather above the spirit stone mine. Radiant white light coalesced rapidly, forming a translucent orb the size of a fist. The immense and terrifying spiritual energy contained within it drew the astonished gazes of the disciples from the Miaoying sect, their faces lighting up with joy as they turned their attention to the cavern above. They understood that everything the Miaoying sect had achieved was due to Lin Mo's influence. Witnessing Lin Mo's breakthrough in strength filled them with immense delight. With a soft pop, the orb shimmered brightly and transformed into a multicolored mist, swiftly descending and disappearing into the mountain rock, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, the surrounding storms, lightning, and thunder dissipated instantaneously, restoring normalcy to the environment. In that instant, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar ascended to the heavens, causing the world to tremble. A towering humanoid figure, approximately 100 feet tall, materialized behind Lin Mo. This figure sparkled with emerald light, its massive limbs astonishingly robust. The brilliance obscured its features, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the giant's visage. It emanated an aura of such authority that all who beheld it felt compelled to avert their gaze. With a resounding thud, disciples of the Miaoying sect, situated thousands of meters away, found themselves pressed to the ground, as if a mountain had descended upon them, unable to rise. Meanwhile, the second nascent soul behind Lin Mo flickered momentarily before transforming into a cascade of starlight, plunging into Lin Mo's being. Yuan Yao knelt beside him, wiping the moisture from the corner of her mouth, and smiled. "My dear husband, have you made a breakthrough?" Hearing her words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and nodded. "Fortune smiled upon me. I have indeed broken through." As he spoke, a surge of spiritual power roared within Lin Mo, and 8 azure sword flames crackled in his dantian. In comparison to the cultivation of the core formation stage, the azure sword flames, which coalesced after reaching the nascent soul stage, were far more solid. The degree of spiritual power condensed in a single azure sword flame rivaled that of 4 azure sword flames prior to his breakthrough. This signified an astonishing strength equivalent to that of an early-stage nascent soul practitioner multiplied by 8. As Lin Mo felt the tumultuous spiritual energy coursing through him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Now, even in the face of 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, I have no fear." Host: Lin Mo. Strength: early-stage nascent soul. Physique: dragon chanting body. Spiritual root: ice spiritual root. Techniques: 10,000 swords spirit communication technique. 7th layer of the Ming Wang technique. 1st layer of the dragon transformation technique. Spells: water light escape. 4th layer of the great transformation technique. Advanced puppet technique. Intermediate talismans technique. Sword control technique. Breath concealment technique. Secret techniques: yin-yang attraction technique. Body refinement technique in the room. Yin-yang complementation technique. Spirit beast seal. Mysterious moon absorption technique. 2nd nascent soul. Divine abilities. 9 revolutions reincarnation technique. Azure sword flame. Magic treasure. Yin-yang 2 instruments bottle. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. Not only had his spiritual power increased, but the Ming Wang technique had also advanced to the 7th layer. Now, he awaited the golden dragon blood of the 2nd nascent soul. He wondered if, after absorption, he could break through to the 2nd layer. Although he knew the hope was slim, Lin Mo still wished to tempt fate. After all, he had slain over 100 level 7 flood dragon beasts, gathering their golden dragon blood. Whoosh! Accompanied by a familiar sound of breaking air, a verdant phantom appeared before Lin Mo. The 2nd nascent soul landed steadily in front of him. A jade vial flew out from its storage bag, hovering before Lin Mo. Within it was a bottle of golden dragon blood, its golden light far beyond what the jade vial could conceal. He pondered whether this refined dragon blood could yield true dragon essence. While true dragon blood was rare, it paled in comparison to true dragon essence. Looking at the jade vial in his hand, the 2nd nascent soul attempted to extract the demon refining cauldron. A powerful force surged forth from the cauldron, drawing the golden true dragon blood into itself. The entire vial of metallic-hued blood made the cauldron gleam brilliantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the blood filled the vessel, it emitted a crisp, buzzing sound. A dense mist of blood completely enveloped the jade vial. Chapter 128. True Dragon Essence. Observing the continually shifting demon refining cauldron. Lin Mo smiled slightly and began to contemplate the enhancement of his strength. With the breakthrough of the second nascent soul to the mid-nascent soul stage, and possessing 72 azure bamboo cloud swords along with the exorcising divine thunder, he was fully capable of confronting late-stage nascent soul practitioners. Furthermore, Lin Mo wielded the strength of an early-stage nascent soul multiplied by 8, coupled with the terrifying power of the azure sword flames that could slay any nascent soul practitioner upon contact. His physical prowess was also comparable to that of a nascent soul. Confronting late-stage nascent soul practitioners was certainly not a daunting task. With a graceful wave of Lin Mo's sleeve, the 9 nether soul banner floated before him, emanating a chilling aura, upon which a beautiful woman materialized. Over the past 30 years, Madame Wang's form had gradually solidified. During this time, she had cultivated some foundational ghostly techniques. Yet her cultivation remained stagnant at the peak of qi refinement. Had she possessed suitable ghostly methods, she might have already ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Thank you, Senior Lin, for saving my life, Madame Wang said with a radiant smile, hovering before Lin Mo and bowing respectfully. Were it not for your benevolence, I would have perished long ago. It must be said, the beauty that bore the enchanting Wang Ningzi, the spirit fairy, was further accentuated by Madame Wang's unique charm, each smile and frown adding to her allure. Feeling Lin Mo's intense gaze upon her, she instinctively turned her face away. Though she no longer possessed a human form, her allure was even more pronounced. May I see Xiling? Madame Wang's gaze turned toward Lin Mo as she expressed her heartfelt request. Hearing her words, Lin Mo smiled gently and replied without hesitation, of course. With that, he turned to look at the nearby Thunder Spirit Guard. Thunder Spirit Guard. Strength. Peak of core formation. Type. Wood corpse puppet. Spells. Bright thunder. Corpse puppet body. Wood escape. Divine ability. Body reshaping. As he beheld the Thunder Spirit Guard, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of core formation, a smile graced Lin Mo's lips. After absorbing a significant amount of spiritual power, the Thunder Spirit Guard had indeed enhanced its strength to the peak of the core formation stage. 18 Thunder Spirit Guards, each at the peak of core formation, could easily rival even the unease stage cultivators if they mastered formations. The formation would seamlessly merge the powers of the 18 Blood Spirit Guards, yielding strength that was not merely additive. Thunder Spirit Guard, take the 9 Nether Soul banner and seek Xiling, Lin Mo commanded, tossing the 9 Nether Soul banner towards the Thunder Spirit Guard. Without the slightest hesitation, the guard caught it and vanished in a flash of lightning. Yuan Yao nestled into Lin Mo's embrace, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, radiating irresistible charm. A surge of spiritual power continually flowed from Yuan Yao, her cultivation brimming with vitality, having also reached the peak of core formation. Over the course of 30 years, an entire spirit stone mine had been sacrificed to elevate the cultivation of the women to this pinnacle. This was only to be expected, considering the mine yielded top-grade spirit stones. One top-grade spirit stone was worth 100 high-grade stones, equating to 1,000,000 ordinary stones. The wealth of an average core formation cultivator amounted to only several thousand spirit stones. Within this mine, countless top-grade spirit stones remained, alongside innumerable high and mid-grade stones. Lin Mo gazed deeply at the pale and fragile spirit stone mine before him, opting not to linger. He gently patted Yuan Yao in his arms. Understanding his cue, Yuan Yao immediately repositioned herself. After such a long period of synergy, she was well acquainted with Lin Mo's habits, often anticipating his next move without a word. I shall take my leave for now. Yuan Yao smiled gracefully, waving her sleeve as a flying sword descended before her. With a swift motion, he stepped onto the flying sword, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, gazing at the alchemical cauldron suspended in midair, which was continuously refining golden blood. He then retrieved the fruits of his labor from the past few days. Hundreds of dragon serpents had provided Lin Mo with a wealth of dragon materials and inner elixirs. The flesh was utilized to extract the golden dragon blood, while the remaining ordinary beast essence was reserved for the 3-legged crow and the soul cry beast. The soul cry beast possessed a unique constitution, neither entirely demonic nor spiritual. It could absorb vengeful souls to enhance its power, as well as consume beast essence for the same purpose. A flicker of black light emanated from the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A pitch-black little monkey had firmly landed before him, swaying its long nose and fixating its large eyes intently on Lin Mo, soul cry beast. Strength. Peak of foundation establishment. Type. Half spirit, half ghost. Bloodline power. Devouring. True form of the giant ape, soul capturing radiance. Possesses the bloodline of the punishing beast, a nemesis to spirits. Observing the soul cry beast before him, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, and he nodded appreciatively. Its strength was commendable, having reached the peak of foundation establishment. In Lin Mo's view, to advance further in power, it would need to devour a substantial number of vengeful spirits. With a wave of his right hand, he drew the soul cry beast into the storage pouch. A delicate storage pouch fell before him, belonging to the grand ancestor of extreme Yin, alongside a finely crafted jade bone. This object, pure white like jade and only a few inches in length, was incredibly hard. A spatial treasure forged by the Xian Bone Elder. As his consciousness surged into it, the first item to appear was a pitch-black jade slip. Black Sha Azura technique. Evil demon art, blood refining divine light. Evil pill technique. External incarnation, blood spirit drill, transformation technique. Heavenly capital corpse fire. In demon slash, soul departure technique. As he sensed the profound techniques contained within, Lin Mo could not help but exclaim. This Xian Bone Elder was indeed a genius to have created such an array of techniques. However, upon examining the methods, Lin Mo chose not to cultivate them all, opting instead to selectively review those that would prove useful in the future. Besides, there were merely a few scattered items left. After being imprisoned for so many years, it was hardly surprising that there were few valuable possessions. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and turned his gaze towards the grand ancestor of Extreme Yin's storage pouch. Surely, as the ancestor of Extreme Yin Island, there must be treasures within. With a rustling sound, as his consciousness entered the storage pouch, the first things that emerged in his mind were several high-grade spirit stones, followed by a substantial number of mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Mo quickly counted them, arriving at a total of over 100,000. Excellent, excellent. With a wave of his hand, he directly absorbed the pile of spirit stones into his storage pouch and continued his exploration. A black book appeared before him. As Lin Mo examined the pages, he discovered it to be the Xian Yin Classic. What a useless item. He shook his head slightly and turned his attention to other possessions. A pitch-black bone bead, exuding a chilling aura, caught his eye. Its emanating energy clearly indicated that it was a high-grade magical artifact. As Lin Mo's spiritual power surged forth, the bone orb spun incessantly, emanating a chilling aura that enveloped it entirely in a dense mist. This swirling fog, resembling a myriad of sinuous tendrils, continuously emerged from the orb, corroding the ground beneath it with an ominous hiss. Its corrosive ability was indeed formidable. Observing the bone orb in his hand, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, subsequently storing it within his spatial bag. He then resumed his search. Several pallid corpses of core formation cultivators tumbled from the bag, indicating an intention to refine the Celestial City's demonic corpses. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he remarked, "What a pity. Time was too pressing to conduct the refinement." After seizing the 18 Celestial City demonic corpses from the Extreme Yin ancestor, he had been eager to refine more. Regrettably, the opening of the Void Heaven Palace had deprived him of the opportunity. With a swift motion, Lin Mo raised his right hand, summoning the Qianlan flame, which enveloped the corpses in a fierce blaze. The surging cold flames, imbued with extraordinary power, completely encased them. Soon, a layer of deep blue ice flames clung to the corpses, which rapidly turned to ash, vanishing without a trace. Aside from that, he discovered several magical artifacts that were rather unremarkable in value to him. Additionally, there were some sinister ores and spiritual herbs, which could indeed be utilized for the Blood Spirit Guard. Gazing at these materials, Lin Mo smirked, showing no hesitation as he stored them in his spatial bag. In the following moments, he assessed his recent acquisitions. He had obtained a considerable number of magical artifacts. However, they paled in comparison to his ancient treasures and the Qianlan flame. With a flick of his wrist, two ancient treasures manifested before him, a bronze mirror and a scroll-like artifact, both acquired within the Void Heaven Palace. For a long time, in his quest for strength, Lin Mo had yet to examine the capabilities of these two ancient treasures. With a rush of spiritual energy flowing into the bronze mirror, a brilliant azure light erupted from within, enveloping Lin Mo entirely in its radiant glow. Nodding slightly, he turned his gaze toward the white scroll, which exuded an endless binding power. Should one be ensnared within, escape would be impossible. As for the caliber of cultivators or beasts it could entrap, that remained to be discovered through experimentation. It was time to depart from Bo Island. Lin Mo murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the distant peaks. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood atop the towering mountain. The Rakshasa vessel hovered in midair above the peak, shrouded in a thick, dark mist. Return. Lin Mo waved his right hand. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The disciples of the Miaoyin sect lifted their heads to gaze at Lin Mo in the sky, hastily preparing for their journey home. As he uttered these words, it signified his intent to lead everyone back. After 30 years of wandering, the disciples of the Miaoyin sect found themselves yearning for the inner star sea. In the distance, Wu Ming's face lit up upon hearing this. At last, this living hellish king had departed. Although the loss of a mid-tier spirit stone mine would make his return troublesome, he chose his life over such concerns. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the Star Palace had not discovered the exceptional spirit stones hidden within this mine. Had they known the true value of this resource, the consequences would have been dire. Over the span of 30 years, the Miaoyin disciples had indeed made commendable progress. Not counting Xiling, 3 among them had successfully broken through to the core formation stage, including Zhuo Ruding's disciple, Wen Siyue, a cause for celebration. Senior Lin, Wen Siyue, clad in white, transformed into a streak of white light, gracefully landing before Lin Mo. With a gentle smile, she said, I have instructed the disciples to prepare. It will take no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Listening to her words, Lin Mo nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze toward the distant Wu Ming. Wu Ming, stepping upon a crimson fire lotus, became a flash of fiery light, appearing before Lin Mo. With a smile, he addressed Lin Mo, Friend Lin, might you be able to lift the restrictions upon me? He chuckled at the end, his intentions clear. What kind of spell is your transforming lotus? Lin Mo did not respond directly, but inquired about Wu Ming's magic. Without hesitation, Wu Ming clapped his right hand against the storage bag at his waist. A flash of red light revealed a crimson jade slip that floated before him. Upon receiving the jade slip, Lin Mo's consciousness surged into it, and soon a technique had flooded his mind. Red Jade Buddha Lotus. As he absorbed the teachings of this technique, Lin Mo nodded appreciatively. Overall, while the technique was not exceptionally profound, its control over flames was unparalleled, a first for him. Although the Qianlan ice flame was of ice, it possessed the transformative nature of fire, which might aid in his cultivation of the Qianlan sword flame. With the technique acquired, Lin Mo decisively waved his right hand, extracting the spirit seal from Wu Ming's mind. Overall, Wu Ming had been quite cooperative, and Lin Mo had no intention of making things difficult for him. As Wu Ming felt Lin Mo's presence recede from his mind, he exhaled in relief, his eyes sparkling with joy as he expressed, Thank you, my friend. Lin Mo cast a deep glance at Wu Ming, cautioning, with Jiaolong Island destroyed, this place is perilous. It would be wise to depart soon. Thank you for the warning. Wu Ming nodded and cupped his hands in gratitude. Lin Mo acknowledged him with a slight nod. Having said this, he had done more than enough and saw no need for further words. As the last Miaoyin disciple ascended the Rakshasa ship, Lin Mo's aura surged, transforming into a blue phantom that alighted upon the dark vessel. With a thunderous roar, the Rakshasa ship erupted with sound, enveloped in swirling black light, before disappearing into the void. Watching the ship's departure, Wu Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Mo remained present, safety was an elusive notion. With Lin Mo's departure now apparent, a sense of relief washed over as he turned to the disciples of the Star Palace nearby. Prepare to leave this place. Wu Ming called out to the distant disciples, his voice resonating with urgency. Upon hearing Wu Ming's command, the disciples transformed into fleeting shadows, darting across the island. Days passed after Lin Mo and his companions had departed. The disciples of the Star Palace had long since vanished. Wu Ming found himself alone before a concealed rocky outcrop. Haha, over the past few decades, I have clandestinely amassed a considerable cache of spirit stones. This is my moment of fortune. He opened a uniquely crafted stone door, and upon gazing at the mound of spirit stones before him, a broad smile spread across his face. That cautious fellow had no idea I was also busy at work. As he spoke, Wu Ming began to diligently place the translucent spirit stones into his storage pouch. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoed from afar. Wu Ming's senses heightened at the unusual sounds, and he hastily secured the spirit stones before fleeing the hidden chamber. The surface of the sea erupted in tumultuous waves. Wu Ming furrowed his brow, observing the towering waves that loomed several feet high. Muttering, "A storm does not arise without a reason." Indeed, a golden-hued apparition materialized above the cresting waves. Its brilliance was blinding, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a colossal golden dragon. Stretching over 100 feet in length, its form seemed to merge seamlessly with the tumultuous waters. The enormous golden dragon opened its maw, unleashing a series of frenzied roars that resonated deafeningly, causing the islands miles away to tremble. "This," Wu Ming gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment at the overwhelming aura emanating from the Golden Dragon King. A level 10 beast. He understood that such a formidable entity rivaled the dual saints of the Star Palace. Realizing that the multitude of dragons from the Dragon Island were evidently seeking vengeance, Wu Ming felt no hesitation. An orange-red flame lotus blossomed at his feet. Stepping upon the lotus, he transformed into a swift orange-red shadow, darting into the distance. The Golden Dragon King, witnessing this, roared in fury, "I shall have these humans as my sacrifices." With the Golden Dragon King's wrathful cry, a horde of ferocious sea beasts surged forward with alarming speed. As Wu Ming felt the relentless pursuit of the countless beasts behind him, he cursed under his breath. "This is all Lin Mo's fault. Now I am the one bearing the brunt." Although he yearned to inform the Golden Dragon King of his innocence regarding the fate of its kin, Wu Ming dared not take that risk. The Golden Dragon King was consumed by rage, and turning back would be akin to offering himself as a meal. With this in mind, Wu Ming channeled all his strength into the crimson lotus beneath him. The searing orange flames enveloped him entirely, enhancing his speed exponentially. In an instant, he became a streak of red light, vanishing into the horizon. The Golden Dragon King, unwilling to let Wu Ming escape, bellowed in anger, summoning a surge of waves to pursue him relentlessly. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, had he been aware of these developments, he surely would not have wished to miss such a rare opportunity to hunt a level 10 beast. At this moment, Lin Mo lay upon the Rakshasa boat, his gaze fixed upon the multitude of over 1,000 blue-golden, devouring insects before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. These insects, birthed from the consumption of the ice spirit butterfly by hundreds of three-colored devouring insects, exuded an aura significantly more potent than their predecessors. Each blue-golden devouring insect was roughly the size of a fist, creating a striking sight as they congregated into a vast, azure-hued mass, a constant hum resonating around them. To nurture these devouring insects to maturity, a journey to the Spirit Mountain Kunwu was imperative to seek the expertise of Master Su for the techniques required. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo gestured grandly, drawing the blue-golden devouring insects into his beast spirit pouch. Before him materialized a cauldron of demon refinement, radiating a soft golden glow. With a decisive snap, he opened the cauldron, revealing a mass of golden-hued blood. The essence of raw, untamed power shimmered within it. Merely inhaling its aroma enveloped him in a profound sense of pressure. This was the essence of a true dragon. Lin Mo's heart soared with joy, knowing that this precious drop of true dragon blood was extracted after he vanquished over 100 flood dragons. He initiated the refining process, his pupils narrowing as spiritual energy surged within him, activating the transformation dragon technique. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, golden dragon scales emerged upon his exposed skin, and a translucent silhouette of a true dragon materialized behind him. He swallowed the golden blood, a searing warmth instantly enveloping his entire being. Within his dantian, a faint golden dragon chant emerged from the Yinyang 2 instruments bottle, harmonizing with the essence of the true dragon blood. Suddenly, a low, primal growl echoed forth, and Lin Mo's scales shimmered, radiating brilliance. Months later, as Lin Mo reopened his eyes, he inhaled deeply, extending his right hand and clenching it forcefully. A resounding crack echoed as his formidable physique responded. With the 7th layer of the Ming Wang technique, augmented by the transformation dragon technique, he felt confident in his strength even against late-stage nascent souls. A smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight. Simultaneously, a series of crisp knocks resonated from outside the room. Noticing the commotion, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, the golden scales on his body swiftly retracting as he called out, "Come in." With a gentle creak, the door swung open, revealing the graceful figure of Ling, her large eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo. A beaming smile adorning her face, radiating immense joy. It was only natural, for witnessing her mother awaken and assume human form filled her with boundless happiness. "Thank you, my dear," Ling exclaimed as she leaped into Lin Mo's embrace, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully. Lin Mo, undeterred by her beauty, welcomed her into his arms without reservation. "Let us continue our cultivation," he said, gently cupping Ling's delicate chin, a smile gracing his lips. "I must admit, I prefer your unmasked visage. Ling is exceedingly beautiful. Whenever she ventures outside, she must don a veil, lest she inadvertently incite trouble. This is not the scenario Lin Mo wishes to encounter. Husband, are you preparing to leave?" Ling slowly lifted her head, her large eyes gazing intently at Lin Mo, taking in Ling's words. Lin Mo paused contemplatively, casting a profound glance at her. "Although the Sea of Chaos is abundant in resources, I must journey to another continent." Lin Mo smiled gently, revealing no intent to conceal his thoughts. Indeed, the resources of the Sea of Chaos are ample enough for him to cultivate to the God transformation stage. However, the opportunities in the Great Gene are immense, and Lin Mo is reluctant to forego such prospects. Moreover, the final 3 layers of the Great Transformation Sutra, bestowed by the Divine Lord of Great Yin, are essential for Lin Mo. For him, acquiring the Great Transformation Sutra is of paramount importance. "Will you take us along?" Ling's eyes widened, filled with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's gaze flickered with a hint of hesitation. He was resolute in bringing Chun Xiaoqian, Xian Ruyan, and the others back to Tian Nan. Yuan Yaoyan and Li, too, are now alone and would reasonably accompany him back. Yet, the question remains whether Ling, with her ties to the Miaoyin sect, would wish to return. "Can you let go of the Miaoyin sect?" Lin Mo countered without answering directly. After a moment of silence, Ling's eyes met Lin Mo's, a glimmer of determination flashing within. She nodded vigorously. "Husband, I will follow you." Hearing her response, a smile graced Lin Mo's lips, clearly pleased with her answer. "First, we shall return to the Inner Star Sea. Before departing from the Sea of Chaos, I have several matters to attend to." Lin Mo gently patted Ling's silky hair. She then lowered her head and knelt before him. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, savoring the vibrant spiritual energy that enveloped him. Time flowed on, and it was uncertain how long had passed. In the morning light over the sea, a flock of early rising seabirds circled just above the water, occasionally emitting sharp, clear cries. Aside from this, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. In the distance, flashes of light danced across the sky as several azure and crimson beams raced toward their location. As time progressed, these beams gradually materialized, revealing 3 men and 2 women fleeing for their lives. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other 4 were quite young, merely in their 20s. In terms of cultivation, only the middle-aged man had reached the foundation establishment stage. The remaining 4 were at the chi refinement stage. The 5 fled desperately, glancing back frequently, as if some frenzied entity were pursuing them. "Uncle Son, let us rest for a moment ahead. We can scarcely endure any longer," urged a young girl in a yellow dress, around 15 or 16, panting heavily, her forehead slick with sweat and her complexion pale. This girl, with her round face and large, dark eyes, exuded a delightful charm, reminiscent of youthful innocence. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the other 3 individuals, only to realize their conditions were exceedingly poor. "Very well, let us rest here for a while," he said, hesitation evident on his face as he cast a look behind him and slowly nodded. Upon hearing these words, the 4 of them displayed expressions of joy. Their cultivation levels were rather shallow, and managing to fly for such an extended period had been an immense strain. "Look up at the sky." At that moment, the woman in the yellow dress suddenly exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the heavens. There a pitch-black flying vessel hovered, shrouded in swirling, dense fog. The other 4 exchanged glances, staring at the ominous craft above, their expressions turning to apprehension. "I wonder which sect's cultivators are aboard that ship," a woman in a blue dress remarked, her face lighting up with excitement. "Perhaps they can come to our rescue." Yet, the aura emanating from that vessel is ominous. it is unlikely to bring good tidings. The middle-aged cultivator, possessing far more experience than the younger practitioners, understood the dangers that lurked amidst the beast tide. Humans were far more perilous than the demonic beasts. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds echoed from behind them, causing the middle-aged man to change color instantly. The others turned pale in an instant. From the dense fog above, a dozen enormous gray grotesque birds shot forth. Each of these creatures measured about 10 feet in length, sporting crimson flesh crowns upon their heads, sharp beaks, and claws, exuding a faint azure glow, presenting a fearsome and hideous visage. Upon their emergence, they did not immediately dive toward the small island below. Instead, they swiftly circled in the air before scattering, effectively blocking the escape routes of the cultivators, showcasing their remarkable coordination. Seeing this unfold, the middle-aged man's heart sank to the depths of despair. Suddenly, a girl clad in yellow garments darted toward the aerial vessel. "Is there a senior who can save us?" Gongsun Xing exclaimed urgently, her voice rising above the chaos. Xinger, the middle-aged man's complexion turned ashen as he beheld the girl soaring into the sky. But before he could dissuade her, the flock of avian beasts had already closed in. Swish! A sharp sound pierced the air as a blood-red phantom descended from the ship. Its speed was astonishing, transforming into a scarlet streak of light that plunged directly into the midst of the avian horde. "There's hope." The most beautiful among the 3 female cultivators, the girl in blue, suddenly cried out, as they witnessed the blood-red figure swiftly dispatching one of the monstrous birds with a single strike. The middle-aged cultivator let out a long sigh of relief. A series of thuds echoed as the demonic beasts plummeted to the ground without uttering a single cry, lifeless. This sight filled the group, including the middle-aged man, with elation. From a distance, they beheld a blood-red corpse puppet suspended in midair, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, rivaling that of a core formation stage cultivator. With another sharp sound slicing through the air, a verdant figure descended alongside Gongsun Xing. The middle-aged man slowly raised his gaze, only to find that the newcomer was remarkably youthful, yet exuded an aura akin to an unfathomable ocean. Even his core formation stage master could not impose such an overwhelming sense of pressure. The middle-aged cultivator swallowed hard and muttered softly, "Could it be that ancient Yuaning?" Despite the incessant incantations in his mind, he dared not show any negligence and promptly cupped his hands in respect, stating, "We are disciples of the Qingling sect. We ventured out to sea to gather some spiritual herbs, but inadvertently became targets of these eagle-like beasts. We have been relentlessly pursued by them. Had it not been for your timely intervention, esteemed senior, our fates would have been dire." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words of gratitude, Lin Mo cast a glance at him, but chose to disregard him. Instead, he turned his attention to the young girl in yellow beside him and inquired, "Are you Gongsun Xing?" Gongsun Xing's expression shifted to one of surprise as she hastily asked, "Senior, do you know me?" Lin Mo merely glanced at Gongsun Xing without responding. Instead, directing his question back to the middle-aged cultivator, "I have come from the outer seas. Might I inquire about the current state of the interstar sea? How many years have passed since the last beast tide?" The middle-aged cultivator felt a stirring in his heart at the mention of the beast tide and promptly replied, 20 years ago, I was still a Qi refinement stage cultivator. One day, without any warning, countless demonic beasts surged forth from the abyssal sea. They charged straight towards Qiyuan Island, surrounding Haishi City and launching a relentless assault. Despite several formidable protective formations on the island and the presence of thousands of cultivators along with some Yuaning seniors, those defenses were breached after a few days. Aside from a handful of cultivators who managed to escape amidst the chaos, the rest perished in battle. As he recounted the events, a shadow of sorrow crossed the middle-aged man's face. Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly before remarking, "Given such perilous circumstances, why are you young ones not remaining safely in your dwellings? Are you seeking to court death with such reckless abandon?" At these words, the middle-aged cultivator wore an expression of distress, yet before he could articulate his explanation, the young girl in yellow, who had been quietly standing behind him, suddenly stepped forward with urgency. "Esteemed senior, my father has been paralyzed due to a misalignment of his true essence caused by improper cultivation techniques. Surely, with your vast powers, you must possess a means to save him? If you could rescue my father, I would be willing to serve you in any capacity, repaying your immense kindness." Her delicate face was etched with desperation, and her large, expressive eyes brimmed with tears, ready to spill over. The other young men and women present were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Only the middle-aged cultivator reacted, his heart stirring, yet he could not help but scold. Xing, what nonsense are you speaking? Senior brother has been bedridden for years. There is simply no remedy for his condition. Our purpose in seeking out spiritual herbs is only to alleviate his suffering slightly. Even a being of profound abilities like this esteemed senior cannot cure him. Though the middle-aged cultivator's words were harsh, a flicker of something unusual crossed his features. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and surveyed the girl, saying, a reversal of true essence and a disruption of meridians. Indeed, a daunting challenge for most. Yet, the middle-aged cultivator's expression brightened at these words. The mere fact that Lin Mo could articulate such an understanding, coupled with his formidable strength, suggested he might possess a solution. Gongsun Xing clearly saw a glimmer of hope as well. A faint blush rose upon her cheeks, and with a firm resolve, she suddenly knelt before Lin Mo with a soft thud. The delicate maiden, her face brimming with determination, declared, I, Gongsun Xing, vow that if you, esteemed elder, can heal my father, I shall serve you for life without any treachery. Should you remain apprehensive, I consent to allow you to place a binding spell upon me before you undertake my father's treatment. Upon uttering these words, Gongsun Xing bowed 3 times deeply to Lin Mo and remained kneeling, her countenance resolute. Lin Mo cast a glance at Gongsun Xing and replied calmly, take me to the nearby marketplace, procure the items I desire. Once this task is accomplished, I shall attend to your father. Hearing this, Gongsun Xing's face lit up with joy as she nodded vigorously. Observing her interaction with such a formidable figure, the blue-clad maiden behind the middle-aged cultivator glimmered with envy. Wishing to be a concubine to such a powerful being, it would be a tremendous fortune. Esteemed elder, I am familiar with the nearby marketplace and can guide you there. The blue-clad maiden said with a charming smile, stepping forward with alluring grace. Lin Mo regarded her with indifference, well aware of her intentions. Let us proceed, he commanded. And with a flick of his wrist, a shimmering blue sword light enveloped Gongsun Xing. In a flash, the two vanished from their location. At the moment of their disappearance, a burly youth behind the middle-aged cultivator expressed his anxiety, exclaiming, Master, are we truly allowing Gongsun to become someone else's furnace? The middle-aged cultivator's expression darkened as he shook his head softly. Do you not see that your junior sister has made her decision? There is nothing we can do to deter her. Moreover, this esteemed elder's elixir may indeed cure our sect leader. For the future of Qingling's sect, I cannot intervene. But to let her become a furnace? That would ruin her life. The youth insisted, his face flushed with rage. Li, I understand you and Xing have grown up together, as close as siblings, but the situation is beyond our control, the middle-aged cultivator responded, his expression riddled with conflict. Meanwhile, as Gongsun Xing opened her eyes once more, she found herself aboard a colossal flying vessel, the roaming demon ship, its thunderous roar resonating through the air. Elaborate formations were engraved upon its surface, and graceful disciples of Miaoyin's sect were seated within. Esteemed elder, Gongsun Xing turned to Lin Mo, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you truly possess the medicine to heal my father? Lin Mo glanced at her. Then with a flick of his wrist, several jade vials flew from his storage bag, landing steadily before her. You may try these elixirs one by one. They are exceedingly rare healing potions for those at the core formation stage. As Gongsun Xing accepted the vials, a rich fragrance wafted from them. Sensing the potent aroma, her face blossomed with joy. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall keep my promise. Listening to Gongsun Xing's words, Lin Mo waved his hand slightly and said indifferently, you need only take me to the nearby market. Lin Mo was not one to be indiscriminate in his choices, easily swayed by the presence of a woman. You simply need to lead me to the market nearby. Gongsun Xing, taken aback by the simplicity of Lin Mo's request, quickly responded, if you seek to trade, there is a market on Nanli Island to the south. The local cultivators frequent that place to exchange goods, established by several golden core cultivators. Lin Mo nodded slightly, let us go there together. He then called out to the ship behind him, Wen Siyue? As his voice faded, a white shadow flashed by. The figure of Wen Siyue in white landed beside Lin Mo. The verdant spirit wind boat approached them. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Lin Mo enveloped the two and they ascended onto the spirit wind boat, vanishing into the distance. In situations where he preferred to remain inconspicuous, he could rely on Wen Siyue. Whoosh! As the verdant shadow darted away, the trio sped southward. 2 days later, upon arriving at Nanli Island, Lin Mo was greeted by a scene of desolation. A strong stench of blood filled the air, with several 4th and 5th-tier demon beasts lurking about. It was evident that Nanli Island had been discovered by these beasts, becoming their stronghold. Gazing at the scene before him, Gongsun Xing widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "How could this be? We are too late." Lin Mo glanced at her and shook his head slightly. As he spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a Qingzhu Fengyun sword that soared into the air, transforming into a verdant shadow that landed upon the island. With the cries of the demon beasts echoing, they fell lifelessly to the ground. Moments later, all the beasts were dealt with, and when Cus skillfully collected the corpses, presenting a storage bag to Lin Mo. "Are there other markets you know of?" According to Lin Mo's recollection, in the original story, Han Li had obtained the venerable saint's true fragment on a nearby island. "I do know of a place." Gongsun Xing hesitated, her voice low, "but only Foundation establishment cultivators are allowed entry. My cultivation is insufficient." Hearing her words, Lin Mo smiled slightly. "Lead the way." As he spoke, his right hand rested on Gongsun Xing, a powerful aura enveloping her. From a distance, it appeared as though her cultivation had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Gongsun Xing's expression froze, clearly surprised by her sudden transformation. "It's merely a small trick." Lin Mo smiled gently, reassuring her not to worry. In the ensuing half-month, nothing unusual occurred as Lin Mo and the two women smoothly arrived at an island. The island was merely 100 miles in size, with painfully sparse spiritual energy. Aside from small patches of vegetation, it was comprised solely of barren gray rocks, resembling an unremarkable deserted isle. It seemed this location was the perfect disguise for the existence of a secret market. A faint, almost imperceptible aura enveloped the entire island. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered as he murmured softly, "Interesting, intriguing. Senior Lin, there are specific mechanisms for entering and exiting this place. If one cannot discern them, entry may be impossible." Beside him, Gongsun Xing furrowed her brows and replied in a hushed tone, "My cultivation is too low. I am unaware of the mechanisms for entry and exit." Lin Mo smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. If I were still at the core formation stage, I might indeed struggle to find a way in. However, having advanced to the nascent soul stage and cultivated the great yin technique to the 4th layer, this minor formation cannot escape my keen perception." With a sweep of his consciousness, Lin Mo's gaze quickly settled upon a pile of scattered stones. A flash of blue light illuminated his form as he landed deftly at the stone heap, his eyes fixed on a massive boulder, nearly the size of a person, and he approached, gently tapping it 3 times. With a crack, the colossal stone shuddered slightly and suddenly split open, revealing a black void roughly a foot wide. Gazing at the gaping darkness, Lin Mo smiled subtly. At that moment, several streams of consciousness emanated from within the void, evidently assessing the identity of the newcomer. Yet, upon sensing Lin Mo's formidable core formation cultivation, they remained silent, permitting him to enter. Observing Lin Mo's entrance, when Cue and Gongsun Xing hastily followed suit. Inside the cavern, a sloped stone staircase descended, beside which stood an elderly man clad in gray robes, his hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an aura of late foundation establishment cultivation. "Welcome, esteemed senior, to our market. I hope you find what you seek within." The old man greeted with a smile and a respectful gesture, fully aware that Lin Mo's presence was not to be trifled with. Lin Mo nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the elder. "How long until the trading event commences?" Upon hearing the mention of the trading event, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he replied with a smile, "It will begin in 3 to 5 days. Lin Mo nodded again, considering that if it were indeed 3 to 5 days, he could afford to wait a while longer. After traversing the staircase for a short distance, the space opened up dramatically before him. He found himself in a vast underground realm, towering about 5 or 6 zhang, all solidified by petrification techniques, resembling an incredibly tough concrete structure. Tall, greenstone pillars stood erect in the center, fully supporting the subterranean expanse. Ahead lay rows of square stone houses, adorned with a variety of signs. Hundreds of cultivators traversed this underground world, trading an array of goods. "Wow!" Gongsun Xing exclaimed softly behind him, her eyes widening in astonishment at the scene before her. It was evidently her first visit here, and her beautiful eyes roamed in wonder. The items available in this place were primarily useful to those at the core formation and foundation establishment stages, rendering them rather mundane for Lin Mo. A mere selection of 6th or 7th tier dragon materials would suffice to incite a frenzy among the local cultivators. As Lin Mo wandered leisurely, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye, a middle-aged man clad in light green attire. Upon scanning with his consciousness, Lin Mo sensed a distinctly familiar fluctuation of what element spiritual energy emanating from him. Han Li. Lin Mo's lips curved into a slight smile as he cast a glance at Han Li, offering a faint smile. It was unclear where he had acquired the technique to obscure his appearance, yet amidst the surge of his consciousness, he could discern the true visage of the individual. The person was making their way towards the Listening Wind Pavilion, persistently inquiring about the whereabouts of 7th-tier demon beasts, evidently in search of purchasing companion demon grass. However, the Listening Wind Pavilion also lacked any information regarding demon beasts of a tier higher than 7. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, opting not to approach for recognition, and instead turned his gaze to Wen Siyue behind him, instructing, "Please inquire about how to participate in the exchange meeting." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wen Siyue nodded slightly and promptly strode away into the distance. In the following days, Lin Mo remained in the market, not departing. As time passed, the 3-day period swiftly approached its conclusion. "Senior Lin, the exchange meeting is about to commence." Wen Siyue's sweet voice conveyed a respectful tone. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, pushed aside the stone door, and emerged from the secluded chamber. Outside stood Wen Siyue, dressed in a white robe, her head bowed, radiating reverence. Upon seeing Lin Mo appear before her, she lifted her enchanting face. "Senior Lin, allow me to escort you." Wen Siyue's gaze met Lin Mo's, and with a charming smile, she appeared even more alluring. Gradually turning, she led Lin Mo forward. Following behind Wen Siyue, the two traversed the second-floor plaza. Arriving at a stone wall, Wen Siyue gently pressed against the wall, and with a flash of white light, a stone door adorned with intricate runes materialized before them. With a soft click, the stone door slowly opened, and Wen Siyue stepped aside, allowing Lin Mo to enter. As they stepped inside, the stone door closed automatically behind them, reverting to an ordinary wall from the outside. Looking down, Lin Mo beheld a verdant passageway unfolding before him. At its end, a flickering white light hinted that it was not long. Lin Mo smiled faintly, unconcerned, and strode forward. Possessing early-stage nascent soul cultivation, he was aware that those present were merely golden core cultivators, posing no threat to him. As he proceeded down the passage and rounded a bend, an open stone door suddenly came into view. A middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue scholar's robe, with a grim countenance, stood at the entrance. Upon noticing Lin Mo's arrival, he greeted him with a broad smile and clasped his hands together. "You must be Lin Daoyu. I am Yun Tianxiao, the host of this place. Welcome to the exchange meeting. Most other friends have already arrived." While speaking, Yun Tianxiao's gaze fixated intently on Wen Siyue. Although he had encountered numerous beauties, he had never seen a woman exuding such an alluring aura. Were it not for her cultivation being at the golden core stage, he would have sought to abduct and possess her. Lin Mo cast a cool glance at Yun Tianxiao before turning to enter the stone chamber. Inside was a square hall, at the center of which rested a circular platform surrounded by a sparse arrangement of oversized armchairs. Most of the chairs were already occupied by cultivators. "Oh," Lin Mo uttered softly, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Aside from 2 female cultivators in the core formation stage seated alone, the other male cultivators in the room were accompanied by stunningly enchanting female cultivators. Remarkably, these women were all in the late stages of the Qi refinement period, each youthful and exceptionally beautiful. Furthermore, the aura emanating from these female cultivators indicated that they were practicing the techniques of the Myriad Melodies Sect, which I had brought to Bailing Island. How is it that there are disciples of the Myriad Melodies Sect here as well? As Lin Mo pondered this, a fragrant breeze swept past him, and a graceful young woman approached. At that moment, Wen Siyue stepped forward, blocking the girl's path. What a joke! How could such individuals approach Senior Lin? The female cultivator, upon seeing this, offered an awkward smile and slowly retreated. At the sight of Lin Mo, a man clad in black in the corner of the table exhibited a slight change in expression, his gaze towards Lin Mo flashing with a hint of surprise. "Senior Lin, how could he be here?" It was only natural for him to be astonished, as this was a gathering for core formation cultivators. while Senior Lin had already attained the nascent soul stage. Why would he come to such a place? Despite his confusion, Han Li chose not to dwell on it. In his view, Senior Lin's presence surely held its own significance, and he would not dare to speak recklessly and risk offending him. After a brief contemplation, he wrapped an arm around the slender waist of a nearby enchanting woman, smiling. Lin Mo and Wen Siue casually selected a spot to sit and awaited developments. After a short while, 5 or 6 more core formation cultivators entered the hall, each accompanied by beautiful companions, creating a captivating scene. At that moment, the host of the gathering, Yun Tianxiao, slowly emerged from outside. It was indeed an honor for Yun to have 15 fellow cultivators participate in this exchange meeting. It was the most attended gathering of its kind to date. Without further ado, he continued, "Fellow cultivators, you may now present your items, briefly introduce them, and state your intended exchanges. If anything piques your interest, feel free to make a deal." Having said this, Yun Tianxiao turned his gaze toward the first individual on the left, a plump elder clad in blue. This elder was tightly embracing a petite female cultivator, and upon noticing Yun Tianxiao's smile, he reluctantly released her after a moment. He then spoke leisurely, "If that is the case, let me begin. This time I have brought quite a few valuable items. Whoever can present what I require may exchange freely." Upon finishing his statement, the elder retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and poured its contents onto the round table before him. A burst of radiant light revealed several items, each suffused with spiritual energy: 3 celestial spirit crystals, a tiger shark demon core, and a piece of the sea beast's hide. With each item the plump elder produced, he looked on with pride, causing astonishment among the gathered cultivators. These items were indeed quite useful for those in the core formation stage. After introducing his possessions, the rotund elder chuckled heartily and plopped back into his seat, wrapping his arms around the petite female cultivator, his face aglow with delight. Beside him sat a gaunt individual adorned with a crimson scarf, resembling a mere pole from a distance. With a flourish of his right hand, a pale yellow beast egg materialized upon the table, shimmering with an eerie light that intermittently emitted a soft, golden hue. "I have brought only one item, a beast egg from the 5th-tier demon beast, the Ponley worm." As his words echoed, the crowd around him brightened with keen interest, their gazes fixated upon the egg, eyes alight with fervor. A 5th-tier demon beast, if nurtured properly, would mature into a spirit beast of the core formation stage. In simpler terms, possessing this Ponley worm would signify the potential for double the core formation strength in the future. Such a treasure was immensely coveted by ordinary core formation cultivators. One by one, the cultivators below presented their items for exchange, each one more extraordinary than the last, all deemed rare treasures among those in the core formation stage. Soon, it was Han Li's turn. With a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, and a flurry of radiant materials emerged before him. Several items sourced from 6th and 7th-tier demon beasts, eliciting astonished gazes from several core formation cultivators present. After Han Li displayed his materials, only 5 individuals remained in attendance. Lin Mo's gaze slowly shifted to a middle-aged cultivator with dark skin. If his memory served him correctly, the coveted Fan Sheng True Plate was in this man's possession. As anticipated, the cultivator waved his hand, and 2 items appeared on the table, a palm-sized, dull copper plate and a half-foot-long, grayish-white bone that appeared to be a vertebra from some creature. These 2 items left most cultivators momentarily stunned, unable to discern their peculiar significance. However, upon seeing the copper plate, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with desire. This was the very item he had tirelessly sought after, the Fan Sheng True Plate, a remarkable treasure containing the mystical techniques of the Fan Sheng True magic. Simultaneously, the middle-aged cultivator scanned the crowd, stating coolly, "These 2 items are only for those with discerning eyes. If you lack understanding, then so be it." Lin Mo smiled faintly, recognizing the cleverness in his words, which merely indicated the rarity of his goods. As for the copper plate, the man himself seemed unaware of its true value. Otherwise, why would he be willing to part with it? Yun Tianxiao, appearing intrigued, exclaimed, "Haha! I never anticipated Brother Sun would be so bold as to present an 8th-tier beast spirit bone. I must admit, I am somewhat tempted." This declaration sent a ripple of surprise through the assembly, stirring a commotion. For these core formation cultivators, the bone of an 8th-tier demon beast was indeed a valuable item. However, for Lin Mo, with hundreds of dragon materials still in his storage pouch, a solitary 8th-tier beast bone held little allure. Seeing Yun Tianxiao identify the origin of the bone, the Sun cultivator merely chuckled, casting a meaningful glance in his direction without elaborating further. The atmosphere at the exchange meeting has become truly fervent. Excitement is unmistakably etched across the faces of all attendees. The accompanying female cultivators are equally captivated, their gazes fixated on the items upon the round table, their expressions betraying an undeniable fervor. Lin Mo glanced at Wen Siyue beside him, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "It is now my turn." As he spoke, Lin Mo deftly flipped his right hand, revealing a flash of pale green light. In his palm rested a verdant spirit pill, an inner core of a 7th-level flood dragon. Feeling the rich aura emanating from the inner core, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, gasps escaping their lips. The strength of different types of demon beasts varies significantly, and the flood dragon stands as a paragon among them, its power surpassing that of its peers by several fold. Given the rarity of flood dragons, the value of materials derived from them naturally escalates. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that this 7th-level flood dragon inner core is the most precious treasure in this vicinity. Suppressing their inner excitement, the onlookers awaited the final cultivator to present their treasure before the exchange meeting could officially commence. The plump elder initiated the proceedings by offering several medicinal herbs aged over 500 years in exchange for a 7th-level demon beast's spiritual sinew. He added that should anyone be willing to offer a substantial amount of spirit stones, he would consider selling as well. As he observed the rare items presented by the subsequent participants, the elder's gaze shifted toward Han Li's table, where fortuitously, one of the materials met his criteria. However, Han Li was solely focused on discovering the whereabouts of an 8th-level demon beast and held little regard for such items. Lin Mo, eschewing any unnecessary dialogue, raised his right hand and pointed toward the dark-skinned elder's front, declaring, "I shall take this." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized Lin Mo, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Was this treasure truly so precious? The elder pondered otherwise. Why would this individual be willing to exchange a 7th-level flood dragon inner core? With that thought, the elder chuckled. This flood dragon inner core is insufficient. At this, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a stream of pale blue cold flames surged forth, enveloping the elder in an instant. The fierce blue flames swiftly coiled around him, forming chilling blue ice crystals upon his body, reminiscent of fire as they consumed him, reducing him to droplets of blood that scattered upon the ground. Lin Mo raised his right hand, gathering the essence into his palm. A smile graced his features as he surveyed the venerable St. True plate in his possession, slowly rising to his feet. Although the 7th-level flood dragon inner core held little value for him personally, being outsmarted by others was decidedly irksome. Initially intent on trading it, it became evident that this individual was out of his depth. What manner of technique is this? Witnessing Lin Mo effortlessly eliminate a mid-stage core formation cultivator left the crowd wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief. However, without exception, none dared to step forward at that moment. With a mere gesture, a mid-stage core formation cultivator was obliterated. Such prowess could only be wielded by those in the late stages of core formation or perhaps even the ancient Yuaning demons. All present, having reached the core formation stage, were astute beings. None chose to intervene at that juncture. Lin Mo cast a cold glance at the onlookers and then turned to exit the chamber. Having acquired the true fragment of the feigned saint, there was no need for further delay. Upon witnessing this, Wen Siyue hastily followed suit. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave the stone cave, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Esteemed senior." Yun Tianxiao gazed at Lin Mo, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. "Is this truly wise? This place belongs to Senior Miaohua. Do you not fear retribution for your actions against fellow cultivators?" Hearing Yun Tianxiao's words, a surge of energy enveloped Lin Mo as he coolly replied, "Are you threatening me?" In that moment, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Lin Mo as he fixed a frosty gaze upon Yun Tianxiao. The Qian blue sword flame within him whirled incessantly, crackling ominously. Yun Tianxiao's expression grew tense as he met Lin Mo's gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. The overwhelming killing intent made him acutely aware that uttering another word might seal his fate. Just as Yun Tianxiao hesitated, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed from above. A flash of white light appeared, and an old man with hair like snow and youthful features abruptly materialized within the chamber. Clad in white, the elder's black and white eyes fixated intently on Lin Mo. This friend appears unfamiliar. The elder clasped his hands in greeting, his complexion rosy and vibrant. I am Elder Miaohua. May I inquire your name? So this is Elder Miaohua, the esteemed elder known for his long-standing reputation as a unease cultivator. It seems this young man is in for a misfortune. Leveraging his superior cultivation to indiscriminately slay fellow cultivators deserves a proper reprimand. Listening to the comments from the surrounding core formation cultivators, a glimmer of delight flickered in Elder Miaohua's eyes. Clearly, he relished the flattery from his peers. Han chose to step back slowly, preferring not to partake in this commotion. A chilling azure light streaked through the air as a Tian blue sword flame soared upward, enveloping the entire stone chamber in a biting cold. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo forcefully waved his hand, and the Tian blue sword flame shot forth with astonishing speed, appearing before Elder Miaohua in an instant. Tian blue ice flame. Upon witnessing the ethereal blue flames, Elder Miaohua's eyes widened in shock. 3 centuries prior, when he was still a core formation cultivator, he had attended a gathering at the Void Heaven Hall, where he was fortunate enough to witness the haunting beauty of those azure flames. A unease elder had been instantly encased in ice upon contact with the chilling flames, leaving a profound impression on the then core formation elder. Now, confronted once more with the sight of the azure flames, memories flooded back, prompting him to retreat. Paralyzed by fear, Lin Mo, however, showed no mercy and waved his right hand. The azure flame of the Tian blue sword sliced through the air, arriving instantaneously before the elder Miaohe. Cursed fate. At that moment, the elder's expression contorted, and a brilliant light emanated from his waist, revealing several defensive talismans that immediately surrounded him. The multicolored radiance enveloped his form entirely. However, the might of the Tian blue sword's flame was not something that mere talismans could withstand. With a crack, those defensive artifacts, which appeared capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a nascent soul practitioner, were obliterated in an instant beneath the onslaught of the azure flame. The chilling ice seemed to dissolve the protective barrier, piercing through it directly. A torrential cascade of frost surged forth, engulfing Elder Miaohe. Alas, he could only let out a wretched scream before being encased in the Tian blue sword's ice, which was soon followed by the searing frost flame that consumed him entirely, leaving behind only a pool of azure liquid. Witnessing the fate of Elder Miaohe, Yun Tianxiao's countenance shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled backwards. When Siyue let out a cold snort, transforming into a streak of blue light that instantaneously obstructed Yun Tianxiao's escape. With a frosty gaze directed at him, she declared, I hold a strong disdain for your gaze. As she spoke, her right hand waved, and a blue ribbon shot forth, swirling with currents of water. The flowing waters enveloped the ribbon like a cerulean dragon, directly blocking Yun Tianxiao's path. You wretched woman, how dare you impede me? Yun Tianxiao's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Wen Siyue, his voice brimming with anger. A fiery red jade sword erupted from his mouth, transforming into a streak of crimson light aimed at the approaching blue ribbon. Without a hint of hesitation, he sought to retreat further into the distance. After witnessing the gruesome end of Elder Miaohe, he had long abandoned any thoughts of continuing the battle, fixated solely on fleeing this place. Unfortunately for him, while Yun Tianxiao wished to escape, Lin Mo had no intention of letting him go. A blinding bolt of thunder was unleashed from his hand. The Emu Divine Thunder struck Yun Tianxiao with astonishing speed, causing him to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. However, as Lin Mo had not exerted his full strength, he left him with a breath of life. Though his body twitched violently, he still drew air. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings. The gathered core formation practitioners dared not breathe or move, fearing Lin Mo's wrath. You may all leave, Lin Mo announced with a casual glance at the crowd. Upon hearing his words, they finally exhaled in relief, fleeing one after another from the stone chamber. It was a feat to have survived a strike capable of annihilating a nascent soul entity. The opportunity to live was indeed rare. As the crowd departed, Lin Mo cast a deep gaze upon a middle-aged man trailing behind. He offered a slight smile, but refrained from calling out to Han Li. He still needed to utilize Han Li to locate the wind thunder wings, and had no desire to reveal himself too soon. For Lin Mo, in his current state, Fengshi presented little challenge. A mere 9th-level transforming beast, even with the assistance of an 8th-level poisonous serpent and a turtle demon, posed no threat at all. It was merely a means to procure beast materials. Why, one might wonder, was there a female cultivator from the Miaoying sect present here? Lin Mo cast a glance at the fallen Yun Tianxiao on the ground and coldly inquired, "Humph." Clearly aware of his impending demise, Yun Tianxiao snorted disdainfully, unwilling to respond. "I shall not divulge anything to you." Upon hearing these words, a glint of frost flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Buzzing, a 9 nether soul banner soared forth, emanating a chilling aura and a ghastly presence, creating an atmosphere of terror. Senior Lin. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared atop the 9 nether soul banner. It was Madame Wang from the Miaoying sect. "There are female cultivators from your Miaoying sect here. Seize his soul and uncover the truth." Upon hearing Lin Mo's command, a flicker of coldness crossed Madame Wang's gaze, as she realized the audacity of those who dared to harm her sect's disciples. Following this, a series of blood-curdling shrieks echoed through the air. After half a stick of incense, a white phantom flitted by, approaching Lin Mo. With a frost-laden expression, it spoke. "It is the group of outer disciples who did not accompany Senior Lin 30 years ago. They have taken over the Miaoying sect's mountain gate, falsely claiming to be members of the Miaoying sect." Listening to Madame Wang's words, Lin Mo's countenance remained calm as he replied softly, "In that case, once I ascertain the circumstances, I shall reclaim the mountain gate." Madame Wang nodded vigorously in agreement. Her lithe form swayed slightly before transforming into a white phantom and darting into the 9 nether soul banner. With the banner now stowed away and the surroundings devoid of life, Lin Mo found the time to examine the Van Saint True plate. "Wen Siyue, stand guard outside." Lin Mo glanced at Wen Siyue and instructed, "Do not allow anyone to enter." "Understood." Wen Siyue nodded firmly and swiftly exited the stone chamber. Lin Mo sat cross-legged within the chamber, retrieving the copper plate to scrutinize it closely. The plate bore inscriptions only on one side, while the reverse displayed an exceedingly peculiar illustration of a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. This monster, with its furious eyes wide open and arms raised skyward, evidently represented the powers of the Van Saint True demonic art. As Lin Mo focused on the copper plate, he realized that its surface exhibited no significant alterations. The inscriptions matched those found on the beast skin possessed by the grandfather and grandson duo. Lin Mo's inner spiritual energy surged, torrents of blue energy flowing into the Van Saint True plate like a spring. Buzzing, unable to discern any particular significance from the surface, Lin Mo no longer hesitated and infused the copper plate with his magical energy. As the energy poured in, the Van Saint True plate suddenly emitted a low, melodious hum and began to tremble. Clatter. A brilliant light erupted, and the copper plate shone radiantly, projecting a yellow beam of light that struck the opposite stone wall. An animated ancient mural materialized before his eyes. The first figure to emerge was a humanoid beast covered in scales, possessing a single horn atop its head. This beast bore an uncanny resemblance to the 3-headed, 6-armed creature depicted on the back of the copper plate, albeit in this instance, it possessed only 1 head. Meanwhile, the radiant glow flickered upon the stone wall, where the demon beast depicted therein sat cross-legged, its hands forming an intricate hand seal. Its entire body contorted slightly, striking a peculiar pose. Observing this scene, Lin Mo hesitated not for a moment and directly invoked the dragon transformation technique. With a cacophony of cracking sounds from muscles and bones, golden scales emerged upon his skin, and an ethereal dragon shadow flickered behind him. Mimicking the demon beast's incantation illustrated on the mural, Lin Mo followed suit. At that moment, the hand seal of the demon beast in the painting shifted, its form twisting again into an even more extraordinary seated position. Thus, at intervals, the humanoid demon beast transformed its enigmatic posture and hand gestures. After a considerable span of half an hour, the brilliance of the copper plate dimmed, and the image vanished. In total, 36 distinct poses had emerged on the mural. Lin Mo had successfully executed the technique. Suddenly, a resonant hum filled the air, and an intense warmth enveloped his entire being, as if a colossal primordial beast were about to erupt from within him. This overwhelming sensation ignited Lin Mo's fervor. However, he soon regained his composure, recognizing that this was not the moment to channel the true devil art of the venerable sage. As the golden scales on his surface shimmered slightly, Lin Mo swiftly reverted to his human form. Exhaling a deep breath of stagnant air, A subtle smile graced his lips. At last, I have succeeded. Host. Lin Mo. Strength. Early yuanying stage. Physique. Dragon's roar body. Spiritual root. Ice spiritual root. Techniques. 10,000 swords spiritual connection technique. Venerable sage's true devil art. First layer of dragon transformation technique. Spells. Water light escape. Fourth layer of great transformation technique. Advanced puppet manipulation. Intermediate talismans technique. Sword control technique. Breath concealment technique. Secret techniques. Yin-yang attraction technique. Body refinement technique in seclusion. Yin-yang complementation technique. Spirit domination seal. Mysterious moon absorption technique. Second yuanying. Divine powers. 9-turn reincarnation technique. Qian blue sword flame. Treasure. Yin-yang 2 instruments bottle. The luminous mantra of the king of techniques faded, transforming instead into the venerable sage's true devil art, which Lin Mo had long desired. Furthermore, the dragon transformation technique remained in the technique section. This technique, belonging to the lineage of the flood dragon, could, when cultivated to its zenith, metamorphose into a true dragon. It encompasses both transformation and physical enhancement methods, which, in Lin Mo's view, were on par with the venerable sage's true devil art. Meanwhile, as Lin Mo practiced the true devil art of the venerable sage, Han Li had already exited the city. Initially believing his search for the demon beasts was in vain, he unexpectedly encountered a disciple of the Miaoyin sect in the market. From this individual, he gleaned the whereabouts of an 8th-grade demon beast. He then swiftly departed the market, heading towards the location of the 8th-grade demon beast. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he bore the lingering imprint of Lin Mo's aura. Due to the absence of any malevolent intent, it was exceedingly difficult to detect. Thus, as he hastened along his path, Han Li's movements remained under Lin Mo's vigilant observation. At this juncture, Han Li had already arrived at the Abyssal Sea region, a territory deemed extremely perilous for ordinary core formation cultivators, rife with demon beasts, predominantly 7th-grade ones. Thus, the average golden core cultivator would not dare to take such a risk by coming here. It is a pity that the matter concerning the companion demon grass is of utmost importance to Han Li, directly impacting his ability to ascend further on the path of cultivation. Due to not having consumed the heavenly restoration pill, Han Li has been stuck in the mid-golden core stage for quite some time. If he does not seek external assistance, he may remain merely a minor golden core cultivator for the rest of his life, unable to progress any further. Particularly after witnessing Lin Mo's formidable display earlier, Han Li's resolve to search for the companion demon grass has become even more steadfast, transforming into a streak of azure light. Han Li soared towards the source of the sound, encountering a few demon beasts along the way. However, none of them posed a challenge to him at this point. A month later, seated within the divine wind vessel, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Have we finally arrived?" It was no wonder Lin Mo felt exasperated. Han Li's speed of flight was indeed rather slow. His divine wind vessel could be likened to a tortoise's pace. Had he flown independently, he might have arrived in just a few days. Meanwhile, above an island, Han Li abruptly concealed his presence, his form becoming almost ethereal. Without the keen perception of a nascent soul cultivator, one might struggle to detect him. After another half-day of flight, Han Li finally came to a halt. His gaze fixated on the island ahead, he displayed a moment of hesitation. This was understandable, as the location was the lair of the Wind Rift beast. So exercising caution was prudent. A mature Wind Rift beast possesses strength exceeding level 8, and Han Li dared not be careless. Consequently, Han Li refrained from directly approaching the island. Instead, he cautiously sought a protruding rock and set up an illusionary formation nearby. This Han Li truly is amusing. Lin Mo chuckled, shaking his head, his gaze shifting towards the island not far away. The mature Wind Rift beast, Feng Shi, was observing Han Li from there. Had it not been for the purewood spiritual energy Han Li exhibited, he might have already been hunted down. As days turned into weeks, Han Li remained on the rocky outcrop, not moving an inch. Thus, several months slipped away. During this time, Han Li observed that no demon beasts had departed from the small island. This led to a growing impatience within him. After all, such a stalemate was hardly a viable strategy. Could it be that the mature demon beast was absent from the island, or had the Wind Rift beast abandoned this lair, leaving the island desolate? Han Li began to doubt his cautiousness. Had he perhaps been overly prudent? After waiting for another month, the island remained quiet, yielding no results. In desperation, Han Li finally resolved to enter the island to uncover the truth. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Han Li had already concealed his presence, stepping onto the island atop his flying artifact. Upon landing, he let out a sigh of relief, signifying a preliminary success. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way towards the foothills of the stone mountain ahead. This was the culmination of months of stealth. He had discerned that this should be the dwelling place of the Wind Rift beast. Before Han Li appeared a remarkably concealed entrance, a pitch-black cave measuring several zhang in size. Han Li continuously manipulated the formation, casting a series of auxiliary spells upon himself, causing his entire figure to vanish instantaneously from the spot. Cloaked in invisibility, he cautiously advanced forward, his consciousness extending outward, vigilantly probing his surroundings. The cavern was profound and unfathomable, and as he progressed, the ground became damp and treacherous. After a painstakingly slow journey that felt like the duration of a tea brew, he finally arrived at the innermost recess of the cave after navigating a bend. Before him lay a vast, natural cavern, measuring hundreds of feet in width. The entirety of the cave, including its ceiling, shimmered with a faint green luminescence, while ahead, a turquoise hot spring bubbled with steam, exuding an air of peculiarity. Beside the spring, peculiar dark vegetation thrived, each plant approximately an inch in length. Upon sighting these blackened flora, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Han Li, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was precisely the companion demon grass he had been seeking. The companion demon grass near 8th level demon beasts appeared black, while those below the 8th level were gray. As Han Li's gaze fell upon the central spring, his expression of delight swiftly transformed into one of solemnity. If the Rift-Wind beast was indeed within the cave, it would likely be beneath this very spring. However, since he had yet to detect any trace of the beast, it was evident that it resided elsewhere. With this realization, Han Li could not suppress a smile. Licking his lips in anticipation, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly darted forward. His feet landed beside the spring, and he promptly patted his storage pouch at his waist. A jade box materialized in his hand, and with a firm grasp of his left hand, he swiftly retrieved several clumps of companion demon grass, roots and soil included, into the box. With a snap, Han Li closed the jade box, a broad smile gracing his lips. Just as he prepared to turn and depart, a faint voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "You have lingered in this vicinity for so long, merely for these few plants? Heh, you humans are indeed amusing." As the voice reached his ears, Han Li's countenance shifted dramatically, his face falling into an expression of distress. He turned around to find a curious-looking figure before him, a demon cultivator clad in a blue robe. Soon, Han Li's expression darkened. This demon cultivator, adorned with a silver crown and wearing straw sandals, bore eyes that were a striking green and a pointed nose, yet his overall form was almost indistinguishable from that of a human male. Meanwhile, above the island, Lin Mo finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Wind, the benevolent, has finally made an appearance. Had it not been for the fact that the Thunder Wings had yet to be refined, Lin Mo would have sought an encounter with this wind she long ago. Chapter 130. A drop of spiritual liquid, seeking monthly votes, gazing at the figure before him, which had nearly fully transformed into a humanoid form. Han Li harbored no thoughts of resistance. Such a transformation could not possibly belong to an 8th level demon beast. It could only be a legendary 9th level or even a 10th level demon beast. Yet, even as his right hand instinctively reached for the 5 elements ring and the spirit beast bag, he dared not make a move. "You have long since discovered my presence, haven't you?" Han Li glanced at the figure of Feng Shi, his voice dry and strained. Feng Shi raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled, saying, "Of course, I noticed you the moment you appeared on the rocks. Initially, I regarded you merely as a passing human cultivator and paid you little mind, yet unexpectedly, you lingered." At this point, Feng Shi parted her lips, revealing her sharp, snow-white fangs, exuding an air of coldness. Listening to her words, Han Li felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It seemed that the before him was likely an adult, possessing at least level 9 or 10 strength. This was a formidable existence comparable to the later stages of the nascent soul realm. Han Li's heart chilled. He understood that today's prospects were grim. "Then why did you not strike earlier?" Han Li inquired, gazing at the before him. "I would have preferred to act sooner, but I have only just solidified my form in the 2nd stage. Just a few days ago, I completed the stabilization and was about to leave the island to find you." only to discover you had ventured into my lair. Truly, it is fate." As she spoke, a peculiar smile deepened on Feng Shi's face. The second stage of transformation. That indeed indicated a level 9. Han Li was taken aback, retreating several steps in shock. However, he realized that against such a powerful being, escape was clearly not an option. Level 9. The stroked its chin and laughed heartily. "You mortals enjoy categorizing our strengths." Suddenly, Han Li's right hand moved to his waist, reaching for the 5 elements ring, an ancient treasure he had obtained within the Void Sky Palace, which could not be stored in a spatial bag, thus hanging at his waist. Yet, before he could react, Feng Shi's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Han Li blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, both his spirit beast pouch and the 5 elements ring had disappeared without a trace. The speed of this was astonishing. In midair, Lin Mo shook his head as he sensed the commotion below. Even for him, defeating it would be relatively easy, but pursuing and capturing it would prove considerably more challenging. Now, they must await to forge its wind thunder wings. According to the timeline, this would take at least another year. Senior Lin, when Siyu slowly turned to Lin Mo, softly inquiring, "What shall we do next?" On the Shinfeng boat, Lin Mo had set up a soundproof barrier, so their conversation wouldn't escape. Looking at Wen Siyu before him, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. He had to admit, this grape fairy was truly enchanting. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Mo gazed at Wen Siyu, focusing his energy and gradually circulating the spiritual power within him. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body at that moment. Sensing the flow of energy surrounding Lin Mo, Wen Siyu felt a surge of joy in her heart. If only I could continuously cultivate beside Senior Lin. Surely, I could break through to the mid-stage of the core formation realm. With this thought, Wen Siyu couldn't help but sigh once more. Although she had already reached the core formation stage, she still did not dare to hope to catch Senior Lin's attention. After all, compared to the women surrounding Lin Mo, she felt she was not remarkable enough. Feeling the warm breath emanating from Lin Mo, Wen Siyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily lowered her head, her eyes brimming with shyness. Her delicate face sank further, unable to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, over half a year had gone by. Now, Han Li had completely refined the azure flame wine bestowed by Feng Shi, achieving a breakthrough to the later stage of the core formation realm. "Li Daoyu, it's time to emerge," Feng Shi called out, curious about his friend's progress in cultivation. With a soft creak, the stone door slowly opened, and Han Li stepped out of the room, his expression devoid of emotion. This reaction was understandable. Being summoned without reason could be quite stifling. Feng Shi, with a beaming smile, regarded Han Li, scrutinizing him momentarily before a look of delight spread across her face. "Excellent. It seems my azure flame wine was not wasted." Looking at Han Li, Feng Shi's countenance radiated joy, for the essence of his with spiritual power would prove invaluable. Observing Feng Shi's exuberance, Han Li felt a wave of unease. What scheme was this demon cultivator concocting? Was there an intention to kill? Or was she merely facilitating his breakthrough? Though perplexed, Han Li was acutely aware of his inferior strength. Such was the original sin. At that moment, Feng Shi gestured grandly behind her and said with a smile, "Li Daoyu, please accompany me. I wish to introduce you to 2 esteemed friends from the demon clan. This endeavor will require the combined efforts of the 3 of you for any hope of success." Shortly thereafter, Feng Shi led Han Li into the grand hall, where he immediately spotted the 2 so-called esteemed friends. One was a serpent with a dragon's head and a steel tail, its body covered in blood-red scales. The other was a tortoise with a greenish face, towering in stature. Clearly, they were an 8th-level venomous serpent and a tortoise demon. Upon seeing Feng Shi emerge, both 8th-level demon beasts turned to look. The venomous serpent fixed its gaze on Han Li, licking its crimson tongue and saying, "Though this human lacks strength, his true qi is remarkably pure. A taste would surely be delightful." At the serpent's words, Feng Shi quickly raised her hand to intervene, smiling. "Enough. Li Daoyu has now met my 2 esteemed brothers. I require the combined strength of all 3 of you. Without any one of you, I would be greatly troubled." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Feng Shi swiftly intervened. Han Li may not have mattered much, but she relied on his refined with spiritual power to craft her wind thunder wings. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the serpent's eyes as it turned to Feng Shi and inquired, "Feng brother, we have known each other for some time. What could necessitate such secrecy? Capturing a human. What purpose does an 8th-level core formation cultivator serve? Indeed, You summoned us both, and I too am curious. Is there some danger involved? The tortoise demon, known for its caution, furrowed its brow, revealing a hint of suspicion. Rest assured, Dayugue, I have summoned you both not to confront enemies, but to assist me in crafting a magical treasure. Upon hearing the words crafting a magical treasure, the tortoise demon visibly relaxed. Haha. At this moment, Fengshi decided to lay bare his intentions without further concealment. I wish to forge a bespoke magical artifact. The turtle demon, appearing perplexed, shook its head slightly. The most suitable artifact for our kind is none other than my own body. Why go through the trouble of crafting one? Although many beasts have utilized rare treasures of heaven and earth to forge exquisite artifacts, the turtle demon believed that no artifact could surpass the solidity of its own shell. This was precisely why the turtle demon scoffed at Fengshi's ambitions. However, Fengshi was not angered by the turtle demon's words. Instead, he burst into laughter. If it were an ordinary artifact, it would indeed not warrant such grand endeavors. Yet, what I intend to create is a pair of spiritual wings, the wind thunder wings, when paired with my fire wind wings. I am confident that there is no corner of this vast world I cannot traverse. As he spoke, a sly smile crept across his lips, its eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Lin Mo, aboard the divine wind vessel, nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. With the enhancement of 2 pairs of wings, even a cultivator of the divine transformation stage might struggle to keep pace with this. Should it ascend to a 10th-tier beast, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for anyone in the human realm to subdue it. The wind thunder wings and the fire wind wings. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. If he were to eliminate Fengshi and acquire his fire wind wings, he could potentially forge 2 pairs of wings. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Fengshi's fire wind wings were not compatible with his ice attributes. I'll consider it once my other 4 nascent soul avatars have been refined, Lin Mo thought with a subtle smile. While he was still contemplating the creation of the wind thunder wings, Lin Mo had already set his sights on the fire wind wings upon the creature's back. Days passed. Let us begin. Today marks the start of our artifact forging. Fengshi slowly entered Han Li's chamber, fixing his gaze upon him. Han Li, feeling compelled, quickly followed suit. The two advanced together and soon arrived before a verdant stone wall. Fengshi swiftly raised his right hand and struck the jade wall with force. With a crack, the wall opened, revealing an arched doorway. A torrent of searing heat surged forth from within. Seeing this, Han Li hesitated not and stepped forward cautiously. Before him lay a square platform over 10 feet wide, ablaze with fierce crimson flames that licked hungrily at the air. Sparks erupted like fiery dragons, continuously spilling forth from the platform. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Fengshi turned to the 2 transformed beasts behind him, offering a faint smile before addressing Han Li with a calm demeanor. Taoist friend, do not overthink it. All you need to do is continuously supply the array with spirit power. Upon hearing Fengshi's directive, Han Li had no choice but to obediently retreat to a corner. Streams of gentle green spiritual energy began to flow from within him, surging into the array. In an instant, the entire formation radiated a dazzling green brilliance. Observing Han Li's compliance in infusing his power, Fengshi smiled and nodded approvingly. My dear brothers, please step into the formation as well. Prepare yourselves. The poisonous serpent and the turtle demon, upon hearing these words, stepped forward without objection and entered the magic formation, standing upon the well-remembered focal point. Observing this, Fengshi let out a light chuckle and gently patted the storage pouch at her waist. Under the influence of the control object technique, the pouch began to levitate slowly, enveloped in a soft azure glow from which a cascade of radiant light erupted. A small orb of silver brilliance flashed into view, and in the wind, it expanded rapidly, revealing a pair of 1-zhong-wide, luminous, bony wings. One of these wings was missing its upper half, while the other was tattered and incomplete. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable. However, these remnants of bone shimmered with a silvery sheen, emanating an overwhelming aura of power that evoked a sense of reverence. These were indeed the wings of the Thunder Falcon. Though severely damaged, they exuded an extraordinary presence, truly befitting a rare and wild avian creature. The poisonous serpent gazed at the wings, uttering sounds of astonishment. Clearly, this Thunder Falcon had not succumbed to its end peacefully. Its remains, so shattered, suggested it had been trapped and besieged by adversaries. Otherwise, Given the Thunder Falcon's nearly unparalleled speed coupled with its advanced transformation stage, it would have been able to escape even in the face of danger. Feng Shi, fixated on the artifact, spoke with a burgeoning fervor. In midair, Lin Mo also noticed the wings of the Thunder Falcon. It must be said that these wings were indeed remarkable, radiating a formidable pressure that even his consciousness could perceive. Now, he merely needed to wait patiently. Playing the role of a fisherman, Lin Mo smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly landing on Wenxiue, whose face was flushed crimson. "What troubles you?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. Wenxiue, blushing profusely, stammered, "It's nothing." Her charm was undeniable, each expression and smile exceedingly captivating. Seeing this, Lin Mo slowly extended his right hand, gently grasping Wenxiue's shy chin. She trembled slightly, a delicate fragrance of jasmine wafting through the air. Lin Mo looked at her and said, "Are you willing to become the leader of the Miaoying sect?" Xiling intended to take her leave, and Madame Wang, now a sole entity, would remain by Lin Mo's side, unable to depart from this place in the future. Senior Xiling is far more suited to lead the Miaoying sect. Wenxiue stuttered, "Moreover, I have a master who is more fitting than I." Lin Mo cast a glance at Wenxiue and replied indifferently, "In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Zhu Rooting is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Is it a jest to think she could command the Miaoying sect?" Wenxiue shook her ruby-red lips and then nodded vigorously. "As long as Senior Lin desires it, I am willing." Hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded slightly, saying, "That is well. For now, just cultivate alongside me." Wenxiue beamed with delight, nodding eagerly. "What must I do, Senior Lin?" she asked, her large eyes fixed intently on him, her gaze as enchanting as silk, seemingly on the verge of spilling over with allure. Lin Mo, unreserved, held her tender chin, applying the gentlest pressure, as if he could coax forth the very essence of her charm. Wenxiue knelt gracefully before Lin Mo, lifting her head to gaze up at him, embodying an enchanting demeanor that was utterly irresistible. "Open your mouth. Consume this essence of spiritual power." Wenxiue complied willingly, parting her lips to ingest the energy. The influx of power swelled within her, gently elevating her cultivation level. Meanwhile, within the cavern below, the formation beneath the three individuals thrummed incessantly. Feng Shi suddenly exhaled sharply, bringing her hands together and directing them toward the remaining energies. In response, two pillars of milky white light surged forth, forcefully infusing the formation. The air vibrated with a series of resonating hums, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The geothermal pool within the formation began to churn violently. With a sudden burst, a fireball the size of a head erupted from the pool, hurtling toward the skeletal wings suspended above. A resounding explosion ensued, as the searing crimson flames enveloped the bone wings. "Hurry!" Feng Shi urgently glanced at the poison serpent and the tortoise demon behind her. They exchanged a knowing look, and threads of spiritual energy surged forth from their bodies. These threads, resembling silken cocoons, completely encased the damaged bone wings. The intertwining lights converged, and in an instant, the fractured wings were miraculously restored. Witnessing the repair of the bone wings, Feng Shi's countenance brightened. She gestured with her hands, executing a series of precise incantations, causing spheres of white light to accurately descend upon the wings. Instantly, flames surged, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Arcs of electricity intertwined with the blue and yellow strands of spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Shi felt a sense of urgency and swiftly executed her spells, directing them into the geothermal flames below. Multicolored beams of light erupted from the pool, enveloping the bone wings completely. The brilliance surged, coalescing into a dazzling array of multicolored shields. Observing this spectacle, Feng Shi and the two demons exhaled in relief. They had successfully completed the first step. Feng Shi then retrieved a translucent azure crystal, imbued with potent wind energy. Without hesitation, she cast the crystal into the protective barrier. A series of sharp, buzzing sounds echoed as the azure crystal melted rapidly, visibly dissolving. Feng Shi deftly manipulated the white spiritual threads, evenly spreading the liquid essence over the surface of the bone wings. Suddenly, Feng Shi parted her lips, and a lustrous white elixir burst forth from her mouth. The poison serpent and the tortoise demon, not daring to lag behind, suspended their azure and blue demon pills in the air. 3 powerful spiritual pillars surged from the pills, landing steadily within the protective barrier. The bone wings shimmered, radiating a captivating light. Taking a deep breath, Fengxi sat cross-legged to replenish her spiritual energy. Time passed, and after 5 months, Lin Mo gradually rose to his feet. When Siyue, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Senior Lin, do you require more?" "Continue," he commanded. Lin Mo gently caressed Wen Siyue's hair, his consciousness inevitably drifting downward. Over the past 5 months, the spiritual energy within the 3 demon cultivators had been completely depleted. Meanwhile, the bone wings within the elixir fire were becoming increasingly translucent, accompanied by the distant sounds of thunder and wind. The joy in Fengxi's eyes grew ever more pronounced. It seemed the time for action had arrived. Lin Mo stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. Just then, the Riftwind beast raised its right hand and suddenly opened its eyes. It unleashed a flurry of incantations that landed upon the bone wings. In an instant, as the elixir fire extinguished, 3 demon cores and a pair of bone wings were revealed. Compared to before, the 3 demon cores appeared significantly dimmer. Months of continuous exposure to elixir fire had undoubtedly inflicted considerable damage. In stark contrast, the pair of bone wings remained intact and elongated, radiating a dazzling silvery glow. Fengxi gently opened her mouth, and the demon cores in midair swiftly flew back to her. Upon witnessing this, the poison flood dragon and the tortoise demon exchanged glances before similarly reabsorbing the remaining 2 demon cores, all in silence. The 3 demons promptly closed their eyes to recuperate. After resting for several days, Fengxi and the other demon cultivators finally regained their magical power and replenished their vitality. "Below, my 2 esteemed brothers and I must merge the 2 bone wings into one and initiate the fusion of wind and thunder. It is imperative to incorporate your wood attribute spiritual energy as a balancing force for this harmonization. Prepare yourself, fellow Taoist Li." Fengxi spoke with a slightly softened expression. Understood. Hanli offered no further comments. At that moment, Lin Mo's figure in midair flickered, transforming into a blue-white phantom before vanishing from sight. When Lin Mo reappeared, he had materialized within the stone chamber. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Lin Mo startled Fengxi and the 3 demons. "Senior Lin." Upon seeing Lin Mo, Han Li's face lit up with joy. The instant he recognized Lin Mo's arrival, he understood he had been granted a chance at survival. Early-stage nascent soul. Fengxi's consciousness swept over, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lin Mo. A mere nascent soul cultivator. Fengxi sneered, slapping a storage pouch at his waist. 3 small vials immediately materialized before him. In Fengxi's view, even without any demon power, his formidable physique alone would suffice to overpower Lin Mo dragon transformation technique. However, as Lin Mo's right foot touched the ground, an immense power surged forth from within him. With a rustling sound, golden scales emerged upon his skin at that moment, shimmering brilliantly. A dragon-shaped phantom materialized behind Lin Mo, appearing both ethereal and elusive. Dragon transformation technique. Observing the golden scales manifesting around Lin Mo, the poison flood dragon's expression changed dramatically. "You, a mere human, have actually succeeded in cultivating the dragon transformation technique." The poison flood dragon, having also practiced this technique, was acutely aware of its difficulty. Yet, sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Lin Mo, which far surpassed his own, left him momentarily stunned. Whoosh! Lin Mo's form flickered, transforming into a phantom that instantly appeared before Fengxi. "Let us compare our speeds," Lin Mo exclaimed with a sinister grin, immediately raising his right hand. A powerful force surged forth, aimed directly at Fengxi. Fengxi's pupils constricted in disbelief. Utterly astonished by Lin Mo's astonishing swiftness, he hurriedly turned to evade the impending strike, yet he soon realized that Lin Mo's speed far exceeded his expectations. With a resounding crack, the palm landed heavily upon Fengxi's chest. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as Lin Mo's hand ripped away a piece of meat from Fengxi's body. How is this possible? The agonizing sensation of his body being torn apart left Fengxi wide-eyed in shock, exclaiming in horror. He could hardly fathom the sheer strength of Lin Mo's physique. To his astonishment, Lin Mo's onslaught was far from over. With a whoosh, the Qianlan sword flame surged forth from Lin Mo's palm, piercing through Fengxi's chest. Blood stained the Qianlan sword flame, resembling a blossoming blue ice flame. Qianlan ice flame. Fengxi gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Lin Mo let out a cold chuckle, swiftly claiming Fengshi's life and seizing the 3 jade vials from his grasp. He then cast a cold glance at the 2 demon cultivators behind Fengshi. Damn it! Compared to the tortoise demon, the venomous serpent reacted most swiftly, darting toward the exit of the stone chamber. Meanwhile, the tortoise demon moved with a slight delay, clearly on the verge of transforming into its true form. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Should the tortoise demon succeed in its transformation, the entire chamber would surely collapse, an outcome Lin Mo wished to avoid. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the Qianlan sword flame cut through the atmosphere, appearing directly before the tortoise demon. Its shell, seemingly impervious, crumbled before Lin Mo like fragile paper. With a resounding crack, it shattered. A torrent of icy energy surged into the tortoise demon's body, and in an instant, it was encased in ice, frozen in place, meeting a tragic demise. As for the fleeing serpent demon, Lin Mo merely smiled faintly. A flash of green light signaled the escape of the second nascent soul. Lin Mo then slowly approached, gazing at the unmerged Thunderhawk wings, a smile gracing his lips. He raised his right hand and decisively tore the Windfire wings from Fengshi's back. As he lifted his wrist, the Qianlan ice flame flowed into the Windfire wings. The azure and crimson wings shimmered with a tricolored brilliance upon the infusion of the blue Qianlan ice flame. He then controlled the Windfire wings to merge with the Thunder wings, resulting in a magnificent amalgamation of wind, fire, thunder, and ice, for elemental attributes combined. This bestowed upon him the swiftness of the wind and thunder, alongside the offensive prowess of fire and ice. Truly a remarkable artifact. Senior Lin, Han Li, observing the scene, gasped in astonishment, calling out softly, "Continue to wield the wood's spirit power. I shall completely merge these 2 wings." Lin Mo cast a glance at Han Li, smiling as he replied, "Once I succeed, rest assured, I shall not neglect you." Encouraged by Lin Mo's words, Han Li prepared to give his all. In contrast to these demonic cultivators, Han Li undoubtedly placed his trust in Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo had consistently appeared in times of peril, aiding him in escaping from dire situations on numerous occasions. In Han Li's heart, Lin Mo had become a veritable benefactor. As Han Li's would spiritual power surged forth, a pale blue column of light cascaded within the 5-colored light barrier. Accompanying this was a series of resonant hums, as the 5-colored clouds flickered erratically. With the continuous transformation of colors, only a pure white radiance remained. Boom! With the resounding roar, the entire light barrier underwent a transformation. Silver blue brilliance echoed within the cave, resonating with the deafening thunderclaps. Han Li, continue to channel your spiritual power. Lin Mo turned to glance at Han Li. Understanding the cue, Han Li showed no hesitation and slowly raised his right hand. Pointing towards the sky, slender strands of azure light instantly coalesced upon the barrier. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The once buzzing and seemingly unstable barrier, upon the infusion of azure light, immediately quieted, its radiance condensing and gradually stabilizing. Excellent. Maintain this level of spiritual input, Lin Mo said with a slight smile. As the Qian blue ice flame continued to flow in, the brilliance within the barrier surged magnificently. Moments later, silver lightning and pale azure winds erupted within, harmonizing with the blue Qian blue ice flame and the fiery crimson flames. The forces of ice, fire, wind, and thunder tightly enveloped the 2 pairs of skeletal wings in the center, initiating their fusion. 7 days later, the 2 pairs of wings had slowly fused successfully into a single entity. After more than 20 days, the barrier was calm, with the raging thunder and fierce winds having vanished, revealing a pair of silver-blue feathered wings. Upon these feathers, several strands of azure and crimson could be seen, representing the powers of fire and wind. However, due to the incorporation of the Qian blue ice flame, the wind and fire powers appeared considerably diminished, constituting only 40% of the total energy, while the remaining 60% comprised thunder and ice powers. This balance effectively stabilized the energy within the wings, as these were the skeletal wings of a peak transformation god-level thunder rock, whose innate thunder energy surpassed that of the wind energy from the wind spirit. Only the formidable ice energy of the Qian blue ice flame could contend with it. Gazing at the silver-blue wings before him, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I shall name you the Qian blue wind thunder wings. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand and with the infusion of spiritual power, the wings radiated a dazzling glow. Thud! From a distance, the second nascent soul returned, carelessly tossing the corpse of the venomous serpent before him as though discarding refuse. Though this 8th-level demon beast possessed considerable power, it was no match for the second nascent soul, falling victim to the blade of the azure bamboo B-cloud sword. You may take the materials from the corpses of the venomous serpent and the turtle demon. Lin Mo, in high spirits from the bountiful harvest, turned to Han Li and said with a smile, "Just leave the corpses for me." Han Li, pale-faced, collapsed heavily onto the ground. The recent alchemical endeavor posed a considerable challenge for Han Li, who was merely at the late stage of the core formation realm. "Thank you, Senior Lin." Han Li's face lit up with joy as he promptly retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon his tongue. In that moment, as a surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body, his aura intensified significantly. With a swift motion, Han Li unsheathed a sharp magical longsword and meticulously began to dissect the corpses of the venomous flood dragon and the turtle demon. The remains of these two 8th-grade demonic beasts represented an immense fortune for Han Li. Whether for crafting treasures or exchanging materials, their value was undeniable. Observing Han Li diligently at work, Lin Mo smiled as he held the storage bags of the 3 demon cultivators. Upon probing into them with his divine sense, he discovered that they primarily contained various beast materials. Among these, he found a fist-sized, jet-black turtle shell and hundreds of blood-red scales. However, despite their rarity, the materials from 8th-grade beasts did not particularly captivate Lin Mo's interest. "Then, I shall take my leave," Han Li declared, gathering the beast materials and offering a respectful bow to Lin Mo. "I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance, Senior. Without your intervention, I might have perished." In response to Han Li's gratitude, Lin Mo merely smiled, remaining silent. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Lin Mo understood that even if he had not appeared, Han Li could have relied on the green liquid within the small green vial to defeat the 3 demons and vanquish the venomous flood dragon. Most importantly, the wind thunder wings would ultimately end up in Han Li's possession, which was the most precious treasure of all. As Han Li departed, Lin Mo did not impede him, allowing the young man to turn and leave. Once alone, Lin Mo slowly retrieved the Tian Nan wind thunder wings. He then sliced his fingertip, letting crimson blood drip steadily onto the wings. The moment the blood touched the Tian Nan wind thunder wings, it began to sizzle, enveloped in a chilling mist that completely shrouded the wings. As his essence blood was absorbed, Lin Mo tossed the wings into the air, where they hung motionless. Raising his right hand, golden exorcising divine lightning and light blue Tian Nan ice flames surged into the wings, accompanied by piercing sounds of collision. The ice flames and divine lightning enveloped the Tian Nan wind thunder wings entirely. Over the next several days, Lin Mo devoted himself to completely refining the wings. Upon closer inspection, one could see glimmers of golden feathers among the plume, a truly extraordinary sight. After completing this process, a blue light surged forth, drawing the Tian Nan wind thunder wings into his body. His form shimmered and transformed into an ethereal silhouette, emerging outside his cave dwelling. With a sudden rush, as spiritual energy flowed into the Tian Nan wind thunder wings, Lin Mo felt a chill sweep across his back. In an instant, a pair of wings, nearly 10 feet long, materialized behind him, their silver blue feathers glinting with a golden red radiance. With his divine sense flowing into them, Lin Mo gestured gently. The Tian Nan wind thunder wings responded with a powerful sweep. Lin Mo's figure flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already arrived atop the divine wind vessel. When Siyue, taken aback by Lin Mo's sudden presence, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Senior Lin, you've returned." Hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded slightly and replied with a faint smile, "Fortune favored me. I have garnered quite a bounty." As he spoke, Lin Mo extended his right hand. The Tian Nan wind thunder wings behind him transformed into a shimmering blue-golden silhouette, gracefully descending before him. Enveloped in spiritual energy, it emitted crackling sounds. Curiously, he reached out to caress one of the wings, feeling a cool, slightly tingling sensation. In a swift motion, the Tian Nan wind thunder wings reappeared behind him. As surging spiritual energy surged within, a flash of golden light erupted. In an instant, Lin Mo vanished from his position, and with a flick of his wings amidst the sound of thunder, he materialized 30 paces away. Thunder escape technique. Lin Mo smiled lightly, pleasantly surprised that these wings allowed him to master this lightning-based evasion method. Compared to the elemental escape techniques, this thunder escape was remarkably swifter. Host: Lin Mo, strength. Early stage yuanying. Physique: dragon's roar body. Spiritual root: ice spiritual root. Cultivation techniques: 10,000 swords communing with spirits. True devil technique of the holy Brahmin. First layer of dragon transformation technique. Spells: water light escape. Fourth layer of great transformation technique. Advanced puppet technique. Intermediate talismans technique. Sword control technique. Breath concealment technique. Thunder escape technique. Secret arts: yin-yang attraction technique. Body refinement technique in the room. Yin-yang complementation technique. Spirit taming seal. Mysterious moon absorption technique. Second yuanying. Divine powers. 9 turns reincarnation technique. Tian Nan sword flame. Magic treasures. Yin-yang 2 instruments bottle. Demon refining pot. Tian Nan wind thunder wings. Void heaven cauldron. Gazing at the attributes displayed before him, Lin Mo wore a smile. He could not deny that these 4 magical treasures were indeed among the most precious he possessed. It is time to return. Lin Mo then turned towards Wen Siyue and said, if possible during our journey, I shall assist you in breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Within Fengshi's storage bag, Lin Mo discovered 2 bottles of azure flame wine. Drink this, he said, generously handing a bottle of azure flame wine to Wen Siyue. Her face lit up with joy as she accepted it. Although it remained sealed, the rich spiritual energy emanating from the wine indicated its immense value. Refining it may very well aid you in your breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As he spoke, he stored the other bottle of azure flame wine into his own bag. By the way, be cautious not to drink it all at once. Maximum 3 sips per occasion. Given your cultivation level, Lin Mo added with a gentle smile. Heeding his advice, Wen Siyue nodded vigorously before opening the azure flame wine and sipping it delicately. Meanwhile, Lin Mo closed his eyes to cultivate, slowly absorbing the energy from the Tian Nan wind thunder wings. Refined through the Tian Nan ice flame, this magical treasure suited him remarkably well. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The storage bag glimmered with light, and a piece of cold jade materialized before him. Beneath the icy depths of Dragon Island, a treasure was unearthed, infused with an abundant power of frost. Lin Mo had long been unable to refine it, but now, belatedly aware of its significance, he acted swiftly. With a swift motion, the yin-yang 2 instruments bottle soared outwards, enveloped in a swirling mist of frost that ensnared the cold jade within. As the jade entered the bottle, an overwhelming surge of icy energy radiated outward, causing the bottle to gleam with a dazzling brilliance, a sight both captivating and resplendent. The frosty energy flowed ceaselessly around him as Lin Mo closed his eyes, concentrating on controlling the yin-yang 2 instruments bottle for its refinement. During this process, subtle changes began to manifest. The bottle seemed to gain a weightiness as if its structure had been reinforced, and its internal space expanded accordingly. This indicated a significantly increased capacity for spiritual energy storage. Months passed, and when Lin Mo finally opened his eyes again, the yin-yang 2 instruments bottle shimmered with a radiant white light, its interior space vastly enlarged. Thus, even if his spiritual energy were to deplete, he could recover efficiently using the bottle. A wave of joy surged within him. At that moment, when Cus slowly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Lin Mo, her expression brimming with excitement. Mid-stage of Dan formation. Observing Wen Siyue's cultivation level, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Apart from Ziling, she possessed the highest cultivation within the entire Miaoying sect. Upon returning to Tian Nan with the women, Wen Siyue could indeed take on the role of sect leader. After all, the women of Miaoying sect had followed him for decades, and it would be unjust for Lin Mo to abandon them without due consideration. Thank you, Senior Lin, for bestowing upon me the spiritual liquid. When Siyue expressed her gratitude earnestly, Lin Mo merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he advised her gently, continue your cultivation. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from Lin Mo, Wen Siyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She slowly parted her crimson lips, absorbing the energy with grace. Time passed swiftly, and when Lin Mo returned to the Rakshasa abode, 2 years had already elapsed. Greetings, Senior Lin. The female cultivators, mindful of his presence, bowed respectfully. Among them, were rooting. Sensing the powerful aura radiating from Wen Siyue, widened her eyes in astonishment. This girl truly had fortuitous luck. Having aligned herself with Senior Lin, she had now reached the mid-stage of Dan formation. Chapter 131. The body of Tongyu Feng Shui. Lin Mo regarded the women before him, nodding slightly. With a flicker of his form, a thunderous light erupted, and he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood beside Ziling. A tremendous roar erupted as Lin Mo returned. The entire Rakshasa boat was engulfed in a cacophony, surrounded by a swirling, inky mist. The dense fog obscured the true appearance of the Rakshasa boat, while intricate formations materialized, their luminescence shimmering as they completely enveloped the vessel. The true appearance of the Rakshasa boat remained obscured to the outside world. Whoosh! With a sharp sound piercing the air, the Rakshasa boat transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished into the void. After the second nascent soul took control of the Rakshasa boat, Lin Mo turned his attention to Ziling and said with a smile, "Ziling, come with me." Upon hearing his words, Ziling nodded eagerly and quickly followed Lin Mo inside the house. As Lin Mo slowly turned around to face Ziling, he inquired, "What do you think of Wenxiue?" At his question, Ziling furrowed her brows delicately and gazed deeply at Lin Mo. "Husband, what are you implying?" It must be said that Ziling was remarkably astute, immediately perceiving Lin Mo's intentions. Lin Mo, not wishing to conceal anything from her, candidly replied, "Indeed. My Ziling is quite perceptive." Ziling responded with a mischievous smile. Wenxiue has only been away for a few years, yet her cultivation has already advanced to the mid-stage of core formation. Surely, it cannot be so straightforward without your assistance, husband. Observing the playful smile on Ziling's face, Lin Mo chuckled softly. "All right, I shall not tease you further. Wenxiue's strength is indeed among the highest of the few women in our sect. This time, I am bringing you back to Tian Nan. Someone must oversee the Miaoying sect." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Ziling suddenly understood. Clearly, he intended for Wenxiue to assume the role of the sect leader. However, she expressed her reservations. "I cannot trust outsiders." Ziling then nestled into Lin Mo's embrace, lifting her gaze and blinking her sparkling eyes. "Unless you make Wenxiue one of your own." As Ziling playfully teased him, Lin Mo gently patted her head and laughed. "She already is." "I knew it," Ziling retorted playfully. "I can sense your aura on her. You seem eager to sample my flavor as well." Not willing to let Ziling's teasing continue unabated, Lin Mo took decisive action, causing her to blush profusely and shy away. Unfortunately for her, Lin Mo was swift, quickly securing her arms and drawing her into his embrace. Still trying to escape? He laughed heartily, lifting Ziling onto the bed. The Rakshasa boat moved at an astonishing speed, transforming into a dark shadow that disappeared beneath the night sky. Time passed, spanning several years. Outside the Miaoying sect, Ziling stood atop the Rakshasa boat, gazing longingly at the distant Miaoying sect, her face reflecting nostalgia. After so many years away, the sight of that spiritual mountain brought her immense joy. The other disciples of the Miaoying sect shared similar sentiments. Lin Mo turned to Ziling and said, "Don't rush. Let us take a moment to observe." A translucent barrier enveloped the Miaoying sect, its presence flickering in and out of visibility. Clearly, there were cultivators within controlling the mountain's defensive formation. According to the information gleaned from Yun Tianxiao's spirit, the area should be under the control of the Miaoying sect's disciples. However, Lin Mo deduced that if it were merely those disciples lacking sufficient cultivation at the core formation stage, they could not possibly command such a vast spiritual mountain. He found it hard to believe that there were no influences from the Anti-Star Alliance or the Star Palace behind it. Boom! As the resonant sounds of rumbling echoed, over a dozen beams of light suddenly shot forth from the small island. These beams, of vivid crimson, encircled a magnificent flying beast cart. The vehicle measured approximately 6 or 7 zhang in length, crafted from an unidentified fragrant wood, adorned with layers of talismans that shimmered with a faint white glow. At the front, 3 azure-hued monstrous birds drew the cart forward. These creatures, about a zhang in size, possessed 6 eyes and 4 wings, their appearance fierce and menacing. Yet they flew with astonishing speed, reaching the high skies near the island in the blink of an eye. A commanding voice emerged from within the cart, and instantly, the beast cart and beams of light came to a halt midair. As the crimson radiance retracted, a group of enchanting young women appeared, all clad in uniform pale green palace attire, their hair elegantly styled atop their heads, dual swords sheathed at their backs. These female cultivators stood in perfect alignment on either side of the cart, their heads lowered, expressions solemn, each possessing the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage. Curiously, a faint tremor of apprehension coursed through me. A voice enveloped in white light exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the Star Palace is plotting against me? I never imagined that the Miao-yin sect was backed by him. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, a subtle amusement gracing his features. He had originally thought he would not encounter this individual. Fate had indeed intertwined their paths. With a decisive stomp of his right foot, the rascal boat emitted a continuous hum, and wisps of faint black energy began to swirl as the light from the rascal boat dissipated. A flash of black light appeared, and the rascal boat materialized seemingly out of thin air. Suddenly, a gasp arose from within the cart, and as the concealment faded, the silhouette of the rascal boat became visible. This revelation prompted a swift reaction. Who dares to cause trouble here? With a cold snort, the shimmering barrier in front of the cart slowly dispersed, revealing two figures. Indeed, within the cart sat a man, elegantly positioned at the front. He was a young man, barefoot and dressed in coarse robes, adorned with a high crown, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old. His features were refined and handsome, with a hint of golden radiance flickering between his brows. When Tian Nan gazed at the rascal boat hovering in the air, a faint smile gracing his lips. With his hands clasped behind his back, he proclaimed, "Regardless of who you are, daring to come here means you have already sealed your fate." Upon hearing Wen Tianren's words, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. This Wen Tianren was not only strikingly handsome and charming, surrounded by countless beauties, but at a young age had already reached the late stage of golden core cultivation. He was merely a step away from the nascent soul stage. And with his own cultivation, along with the teachings from the 6 paths of the extreme sage and several magical artifacts, he could barely be considered the foremost golden core cultivator in the chaotic star sea. Had he not crossed paths with Lin Mo, he would indeed possess a sense of pride. I, Wen Tianren, am eager to see just what level this individual possesses. The young man in coarse robes displayed an air of arrogance, showing no restraint. Late stage of golden core. Chen Xiaoqian and Xian Ru Yin gradually approached Lin Mo, their gazes fixed upon Wen Tianren below. They said, "Husband, shall we leave this person here to hone our skills?" At this suggestion, Lin Mo's expression turned contemplative. Upon closer inspection, while the cultivation levels of the women had risen significantly, they had yet to endure practical training. In the future, should Lin Mo not be by their side, they would need to rely on themselves. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo turned to the 3 women, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Who among you would like to take the first attempt?" "I shall." Chen Xiaoqian smiled brightly, transforming into a blue, ethereal shadow that gracefully descended from the air. Before her floated a deep blue orb, the Bibbo Pearl, her life-bound treasure. This artifact, infused with a multitude of water spirit beads, possessed remarkable power, capable of both offense and defense, making it an exceptional treasure. When Tianren cast a glance at Chen Xiaoqian, exclaiming softly, "How intriguing! There are quite a few foundation establishment cultivators present." For Wen Tianren, even Yuanying stage cultivators did not instill fear, let alone a female cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Buzzing, as the Bibbo Pearl emitted a resonant hum. Torrents of vibrant blue water enveloped her. Before engaging in battle, Chen Xiaoqian donned her protective barrier. It must be said that after following Lin Mo for so long, she had mastered this technique, if nothing else. When Tianren's consciousness scanned the overhead Rakshasa vessel, sensing an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from it, his gaze then shifted back to Chen Xiaoqian, and he spoke in a low voice, "Should you seek trouble, I shall send you on your way." As he uttered the final word, a surge of malevolent energy enveloped him, manifesting a palpable killing intent. At that moment, when Tianren opened his mouth wide, releasing a beam of azure light that shot forth with a piercing whoosh. In an instant, the blue light vanished from sight. Observing this, Chen Xiaoqian waved her sleeve, causing the Bibbo Pearl to pulse with azure radiance. Ethereal blue dragon phantoms surged forth from the pearl, spiraling into the air. The Bibbo Pearl shimmered as the blue dragons swiftly launched towards the azure beam. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the dragons collided with the beam, sending forth a cacophony of explosive sounds. It was then that Chen Xiaoqian noticed a peculiar, small, conical object, glimmering with a cold light and intricately inscribed with runes. emitting a strange crackling sound. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of blue sword chi from her storage bag at her waist. Dazzling blue flying swords surged forth. And in an instant, 18 of these magical swords descended heavily upon the azure beam, sending the conical object flying away. This set of flying swords, a water element sword formation, had been acquired by Chen Xiaoqian at a trading event, perfectly complementing her abilities. With a single hand, she executed a spell, directly positioning herself upon the water element sword formation suspended in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, as the sharp sounds of slicing air filled the atmosphere. The 18 deep blue flying swords pierced through the air, aimed directly at Tian Nan. Tian Nan, observing the incoming deep blue swords, chuckled coldly, bringing his hands together. A small, pale purple banner appeared before him, measuring about 3 to 4 inches in length, shimmering with a captivating purple light and exuding potent spiritual energy. Slowly raising his head, he regarded the multitude of flying swords, and with a soft exclamation, he vigorously shook the purple banner. In an instant, a torrent of purple mist erupted from the flying swords, enveloping them completely. From the outside, the true scene within was utterly concealed, rendering their forms entirely hidden. As the sight vanished without a trace, Chen Xiaoqian remained remarkably composed, her hands deftly executing a series of intricate incantations. Waves of luminous energy cascaded onto the azure sword formation, causing the 18 flying swords to instantly splinter apart. They surged towards the violet cloud, intent on overwhelming Tian Nan with sheer numbers. The blue light danced around the purple mass like a multitude of colossal peaks, piercing through the cloud hundreds of times in mere moments. Yet, within the violet haze, there was an unsettling absence of any response. The myriad of flying swords seemed to pass through the cloud, embedding themselves into nothingness. Observing this, Chen Xiaoqian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing her growing bewilderment. Suddenly, a series of resonant hums filled the air. From within the purple mist, a golden glow abruptly emerged, accompanied by a chilling, shrill wail that erupted from the cloud. The fog dispersed, revealing Tian Nan, whose visage had transformed into a fearsome sight. Behind him loomed 6 towering phantoms, some adorned with horns, others clad in scales, each exuding a terrifying aura, fangs bared, as gray-white demonic energy coiled around them like a shroud. They appeared as if demons had descended upon the world, the 6 extremes, true demons. In midair, Lin Mo's eyebrows arched slightly, a flicker of delight crossing his gaze. This 6 extremes, true demon technique, renowned as the most formidable demonic art in the Sea of Chaos, when mastered to its pinnacle, could summon the true essence of the 6 saints, as stated by the 6 path supreme beings in the original text. Those in the later stages of the nascent soul could contend with those at the transformation stage. Even if not perfected, the technique could still summon 2 late-stage nascent soul demons to engage in battle with Han Li, showcasing its extraordinary nature. For Lin Mo, however, the utility of this technique was minimal. Yet, in the future, it could serve well for exchanges with demonic cultivators. Humph. Soon enough, you shall witness the might of the 6 extreme saints. Though these are but phantoms of the 6 saints, they are more than sufficient to deal with a mere core formation cultivator like you. Tian Nan scoffed, his scholarly countenance now marred by a murderous intent as he turned his gaze towards Chen Xiaoqian. Xian Rian, descend and assist, Lin Mo instructed, turning to Xian Rian with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his words, Xian Rian's figure flickered, transforming into a wisp of shadow that sped towards Chen Xiaoqian. As she passed through the air, she deftly manipulated her compass-like artifact, weaving delicate strands of spiritual energy that enveloped her. The surrounding area transformed into a radiant array of formations spanning hundreds of feet. Xian Rian's innate treasure, the 100 mechanisms disc, acquired during a previous exchange, was an auxiliary artifact enabling her to swiftly set up formations in battle, with the power of the formation linked to the cultivator's prowess. Lin Mo nodded in approval. Though the combination of Chen Xiaoqian and Xian Rian might not be sufficient to vanquish Tian Nan, it could certainly stall him, thereby achieving the desired outcome of their trial. Suddenly, the entire surface of the sea underwent a transformation. The shimmering expanse, in that moment, morphed into an unyielding, solid ground. Accompanying this was a barrage of razor-sharp earth spikes, aimed directly at the airbound successor of the 6 paths, Tian Nan. Transforming water into earth? When Tianren's pupils constricted, evidently taken aback by this intricate formation. Despite being a successor of the Six Paths and having encountered numerous formation masters, he had never witnessed the application of formations in combat. Amidst his astonishment, a murderous intent surged forth, clearly intent on ensuring the demise of the two women. Suddenly, an ethereal figure, slender and adorned with twin horns, emerged behind Tian Nan, opening its mouth wide. A faint crimson mist began to coalesce, and as it exhaled, the mist shattered the lethal earth spikes in an instant. Having accomplished this, Tian Nan cast a cold glare towards Chen Xiaoqian, gradually raising his right hand. From behind him, the tallest and most menacing of the phantoms lunged forward, its massive arms striking down with lightning speed. The sudden appearance and overwhelming force directly shattered the protective water barrier of the Bai Bo Pearl. With the defense of her innate treasure breached, Chen Xiaoqian's complexion turned ashen, and she swiftly retreated. At that moment, a protective formation abruptly manifested before Chen Xiaoqian. As the formation shifted, it conjured a dense array of emerald green vines, enveloping her entirely. Haha, with the formidable true demon closing in, do you think you still have a chance to recover? Tian Nan laughed maniacally at the sight. He then pointed decisively at Chen Xiaoqian, the remaining 5 phantoms flickering before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, they reappeared before the protective green vines encasing Chen Xiaoqian. At that moment, Tian Nan bore an expression of unwavering confidence, fully assured of his impending triumph as he prepared to command the phantoms to eliminate Chen Xiaoqian. He was utterly convinced of the prowess of the 6 extremities true demons phantoms, believing that even a nascent soul cultivator would be powerless against them. After all, how could the 6 extremities true demon technique, capable of manifesting phantoms, not be deemed the most formidable demonic art of the chaotic Star Sea? Just then, Lin Mo, aboard the Rakshasa boat, flickered into view. Amidst the dazzling flashes of lightning, he suddenly appeared before Chen Xiaoqian. Crackling sounds erupted as golden lightning enveloped him. The formidable power of the exorcising thunder transformed into 6 arcs of gold, each as thick as a bowl, shooting forth and striking the nearest 6 phantoms. In a scene that left Tian Nan in disbelief, the phantoms flickered and, amidst the thunderous roars, displayed expressions of profound agony before dissipating into nothingness. Tian Nan exclaimed in shock, uncertain if he was seeing correctly. Lin Mo gently patted Chen Xiaoqian's hair, reassuring her, "You are safe now." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and the true demon phantoms were instantly scattered, as if they had never existed. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the phantoms, Tian Nan finally grasped the gravity of the situation and, in a panic, bellowed in an attempt to reclaim the dissipating spiritual energy. To comprehend the 6 extreme true demonic illusions, one must recognize that they are infused with his inner spiritual energy. Should they be shattered, it would inevitably inflict damage upon his cultivation. Naturally, he yearns to reclaim the dissipated spiritual essence. Don't waste your efforts. A hint of a smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he remarked, as one's life draws to a close, what need is there for such abundant spiritual energy? In that moment, a pierced through the air, materializing before Tian Nan in an instant. The surging power of the emanated relentlessly from the sword flame, freezing the surrounding seawater into solid ice. Damn it! Tian Nan's face betrayed his alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique. A resonant hum filled the air as a golden light suddenly radiated from between his brows, expanding and elongating with an almost tangible essence. In the blink of an eye, a diminutive yet exquisite golden horn emerged from his forehead, adorned with cryptic and profound runes, exuding an aura devoid of malevolence, instead brimming with pure celestial spiritual energy. With the emergence of the golden horn, a newfound confidence enveloped Tian Nan, banishing any trace of prior panic. He swiftly swept his hands, unleashing 8 spheres of golden flame from his sleeves. These golden flames, no larger than a fist, shimmered brilliantly, swirling rapidly around him. They collided directly with However, the 8 golden flames were swiftly encased in the icy grip of which, undeterred, penetrated Tian Nan's chest in an instant. His form transformed into a sculpture of ice. Standing motionless, with a resounding crackle, the ice sculpture melted away, leaving nothing but a pool of blood, his life extinguished, his body lifeless on the ground. The female cultivators present gasped in shock upon witnessing Tian Nan's demise, utterly astonished. They had never imagined that the revered inheritor of the Six Paths could be so effortlessly annihilated. In a flurry of panic, they scattered in all directions. Lin Mo cast a cold gaze upon the fleeing women, raising his right hand gently. Die! As his words fell, 72 soared forth, transforming into streaks of emerald light that pierced through the chests of the female cultivators. Their anguished cries echoed as they fell, lifeless upon the ground. These women, without exception, were disciples of the Miaoyin sect, their cultivation methods indistinguishable from those of the disciples aboard the Rakshasa boat. Clearly, they were the ones who had chosen to remain behind rather than accompany him to Bailing Island, opting instead to join the Anti-Star Alliance and become pawns of the inheritor of the Six Paths. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo seized the storage bag from Tian Nan's waist. As his consciousness delved within, he discovered a trove of spiritual stones alongside two items that piqued his interest: the 8 doors of Golden Light Mirror and the of the Six Paths' true demonic art. The 8 doors of Golden Light Mirror, however, was merely a replica, not the authentic artifact. The genuine Golden Light Mirror is a treasure of a transcendent cultivator known as the Heavenly Mirror Wanderer, a once mighty artifact that dominated the starry seas and even vanquished a former master of the Star Palace. This formidable weapon possesses immense offensive capabilities. Although the 8 gates Golden Light Mirrors are mere replicas, each one rivals mid-tier artifacts. When united, their power is sufficient to contend with top-tier treasures, far exceeding the strength of the Xiantong artifact in possession. However, compared to the ancient treasures in hand, they still fall short. Nevertheless, they are better than nothing, as they constitute a set of offensive artifacts. At that moment, Xiling and Wensi Yu descended beside Lin Mo. Let us handle the matters of the Miaoyin sect ourselves. Xiling turned to Lin Mo and said with a gentle smile, "My dear, you should rest." Hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded slightly, his figure blurring into a phantom, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself suspended in midair, with the divine wind boat firmly beneath him, surrounded by wisps of pale blue light. Yuanyao. Yinli, do you know the location of Huangming Island? Lin Mo communicated telepathically, and his words swiftly reached the ears of the two women. Yinli furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head, evidently unaware of the place. Yuanyao pondered for a moment before responding, "I have some recollection of that island." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's face brightened, and the divine wind boat transformed into a phantom, appearing beside Yuanyao. She produced a nautical chart, pointing towards the southeast, and said, "If memory serves me correctly, it should be around here." "Excellent," Lin Mo replied, his joy evident as he nodded. "In that case, Yuanyao, accompany me on this journey." As he spoke, the divine wind boat shone with blue light. Seeing this, Yuanyao leaped gracefully and landed steadily on the boat. With a sound resembling the breaking of spiritual energy, the divine wind boat transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from its previous location. Lin Mo had his own considerations for visiting Huangming Island. Surrounding the island were some low-tier cultivators, and Mei Ning was among them. Once she, possessing the body of the Tongyu Phoenix essence, enters the foundation establishment stage, a pure and refined spiritual energy will emerge within her, which may interact uniquely with the dragon roar energy within himself. Even without any extraordinary transformation, when he reaches the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he might still require Mei Ning's assistance to break through to the god transformation stage. From his memories, Mei Ning was indeed near Huangming Island. Although the speed of the divine wind boat cannot compare to the Qianlan wind thunder wings, it was adequate. After several days of travel, they finally arrived above an island where pine trees flourished. Lin Mo gazed at the island before him, stroking his chin and murmuring, "Finding Mei Ning will not be a straightforward task." However, given the significance of this matter, he was unwilling to abandon it lightly. The divine wind boat descended smoothly, entering the island's interior. "It seems I must induce some changes." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. As a dark light flashed, the 9 Nether Soul banners soared into the air, emanating a chilling aura. 18 blood spirit guards danced incessantly around it. In an instant, a dense black mist enveloped the surface of the sea. From an external perspective, it was impossible to discern any changes within. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's divine wind vessel continued to ascend, while Yuanyao, beside him, furrowed her brows, clearly unaware of Lin Mo's intentions behind these actions. However, there must be a reason for Lin Mo's approach. The net had been cast. Now, It was merely a matter of waiting patiently. Lin Mo smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Half a month later, in the southwestern direction of the island, 7 or 8 rays of various colors suddenly soared through the sky. In the blink of an eye, they halted at a height of over 10 miles from the island, and as the brilliance dimmed, several male and female cultivators were revealed. Among them, aside from the leading elder with graying hair in the foundation establishment stage, the rest were relatively younger disciples. Their cultivation levels only at the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement. Observing their uniform blue satin robes, it was evident they belonged to the same sect. The elder at the forefront stood before the others, his expression clouded with uncertainty as he gazed at the astonishing celestial phenomenon above the small island. His demeanor shifting with the tides. "Master Zhao, let us proceed to the island at once. It could very well be a treasure revealing itself," urged a young female disciple. Around 21 or 22 years of age, seeing the elder remain silent and contemplative. "Hueling, you are far too impetuous," the elder admonished, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Given this omen, even if a treasure has emerged, it is likely to be a demonic artifact or a sinister weapon. Moreover, there is a possibility that a powerful being is here conducting rituals or employing some arcane sorcery. To intrude recklessly would be tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing this, a hint of defiance flickered across the young woman's face, yet she understood that as a foundation establishment elder, she could not retort. "Master, are we to simply wait here?" questioned another male disciple, slightly older, glancing at the ominous clouds surrounding the island, his own uncertainty beginning to surface. "Fear not. Such a significant disturbance will undoubtedly attract others," the elder reassured them. "Once the situation becomes clear, we shall act accordingly. Remember, the survival of our Taiyang sect hinges upon the caution and prudence of our disciples. We must never provoke trouble lightly. Even if immense benefits present themselves, one must consider whether they possess the life to enjoy them." With a cold snort, the elder imparted his wisdom to the disciples, his gaze drifting back towards the distant island. The younger members of the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Indeed, scarcely had the elder's words settled when, from the opposite side of the island, 2 more streaks of yellow and green light shot forth. Halting 100 paces away upon noticing the elder and his group. "It is Master Zhao from the Taiyang sect. I wonder if you are aware of the happenings on this island, which have given rise to such a peculiar phenomenon." A sweet female voice emerged from the escaping light, and as the luminescence dissipated, a pair of figures emerged. The man, in his 40s, donned black attire, his expression eerily stiff and lifeless, resembling that of a corpse. The young woman, in her early 20s, possessed a graceful and dignified appearance as she gently inquired of the elder. These two were the Mei siblings. Born of humble origins, they had to toil far harder than those of the sect to acquire a wealth of cultivation resources. The elder, surnamed Zhao, along with a few disciples, had chanced upon this island and witnessed the astonishing transformation, prompting them to investigate further. Upon their arrival, the elder, who seemed familiar with the pair, beamed with a smile and asked, "It appears that esteemed siblings are well versed in such matters. Can you discern any peculiarities?" "Master Zhao, you jest," the young woman replied. "If even you are unaware of this celestial phenomenon, my brother and I are even less informed. However, judging by the entangled dark energy, it is likely a rare treasure has emerged, an ominous artifact indeed." Mei Ning, with her refined demeanor, exuded warmth, while her elder brother appeared notably aloof, merely nodding in acknowledgement, exuding an air that discouraged approach. The elder, undeterred by this, cleared his throat, preparing to speak once more. At that moment, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air from afar, accompanied by a flickering green light on the horizon, drawing closer as a luminous point. Upon hearing the enchanting melody, Mei Ning's elegant visage instantly transformed, revealing an evident discomfort at the approaching presence. The elder, initially taken aback, suddenly recalled something and scrutinized the young woman with renewed interest, a hint of amusement dancing on his features. Meanwhile, the man beside her wore a stoic expression, though a glimmer of irritation flickered in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the distant green light arrived, and as it dissipated, a striking young man materialized before them, holding a jade green flute. Dressed in flowing white garments, he exuded a nonchalant charm. "I was not mistaken. Indeed, Miss Mei has arrived here," he exclaimed joyfully as he approached, stowing away the flute. "Fellow Taoist Fu, you two have come," he called out to the Mei woman. Mei Ning's face betrayed a hint of exasperation as she forced a response, seemingly reluctant to engage with him. What is your intention? My sister has already expressed her unwillingness to become your dual cultivation partner. Why do you persist in this entanglement? Her elder brother spoke in a gravelly tone. Do you presume that merely because you have a foundation establishment master, Mei would not dare to dismiss you? I genuinely admire your sister and shall remain by her side as long as she remains unwed, the white-clad youth declared, his gaze fixed on Mei Ning with a fervent intensity. Upon hearing his words, the young woman's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation, and she stomped her foot in frustration. Turning her back on him, her brother's expression darkened with a hint of menace. The young man, however, remained entranced by her retreating figure, oblivious to those around him. At that moment, Lin Mo, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. It has arrived, he exclaimed, his form shimmering as he materialized within the 9 nether soul flag. As the ghostly mist receded, Lin Mo soared into the air. Look, Mei Ning cried out, pointing with her right hand towards the rapidly approaching Lin Mo. He has captured the treasure. Upon hearing these words, the cultivator of the Zhao clan widened his eyes, fixated on the figure of Lin Mo who had appeared in the air. In an instant, his hair stood on end. This was a golden core cultivator. Only cultivators at the golden core stage could traverse through the void like that. However, before he could react, a series of crackling sounds erupted. A golden light flashed, and Lin Mo had already materialized before the crowd. Staring at this scene, the assembled cultivators could only stiffen their resolve and step forward to pay their respects. The Zhao cultivator clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I am Zhao Yang, a junior, here to pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. The other cultivators followed suit, bowing their hands in similar reverence towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive as he descended before the Mei siblings. Upon meeting Lin Mo's gaze, Mei Ning felt a jolt of surprise and quickly bowed, exclaiming, I am Mei Ning, here to pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. Her elder brother, standing beside her, was fraught with anxiety, deeply concerned that his sister might have angered this venerable figure. Would you be willing to become my concubine? Lin Mo asked without a hint of hesitation. Mei Ning's expression stiffened, utterly taken aback that this esteemed elder could be so brazen, directly proposing that she become his concubine. Esteemed elder, my status is humble. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to decline. In response, Lin Mo offered a slight smile and raised his right hand. A dust-settling pill appeared in his palm. The moment the dust-settling pill was revealed, Mei Ning's brother's eyes widened, his breath quickening. This was a miraculous pill that could enhance the chances of breaking through to the golden core stage, rare and highly sought after. If you are willing, this shall serve as a betrothal gift. Lin Mo's expression remained neutral as he flicked his wrist, causing the dust-settling pill to hover before the two of them. Gazing at the pill, Mei Ning bit her lip, casting a glance at her brother, her heart in turmoil. Although she was reluctant to marry this stranger, reason told her that by accepting, her brother would have a significant chance of breaking through to the golden core stage with the aid of this pill. Moreover, her own chances of advancing under this elder's tutelage would greatly increase. Viewed from any angle, this presented a remarkably advantageous choice. Meanwhile, a cultivator in white robes from the Fu clan, observing from a distance, hastily interjected, Miss Mei, do not agree. Truly a hopeless romantic. Lin Mo cast a glance at the distant white-robed cultivator before turning his attention back to Mei Ning, smiling. I do not intend to treat you as a mere furnace. Should you choose to become my concubine, I shall not mistreat you. Hearing this, Mei Ning's brother clenched his fists, his gaze fixed upon Mei Ning. A flicker of hope in his eyes. It was no wonder he felt this way. At over 40 years old, he had reached the late foundation establishment stage. With the assistance of the dust-settling pill, his chances of breaking through to the golden core stage were significantly heightened. Living in the chaotic star sea, he was acutely aware of the vast gulf between foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. I am willing. Ultimately, Mei Ning could not resist the temptation of the golden core, giving a slight nod. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo flicked his wrist, and the dust-settling pill instantly fell into her brother's storage bag. Then come with me, Lin Mo said, casting a gentle smile towards Mei Ning. As he spoke, the divine wind vessel swiftly descended from the air, where Yuan Yao scrutinized Mei Ning before her. With her striking appearance and fair complexion, it was evident that her husband had a discerning eye. Lin Mo smiled slightly at Yuan Yao's words, fully aware they were mere flattery. Among all women, Mei Ning's beauty was not particularly remarkable. Yet, Lin Mo was not solely drawn by the allure of the Tongyu feng shui body. His visit here held deeper significance. Mei Ning was a woman easily overlooked among mortals. Perhaps few could even recall her existence. She lacked breathtaking beauty, yet possessed a refreshing elegance, embodying the charm of a modest maiden. Though her talents were not exceptional, she had a spiritual essence yearning for cultivation. Despite lacking numerous celestial encounters, she had, in a fleeting moment, forged a bond of the heart. Always bashful and reserved, she found herself torn between her desires and inner turmoil. She was unable to embrace her feelings, caught in a web of longing and contradiction. This was Mei Ning. Lin Mo's impression of her was profound. Her presence was merely as a tool for Han Li during his cultivation journey, unlocking a storage pouch accompanied by a hint of spiritual energy. Yet, her life had become entangled in a deadlock. Lin Mo had his own considerations regarding Mei Ning. He was not a heartless person. He would provide her with resources to aid her breakthrough to the core formation stage. If fortune smiled upon her, nurturing her to the nascent soul stage would be ideal. The spiritual energy generated by a Tongyu feng shui body at the nascent soul stage would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him, perhaps even leading to a transformative change. Should she exert herself, Lin Mo would keep her close by his side, buzzing, as the piercing hum of the divine wind vessel echoed. A flash of blue light enveloped them, and the trio vanished from their original location. Mei Ning's senior brother touched the storage pouch at his waist, feeling a profound sense of loss. This parting left him uncertain of when they would meet again. Meanwhile, the cultivator with the surname Fu stood frozen, his heart a tumult of conflict and visible anguish. Chapter 132. The Queen of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Yin Ruyan, seeking monthly votes. His infatuation for Mei Ning had ignited at first sight, and he had resolved that he would marry no one else. He bore no resentment towards her for not choosing him. He only lamented his own lack of strength. As for calling upon his core formation master for assistance, that was simply unrealistic. After all, no master would engage in a battle with a core formation cultivator merely for the sake of a woman. Outside the Miaoying sect, a thick layer of blood mist floated ominously in the air, its acrid scent overwhelming. Often, the battles among women could be as ferocious as those among men. Lin Mo shook his head slightly. At that moment, several beams of light streaked through the Miaoying sect, and upon closer inspection, he recognized that at the forefront was Ziling Wenxiyu. The two women were enshrouded in the blood energy from their recent skirmish. Ziling darted to Lin Mo's side, her gaze landing on Mei Ning as she smiled gently. "Who might this be?" "I am Mei Ning," she replied, stepping forward respectfully to greet them. Lin Mo gestured towards Mei Ning and said lightly, "She is my concubine." Upon hearing the term concubine, Ziling's expression shifted to one of surprise. It was well known that among the many women surrounding Lin Mo, none had held such a title before. What could have prompted this sudden decision? Lin Mo smiled faintly and remarked, "Let us discuss it later." As he spoke, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Wenxiyu, who stood behind Ziling, and inquired, "Has everything been resolved within the Miaoying sect?" Listening to Lin Mo's words, Wenxiyu quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Yes, Senior Lin, everything has been taken care of." "Good." Lin Mo nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over Wenxiyu. "In that case, I entrust the Miaoying sect to you. Although I have eliminated Tian Nan here, I will frame it as an action taken by the Qing Palace." At this juncture, Lin Mo fixed his gaze on Wenxiyu and added, "I will also have Ru'in arrange a formation to conceal our traces here. Henceforth, do not venture out casually." The Miaoying sect, comprised entirely of enchanting women, was a coveted entity wherever they might be. Hearing this, Xian Ru'in nodded and gracefully leaped into the Miaoying sect. For concealing, it was no arduous task for her, as long as it wasn't an ancient being in the nascent soul stage conducting the investigation. Ordinary cultivators in the core formation stage would be utterly incapable of discovering it. Given the current fierce conflict between the Reverse Star Alliance and the Qing Palace, there was little opportunity for such concerns. With this thought, Lin Mo alighted upon the Luo Sha boat and closed his eyes to cultivate, patiently awaiting the passage of time. Months later, Lin Mo watched as the small island before him vanished into thin air, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "With this, I can depart with peace of mind." Contemplating this, Lin Mo gently pressed his right foot upon the Luo Sha boat. With a series of thunderous roars, Wenxiyu slowly lifted her head, her gaze towards Lin Mo filled with reluctance. "It's time to return," Lin Mo said, casting a glance at Wen Yu as he grasped her delicate chin with his right hand, which felt so tender it seemed one could draw water from it. "Do not worry. I shall return within 100 years at most." Lin Mo smiled gently, adding, "I hope by then, you will have reached the nascent soul stage." With the assistance of Baiyan wine, she would undoubtedly break through to the late core formation stage within 30 years. If fortune favored her, achieving the nascent soul stage within a century was highly plausible. Yes, yes, Wen Yu nodded vigorously, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of reluctance as she gazed at Lin Mo. After spending several tender days with Wen Yu, the once crowded Luo Sha boat now held only 7 women: Ziling, Yuan Yao, Yin Li, Mei Ning, Xiao Mei, Chen Xiaoqian, and Xian Ruyin. They had set out as a group of 4, but returned as 8. Quite well. Lin Mo smiled and nodded at the women behind him. "It has been 100 years since I last returned." Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water below, Xiao Mei appeared particularly excited. Having just surpassed 100 years of age, if she could not break through to the core formation stage, she might face demise in a few decades due to her mixed spirit roots, which slowed her cultivation considerably. Xian Ruyin smiled gracefully. "Time has changed so much. I wonder how the southern lands fare now?" Chun Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly and said, "When we departed that day, it was precisely during the invasion of the demonic forces. I wonder how Huangfeng Valley fared." Although she harbored little sentiment for her own family, her feelings for the sect, Huangfeng Valley, were profoundly deep. In contrast, the 3 women, especially Ziling, brimmed with anticipation. After all, this journey to Tian Nan was their first, and from Lin Mo's descriptions, it was evidently a land starkly different from the chaotic Star Sea, naturally arousing their curiosity. Lin Mo, with his hands clasped behind his back, reflected on the gains from this expedition to the chaotic Star Sea. He had arrived at the core formation stage and returned at the early stage of the nascent soul level. Moreover, he had acquired spiritual pets such as the golden devouring bug and the soul cry beast, companions that could accompany him to the spirit realm and even the immortal realm. Additionally, he possessed the 72 azure bamboo bee cloud swords and the demon refining bottle. However, among these treasures, the greatest acquisition was undoubtedly the celestial treasure, the Void Heaven Cauldron. In terms of mystical arts and techniques, Lin Mo's gains were also substantial. The Brahmin Sage True Demon Technique and the Dragon Transformation Art were formidable methods of immense power, even in the spirit realm, regarded as exceedingly potent. The speed of the Rakshasa boat was astonishing, resembling a black phantom vanishing beneath the night sky. Meanwhile, before a remote island, a pitch-black Rakshasa boat suddenly emerged upon the clear waters. Gazing at the familiar diminutive island below, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "It is time to return." With this thought, Lin Mo's figure shimmered and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the island, closely followed by the others. The enormous Rakshasa boat rapidly diminished in size, shrinking to the palm of a hand in the blink of an eye. The storage pouch at his waist radiated brilliant light, drawing the Rakshasa boat into it. The Qian blue wind thunder wings appeared behind him, and with a gentle flap, his entire being became a fleeting shadow. Bursts of blue and gold light swirled around Lin Mo, propelling him swiftly to the ancient teleportation array. After swiftly repairing the array, he began to insert translucent spirit stones into it. In an instant, soft green light entwined around the array, shining brilliantly and enveloping it completely. This was the ancient teleportation array. Observing the array before them, Yuan Yao and Ziling displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sight. They had not expected such a formation to be hidden on this small island. Buzzing. The beast-taming ring on Lin Mo's wrist emitted a soft sound, transforming into a pale white light curtain that enveloped the women entirely. They then leaped directly into the array. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, time seemed to slip away, and it was unclear how long had passed. When Lin Mo opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a desolate spirit stone mine. Before him, on the rock wall, lay a handkerchief belonging to Nangong Wan, signifying her presence at this place. "Wanner." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, murmuring her name softly. The beast-controlling ring around the wrist swayed gently, releasing a stream of light. Soon, several women emerged from within. The ladies, including Ziling, gazed at the rocky terrain before them, their eyes wide with curiosity as they scrutinized their surroundings. They pondered whether the old Taoist from Spirit Beast Mountain still lingered nearby. That old Taoist possessed formidable strength, being at the early stage of the Yuanying realm, and with the aid of an 8th-level black serpent. It was indeed uncertain whether an ordinary cultivator at the same stage could contend with them. Lin Mo vividly recalled that the demon refining pot was presently absorbing the essence blood of a 9th-level black serpent demon. Both snakes and flood dragons have the potential to transform into true dragons. It was uncertain if these 2 serpent demons bore any true dragon blood within them. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Lin Mo's eyes as he silently commanded, "Arise." With a wave of his right hand, a gust of frigid wind swept across the mountain rocks. The sturdy stones disintegrated into fragments under the chilling breeze, scattering across the ground. At that moment, sunlight poured down upon Lin Mo's face. "Let's go?" As Lin Mo's words resonated, the group transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing instantaneously from their location. As for the teleportation array in this place, Lin Mo chose not to destroy it. Since parting ways with Han Li, Lin Mo had already informed him about the restoration of the ancient teleportation array. If this ancient array were to be obliterated, Han Li would be left wondering when he could return to Tian Nan. The women followed closely behind Lin Mo, swiftly escaping from the Spirit Stone mine. According to the narrative, Spirit Beast Mountain was to be incorporated into the Yuling Sect. Just as I am on the quest for the remaining 5 elemental Yuanying, this could be conveniently resolved. A glimmer of delight crossed Lin Mo's eyes at this thought. However, before proceeding, he needed to ensure the safety of the women. With that in mind, Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a faint blue light flickered. The divine wind boat had now firmly settled before him, enveloped in a thick blue chill. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of slicing through the air, the divine wind boat transformed into a luminous azure streak. Since the conclusion of the battle between the 6 demon sects and the 7 factions of the Yu Kingdom, the former emerged victorious. The Yuling sect absorbed Spirit Beast Mountain, while the Ghost Spirit sect annexed the Yin family fort. Both sects experienced a notable enhancement in their power. Within the Ghost Spirit sect, a woman clad in a blood-red robe, adorned with golden floral patterns, lay upon a jade bed. Her delicate arms rested under her chin. Her alluring gaze fixated on a female disciple below her. "Have you received any news of that person?" she inquired. "No." The young girl knelt on the ground, her complexion pale, trembling in fear. Who does not know the ruthless reputation of Yin Ruyan, the young mistress of the Ghost Spirit sect? She was known for her merciless demeanor. Anyone who provoked her would face her wrath without exception. It was rumored that for decades, Yin Ruyan had frequently dispatched disciples from the sect into the Yu Kingdom to seek a disciple named Lin Mo from the Hidden Moon sect. Yin Ruyan even promised that whoever could locate Lin Mo would be rewarded with a magical treasure. This incentive had drawn numerous disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect to eagerly search for Lin Mo's whereabouts in the Yu Kingdom. Yin Ruyan cast a cold glance at the female cultivator below, her voice dripping with disdain. "A bunch of useless fools, incapable of finding a single person." With a soft thud, the female disciple repeatedly bowed her head, beseeching Yin Ruyan for forgiveness. "Young master, please absolve me." "Enough." Yin Ruyan slowly descended from her jade bed, her snow-white, slender legs gracefully intertwining. The young woman gradually lifted her gaze, gazing at her own fair, rosy feet, her eyes briefly reflecting a moment of bewilderment. Yet, clarity soon returned. She could vividly recall how a core formation elder had lecherously fixated on her delicate legs, only to be obliterated by her blood sea technique. His corpse transformed into a puppet, now hanging at the entrance of their sect. Quickly retreating, she dared not linger. As the girl departed, Yin Ruyan approached the window, the blood-red cloak draped behind her, trailing with a series of soft rustles. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she murmured, "Heartless one, why have you not returned?" After all, he had promised to come back in about a century. Now, a full 100 years had passed, and yet she had yet to catch a glimpse of that ungrateful soul, filling her heart with unease. With a sigh, Yin Ruyan's gaze revealed a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced the silence behind her. "Who goes there?" Yin Ruyan's pupils narrowed as she waved her right hand, summoning a whip, grotesquely adorned with sharp barbs and drenched in a gruesome aura. The iron-spiked whip shimmered ominously, enveloped in a surging red mist, its potent sanguine energy shattering the very air around her. "Ruyan, do not be alarmed. It is I," a voice called out, and an elderly man with white hair appeared before Yin Ruyan. "Ancestor, Upon seeing the elder of the Yin family, Ruyan slightly bowed and said, Ruyan pays her respects to the ancestor. With a hearty laugh, the Yin family elder looked at Ruyan and asked, So, still no news from Lin Mo? None. Ruyan sighed, her expression tinged with helplessness. It is thanks to him that our Yin family can now firmly establish itself within the ghost spirit sect, including Ruyan. The Yin family stronghold now boasted 3 cultivators at the nascent soul stage. The elder had even reached the mid-nascent soul realm after joining the ghost spirit sect, successfully breaking through to that stage and subsequently advancing further with abundant resources. In terms of power, they were not lacking compared to the ghost spirit sect. However, due to Wang Chan's demise, the ghost spirit sect found itself lacking successors, with none among the younger generation able to rival the heavenly roots of Ruyan. Witnessing the Yin family's burgeoning strength, the ghost spirit sect could do little but watch helplessly. After all, as long as Ruyan remained a member of the ghost spirit sect, she would undoubtedly be its future. For the sect, as long as one belonged to their ranks, it mattered not from which faction they hailed. They were all members of the ghost spirit sect and would not be suppressed. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of slicing air erupted, revealing a colossal eagle-like beast appearing outside the ghost spirit sect. On its back, 2 men could be seen, one of whom was an elderly man clad in the distinctive elder-s attire of the spirit conjuring sect. Behind him, a white-clad cultivator knelt partially, his visage shifting with remarkable fluidity until it perfectly mirrored that of Lin Mo. Your innate thousand illusion worm is truly extraordinary. The elderly man with white hair observed the cultivator's transformation, nodding in satisfaction. Even I cannot perceive any anomaly. That little girl Ruyan will undoubtedly remain oblivious. Hee. Dichio chuckled. Ruyan is the wife of Wang Chan. She must be well versed in the refining methods of the 5 elements spirit infant. By adopting Lin Mo's appearance to approach her, I shall surely extract the secrets of condensing the 5 elements Yuan infant. Listening to Dichio, the white-haired elder nodded, though with caution. You must exercise utmost vigilance. That wretched Ruyan has already reached the early stages of the Yuan infant realm. You are merely at the late stage of the core formation realm. Should she discover your ruse, I trust you comprehend the dire consequences. Dichio's expression tightened. If discovered, what other fate awaited him but death? Yet, the elder's subsequent words ignited a spark of elation within him. Should you succeed, I will grant you an opportunity to fuse with a golden spirit infant. The elder grinned, revealing the arduous nature of breaking through to the Yuan infant stage. The younger generation is fortunate. Dichio clasped his hands respectfully, then swiftly transformed into an ethereal shadow, soaring towards the distant ghost spirit gate. Observing Dichio's retreating figure, the elder smiled darkly, his thoughts inscrutable. Outside the ghost spirit gate, a chilling aura pervaded the air, with shadowy specters flitting about the protective formation. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence, accompanied by a cacophony of wails. Dichio felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering the depth of Lin Mo's connection with Ruyan. His brows furrowed in contemplation, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. However, with matters having progressed to this point, retreat was no longer an option. As the wails of the spirits crescendoed, a pitch-black malevolent ghost materialized before the ghost spirit gate. With long, sharp horns and blood-red eyes, it fixed its gaze upon Dichio, emanating a formidable aura. Truly, within the ghost spirit gate, even a mere gatekeeper possessed the strength of the mid-core formation realm. Dichio regarded the malevolent specter intently, silently declaring, I am Lin Mo, here to pay my respects to Ruyan. He dared not show any disrespect, and quickly bowed to the formidable ghost. Upon hearing Dichio's words, the core formation ghost tilted its head slightly, then nodded slowly, its form swaying gently. A dense mist enveloped its body, and with a flicker, it vanished from sight. When the core formation ghost reappeared, it stood deep within the ghost spirit gate, before a magnificent hall. The horned ghost knelt before the hall's entrance, its mouth agape, emitting a series of mournful wails. Though faint, the sound reached within the hall, prompting Ruyan to slowly open her eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing across her features. As a crimson mist swirled past, Ruyan transformed into a shadow of blood, vanishing in an instant. When her form reappeared, she stood before the Ghost King. Is what you said true? Ruyan fixed her gaze upon the Ghost King, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. You know the consequences of deceiving me. At her words, the Ghost King trembled slightly, as if haunted by a terrifying vision. He nodded vigorously, his right hand, lined with intricate veins, gesturing behind him. Seeing the Ghost King's certainty, Yin Ruian's expression brightened. Without a moment's hesitation, she waved her hand, and a bloody long sword materialized before her. The sword emanated a suffocating aura of blood. Yin Ruian's delicate foot firmly landed on the flying sword, transforming into a crimson specter that vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the entrance, a familiar figure came into view. Oh! Spotting Lin Mo before her, Yin Ruian uttered a soft gasp, confusion flickering in her eyes. His cultivation. How is he only at the late core formation stage? She recalled that a century ago, Lin Mo had already reached the false infant stage. Now, after 100 years, his cultivation had inexplicably regressed. This left her utterly perplexed. What puzzled Yin Ruian even more was Lin Mo's sudden display of servility. Yin Ruian, I've come. At that moment, she was convinced that the person before her was an imposter. The lack of recognition regarding her current appearance was distinctly abnormal. Had it been according to Lin Mo's usual demeanor, he would have subdued her immediately, rather than adopting such a fawning attitude. Yet, as she observed Lin Mo, a stir of curiosity arose within her. She yearned to uncover the truth behind this deception and promptly inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Lin Mo hesitated, realizing that the information he had received indicated that Yin Ruian was searching for someone named Lin Mo. How had the tables turned? However, Dichio, quick-witted as ever, chuckled heartily. "I have a matter I hope you can assist me with." "What matter?" Yin Ruian scrutinized Lin Mo intently and replied directly, "This place is too crowded. It would be better if we moved elsewhere." Dichio grinned broadly and responded, "Then follow me." Upon receiving Yin Ruian's affirmation, Dichio nodded eagerly, "Come with me." In a flash, he transformed into a beam of light, swiftly darting away. His speed was astonishing, becoming a mere shadow that vanished in the blink of an eye. With a flick of her wrist, Yin Ruian summoned a faint red glow that swiftly entered the sect. She followed closely behind Lin Mo. The two moved at remarkable speed, soon arriving at a mountain peak several dozen kilometers from the Ghost Spirit Gate. "Why have you stopped?" Yin Ruian asked, her expression one of confusion. Dichio turned to her, unable to restrain himself. "Hurry, let us go inside. Enough with the pretense." Yin Ruian waved her hand slightly, her tone cool. "Do you think I am so easily deceived? You are from the Yuling Sect, aren't you?" Since the Yuling Sect became aware of Wang Chan's possession of the 5 elements spirit-infant fusion technique, their relentless pursuit of him has never ceased. After Wang Chan's trace vanished, it was only natural for their attention to shift towards Yin Ruian. Over the past century, Yin Ruian has endured numerous assaults from the Yuling Sect, with the count easily surpassing several dozens. Had it not been for Lin Mo serving as bait this time, she would have never fallen for their ruse. At this moment, a sudden transformation occurred on Dichio's face, twisting grotesquely like a writhing worm. Flesh-colored worms cascaded from his visage, revealing his true appearance. Seeking death, with her hopes dashed, Yin Ruian was engulfed in fury, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. A blood-red iron whip materialized in her hand, pulsating with crimson light. With a swift motion, she lashed out, and in an instant, a sanguine arc shot forth from the whip, appearing before Dichio in the blink of an eye. This was a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator. How could a mere late-stage golden core practitioner withstand such power? "Master Hong, save me!" Dichio cried out desperately, glancing towards the forest behind him. "Stop!" A flash of white light darted through the air as an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged from the woods. "You dare to impersonate Lin Mo?" Yin Ruian's eyes blazed with fury. In her heart, Lin Mo was sacred and inviolable. Dichio's transformation into Lin Mo's likeness was a profound insult. There was no way she would grant him the mercy of life. Amidst the blood-red glow, she pierced through Dichio's chest, and in an instant, he was reduced to a puddle of blood, gruesomely slain on the spot. The distant elder's expression darkened. Though Dichio was not particularly powerful, he possessed a unique spirit beast capable of transformation, which still held significant value in his eyes. "How dare you show me such disrespect?" The elder's demeanor turned grim as he coldly declared, "You shall not escape my wrath." As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. A faintly brown eagle-like beast soared from behind him, its massive wings spanning 10 feet, stirring up gales with each powerful flap. An 8th-tier demon beast. Sensing the formidable presence of the colossal avian creature, Yin Ruian furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. You dare to slay my beloved disciple. I will ensure you pay dearly for this transgression. Hong Lin's gaze fixed intently on Yen Ruyan, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yen Ruyan let out a cold laugh, glancing at Hong Lin with amusement. You wish to kill me while expecting mercy? How delightfully amusing. Enough of your prattle. Today, I shall see you perish here. Hong Lin's icy stare bore into Yen Ruyan as he gestured with his right hand, commanding, Shatter Mountain Eagle, eliminate her. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Shatter Mountain Eagle unleashed a tempestuous gale, shaking the very forest. Sharp, earth-toned blades materialized in the air before it, glinting ominously. Before Yen Ruyan, formidable stone blades, each several yards long and as hard as steel, appeared instantaneously. Humph! With a cold snort, Yen Ruyan forcefully flicked her wrist. The blood-red iron whip was drawn forth with great vigor. With a sharp crack, the whip lashed through the air, forming a blood-colored light shield in its wake. Buzzing sounds resonated as a crimson phantom materialized behind her. The blood-colored apparition took shape, resembling a ghastly specter. Blood Sea True Demon. Upon witnessing this ominous figure, Hong Lin's pupils constricted, clearly realizing he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Although Yen Ruyan had only recently stepped into the nascent soul stage, her power was indeed formidable. Even he found himself in a somewhat precarious situation. Humph! He coldly snorted, waving his wrist, as a flash of red light surged forth. A fiery red copper mirror expanded with the wind, swiftly coalescing into a size befitting a person. Chattering sounds echoed as firebirds, each half the size of a person, incessantly erupted from the mirror. The firebirds, moving with incredible speed, traced a red silhouette across the air. Their bodies were a vivid orange, with wings displaying a faint purplish hue. The temperature of the violet flames was exceedingly high, crackling as they struck, transforming into streams of light as they surged toward Yen Ruyan. With a tranquil expression, Yen Ruyan was enveloped by the swirling crimson radiance of the blood specter behind her. The ghostly figure flickered and vanished from sight, evading the onslaught of firebirds. Like a wraith, Yen Ruyan lunged towards Hong Lin. The blood specter flicked its right hand, and a bone whip materialized in its grasp, striking fiercely at Hong Lin. His pupils narrowed as the red copper mirror before him erupted in flames. Torrents of roaring fire enveloped the crimson mirror, surging forth as the flames blazed fiercely, shooting upward. The fiery onslaught collided with the blood specter, producing a series of ear-piercing hisses as blood mist erupted from the point of impact. Meanwhile, the sky-splitting eagle in midair flapped its wings, its pale yellow feathers beating rapidly. As its sharp talons lunged toward Yen Ruyan, the Blood Sea True Demon behind her shimmered, its blood chi coalescing to envelop Yen Ruyan completely. From a distance, she appeared as a crimson egg. With a piercing sound, the sharp talons struck heavily against the blood shield. A continuous humming filled the air. The blood curtain flickered, evidently struggling to withstand the eagle's assault. Yen Ruyan's delicate brows furrowed. With an 8th-level demon beast, the sky-splitting eagle, before her, and the nascent soul cultivator, Hong Lin. Behind her, she found herself in a truly perilous situation. Reveal to me the method of refining the 5 elements spirit infant. Hong Lin sneered, his gaze fixed on Yen Ruyan. Perhaps I might spare your life. Humph. Yen Ruyan retorted with a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I am without recourse? As she spoke, the sound of something tearing through the air approached from a distance. A series of blood-red flashes darted through the air. In the distance, 2 streaks of light soared towards them. The aura emanating from each of these luminous forms indicated they were both at the nascent soul stage. Leading the duo was the venerable ancestor of the Yen clan, possessing mid-nascent soul strength. What? Feeling the presence of the 2 nascent soul cultivators approaching, Hong Lin's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Retreat!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished, directly teleporting onto the back of the cracked mountain eagle. With a thunderous flapping of its wings, the eagle stirred up a tempest and sped away into the distance. Having lived for many years, Hong Lin was far from foolish. Understanding the futility of confrontation, he deemed escape the wisest course of action. Yen Ruyan hovered in place, her gaze fixed on the retreating Hong Lin, her eyes glimmering with intensity. She chose not to pursue. After all, the avian beast was of the flying variety, and its speed was remarkable. Moreover, as a nascent soul cultivator, defeating it would prove exceedingly difficult. Ruyan, are you all right? The ancestor of the Yen clan looked at Yen Ruyan, concern etched in his eyes. Yin Ruyan smiled softly. I am unharmed. It is a pity that this individual is a flying beast. Had it been any other kind, perhaps we could have intercepted it. Given this, let us return. The ancestor sighed in relief, his greatest worry being Yin Ruyan's safety. Damn, that wretched girl is truly cunning. Hong Lin cursed under his breath, his eyes aflame with fury. Moreover, he had lost a disciple at the core formation stage. It was indeed a regrettable loss. Just then, a blue streak of light flashed in the distance. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Hong Lin's eyes. With his anger boiling, he felt compelled to extinguish anyone who dared cross him. Did it matter whether they were disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect? A pale blue divine wind vessel suddenly appeared several dozen miles south of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Lin Mo stood atop the emerald vessel, gazing at the colossal rock bird soaring towards him, a smile creeping onto his lips. An 8th-tier beast? Could it be a creature of the Spirit Control Sect? Unlike the chaotic starry sea, the southern heavens boasted far fewer beasts, especially one of 8th-tier strength comparable to the early nascent soul stage. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered as he fixated on the 8th-tier beast, a cold grin forming on his face, with a sharp sound slicing through the air. For azure sword flames erupted from his mouth, instantaneously taking shape. The 4 flames coalesced into a single azure sword flame, measuring the length of a man. As it accelerated towards its target, Hong Lin came within Lin Mo's perceptive range. The familiar aura of the Spirit Control Sect wafted towards him. Indeed, they were cultivators of the Spirit Control Sect. Lin Mo's face broke into a smile upon this realization. Their arrival was fortuitous. Go, Lin Mo commanded, gesturing towards the azure sword flames. The 4 condensed sword flames transformed into a vivid blue silhouette, soaring forth towards Hong Lin. Thunderous roars echoed as the azure wind thunder wings manifested behind him, gracefully waving in the air. Lin Mo transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he stood before Hong Lin. Hong Lin's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that this newcomer was actually a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, which left him utterly taken aback. Damn it, Hong Lin cursed inwardly, never expecting to be so unfortunate. Having just suffered a setback at the hands of Yin Ruyan, he was now confronted by a nascent soul cultivator. Whoosh! The Qianlan sword flame surged forth with incredible speed, aimed directly at Hong Lin. Observing the piercing Qianlan sword flame, Hong Lin snorted coldly, a mere nascent soul cultivator. Could he possibly pose a threat to me? As he spoke, he stepped upon the back of the cracking mountain eagle. With a thunderous roar, a series of pale yellow rocks erupted from the wings of the cracking mountain eagle, hurtling towards Lin Mo with astonishing velocity. Accompanying this were the eagle's razor-sharp claws. Unfortunately, Hong Lin underestimated Lin Mo crackling. The Qianlan wind thunder wings waved powerfully, leaving behind a trail of golden lightning intertwined with surging Qianlan ice flames. It transformed into an illusion, directly evading to stand before Hong Lin. 4 condensed Qianlan sword flames formed an enormous ice sword that pierced through Hong Lin's chest. He had no time to react before being struck with a chilling blow. Waves of frigid ice spiraled around Hong Lin's body, and in an instant, he was reduced to a pool of blood before Lin Mo. With a swift motion, Lin Mo retrieved the storage bag from Hong Lin's waist. Following Hong Lin's tragic demise, the cracking mountain eagle in midair staggered, letting out a series of heart-wrenching cries. Clearly, the death of its master inflicted significant damage upon the eagle. Lin Mo raised his right hand, and 5 golden exorcism thunderbolts flew from his fingers, transforming into arcs of golden light that struck the cracking mountain eagle with force, leaving 5 bloody holes in its body. Vivid red blood gushed from the eagle's chest, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. Its cries continued as it plummeted from the sky. Gazing at the corpse of the cracking mountain eagle, Lin Mo smiled faintly. A Qingzhu Fengyun sword soared into the air, penetrating the eagle's body. A pale yellow inner core was already firmly grasped in his hand. The demon refining pot flew from his waist, hovering before him. A flash of light engulfed the eagle's corpse, drawing it within. The essence blood of a level 8 demon beast was indeed a valuable treasure. How formidable! Mei Ning aboard the divine wind boat watched in wide-eyed amazement at the cataclysmic display of power unleashed with a mere gesture. Could it be that Senior Lin is more than just a core formation cultivator? Hearing Mei Ning's words, Xiaomei pouted her rosy lips and nodded. Of course. Senior Lin is a nascent soul cultivator. A flicker of delight crossed Mei Ning's heart as the thought of a nascent soul elder crossed her mind. Mei Ning, born as a solitary cultivator, was acutely aware of the challenges faced by those like her striving to transcend their cultivation levels. Thus, her lifelong aspiration was to become the dual cultivation partner of a high-ranking practitioner. Initially, as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she merely wished to serve as a concubine to a core formation master. However, she could scarcely anticipate that Lin Mo had achieved the golden core stage, and was indeed a paragon among those in the nascent soul realm. With a single strike, he vanquished a formidable nascent soul adept, along with an 8th-level demon beast. Mei Ning had never encountered such an overwhelming presence. Contemplating this, she lifted her gaze to the returning Lin Mo, her eyes shimmering with radiant hues, and a flicker of delight blossomed within her heart. Onward, Lin Mo alighted upon the divine wind vessel, infusing it with his internal spiritual energy. A resonant hum echoed as the vessel transformed into an ethereal silhouette, swiftly retreating into the distance. The blood-red peaks loomed ominously, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. With vengeful spirits hovering beyond the mountain's protective array, the mountains rose majestically, an endless chain of grandeur. Atop one peak lay a high platform, upon which an ancient altar stood, emanating a profound luminescence. This venerable altar seemed to connect to a distant past, invoking a sense of reverence. Before the ancient altar, a 3-zhang square expanse was bordered by stone railings, delineating the base of the mountain from its towering heights. At the center of this open space rested a colossal bronze bell, its surface adorned with enigmatic engravings that exuded an antiquated charm, suggesting it had existed for an eternity. This grand bell, forged from nether iron, was an exceptional cold-een artifact, serving as the focal point of the Ghost Spirit Sect's mountain-defending formation. A surge of spiritual energy coursed into the ancient bell, which soon transformed into a pitch-black, chilling ghostly aura, an essence beloved by the sect's practitioners and the vengeful spirits. An elderly man clad in a black robe uttered a soft exclamation as the eastern side of the formation momentarily distorted. However, upon scanning the area with his consciousness, he found no abnormalities. How peculiar. Chapter 133, The Scent of Lin Mo. Seeking monthly votes, Madam Young Master. Yin Rian had just returned to the Grand Hall when 2 Foundation establishment female cultivators emerged from either side, half kneeling before her in a display of profound humility. It was evident that all present were acutely aware of Yin Rian's foul mood that day and dared not provoke her. "Do not let anyone disturb me," Yin Rian declared with a composed demeanor, striding into the hall. Once she departed, the handmaidens on either side exhaled heavily, releasing the tension they had been holding. A flash of blue light darted by as Lin Mo stealthily infiltrated the Ghost Spirit Sect. The women, being mere core formation practitioners, would easily attract attention should they follow him in. Furthermore, it was paramount that he entwine himself with Yin Rian, hence entering alone was most prudent. Enveloped in a cold radiance, Lin Mo held a compass, from which a translucent light flickered forth, enveloping him in a shroud of concealment. If anyone were to gaze in this direction, they would perceive only an expanse of emptiness. It was utterly impossible to discern the presence of Lin Mo. As Lin Mo's consciousness swept across the area, he discovered several regions impervious to his probing. Had it not been for Yin Rian's stewardship of the Ghost Spirit Sect, he would have thoroughly plundered them. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips as he let out a cold chuckle. He harbored no fondness for the Ghost Spirit Sect, composed as it was of malevolent individuals. Those who wielded the art of summoning evil spirits could hardly be considered virtuous. At that moment, Lin Mo's attention was suddenly drawn to a streak of light darting towards a distant peak. A smirk played on his lips as he mused. A rare opportunity to inquire for directions. Scanning with his consciousness, he discerned that the individual possessed merely the cultivation of the 6th or 7th layer of qi refinement, making them quite manageable. In an instant, Lin Mo's figure blurred and transformed into a wisp of shadow, vanishing from his original location. When he reappeared, he stood before the streak of light. A pale-faced young woman, standing upon a bone fan as her flying artifact, was soaring into the distance. Lin Mo's sudden appearance startled her greatly. Her eyes widened in shock, and before she could utter a cry, Lin Mo's right hand had already pressed against her forehead. With a gentle touch, she stifled a moan and froze in place. "Where is Yin Rian?" Lin Mo inquired. Upon hearing his question, the young woman, entranced, raised her right hand and pointed towards a mountain in the east. The young mistress is on that mountain, within the Mingwang Palace. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Then with a flick of his wrist, his form dissipated like a wisp of breeze, instantaneously vanishing from sight. 3 breaths later, the young woman slowly opened her eyes. Huh, she exclaimed softly, a look of confusion crossing her beautiful features. What just happened? Was it the peculiar 5 elements ghostly curse I practiced the other day? The girl pondered, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Channeling her spiritual energy into the bone fan beneath her, it began to hum with resonant vibrations, emanating a dazzling white light that lifted her aloft, propelling her away into the distance. Observing that the girl exhibited no unusual behavior, a smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he turned towards the direction she had indicated. Mingwang Palace. Lin Mo mused, stroking his chin, silently acknowledging the profound significance of the name. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a pale blue streak of light, vanishing into thin air. Lin Mo's speed was remarkable. Within mere moments, he had arrived halfway up the mountain. The opulent palace stood resplendent, its eaves exquisitely crafted, with jade-carved pillars soaring skyward. Inside, the golden walls shone with brilliance, embodying grandeur and magnificence. Yet beneath this ostentatious splendor was a singular figure, a proud and aloof woman, clad in a flowing crimson robe. Her back turned to the palace doors. Clatter. As a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, a maid dashed into the hall, exclaiming, "Young mistress, there is someone named Lin Mo seeking you outside." Humph. Yin Ruyan scoffed, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Did I not kill that person? The maid's expression froze momentarily, and upon glimpsing the individual outside, she rushed in with urgency to convey the message. Upon witnessing Yin Ruyan's reaction, it became evident that she had misinterpreted the situation. What do you mean? Yin Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a sudden realization dawned upon her. Directing her gaze toward the maid. Is someone outside the hall? The maid trembled in fright, nodding repeatedly. Why, yes. Humph, bring him in. Yin Ruyan scoffed coldly, her wrist flicking. A blood-red iron whip manifested in her grasp. With a gentle flourish, the whip struck the ground, each crack resonating sharply, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds that sent shivers down the spine of the maid in front, as though each lash were directed at her own flesh. You may enter with me. Outside the hall, Lin Mo soon encountered the maid, who regarded him with trepidation, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Lin Mo smiled faintly and strode confidently behind the maid into the chamber. The two moved in tandem, quickly arriving within the grand hall. Lin Mo raised his gaze, observing Yin Ruyan with her back turned, wielding the blood-colored whip, an aura of intense murderous intent enveloping her. What has befallen this young lady? Lin Mo pondered, astonished by the palpable bloodlust emanating from her. Could it be connected to the unease cultivators of the Beastmaster Sect? As he raised an eyebrow, feeling the footsteps behind him, Yin Ruyan slowly lifted her right hand, her voice soft yet commanding. You may leave. The maid nodded vigorously and hastily retreated. At that moment, Yin Ruyan turned to face Lin Mo, her delicate chin held high, gazing at him with an air of superiority. Imitating my appearance. This is an affront. A surge of murderous intent ignited in her eyes as she fiercely lashed the crimson whip towards Lin Mo, the vibrant red energy tearing through the air like barbs. Lin Mo smiled slightly, suddenly enlightened. So it was the people of the Beastmaster Sect mimicking him, riling Yin Ruyan. At this moment, she donned a blood-red gown, her brow furrowed and her pearly teeth biting into her vermilion lip, exuding an enchanting allure. Her long, snow-white legs intertwined, hinting at her delicate, rosy feet. Each swing of her whip propelled her a step closer. Ruyan. Lin Mo smiled again, his figure flickering, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Ruyan is not a name you can utter. Her words trailed off as Lin Mo reappeared before her, the familiar aura wafting towards her. Yin Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise. It truly is you, isn't it? There is only one way to find out. Lin Mo, unreserved, extended his right hand. Yin Ruyan's leg weakened, and the grip on her iron whip faltered. With a swift motion, the bloodlight streaked across the sky before being retracted by Yin Ruyan. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile. It seems you haven't been idle these years. You've broken through to the yuaning stage. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Yin Ruyan smiled charmingly. This is all thanks to your spiritual energy nurturing. Otherwise, despite my innate talent, I would not have reached this level. Lin Mo gently caressed Yin Ruyan's tender face, his touch surprisingly rough. I have even practiced some body refining techniques. I hope you find it enjoyable. Observing the pride that had long resided on Yin Ruyan's visage, now appearing so submissive before him, Lin Mo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. A day later, Lin Mo remained unsatisfied. After 10 days, outside the ghost spirit sect, Chun Xiao Qian sat cross-legged, leisurely engaging in her cultivation. Ziling furrowed her brows, gazing at the distant blood-red sect, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Is everything all right? Ziling voiced her worry, unable to contain herself. Your husband has been inside for quite some time. Yuan Yao Yin and Li Er both nodded in agreement. Xian Ru Yin smiled gracefully. He will not be in danger. You needn't worry. Observing the confidence radiating from Xian Ru Yin, Yuan Yao Yin and Li Er exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unaware of why Xian Ru Yin was so certain. You have not spent much time with Lin Mo. Once he returns, you will understand. Mei Ning stood quietly at the back of the Shinfeng boat, silently observing the exchange among the women. After all, they were all cultivators in the core formation stage, while Mei Ning was merely at the foundation establishment stage, which naturally made her feel somewhat pressured. Xiaomei, sensing Mei Ning's discomfort, approached her with a smile. You need not be anxious. The young ladies are very kind. Mei Ning nodded, softly replying. Yes, Xiaomei. When did you begin following Senior Lin? I have known Senior Lin for quite a long time. Xiaomei beamed. At that time, Senior Lin was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Mei Ning gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. It was known that Xiaomei was just over 100 years old. Could it be that Senior Lin achieved the nascent soul stage at just over 100? How remarkable! Mei Ning was utterly astounded. For even the twin saints of the Star Palace took 200 to 300 years to break through to the nascent soul level. Could it be that Senior Lin's aptitude surpassed even that of the twin saints? Just as Mei Ning pondered this, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly echoed from afar. The piercing noise resonated amidst a glint of cold light as Lin Mo soared through the skies with his escape light. Following behind him was a graceful woman clad in a red dress, her alluring curves on full display, particularly her slender, straight legs that drew much attention. A nascent soul cultivator. Xian Ru Yin's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured, I never expected Lin Mo to have connections with the ghost spirit sect. After all, when Lin Mo departed from Tian Nan, he was a disciple of the Yin Yu sect, an adversary of the ghost path's 6 sections. This was the reason for Xian Ru Yin's curiosity. Casting a disdainful glance at the women on the Shinfeng boat, Yin Ru Yin scoffed. Sweeping her gaze at Lin Mo, how foolish of me to have toiled for you for a century. It seems you have been doing quite well over there. As Yin Ru Yin's expression shifted to one of pouting indignation, Lin Mo offered an awkward smile and remarked, Very well, I must visit the Beastmaster sect. They shall be settled here for the time being. As the wife of the young master of the ghost spirit sect, it was a trivial task for Yin Ru Yin to accommodate a few individuals. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, she did not decline. Rest assured, Yin Ru Yin replied with a gentle smile, within the ghost spirit sect, apart from those few ancient beings, the rest are entirely at the discretion of our Yin family. Observing her confident demeanor, Lin Mo nodded slightly. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Lin Mo affirmed, his gaze shifting towards the ladies aboard the divine wind vessel. In a swift motion, Xian Ru Yin materialized before him like a phantom, presenting a meticulously crafted storage bag that shimmered faintly with an ethereal glow. Inside are the formation plates I have forged. I hope they will be of assistance to you. Xian Ru Yin placed the storage bag into Lin Mo's palm before gracefully returning to the divine wind vessel. This was her earnest effort to support Lin Mo. Yin Ru Yin exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Xian Ru Yin with a nod of appreciation. Who would have thought she is indeed a master of formations? She then beckoned the other women, a swirling aura of bloody essence enveloping them. From a distance, they appeared as if they were sinister practitioners. Follow me, Yin Ru Yin declared, and with a flicker of her form, a thick mist of blood enveloped her, transforming into a streak of crimson light that surged toward the ghost spirit sect. Lin Mo stood in midair, observing the departure of the women, his mind calculating how to acquire the remaining 5 elemental spirit infants. Although the Beastmaster sect lacked high-level cultivators at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, it still possessed several mid-stage nascent soul practitioners. Coupled with their formidable 8th and ninth grade spirit beasts, annihilating the sect single-handedly would prove challenging. Unless Lin Mo could elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, achieving an 8-fold increase in strength along with various strategies, the task would remain formidable. However, prior to this, his focus remained on those 5 elemental spirit infants. According to his calculations, the remaining infants of gold, water, fire, and earth should be within the Beastmaster sect, and he was currently in search of suitable core formation practitioners to fuse with these 5 elemental spirit infants. With this thought, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and the Tian Nan wind thunder wings appeared behind him. Crackling sounds erupted as he vigorously flapped the wings, unleashing a dazzling display of blue thunderous energy. In an instant, a streak of azure light shot forth, vanishing from sight. When Lin Mo reappeared, he was already several hundred yards away, his speed astonishingly swift. With another powerful flap of his golden blue wings, he conjured a flurry of blue frost. As he sped onward, the frost crystallized into sharp shards that fell like daggers. Days later, Lin Mo had arrived at the outskirts of the Beastmaster sect. Before my eyes stood the majestic main peak of the Yuling sect, towering at an impressive height of 3,000 to 4,000 zhang. From its midpoint, it was shrouded in a delicate lavender mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere imbued with an ineffable sense of mystery. The remaining 4 peaks were considerably shorter, each situated in distinct areas, together resembling a hand with 5 fingers. It was as if one singular mountain was grasping the heavens and the earth within its embrace. Observing the Yuling sect before him, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to infiltrate this place. Unlike his previous disguise as Wang Chan, this time, he would likely need to breach the protective formation by temporarily dismantling it. Just as Lin Mo was about to take action, a massive ebony bird appeared, flapping its wings as it sped towards him from the distance. This colossal creature was over 10 zhang in size, its body covered in a cloak of dark feathers, enveloped by a surging black wind. It was, astonishingly, a level 4 demon beast. Perched upon its back were dozens of children, likely just entering their teenage years, presumably the newly recruited disciples of the Yuling sect. Among them stood a striking woman clad in black, a familiar face from the past, Hua Yudi. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. It was she who had once served as his ticket into the Yuling sect through her connection to the sect's spirit. Could it be that he would have to rely on Hua Yudi once more? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his gaze. Over the past century, Hua Yudi had evidently been diligent, having achieved mid-core formation. From her appearance, she must have ascended to the position of an elder within the sect. In a sudden motion, Lin Mo transformed into a mere shadow and vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, he found himself atop the black bird. A flash of light enveloped him as he concealed all his storage bags. The newly initiated disciples, with their cultivation merely at the late stage of qi refining, were oblivious to his presence. His gaze fell upon Hua Yudi, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now, all he needed to do was wait patiently. "Ah, you seem unfamiliar." At that moment, a young girl clad in a yellow garment approached Lin Mo. "My name is He Li-Qin, a member of the He family. May I ask your name?" Her large, sparkling eyes were fixed on him, and she found the mysterious aura surrounding him rather intriguing. This enigmatic quality was precisely what prompted the usually aloof He Li-Qin to engage with Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at He Li-Qin and raised an eyebrow slightly. The girl wore a white dress, exuding a faint chill, clearly a practitioner of ice-based techniques. Ice spirit root? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mo's eyes. For such ice spirit roots were indeed rare. It seemed they shared a commonality in their elemental affinity. "Lin Mo," he replied, nodding slightly as he observed He Li-Qin. Noticing his indifferent demeanor, He Li-Qin pouted, her eyes reflecting a sense of frustration. This was the first time she had encountered someone so unmoved by her presence. With a thunderous rumble, the atmosphere shifted. As the thunderous roars echoed, the formation enveloping the Yuling sect suddenly became indistinct. Soon, a substantial gap, spanning several dozen feet, manifested before the black bird. Hudiudi's lips curved slightly as the enormous black bird beneath her flapped its wings, transforming into a shadowy figure that soared into the Yuling sect. Upon entering, Lin Mo smiled faintly, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. As the black giant bird landed before a platform, Hudiudi gracefully descended, turning to address the newly admitted disciples on the bird's back. "You may all disembark," she announced. Observing the elder's words, Li Qin, not daring to be negligent, hurried forward. Yet, just as she advanced, she suddenly realized that Lin Mo, with whom she had just conversed, had completely disappeared. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qin's eyes, but before she could ponder further, Cultivation's impatient voice urged her on. Li Qin, hurry, the sect master is awaiting you in the main hall. Cultivation furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed on Li Qin as she pressed for urgency. This was also due to Li Qin possessing an ice spirit root. Had she been an ordinary spirit root, Cultivation would not have been so accommodating. Realizing her oversight, Li Qin swiftly dashed to stand behind Cultivation. As a disciple of the, I suggest you seek to apprentice under Master Li. Cultivation continued, her focus unwavering on Li Qin. Master Li's innate spirit beast, the cold jade toad, is a formidable force, a standout even among core formation practitioners. As Cultivation led the group of new disciples into the grand hall, Lin Mo had already stealthily approached a towering peak that pierced the clouds. The secrets of the five-element spirit infant were known only to those at the unease level and direct core formation practitioners. It seemed he would need to employ the spirit taming seal to control a core formation practitioner of the Yuling sect. Lin Mo stroked his chin, swiftly reaching a decision. While eliminating unease practitioners was straightforward, enslaving them without causing a commotion was evidently unrealistic. With a crisp sound, he opened the storage pouch gifted by Exine Ruyan, revealing a pale blue magical array compass in his hand. As the light blue spiritual energy flowed into it, the compass radiated a soft azure glow. The brilliance was dazzling, enveloping Lin Mo in an instant, causing him to vanish from view. With a sharp sound of breaking air, Lin Mo propelled himself toward the main peak. The second unease within him flickered with a faint green light, its eyes suddenly opening. After all, the second unease was forged from the wood spirit infant. Utilizing it to seek the remaining spirit infants should yield fruitful results. Empowered by two streams of consciousness, he delved into the secrets of the Yuling sect with the Great Yin decision at the 4th level. Although Lin Mo was merely at the early unease stage, his spiritual consciousness could rival that of a late unease practitioner. Conveniently, there were no late unease practitioners within the Yuling sect, allowing him to act without restraint. Within a dimly lit secret chamber, a soil-colored orb resembling an infant was surrounded by earthy yellow talismans, sealing it in midair. At that moment, the earth-toned infant suddenly opened its eyes, mouth slightly ajar, emitting a series of frantic, piercing cries, as though it had encountered something truly horrifying. What could possibly be amiss? A white-haired elder, seated before the earth spirit infant, furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He had watched over this earth spirit infant for over a century, yet this was the first time he had witnessed such a heart-wrenching scream, as if it were facing some imminent threat. However, the elder soon chuckled softly. We are within the spirit guardian sect. Who would dare to act recklessly? No sooner had he spoken than a blue ethereal figure materialized in front of a stone hall. Through his divine sense, Lin Mo could sense the presence of an earth spirit infant deep within an underground chamber thousands of feet below, guarded by a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the elder, and frowned slightly. Acquiring this earth spirit infant would clearly not be an easy task. First, let us ascertain the positions of the remaining spirit infants, he thought, stroking his chin and swiftly arriving at a decision. The spirit guardian sect occupied numerous towering peaks, stretching across the horizon. Even Lin Mo, who had reached the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, had spent several days flying to thoroughly investigate the entire sect. Among the 4 spirit infants, he had only discerned the locations of 2, the earth spirit infant and the water spirit infant. As for the remaining fire spirit infant and gold spirit infant, their whereabouts remained elusive. This was to be expected, given the vastness of such a grand sect, where certain areas were likely shielded from divine sense exploration. Lin Mo identified at least 10 secret locations within the spirit guardian sect that were beyond his perception. If he was not mistaken, the remaining 2 spirit infants were probably hidden within these secretive areas. First, let us secure the water spirit infant. With a shift of his form, Lin Mo descended before a tranquil courtyard. Beside the courtyard flowed a torrential waterfall, forming a cold pool from which a mist wafted upward. The cascading water splashed against the banks, sending countless droplets into the air. A middle-aged woman sat on the riverbank, cradling glistening crystal stones in her hands. her gaze vacant and her expression dazed, as if entranced by some unseen force. Release me, and I shall merge with you. You will become a formidable nascent soul powerhouse. An eerie, high-pitched laughter echoed from beneath the cold pool. Hearing these words, the woman's eyes grew even more entranced, as though the power of the nascent soul was within her grasp. Suspended in midair, Lin Mo watched the unfolding drama below with quiet amusement. How delightful! If this female cultivator could release the water spirit infant without any intervention on my part, it would be all the more advantageous. With this thought in mind, he remained patient, waiting in silence. The middle-aged female cultivator possessed considerable strength, at least at the late stage of the core formation realm. However, given her age, her path to breakthrough into the nascent soul realm was fraught with challenges. Master. At that moment, a young girl's voice called out, momentarily bringing clarity to the woman's eyes. Li Mingyu inhaled sharply, retreating several steps. In that moment, he realized his back was already drenched. What a malevolent spirit infant. He cast a wary glance at the cold pool before him, his eyes filled with trepidation. Master, are you all right? Feeling the change in her master's expression, He Liqin timidly stood to the side, hesitant to approach. Thanks to you. Li Mingyu extended his right hand, gently patting He Liqin's cultivation level, and whispered, were it not for you, I might have erred gravely. A flicker of confusion crossed He Liqin's eyes. Yet she understood this matter was beyond her purview and promptly sealed her lips. It's time to act. A smirk played at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth as he hovered in midair. Through his probing, he discerned that only Li Mingyu, at the late stage of foundation establishment, was guarding the spirit infant of pure water within the cold pool, compared to the spirit infant of pure earth, which was overseen by a nascent soul cultivator. This was considerably simpler. Whoosh! With a sharp sound slicing through the air, Lin Mo appeared behind Li Mingyu like a specter. Master, behind you. Li Mingyu remained oblivious to Lin Mo's sudden appearance, but He Liqin, facing him, sensed the danger. As her words fell, Lin Mo's iron-like grip had already tightened around Li Mingyu's neck, lifting him as one would a chick. A faint golden light radiated from his fingers, swiftly enveloping Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu managed a low groan before his eyes fluttered shut, succumbing to unconsciousness. You. How can it be you? He Liqin's mouth opened in astonishment. But before she could finish her thought, a chilling wind swept over her, rendering her unconscious as well. Lin Mo then extended his index finger, lightly pressing it against Li Mingyu's brow. The spirit seal penetrated Li Mingyu's consciousness. As the mental imprint settled, Lin Mo contentedly released his grip. Li Mingyu lay on the ground like a lifeless heap. If it weren't for the need to procure the remaining 3 spirit infants, Lin Mo would have undoubtedly eliminated him. Thus, Li Mingyu still held some value. Spirit infant of pure water. Lin Mo's consciousness swept over the cold pool before him, a smirk gracing his lips as he began to approach. Hiss! As Lin Mo stepped into the cold pool, he couldn't help but exclaim softly in surprise. No wonder this place was guarded by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. It harbored something peculiar beneath. The cold pool was excruciatingly frigid. Even Lin Mo, who had cultivated ice-based techniques to the level of a nascent soul cultivator, felt the biting cold. For others, attempting to retrieve the spirit infant of pure water below would undoubtedly be an arduous task. Thus, there was no need for a nascent soul cultivator to oversee it. It was a pity that he had encountered himself. Lin Mo smiled faintly, his spiritual energy surging forth, a gentle blue light enveloping him. Whoosh! With a flicker, Lin Mo transformed into a streak of blue light, diving into the cold pool. The depths of the cold pool were unfathomable. He plunged nearly 100 feet downward, where he encountered blocks of impenetrable black ice. Protected by the azure ice flame, Lin Mo navigated effortlessly through the frigid waters. Effortlessly, he arrived at this place. Gazing downward, he beheld a delicate water spirit infant ensconced within a block of deep blue ice. The water spirit infant. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Mo's eyes at the sight of it. The yin-yang duality bottle soared into the air, hovering before him. Wisps of pale light entwined around the bottle, continuously absorbing the surrounding chill. Absorb. Lin Mo executed a singular hand gesture, directing it toward the yin-yang duality bottle. A powerful force of attraction surged forth, settling upon the ice crystal. Threads of ethereal blue coldness were drawn into the yin-yang duality bottle. Who are you? What do you intend to do? The water spirit infant, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lin Mo, appeared exceedingly alarmed. Its head, encased in the ice crystal, shook vigorously, contorting its features as it fixated on Lin Mo, emitting piercing cries of desperation. "No, please, don't." Lin Mo remained unmoved by the water spirit infant's pleas, intensifying his efforts. As the final shard of ice melted away, the water spirit infant was fully revealed before him. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, the water spirit infant darted upwards towards the cold pond. Alas, despite its remarkable speed, how could it rival the swiftness of thunder? Lin Mo raised his right hand, the exorcising divine thunder coiling around his fingers, manifesting as a golden electric net that descended upon the water spirit infant. The exorcising divine thunder intertwined, swiftly coalescing into a net that ensnared it. A surge of elation filled Lin Mo as he captured the water spirit infant, retreating towards the pond's edge. The next task was to refine the third spirit infant. With a splash, Lin Mo emerged from the icy pond, droplets of water cascading around him. The two women remained in a state of unconsciousness, ignored by Lin Mo as he tapped his storage pouch. A flurry of array flags burst forth, enveloping the surrounding courtyard with remarkable speed. The isolation array. Within its confines, no matter how tumultuous the commotion, it would go unnoticed beyond its borders. Of course, this only obstructed fluctuations in spiritual energy. If a battle ensued, the array could not conceal the ensuing turmoil. First, let us coalesce the third divine spirit. Lin Mo settled into a cross-legged position, preparing for a mental partitioning. The day he had severed his divine spirit during the foundation establishment stage had been a harrowing ordeal. Yet, after cultivating the great transformation technique to the 4th level, Lin Mo's mental prowess had become immensely formidable, making the partitioning of the third divine spirit a seamless endeavor. In the span of a mere half-day, the third divine spirit was successfully severed. Lin Mo did not cease there. He continued, cutting the 4th and 5th. As 4 luminous divine spirits gathered in his mind, Lin Mo's complexion paled slightly. 1 spirit would have sufficed, but 4 at once proved somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, all was worthwhile. Whoosh! A flash of black light flickered from the storage pouch, and the 9 nether soul banner floated before him. A torrent of ghostly mist began to emanate from within the 9 nether soul banner. A crimson silhouette emerged from the soul banner, revealing 18 blood spirit sentinels, each positioned around the formation, enveloping Lin Mo in a protective embrace. This arrangement ensured their presence remained undetected. As the 9 nether soul banner was retracted, the obsidian mist dissipated instantly. "Who are you? What have you done to me?" Li Mingyu exclaimed, clutching his head as he rose, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo, eyes filled with terror. He had never encountered a being as formidable as Lin Mo, whose slaughter was as effortless as butchering swine. Moreover, it seemed he had left something within Li Mingyu, as if his very life was entirely at Lin Mo's mercy. Should Lin Mo wish for his demise, there would be no alternative. As a core formation practitioner, you must comprehend your current predicament, Lin Mo remarked, casting a glance at Li Mingyu. "My only desire is the 5 elements nascent soul. I have no interest in you. I hope you refrain from making foolish decisions." No sooner had he spoken than the Thunder Spirit Sentinel and Flame Spirit Sentinel transformed into arcs of lightning and flames, landing before Li Mingyu. The aura exuded by the 2 late-stage core formation corpses left him breathless with apprehension. Lin Mo let out a light snort, and his storage pouch began to emit a dazzling radiance. Formation flags soared into the air, quickly coalescing into the spirit refining array. At that moment, Lin Mo ascended into the sky, his third nascent soul radiating a soft white glow, prepared to absorb the essence of the water elemental nascent soul. With a resounding roar, the entire formation commenced its operation. Waves of pale blue nascent soul energy were drawn forth from the water elemental nascent soul, surging towards Lin Mo in midair. The great method of refining infants. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Mingyu, despite his naivety, recognized Lin Mo as the one who had stolen the wood elemental nascent soul over a century ago. Master, what has happened to you?" At that moment, He Li-Chin stirred awake, gently patting her head, clearly feeling the effects of Lin Mo's earlier actions. "Chiner, do not speak." Li Mingyu glanced at the 2 corpses radiating immense thunder and flames before him, his heart brimming with trepidation. What manner of being was this? 18 late-stage core formation corpses, and this technique for refining nascent souls. Li Mingyu swallowed hard, utterly astonished. As a late-stage core formation practitioner, He had encountered nascent soul cultivators before, yet he had never witnessed one wield such overwhelming power. "Master, I have seen that person," He Liqin whispered, pointing at Lin Mo in the sky. Her heart was flooded with complex emotions. Wasn't this the insufferable brat she had entered the sect with just days prior? How had he transformed into such a formidable practitioner in such a short span, even overpowering her master with ease? This sense of upheaval did not instill fear in He Liqin. Rather, it ignited a thrill within her. "What?" Li Mingyu's heart stirred as he quietly inquired. "You recognize him?" I only know him as Lin Mo. He entered the sect with me on the Black Sand Eagle with Master Hua." He Liqin did not conceal anything. Directly revealing all she knew to Lin Mo, Li Mingyu furrowed her brow, clearly aware that He Liqin's information offered no assistance regarding her survival. "What is that?" He Liqin pointed to the bundle of golden lightning entwined around the nascent soul on the ground. "It resembles the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator." Li Mingyu glanced at the two corpse puppets before her, noting their utter stillness. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, evidently. As long as the two did not disturb Lin Mo's refinement of the water spirit infant, he would not harm her. That is our Yuling Sect's 5 elements spirit infant. A cultivator in the core formation stage, upon fusion, can ascend to the nascent soul stage. A glimmer of desire flashed in Li Mingyu's eyes. However, the method our sect possesses requires 5 core formation cultivators to fuse together. This person evidently masters a more refined technique for refining the 5 elements spirit infant. He Liqin swallowed hard, her mind shaken. The path of cultivation was fraught with obstacles. Although she possessed an ice spirit root, she could not guarantee her breakthrough to the core formation stage, let alone that of a nascent soul cultivator. Within the esteemed Yuling sect, one of the 6 major demonic sects, in nearly a century, only 3 or 4 nascent soul cultivators had emerged. Not to mention the astonishment of the 2 women. Lin Mo had already absorbed the surrounding power of the water nascent soul. A ghostly blue nascent soul-like silhouette emerged within his dantian. Although it bore the semblance of a nascent soul, its aura merely rivaled that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Nonetheless, Lin Mo was already a nascent soul cultivator, with each retreat lasting several decades. Time was on his side. It was likely that by the time he advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage, he would be able to elevate these spirit infants to the core formation level. When he reached the late nascent soul stage, perhaps he could enhance these nascent souls to their pinnacle. At that moment, merging them into the 5 elements spirit infant, possessing a body of 5 elements, he would refine the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. After envisioning this promising future, Lin Mo took a deep breath, exhaled, and gracefully descended from the air, landing before the 2 women. To his surprise, they met again. Lin Mo paid no heed to Li Mingyu, instead turning his focus to He Liqin. "Lin Senior." He Liqin quickly bowed to Lin Mo, offering an awkward smile. "I apologize for the offense a few days ago." One must commend He Liqin. Although her cultivation was modest, she conducted herself with poise. Having just joined the sect and encountering such a significant upheaval, she managed to regain her composure with remarkable swiftness, a true talent. Coupled with her ice spirit root aptitude, her potential was undoubtedly high. November summary. In November, after a month of serialization, I updated 390,000 words, maintaining a daily minimum of 10,000 words. Though I have yet to produce a masterpiece, I am immensely grateful for the subscriptions from all readers. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude to the esteemed leader for their generous support. This marks the first time in 6 years of writing that I feel such excitement. More updates are essential. I promise to provide additional content based on word count, 30,000 words, which translates to approximately 15 chapters if calculated at 200 words per chapter. Looking ahead to December, I will maintain a daily minimum of 10,000 words, and if conditions permit, strive for 20,000 daily. Lastly, I kindly request that readers consider subscribing fully. Thank you. Chapter 134. The 5 Elements Spirit Infants Complete. The 6-Winged Frost Centipede. In contrast to He Liqin, Li Mingyu felt a chill run down her spine as she cast a furtive glance at Lin Mo, whispering, "Is there any purpose in sparing my life, esteemed elder?" Having lived for several centuries, Li Mingyu was acutely aware that Lin Mo was not one to show mercy or indulge in sentimentality. If he chose to spare her, it was undoubtedly for a devious scheme. Listening to Li Mingyu's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly. I truly enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Where are the remaining earth and fire spirit infants? Within the entire sect, there existed 10 forbidden zones that shielded the consciousness from probing, a realm beyond her reach. The task of searching them individually would be quite troublesome. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Li Mingyu fell silent. I am aware of the locations of the 2 spirit infants. However, should I reveal them, it would only lead to my demise. With a bitter smile, she contemplated the inevitable fallout. She had little faith in surviving the wrath of the various nascent soul elders of the spirit control sect once the truth came to light. At that point, her existence would be akin to a living hell. Lin Mo cast a sidelong glance at Li Mingyu and remarked coolly, if you choose not to speak, I possess means to extract the information from you. As he spoke, Lin Mo lightly tapped his storage bag at his waist. A flash of black light appeared, and the 9 nether soul banner manifested in his hand, exuding a chilling aura as the figure of Madame Wang flickered within it, her soul seemingly on the brink of being devoured by the malevolent energy. You are from the Ghost Spirit Sect? Madame Wang exclaimed in shock as she beheld the 9 nether soul banner. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Does it matter whether I belong to the Ghost Spirit Sect? As he spoke, Lin Mo directed his gaze toward Madame Wang within the banner, and she promptly understood, soaring toward Li Mingyu. In a sudden burst, deep green ethereal wood thunder erupted from Lin Mo's fingertips, transforming into golden nets that ensnared her form tightly. With wide eyes, she watched as Madame Wang approached, her mind unraveling. I will speak. Faced with the ominous presence of Madame Wang, Li Mingyu quickly capitulated. Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Isn't that splendid? Were it not for the necessity of Li Mingyu in obtaining the Earth Spirit Infant, Lin Mo would have preferred to extract her soul. He had little patience for disobedient individuals. With a flick of his right hand, a gust of pitch-black wind swept through, drawing Madame Wang into the 9 nether soul banner. In an instant, sunlight once again bathed Li Mingyu's face, prompting her to gasp for breath. The Fire Spirit Infant is in the hands of Master Fong at the southern Ming Peak. The Earth Spirit Infant is with Elder Tang, who has been in seclusion for many years and has not shown himself. Upon hearing Li Mingyu's account, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Both of them possess nascent soul cultivation? Li Mingyu quickly affirmed. Master Fong is in the initial stage of nascent soul, while Elder Tang is in the mid-stage. In the mid-stage of nascent soul? Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dealing with someone in the initial stage of nascent soul was relatively simple, but the mid-stage would certainly require a more significant commotion. If it became unavoidable, he would have to deal with the Earth Spirit Infant last. Even if discovered, an escape from the Spirit Guardian sect would still be possible. With the 5-element Spirit Infants secured, what significance does their discovery hold? Lin Mo then inquired about the Earth Spirit Infant, which lay buried beneath thousands of feet of mountain. Additionally, a nascent soul cultivator was tasked with its guardianship. The Earth Spirit Infant was placed within the Whitestone Peak, overseen by an elder in the early nascent soul stage, entombed deep within the 9th layer of the peak. At this juncture, Li Mingyu hesitated, her lips quivering. After a brief pause, she continued, given my status, I can ascend only to the 8th layer. The 8th layer? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Mingyu. Is it true that even late-stage core formation cultivators lack the qualification to access the 9th layer? Ahem. Li Mingyu coughed lightly, explaining, this stems from the theft of the Wood Spirit Infant a century ago. Prior to that, all the 5-element Spirit Infants were guarded by core formation cultivators. The Water Spirit Infant, too, was in a unique location within the cold pond, or else it would not have been entrusted to me. It appears I am indeed the so-called mastermind behind this. However, in just 3 months, the sect will hold its once-in-50 years Spirit Beast competition. Apart from Elder Tang, who is in secluded meditation, the other 2 masters will attend the event. Suddenly, Li Mingyu shifted her tone. If you intend to seize the Spirit Infants, it can only be done 3 months hence. Of course, if you succeed, we hope you can take us away from the Spirit Guardian sect and into the Ghost Spirit sect. A flicker of hope glimmered in Li Mingyu's eyes. This betrayal of the sect leaves only one path, death, if we remain here. To survive, our only option may be to join the Ghost Spirit sect under your esteemed guidance. Indeed. Lin Mo nodded, finding this task manageable. A late-stage core formation cultivator would serve well for Yen Rian. After hearing Li Mingyu's words, Lin Mo waved his hand, summoning the surrounding blood spirit guards into the 9 nether soul banner. Then, he channeled his spiritual energy into the water spirit infant. In an instant, a cerulean glow enveloped Lin Mo, giving the appearance of a disciple with water spirit roots at the foundation establishment stage. For the time being, I will masquerade as your disciple. Lin Mo cast a glance at Li Mingyu, inquiring, I trust you have a cover story prepared? Yes, Senior Lin. Li Mingyu nodded. For a core formation cultivator, this was indeed a trivial matter. Without hesitation, Lin Mo proceeded toward a nearby building, intent on devising a plan for the remaining 3 spirit infants. The building was spacious, containing numerous rooms. Lin Mo casually selected one near the cold pond, an ideal choice for cultivating water-based techniques. He had already prepared the method for the 3rd spirit infant's cultivation, the Xianming technique, capable of advancing to the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching the core formation stage, it allows the condensation of a drop of Xianming water within the dantian, significantly increasing the success rate of forming an infant. As for the techniques above that, Lin Mo had his own plans. When all 5 element spirit infants reached the nascent soul stage, they would cultivate the yuan magnetic divine light. At that time, the 5 element spirit infants might utilize the yuan magnetic divine mountain to break through to the god transformation stage. The surging waters, akin to a tidal wave, incessantly flowed into Lin Mo's body. The ethereal essence of water, like mist, continuously merged into the primordial water spirit infant nestled within his dantian. Outside the door, a young maiden paced back and forth, her eyes filled with indecision. After a moment's hesitation, she exhaled a sigh and turned away from the entrance. On the following day, Lin Mo opened his eyes, feeling the presence of the deep blue primordial water spirit infant within his dantian, a smile gracing his lips. He had indeed grasped the fundamentals of the Xianming technique. Shortly thereafter, the attributes of the primordial water spirit infant manifested before him. 3rd primordial infant, strength, initial foundation establishment, physique, primordial water spirit infant, spiritual root, water spiritual root, cultivation method, Xianming technique, spells, none, secret techniques, none, divine abilities, none. Gazing at the array of blank attributes of the 3rd primordial infant, Lin Mo chuckled softly. My ice spiritual root also possesses a water spiritual root. Practicing this Xianming technique truly yields remarkable results. With a light clap of his right hand against the storage pouch at his waist, a flash of white light appeared. The foundation establishment level He-Hua puppet. The ghostly maiden materialized before him. The primordial water spirit infant flew directly from Lin Mo's body into the He-Hua puppet. Soon, the ghostly maiden sat cross-legged, her inner primordial water spirit infant continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Observing this scene, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He no longer needed to waste time on this matter. However, it was also necessary to forge a puppet body for the primordial wood spirit infant, as sending the infant into battle directly posed certain dangers. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, a jade box appeared in his hand, releasing a rich fragrance of herbs that enveloped him, refreshing his senses. The 9 curves spirit ginseng, intended for alchemical refinement, possessed the ability to facilitate breakthroughs to the primordial infant stage. Now that he had achieved this stage, there was no need to retain the 9 curves spirit ginseng. Thus, it would be perfect for crafting a puppet. Wood spirit guardian. Lin Mo gazed at the 9 curves spirit ginseng, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. The method for creating the wood spirit guardian fully utilized the capabilities of the spiritual wood. This 9 curves spirit ginseng, being a celestial essence, would likely yield additional benefits when transformed into a wood spirit guardian. With this thought, Lin Mo raised his right hand, wisps of pale white mist coiling around the 9 curves spirit ginseng. As spiritual energy surged forth, the appearance of the ginseng began to transform. The once withered and wrinkled visage gradually unfurled, enveloped entirely in a soft blue spiritual energy. In the chaotic sea of stars, Han Li wielded a verdant flying sword. Pausing before an island, I wonder if Elder Lin has returned. Han Li, having reached the late foundation establishment stage, felt his true energy solidify. It was indeed time to return. Though this place was abundant in resources, the ongoing battles between the chaotic sea and the reverse star alliance were perilously dangerous. Now that his cultivation had ascended to the late foundation establishment stage, he sought to return to Tian Nan in search of opportunities for breaking through to the primordial infant stage. With a flash of azure light, Han Li dove directly into the pit before him. Before Han Li stood an intact teleportation array, a wave of joy washed over him. He hastily retrieved a collection of mid-tier spirit stones from his storage pouch. Clutching a talisman, he stepped onto the formation. A resonant hum filled the air as beams of light surged forth from the array, dazzlingly bright, enveloping Han Li and causing him to vanish from sight. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Li Mingyu stood at the entrance, her gaze fixed on a house that emanated a chilling blue glow, accompanied by a rich medicinal fragrance. Master, did you not say he was a disciple of the ghost spirit sect? He Li Qin observed the dwelling with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Li Mingyu furrowed her brows, her expression equally perplexed. The icy techniques displayed and the potent scent of herbs left her feeling bewildered. Truly mysterious. She silently mused, whispering, the 3-month period has arrived. The sect's spirit beast competition is upon us. No sooner had her words fallen than the door before her swung open. A familiar figure emerged, accompanied by a petite girl in a green dress, her fair skin and flowing dark hair contrasting against her youthful countenance. This is... Li Mingyu's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the girl beside Lin Mo, astonished at the transformation he had undergone. Lin Mo cast a glance at Li Mingyu, his indifferent gaze prompting her to retreat in fear. I should not inquire further. Realizing Li Mingyu had wisely refrained from pressing for answers, Lin Mo turned his attention to the wooden spirit guard beside him, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. It was unexpected to have created such a being. Wood spirit guard, strength, initial stage of core formation, type, 9 curve spirit ginseng, spells, would escape. Withered wood revives, divine ability, limb rebirth. The petite girl cast a wary glance at Li Mingyu and her companion, retreating timidly behind Lin Mo. The 9 curve spirit ginseng was indeed remarkable. As he utilized the wood spirit guard to forge it into a puppet, he had inadvertently shaped it into this form. Endowed with considerable intelligence, akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Fortunately, the second spirit infant could effortlessly enter its body and control its movements. Moreover, due to the innate nature of the 9 curves spirit ginseng, the abilities of the wood spirit infant were surprisingly enhanced. At that moment, the second spirit infant resided within the 9 curves spirit ginseng, the powers of the exorcising divine thunder and the emu divine thunder coursing through its body, instigating subtle transformations. The green energy within the ginseng also nourished the second spirit infant, leading to a mutual enhancement of their cultivations. With a swift motion, the 9 curves spirit ginseng transformed into a shadow and slipped into Lin Mo's storage pouch. Just attend the spirit beast competition as usual. Lin Mo waved at Li Mingyu and said, I shall retrieve those spirit infants. The life of Li Mingyu was firmly in his grasp. Lin Mo felt no fear of betrayal from her. As Li Mingyu departed, a hint of a smile graced Lin Mo's lips. The ultimate fire spirit infant lay within the hands of a Yuan-ing cultivator from the Fong clan at Nanming Peak. Lin Mo silently chanted and produced a compass. Crack, crack. As torrents of spiritual energy surged into the compass, translucent light curtains enveloped Lin Mo, rendering his figure nearly invisible. Whoosh! With a sound of air being sliced, Lin Mo vanished from his original position. Nanming Peak, the shortest among the peaks of the spirit control sect, was nonetheless remarkably broad. Beneath its summit blazed a fierce fire, a naturally advantageous condition that made it the sanctum for artifact forging within the sect. According to Li Mingyu, the Yuan-ing cultivator from the Fong clan was the very master of Nanming Peak, responsible for the crafting of the sect's treasures and artifacts. Of course, such craftsmanship came at a price, requiring spiritual stones and multiple contributions to the sect. However, it was undoubtedly more economical than purchasing externally. A bunch of useless fools, unable to forge even the finest artifacts. An elderly man with a head of grizzled hair and a short stature berated several foundational disciples clad in red. The disciples bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a word. Everyone knew that this elder was the most irascible among all at Nanming Peak. Anyone daring to retort might find themselves as food for his spirit beast, the Crimson Fire Serpent. Get out. Observing the silence, Elder Fong shouted in anger. The foundational cultivators felt as if a weight had been lifted and quickly retreated. Soon, the stone hall was left with only Elder Fong. His gaze fell upon the distant, crackling earth fire, which continuously belched forth orange flames. Faintly, a crimson infant floated amidst the inferno. To think I must guard this ultimate fire spirit infant. What a hassle. Elder Fong expressed his disdain. In this spirit control sect, could anyone truly steal the ultimate fire spirit infant from my crimson fire serpent? As he spoke, an orange-hued crimson fire serpent emerged from the earth fire. To onlookers, the raging flames seemed capable of melting artifact materials, yet the serpent remained unscathed, even reveling in its fiery embrace. Its mouth opened slightly, directly consuming a portion of the earth fire. Today is the day of the Spirit Beast Grand Competition. I must hurry to witness it, otherwise, Ling Air will surely hold it against me. The mere thought of Ling Air brought a smile to Elder Fong's lips. With a flourish of his sleeve, he was instantly enveloped by a torrent of flames, resembling a fiery dragon as it soared into the distance. Shortly after the flames dissipated, a young man in white suddenly appeared within the stone hall. Crackle! The searing flames rushed forth, overwhelming in their intensity. Truly, this was the chamber of earth fire dedicated to artifact forging. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly as his gaze fell upon the fiery essence surging from the depths of the earth. A crimson primordial spirit was enveloped in a golden light, situated amidst the flames. Upon witnessing the ethereal fire spirit, Lin Mo stepped forward gradually. As his consciousness swept across the scene, he discovered a beast of formidable prowess wandering within the flames, an 8th-tier beast. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting another glance at the primordial spirit engulfed in fire. It appeared to belong to the elder of the Fong clan. Sensing the crimson fire serpent below, Lin Mo chose to refrain from engaging. This place was the very core of the earth fire of the spirit-controlling sect. Should a commotion arise, the entire sect might take notice, jeopardizing his chance to acquire the remaining 2 primordial spirits. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo gently patted his storage pouch, and a series of mist-laden array flags materialized in his hands. The illusory array, crafted specifically for him by Xian Rian before his departure, was designed to bewilder. Given the array's capabilities, it would not be difficult to disorient the 8th-tier beast below for a brief period. Swish, swish, as the jade flags were driven into the ground. Thunderous sounds erupted, and wisps of dense mist began to seep from the flags. As the fog settled upon the crimson fire spirit, a second ethereal fire spirit materialized out of thin air. At that moment, a divine lightning net, conjured from the dispelling thunder, descended upon the ethereal fire spirit. With a swift motion, the originally flame-ensconced spirit now appeared in Lin Mo's grasp. Success! A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he transformed into a wisp of breeze, vanishing from his original position. In comparison to acquiring the ethereal fire spirit, obtaining the ethereal earth spirit proved to be a far simpler task. The primordial spirit cultivator had only dispatched 3 core formation cultivators to guard it before departing. Dealing with these core formation practitioners was a trifling matter, causing no disturbances whatsoever. Lin Mo felt the 2 primordial spirits within his storage pouch, his mood remarkably buoyant. Next, he sought the final ethereal metal spirit. Suspended in midair, Lin Mo directed his gaze towards the forbidden grounds of the spirit-controlling sect, Sun Luo Peak. Sun Luo Peak was the most enigmatic location within the entire sect, often visited by elders nearing the end of their lifespans seeking enlightenment in seclusion. It was rumored to hold great opportunities, which explained why these aged elders ventured forth, hoping for a breakthrough. Mid-stage primordial spirit, could they be aiming to transcend to late stage? In the original narrative, the spirit-controlling sect did not possess late-stage primordial spirit cultivators. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this notion, yet the presence of Elder Tang from the sect above left him little choice but to make another trip. Lin Mo moved with remarkable speed, reaching a mist-shrouded peak in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, uncertain of the peculiarities that lay upon this mountain. As soon as his consciousness entered, he sensed a suppression, rendering further exploration impossible. How tedious! Lin Mo murmured to himself, directly plunging into the mountain. The summit was permeated with dense death energy, with white bones scattered about, both human and beast alike. Amidst the suffocating aura of death, a ghostly figure, shrouded in a pallid hue and bearing a menacing expression, lunged towards Lin Mo. An evil spirit at the Foundation establishment stage? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the approaching specter, and with a flick of his sleeve, a swirling mass of azure mist enveloped the malevolent spirit. The chilling brilliance coalesced, instantly encasing the ghost in a frigid prison. Cracks began to splinter across the ice, and as the icy shell shattered, the spirit dissipated into the ether. A mere Foundation establishment specter posed no threat to him, and he continued onward towards the summit of the mountain. Atop the Sanluo peak, the spiritual energy was most concentrated at the summit. Should he seek to enter seclusion for a breakthrough, it would be prudent to choose the area rich in spiritual essence. This would undoubtedly enhance his chances of success. The Sanluo peak was no small edifice, towering nearly 1,000 zhang. Searching for Elder Tang alone would prove to be a formidable challenge. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo gently tapped his storage pouch. The 9 Nether Soul banner, enveloped in a dense gray mist, floated before him. Blood spirit guards began to emerge from the banner, slicing through the air as they scattered in all directions. With his spiritual sense rendered ineffective, he was left to rely on human effort. The spirits in this region were of moderate strength, with few reaching the core formation stage. Thus Lin Mo felt assured regarding the safety of the 18 blood spirit guards, all at the peak of the core formation stage. After several hours of searching the entirety of Sanluo Peak, he still had not encountered the elusive Elder Tang. Observing the 18 blood spirit guards before him, Lin Mo's brows furrowed. Having scoured nearly every corner of the peak, it was indeed peculiar that he had found nothing. Muttering softly to himself, Lin Mo's peripheral vision caught sight of rich, faint golden spiritual energy flowing towards a towering golden tree ahead. The tree exhibited no signs of spiritual fluctuations. Clearly an ordinary giant tree. This explained why he had previously overlooked any anomalies. A smile crept across Lin Mo's lips as he flicked his wrist. The Tian Nan sword flame coalesced in his palm, solidifying into a resplendent blue sword. Its icy essence surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a crystalline blue aura. As the ice crystals accumulated, they soon encrusted the golden tree before him, transforming it into a splendid blue ice tree. Who dares disturb me? Cursed be this intrusion. A series of frenzied roars erupted from within, laced with palpable fury. So, it had been hiding here? Lin Mo smirked coldly, raising his right hand as a crimson glow streaked forth from behind him. The flame spirit guard was engulfed in raging flames, wielding a low-tier fire-based magical sword, which it brought crashing down upon the golden tree. Although merely a low-tier artifact, under the full force of the late core formation flame spirit guard, its power was sufficient to threaten even a nascent soul cultivator. Boom! The searing flames enveloped the colossal sword, scorching the surrounding dark mist. Just as the giant blade was about to cleave the golden giant tree, a blinding golden radiance surged forth from its crown. Amidst the shimmering light, a faint silhouette of a pure golden spirit infant could be discerned, flickering beneath the tree. With a resounding crack, the fiery sword struck the shimmering barrier, leaving only a few embers in its wake before being repelled by the golden shield. Ah! Lin Mo gasped softly, noticing a flash of gold darting towards the flame spirit guardian, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The pure golden spirit infant. Upon recognizing the spirit's essence, a faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips. With a vigorous motion of his right hand, the Qian blue sword flame soared into the air, slicing through the atmosphere, positioning itself behind the golden spirit infant. The piercing blue flames surged forth with astonishing speed, catching up to the spirit infant in the blink of an eye. The spirit infant's expression shifted dramatically, sensing the chilling onslaught behind it, as if it were about to be completely encased in ice. With a swift flick of its right hand, sharp golden beams erupted from its palm, densely packed like a multitude of gleaming swords, raining down upon the Qian blue sword flame. Regrettably, the spirit infant gravely misjudged the might of Lin Mo's Qian blue sword flame. Upon contact, the frigid flames erupted forth, instantaneously encasing the myriad golden beams in ice, transforming them into falling pillars of golden ice. Impossible! The spirit infant's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing. Lin Mo's figure shimmered, and the Qian blue wind thunder wings materialized behind him. With a gentle flap, Lin Mo vanished into thin air. The resounding crack of thunder echoed, as a blue-golden flash appeared. Suddenly, Lin Mo re-emerged before the golden spirit infant, raising his right hand as bolts of golden lightning surged forth from his fingertips, weaving a dense web that ensnared the spirit infant completely, rendering it immobile in midair. Why? You must let me go. Whatever you desire, I shall grant it if you release me. Realizing its predicament, the spirit infant pleaded desperately, hoping for Lin Mo's mercy. However, Lin Mo's gaze remained indifferent. He had come to the Spirit Master Sect for the sake of the 5 elements spirit infants. How could he be swayed by mere pleas for mercy? With a decisive motion, he grasped the spirit infant firmly in his hand, channeling a torrent of spiritual power into its being. In an instant, the blue ice encased it completely, transforming it into a solid block of golden ice. After securing the spirit infant, Lin Mo gradually turned to gaze at the peculiar golden tree in the distance. This ancient tree was truly enigmatic, belonging to an unknown species that remarkably shielded itself from divine perception. No wonder I failed to notice the presence of the golden spirit infant earlier. At this moment, the golden giant tree, in the wake of the golden spirit infant's escape, lay in ruins. Yet, I could faintly discern a decaying corpse within. The garments adorning it were those of an elder from the Spirit Master Sect. Had it been devoured? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he murmured, or did this elder meet a tragic end due to a failed breakthrough? Contemplating this, Lin Mo couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a refreshing breeze swept through, revealing a pale golden storage pouch that appeared in his grasp. His consciousness surged like a tide, plunging directly into the storage pouch. An abundance of mid-tier gold elemental spirit stones came into view. After a rough count, there were nearly 200,000 gold elemental stones. In addition, there were several dozens of low to mid-tier magical artifacts. However, a rather peculiar detail was that all those low-tier artifacts were rendered useless, their luster dimmed, clearly devoid of any spiritual energy, inferior even to ordinary magical tools. Yet among this plethora of artifacts, one remained intact. It was a small golden cauldron, radiating a dazzling brilliance. From the aura emanating from this golden cauldron, it seemed to be a top-tier magical item. What fortunate luck! A glimmer of joy flashed through Lin Mo's mind as he promptly stored it in his pouch. Besides the artifacts and spirit stones, a jade slip within the storage pouch piqued Lin Mo's interest. As spiritual energy flowed into it, he was presented with a golden-hued jade slip. The slip shimmered with radiance, revealing a gold elemental cultivation technique, 100 refinements method. Upon perusing all the techniques contained within the jade slip, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. This technique bore no relation whatsoever to the Spirit Master Sect. After all, the sect primarily focused on taming spirit beasts, and their techniques were inherently linked to them. Conversely, the 100 refinements method was an exceptionally unique practice. It could absorb the spiritual energy from magical artifacts, rapidly enhancing one's cultivation. However, despite the swift elevation in cultivation, it came with considerable limitations. Firstly, only cultivators with gold spiritual roots could practice it. Secondly, the magical artifacts that underwent absorption would subsequently become useless. Lin Mo stroked his chin, gazing at the jade slip in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was indeed quite suitable for him. After all, having engaged in plundering for so long, Lin Mo had accumulated a significant number of magical artifacts. What about his spirit companion? Lin Mo examined the decayed corpse, but found no traces of a spirit beast pouch. What a pity. After collecting everything, Lin Mo, feeling immensely satisfied, leapt into the air and began to soar away, with the 5 elements spirit infant firmly in hand. There was no need to linger at the Spirit Master Sect. However, before departing, Lin Mo was unwilling to leave empty-handed. He still wished to scour for more treasures, for such was not Lin Mo's style. It was the perfect opportunity to check out the so-called spirit beast competition. Who knows what splendid spirit beasts might await? Oh, the Spirit Master Sect also possessed 6-winged frost centipedes. Although I harbor no fondness for the 6-winged frost centipede, the Spirit Beast Sect encompasses far more than this singular creature. It is home to numerous rare spiritual beasts and insects. With this thought, Lin Mo's figure flickered and transformed into an ethereal shadow, vanishing from sight. Master, do you think everything is proceeding smoothly for him? He Li Qin inquired, her gaze flitting to the competing spiritual beasts, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. Li Mingyu, her brow slightly furrowed, cast a deep glance at He Li Qin and transmitted a message. This place is teeming with people. Be cautious with your words. He Li Qin's complexion paled slightly, clearly aware that she had spoken out of turn. At that moment, Li Mingyu's heart gave a start, and she quickly turned to look behind her. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Mo, clad in white, had silently appeared at her back. Drip, drip. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Li Mingyu's forehead. What a jest! There were several nascent soul cultivators present at this spirit beast competition. How could Lin Mo brazenly show himself here without fear of being discovered? Lin Mo noticed the astonishment in Li Mingyu's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Transmitting playfully, is this spirit beast competition solely a contest among the beasts? On the arena, a silver-white giant wolf was locked in fierce combat with a colorful, butterfly-like spiritual insect, while below, the cultivators commanding these spiritual beasts were starkly distinct from those engaging in magical duels among other sections. Indeed, Li Mingyu nodded. Transmitting, all cultivators below the core formation stage within the sect are eligible to compete. The ultimate victor will receive a wealth of cultivation resources. Just as Li Mingyu concluded her words, a female cultivator approached the competition arena. With a gentle tap on her spirit beast pouch, radiant beams of light burst forth, releasing several foot-long flying centipedes. These centipedes were unlike ordinary ones. They were jet black, glistening, with pure white wings sprouting from their backs. As they emerged from the pouch, they exhaled plumes of pure white frost, exuding an ominous and ferocious aura. These six-winged frost centipedes ranked 18th on the peculiar insect list. It is said they possess a trace of true dragon blood with ice attributes, and upon reaching full maturity, their bodies become entirely white, adorned with 6 wings, exhaling frigid air capable of blanketing 100 miles and freezing all in its path. However, these centipedes, like the previously encountered gold-devouring insects, were evidently still in their larval stage. While their icy breath might prove formidable to ordinary cultivators, it posed no threat to Lin Mo, the rebellious 6-winged frost centipede. A flicker of surprise danced in Lin Mo's eyes. He had not anticipated encountering them so soon. How splendid it would be to offer them to the blood-jade spider or the gold-devouring insect for consumption. In an instant, Lin Mo had devised a plan for these 6-winged frost centipedes. At that moment, a young girl clad in yellow approached the female cultivator. Han Yunji? Lin Mo's pupils constricted slightly as he recognized her visage, silently recalling their past encounter. Their meeting could be traced back to the day he sought to lure Han Li to the Ascension Conference, during which he had procured numerous talismans and the golden brush from her. Thus, they had shared a fleeting connection. At this moment, Han Yunji had reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Although her cultivation was somewhat unstable, she could still be considered a cultivator of this level. Sister, be cautious. Han Yunji smiled gently at the female cultivator ahead, and a beam of light shot forth from her spirit beast pouch. As the white light settled, a magnificent white spirit bird, spanning several zhang in size, appeared in the arena. The great bird flapped its wings, stirring up a tempestuous wind, emanating an overwhelming aura. A 4th-level demon beast. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It must be said that Han Yunji was indeed fortunate. First, she encountered a nascent soul cultivator who aided her in breaking through to the Golden Core stage, and now she possessed a 4th-level demon beast. White Spirit Heron. Han Yunji cast a glance at her innate spirit beast, whispering, "Go." As her command resonated, the heron immediately took flight, slicing through the air towards the group of 6-winged frost centipedes. With a thunderous rush, the middle-aged female cultivator remained remarkably composed, directly commanding her 6-winged frost centipedes to unleash a torrent of frigid mist. The chilling fog surged, enveloping the arena and forming clusters of white frost flowers. Whoosh! The white spirit heron moved with astonishing speed, its white wings flailing vigorously, causing its entire form to vanish from sight in an instant, deftly evading the barrage of frost flowers. Above the arena, a richly garbed elder of the nascent soul stage nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Han Yunji's performance. It appeared that this competition of spirit beasts would conclude with the victory of the 6-winged frost centipede. After all, it was rumored to possess the bloodline of the true ice dragon, ranked 17th on the insect ranking. As the battle between the spirit beasts unfolded with fervor, the disciples of the Lingyu sect in the stands gasped in awe. This competition of spirit beasts, held once every 50 years, was proving to be quite exhilarating for everyone. Is this the final showdown? Lin Mo inquired silently to Li Mingyu, who stood before him. Indeed, Li Mingyu nodded, conveying softly, if all goes as anticipated, the final victorious spirit beasts should be these two. Hearing her words, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he communicated. You should leave this place now and rendezvous with the Lin Mo sect 100 miles to the north. Once I have seized the six-winged frost centipede, we shall depart. Li Mingyu's expression shifted, a flicker of shock crossing her gaze. Senior Lin, there are numerous nascent soul cultivators here. You must exercise caution. Her concern was not solely for Lin Mo. Her own life was intricately linked to his. If Lin Mo were to perish here, she would also be doomed. Go. Lin Mo's demeanor was unyielding as he fixed a cold gaze upon Li Mingyu. Seeing this, she refrained from further protest, simply nodding in agreement as she led He Liqin away from the arena. Once the two women departed, Lin Mo's figure flickered and transformed into a blue phantom. Appearing on the platform, with a sweeping motion of his hand, the six-winged frost centipede, which had been fiercely battling moments before, was instantly encased in blue ice flames, immobilized and shattered into several ice fragments. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Mo swiftly placed a multitude of six-winged frost centipedes into his storage bag. Who are you? How dare you act so insolently within the confines of my spirit master sect? Chapter 135. Yin Rian. Come in. Lin Mo, devoid of expression, slowly raised his right hand. 8 azure sword flames materialized in his palm, the formidable Qian blue ice flame capable of freezing even nascent soul cultivators. The practitioners from Tian Nan had yet to experience the might of the Qian blue ice flame, and Lin Mo was determined to allow them a taste of its power. Crackling sounds echoed as strands of chilling flames entwined and coalesced, swiftly forming a colossal blue lotus, larger than a person. This technique, known as the Red Jade Buddha Lotus, was bestowed upon him by Elder Wu Ming of the Star Palace. Although the ice crystal sword flame was immensely powerful, it was limited to single-target attacks. Given the multitude of nascent soul practitioners from the Spirit Master sect before him, a more expansive technique was evidently more suitable. Go. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. Gesturing with his right hand, the deep blue ice crystal lotus soared into the air, hovering gracefully. Enjoy. A subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips as a faint blue Qian blue wind thunder wing materialized behind him. With a gentle flap of the wings, azure lightning enveloped his form. In an instant, Lin Mo vanished from his original position, reappearing hundreds of feet away. Boom. The ice lotus, formed from the Qian blue ice flame, shattered instantaneously, resembling a flawless ice crystal artwork that had been violently fragmented, scattering shards of ice the size of fingernails in all directions. Not good. Sensing the surging energy of the icy shards, several nascent soul cultivators in the stands leapt into action. Whoosh, whoosh. With piercing sounds slicing through the air, various magical artifacts hurtled toward the Qian blue ice flame. Several innate spirit beasts emerged alongside the nascent soul practitioners. Among these cultivators, an elderly man with white hair chose to pursue Lin Mo, followed closely by a man dressed in black, whose neck was adorned with a multitude of tightly clustered black scales, his pupils distinctly vertical. I can smell the scent of a demon refining cauldron on him. The black-clad man glanced at the elder Zhang beside him. Zhang nodded, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. It's him. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him. The mere thought of the demon refining cauldron being taken by this individual ignited a burning desire for revenge within Zhang, who was astonished to learn that after a century of absence, Lin Mo had reached the nascent soul realm. The two pursued Lin Mo closely. Unbeknownst to Zhang, a woman in red, her face a mask of complexity, gazed into the distance. It's him. He's back. The red-clad woman hesitated, observing the nascent soul elders of the Spirit Master sect struggling against the ghostly blue flames. Biting her lip, she transformed into a crimson apparition and sped toward Lin Mo. At the foot of a nearby mountain, Li Mingyu wore a worried expression as he gazed toward the Spirit Master sect, anxiously awaiting Lin Mo's arrival. For his very life depended upon him. Behind her, He Liqin watched her master pacing restlessly and could not help but advise, Master, Senior Lin possesses such formidable strength. He will surely return safely. Amidst their anxiousness, Lin Mo slightly turned his body. Sensing the familiar fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from behind, he smiled and remarked, I did not expect to meet again. Simultaneously, the Yin-Yang 2 instrument's bottle surged with powerful spiritual energy, replenishing the energy that had diminished within Lin Mo's body. Today, the century-old enmity shall be settled. A fierce glint flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as a youthful girl suddenly emerged from the storage bag at his waist. The girl sported twin ponytails, Her face as pure as snow, and her large, watery eyes exuded an aura of innocence and charm. Yet, the energy radiating from her was potent enough to rival that of a core formation cultivator. A beam of green light burst forth from within her, landing steadily inside her body. A formidable presence, characteristic of the mid-stage nascent soul, coiled around the 9 curves spiritual ginseng. Second nascent soul, strength, mid-stage nascent soul, physique, with spirit infant, spiritual root, with spiritual root, technique, 11th layer of the green origin sword art, spells, green origin sword art, protective sword shield, sword shadow split technique, evil dissipating divine thunder, would element divine thunder, would escape. Withered tree reviving in spring, divine ability, regrowth of severed limbs, destined magical treasure, green bamboo, cloud sword, gazing at the second nascent soul before him. Lin Mo felt a stirring within. With the second nascent soul fused with the body of the 9 curves spiritual ginseng, it could naturally wield the spells and divine abilities of the ginseng. Lin Mo then produced a crystalline jade vial. With a soft pop, he opened the vial, and a rich aroma of spiritual energy wafted towards him. With a single finger, he directed a drop of millennium-old spiritual milk into his mouth. Though it was merely a drop, it was potent enough to restore a significant portion of his spiritual energy. As Lin Mo intentionally awaited the unfolding events, he soon spotted the old Taoist and his fated spirit serpent. Humph. The old Taoist, Zhang, cast a derisive glance at Lin Mo, sneering, "Why aren't you fleeing? Have you exhausted your spiritual energy?" As he spoke, a dark figure behind him was suddenly enveloped in an inky glow, causing its form to swell dramatically. In an instant, a massive black python, stretching dozens of feet, materialized in the air, swaying its body as a foul wind whipped around it. 100 years have passed, and yet you have shown no growth? Lin Mo scoffed at the sight of the colossal serpent. Indeed, over a century, the black python and Zhang's strength had not undergone significant change. Although their aura was markedly stronger than a century prior, they had yet to transcend their respective realms. You. Zhang's fury was palpable as he glared at Lin Mo, his voice seething with rage. Were it not for your theft of my demon refining cauldron, I would have long since advanced to the mid-stage nascent soul. As he spoke, Zhang waved his right hand, conjuring a tempestuous gale, and a purple jade seal abruptly appeared in his grasp. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with surprise at the sight of the purple seal. Why does it bear such resemblance to the spirit-taming seal? Could there be a connection? Just as Lin Mo pondered this, the second nascent soul behind him began to make its move. A stream of emerald light surged forth from its mouth, dazzling and overwhelming. The 72 azure bamboo cloud swords transformed into a radiant beam, darting towards the distant purple jade seal. Wherever the azure bamboo cloud swords passed, they stirred up waves of golden thunder. The true strength of the azure bamboo cloud swords lay in this exorcising divine thunder. Without this formidable power, how could they possess such might? Initially, Lin Mo contemplated infusing some metal essence to enhance the sharpness of the azure bamboo cloud swords. However, upon experiencing the immense power of the exorcising divine thunder, he swiftly abandoned this thought. I shall devour you whole. Just then, the black giant serpent coiled its body and transformed into a shadowy figure, lunging towards Lin Mo. Observing this scene, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he lightly tapped the storage bag at his waist. Whoosh! A pitch-black 9 nether soul flag floated before him, from which billowing black mist continuously emanated. Blood spirit guards emerged one after another from the 9 nether soul flag. In an instant, 18 crimson apparitions surged towards the dark serpent. At that moment, the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords coalesced into an enormous emerald sword, thrusting heavily towards Elder Zhang. A fierce killing intent gleamed in Elder Zhang's eyes as he gestured with one hand, directing a beam of light to strike the purple jade seal before him. Boom! As spiritual energy continuously surged in, the purple jade seal expanded dramatically, reaching dozens of feet in size. It was immensely heavy, resembling a colossal mountain, with swirling purple mist that exuded an oppressive force. The 72 azure bamboo cloud sword struck forcefully against the purple jade seal. The powerful exorcising divine thunder surged forth like a golden dragon towards the purple jade seal. Crackle! Each strike of the exorcising divine thunder diminished the brilliance of the purple jade seal. Mid-stage nascent soul, feeling the formidable aura emanating from the wooden spirit baby. Elder Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in surprise. Initially shocked by Lin Mo's early-stage nascent soul cultivation, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the little girl radiated the aura of mid-stage nascent soul. The 18 blood spirit guards transformed into phantoms, relentlessly assaulting the black giant serpent. Yet, the serpent's power was formidable. With a slight lift of its head, it unleashed a torrent of surging black mist. Amidst the swirling fog, Crackle, one of the blood spirit guards, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by the dense black mist. Its sturdy body became drenched in blood, yet the blood light within surged forth. The blood spirit guard rapidly healed, charging once more towards the black serpent. A century of vengeance shall be settled today. Lin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white garments billowing. The wind tousled his hair as he gazed calmly at the black giant serpent and Elder Zhang. The second nascent soul slowly raised its hands. In his left hand, the exorcising divine thunder transformed into a verdant arc of light, while in his right, the exorcising divine thunder radiated a golden brilliance. The green arc of lightning, resembling a razor-sharp blade, descended heavily upon the formidable black serpent. In an instant, countless unfathomable wounds manifested upon the serpent's body, crimson blood gushing forth relentlessly. What sorcery is this? The black serpent writhed in agony, emitting a cacophony of anguished cries. Meanwhile, the second nascent soul remained unfazed, wielding the exorcising divine thunder that stirred the heavens, aiming directly at Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, already weary from fending off the onslaught of 72 azure bamboo cloud swords, felt his countenance shift dramatically upon witnessing the overwhelming exorcising divine thunder. With little time to ponder, he swiftly struck at his waist pouch of spirit beasts. Swarms of ebony beetles erupted from the pouch, each exuding an aura suggestive of peak foundation establishment. A cursory glance revealed their number to exceed 1,000. For an ordinary initial stage nascent soul cultivator, encountering these dark spirit insects would likely spell doom. Alas, Elder Zhang was up against Lin Mo. The devouring gold insects must be famished by now. Lin Mo chuckled softly as he patted his spirit beast pouch. In response, a flurry of azure orbs burst forth from the storage bag. The swarm of devouring gold insects collided with the dark spirit insects, their sharp fangs effortlessly shredding through the black hordes. Like a tiger among sheep, they swiftly obliterated the swarm of dark spirit insects. In mere moments, the countless black insects were consumed entirely. With no resistance left, the exorcising divine thunder descended upon Elder Zhang. A piercing scream echoed as he was reduced to a pool of darkened remains, plummeting from the sky. A faint blue nascent soul emerged from his body, fleeing into the distance. How could this be? How could he possess such formidable strength, even reduced to the level of a mere spirit infant? He could hardly believe his fate had come to this. With a crackling sound, a blinding golden light flashed and struck the spirit infant, followed by a chilling scream. Elder Zhang met his demise. Zhang, an esteemed nascent soul cultivator, had fallen. On a distant peak, He Li Qin watched in astonishment as the nascent soul Elder Zhang fell. This was a powerful cultivator, succumbing right before her eyes. Beside her, Li Mingyu pressed her crimson lips together, nodding slightly. Compared to He Li Qin, her shock was even greater. With her cultivation at the late Golden Core stage, she understood the prowess of nascent soul cultivators more clearly. Those who could break through to the nascent soul stage were no easy prey. Thus, under equal cultivation levels, exterminating a nascent soul cultivator was nearly impossible. Even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators could be easily defeated but rarely killed. Yet Lin Mo, facing Elder Zhang, had dispatched his avatar to engage while he himself remained composed, hands clasped behind his back. Within mere moments, the battle had reached its conclusion. Amidst understated remarks, a formidable figure of the sect had perished. Lin Mo gazed upon the lifeless form of the black serpent, a faint smile gracing his lips. The carcass of an 8th-tier spirit beast, a serpentine dragon, might yield some precious golden true dragon blood. With a gentle flick of his right hand, sharp azure bamboo cloud swords sliced through the serpent's body, and dark scales were deftly collected into Lin Mo's grasp. Additionally, several extraordinarily sharp fangs were procured, promising excellent materials for forging magical artifacts. Once all valuable resources were extracted, Lin Mo elegantly shook his sleeve, revealing a jade-like white demon refining pot in his palm. A surge of radiant white light erupted from within, swiftly drawing the black serpent inside. As the serpent was consumed by the pot, a crimson glow pulsated, fervently refining everything within. Observing this scene, Lin Mo's lips curled upward as he tucked the pot into his sleeve, his gaze shifting to the distance. A crimson apparition approached, soaring towards him. It was Han Lingsha, the young woman who had bestowed upon him the cold Ming turtle during her core formation stage. Over the past century, Han Lingsha had ascended to the pinnacle of core formation. However, due to her innate spirit beast, she had yet to break through to the nascent soul stage. Upon seeing Lin Mo, her heart raced with astonishment, realizing that if she could reclaim her spirit beast, a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage might be within reach. You, Senior, she stammered, momentarily hesitant to address him, acutely aware of their vast disparity in strength, ultimately settling on the term senior. You wish to reclaim your spirit beast, do you not? Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Here, as he spoke, Lin Mo lightly patted his waist pouch for spirit beasts. An ethereal azure cold Ming turtle soared forth, transforming into a specter and landing before Han Lingsha. The turtle's eyes widened, fixated on her, brimming with joy. It darted towards her in a flash of blue light. As Han Lingsha's innate spirit beast, their bond was undeniably profound. Having not seen each other for over a century, her gaze remained locked on the cold Ming turtle, filled with elation. This turtle had also played a significant role for Lin Mo. He turned to Han Lingsha and declared, as per our agreement, this cold Ming turtle is returned to you. Level 6. Feeling the powerful, surging chill emanating from the cold Ming turtle, Han Lingsha gently patted its shell, her expression radiant with joy. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. In response to her gratitude, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, waving his hand lightly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished in a blue apparition, his speed astonishing. In mere moments, he arrived at a distant peak where Li Qin and Li Mingyu had been waiting patiently. As Lin Mo approached, Li Mingyu gestured with her right hand, summoning a massive black bird that flapped its wings and soared from her spirit beast pouch. Its size was imposing, measuring nearly 5 zhang. The two women gracefully mounted the giant bird. Let us depart. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the enormous black bird, its power reaching the 4th level. Perhaps it was Li Mingyu's destined spirit beast. The Qianlan wind thunder wings fluttered gently, and Lin Mo's figure flickered, transforming into a mere shadow, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had already traveled hundreds of zhang away. As time passed, and he sped along, a blood-red formation emerged. Faint yet discernible, the ghost spirit sect. Lin Mo gazed at the distant array's luminous barrier, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Within the Mingwang Palace, Yen Ruyan, with her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, her crimson lips curving into a smile as she exclaimed, "You have returned." With that, her figure shimmered and transformed into a blood-red phantom, disappearing from the spot. Buzzing, the crimson light surged fervently, and in an instant, a gap the size of a person materialized before Lin Mo. A blood-red silhouette appeared before the three of them. The young mistress of the ghost spirit sect? Upon seeing the girl, Li Mingyu's pupils constricted. This young mistress had gained considerable renown over the decades. Not only did she possess a celestial spiritual root, but she had also reached the nascent soul realm within a century. It was rumored that she was the most promising cultivator in the ghost spirit sect to break through to the late nascent soul stage. Who were these two? Yen Ruyan cast a glance at the two women, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. One was a late-stage core formation cultivator, the other a chi refinement cultivator. Two disciples of the Spirit Master sect. What brought them here? Lin Mo pointed at Li Mingyu and remarked, "She will remain in the ghost spirit sect from now on. After all, she is a late-stage core formation cultivator. Consider her one of your Yin family members." Yen Ruyan's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Lin Mo deeply before responding, "Very well. I shall heed your words." Li Mingyu's expression tightened, unable to fathom why the esteemed young mistress of the ghost spirit sect appeared so familiar with the person before her, almost as if Yen Ruyan was exceedingly obedient to Lin Mo. "Let us proceed." Lin Mo gestured toward the ghost spirit sect ahead and continued, eager to fully refine the 5-element spiritual infant he had acquired, unwilling to waste any time. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyu swiftly reacted, her black spirit bird retreating into the spirit beast pouch. Yen Ruyan waved her right hand, and a veil of bloodlight enveloped both Li Mingyu and He Liqin, marking them as unmistakably sinister. "Follow me." Yin Ruyan's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of bloodlight as she sped away into the distance. Inside the Minghuang Palace, it was empty. Yin Ruyan walked alone into the grand hall, leading Lin Mo to a chamber adorned in red. She then slowly turned to the side, her enchanting eyes fixed on Lin Mo as she said, "You shall stay here." A rich fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Mo, familiar with Yin Ruyan's scent, recognized it instantly as her unique body fragrance. "This is your boudoir, is it not?" Lin Mo smiled slightly, speaking in a gentle tone. "Yes." Yin Ruyan nodded vigorously. "You are the first to enter in 100 years. Hearing her alluring words, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Is it merely entering the room? Where else do you wish to go?" Yin Ruyan covered her mouth, playfully pouting. Days later, she departed from her chamber. As the lady of the young master, she held numerous responsibilities within the sect, necessitating her presence beyond the confines of her room. After Yin Ruyan's departure, Lin Mo skillfully retrieved the flags for the spirit refinement array. A soft azure glow enveloped the flags, shimmering brilliantly and captivating the eye. Whoosh, whoosh. With the sharp sound of piercing air, the flags were forcefully embedded into the ground. A white luminescent barrier completely enveloped the grand hall. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo casually tossed a yellowish spirit infant into the center of the array. In a swift motion, he soared into the air, sitting cross-legged. Crack, crack. The array began to operate continuously, tendrils of white spiritual energy spiraling around the spirit infant. Wailing. As the power of the nascent soul was relentlessly extracted, the spirit infant opened its mouth, releasing a series of heart-wrenching cries. Lin Mo remained expressionless, steadily absorbing the earthy spiritual energy coalescing around him. After several days, a yellowish spirit infant gradually became discernible within his dantian, exuding an extraordinarily complex aura. Judging solely by its presence, it was indistinguishable from the water spirit infant, both situated at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With a wave of his right hand, another crimson spirit infant descended into the array's center. Streams of fiery spiritual energy surged forth from the fire spirit infant, transforming into crimson threads that flowed into Lin Mo's mouth and nose. Half a month later, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. 5 spirit infants of varying colors floated around him, each enveloped in a tapestry of 5-colored spiritual energy, a truly exquisite sight. If he could merge the 5 elemental spirit infants into one. Sensing the 5 spirit infants within his dantian, a smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. However, for such a union, it was imperative that the 5 spirit infants shared the same cultivation level. Discrepancies in spiritual energy could lead to instability, hindering their fusion. Elevating the cultivation of the spirit infants, however, was a gradual endeavor. Lin Mo smiled faintly and gently descended from the air. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the 5 elemental spiritual energies flowing into his dantian like a spring. Such rapid cultivation speed? This pace felt 5 times faster than that of his ice spiritual root. Lin Mo's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Is this the formidable power of the 5 elemental spiritual roots?" At this rate, perhaps within a century, he could coalesce the 5 elemental spirit infants into a nascent soul. Subsequently, he would transition to the magnetic light, breaking through to the transformation realm. Gulp. Lin Mo could not suppress a swallow, stifling his inner excitement. Whoosh, whoosh. A continuous stream of mid-tier spirit stones emerged from his storage bag. These were acquired from vanquishing numerous nascent soul cultivators. Previously, he had utilized the spirit stones from the spirit stone mine of Bailing Island. Without tapping into the mid-tier spirit stones within his storage, these spirit stones would undoubtedly assist him in breaking through to the core formation stage after a period of seclusion. Lin Mo silently contemplated, gazing at the scattered mid-tier spirit stones resting in the corners. Subsequently, the spirit-seizing grand array was arranged around the vicinity. Next, assistance from Yin Ruyan was imperative. Lin Mo swallowed hard, his gaze directed towards the palace entrance. There, he beheld Yin Ruyan, clad in a flowing red gown, gracefully approaching him. Her eyes, fixed on Lin Mo, flickered with a hint of astonishment. "How did you acquire so many spirit stones?" she exclaimed, her surprise palpable as she observed the numerous mid-grade spirit stones piled high, alongside a few high-grade ones. This vast collection of spirit stones rivals half the treasure trove of the ghost spirit sect. How many cultivators did you slay to obtain these? Upon seeing the spirit stones, Yen could not contain her curiosity. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he retorted, "In your eyes, am I merely a murderer and a thief?" Yen pouted, countering, "Isn't that the case?" Clearing his throat, Lin Mo spoke softly, "I am but one step away from completion." "Me?" Yen's ruby lips parted as she pointed to herself, her eyes reflecting a knowing glimmer. "I see you have been at the early stage of the nascent soul for a short while. Allow me to assist you in breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul." Lin Mo regarded Yen with utmost seriousness, instructing, "You must ensure that no one approaches this place for 30 years. 30 years. In the days that followed, the 5 elemental spirit infants within his dantian continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The earth and fire elements lack particularly effective cultivation methods. Lin Mo sought several techniques that could facilitate a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, knowing he would later transition to the primordial magnetism divine light. As time flowed swiftly, 25 years passed in the blink of an eye. After expending nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones, the 4 5-element spirit infants finally advanced from the early stage of foundation establishment to the early stage of core formation. Yen's complexion paled slightly as she gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes shimmering with a unique allure. A delicate sheen of perspiration graced her skin. "What an exhilarating experience!" she exclaimed, playfully draping her alabaster arm around Lin Mo's neck, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. "I wish to continue cultivating." With a coy smile, she added, "Please let me." Lin Mo gently patted Yen's silken hair, chuckling, "I have important matters to attend to." Upon hearing Lin Mo's refusal, Yen wrinkled her nose in playful annoyance. What a miser! With her long, elegant legs, she stood directly before him. Lin Mo reclined on the bed, his gaze fixated on Yen's flawless figure. Yen, with no intention of concealing her intentions, boldly stepped forward. She retrieved the red dress from the ground and donned it. "I haven't ventured outside for decades. I wonder how things have changed within the gates." Yen stretched languidly, exuding an air of relaxation. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, attuned to the 4 5-element spirit infants within his dantian, now at the early stage of core formation. 6th spirit infant, strength, core formation stage, physique, earth spirit infant, spiritual root, earth spiritual root. It was time to forge the second magical artifact for the 5-element spirit infants. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he extended his right hand, gently tapping his storage pouch at his waist. A piece of earthen-colored spirit wood materialized before him. The Xianhuang spirit wood, an unexpected find from his explorations in the chaotic star sea. According to the techniques of the azure bamboo cloud sword, he sought to forge 72 flying swords. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. With only a few modifications to the spiritual power incantations, success was within reach. Gazing at the Xianhuang spiritual wood before him, a stream of pale yellow light surged forth from his dantian. The earthy essence emanated a soft yellow glow, enveloping Lin Mo entirely in its warm embrace. With his mouth slightly agape, pale yellow alchemical fire continuously flowed from his lips. As the azure light intensified, Lin Mo exhaled a slender thread of pale yellow flame, which gracefully landed upon the Xianhuang spiritual wood. With a crackling sound, a pale yellow aura entwined around the surface of the wood, unceremoniously isolating the alchemical fire and preventing it from encroaching further. Though the alchemical fire demanded significant spiritual energy, Lin Mo's reserves were abundant, rendering such expenditure negligible. As 3 days elapsed, the pale yellow radiance on the wood's surface finally dissipated due to the depletion of the wood's inherent spiritual power. Unimpeded, the pale yellow fire directly scorched the essence of the Xianhuang wood. After several more days, signs of melting began to manifest on the surface, with certain areas faintly glowing and exuding numerous tiny droplets of various colors. After a span of over 10 days, the entire Xianhuang wood was finally purged of impurities, transformed into a fist-sized pool of viscous pale yellow liquid. With a subtle movement of his fingers, strands of spiritual energy descended upon the Xianhuang liquid. Under the guidance of these ethereal threads, the liquid began to swirl and morph. A portion of the yellow liquid detached from the main body, floating gracefully in the air. Subsequently, a second and a third piece followed suit. Once the final fragment separated, 72 equally sized droplets hovered in the air. The next crucial moment arrived as streams of radiant light began to penetrate each of the 72 droplets. At a visible pace, they coalesced into sword forms, resembling the azure bamboo bee-cloud sword, though tinted in pale yellow. Months passed, and with the relentless heat of the alchemical fire, finally, 72 pale yellow flying swords floated before Lin Mo. The Xianhuang bee-cloud swords shimmered with the essence of Xianhuang, eliciting a faint smile from Lin Mo. The earth elemental 5 elements spirit sword had taken shape. Once fully forged, the potential of 360 flying swords awaited. Lin Mo's ambition soared high. He naturally envisioned more than the immediate horizon. The celestial realm adhered to the power of the 5 elements, while the Yin-Yang 2 instruments emphasized the balance of opposites. Within the 5 elements sword technique lay the laws of the elements. If only time and space could be woven into his designs. With this thought, Lin Mo licked his lips, suppressing his inner desires, and murmured, "Focus on the present first." With his mouth slightly ajar, the 72 Xianhuang bee-cloud swords sliced through the air, vanishing into his mouth, each one settling within his dantian. Nangong Wan. It was time to embark on the next journey. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile, and with a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from his original spot. In the realm of disappearance, a letter remains. In the western region of the stream country, the terrain is intricate, adorned with countless hills and dense forests, often shrouded in the miasma of swamps. Consequently, aside from a few solitary cities and some official roads, few dare to traverse the desolate wilderness. The more remote high mountains and rugged peaks are the dominion of venomous serpents and fierce beasts, where ordinary folk scarcely venture. In stark contrast, due to its unique environment and the abundance of rare herbs and mystical creatures, this region attracts cultivators from the stream country. Over half of the sects within the stream country are concentrated in this small state, with several powerful sects monopolizing the most spiritually enriched locales. Among these, the Yunming Mountain stands out as a renowned spiritual vein in the entire southern region of Tian. The Yunming mountain range boasts an abundance of spiritual energy that far surpasses that of ordinary veins, naturally drawing the interest of all sects eager to establish their presence there. After much overt and covert contention, it is now jointly occupied by the Gujin Sect, the Falling Cloud Sect, and the 100 Crafts Courtyard. These 3 sects, being among the most formidable in the stream country, have left other sects yearning yet helpless in their aspirations to seize this mountain's spiritual vein. Beneath one of the peaks of the Yunming mountain range, Lin Mo ascends a flight of azure stone steps, contemplating the information regarding Yunming Mountain while surveying his surroundings. On this path, besides him, several young men and women tread silently, each bearing an expression of excitement. Lin Mo observes them with a faint smile. For it is no wonder. These days mark the recruitment period for disciples at the esteemed Falling Cloud Sect. Naturally, the young cultivators in the Qi refinement stage are filled with anticipation. Half a month prior, emulating Han Li from the original narrative, Lin Mo employed the concealment technique to disguise himself as an ordinary disciple of the Qi refinement stage. His purpose for coming here differs from Han Li's quest for the condensation of the nascent soul. Lin Mo seeks merely the spirit eye tree. Within Yunming Mountain grows this legendary spirit eye tree, the last of the 3 divine trees in the realm of cultivation. In certain respects, its value surpasses even that of the heavenly thunder bamboo and the soul-nurturing wood in the eyes of the ruling powers of the cultivation sections. Every 200 years, this spirit eye tree releases a spiritual liquid known as pure essence from its roots. Although this liquid cannot be ingested directly, it serves as an exceptional material for refining various spiritual medicines. Furthermore, the rumored sacred medicine, the spirit-stabilizing pill, must utilize this spiritual liquid as its guiding agent. Known also as the soul-calming pill, it not only enhances a cultivator's prowess, but also provides tranquility and alleviates the encroachment of inner demons. If taken prior to the condensation of the nascent soul, it undoubtedly eases the process for the cultivator. The journey of transforming the Dan into an infant is a formidable trial that demands not only cultivation and fortune, but also the endurance of illusions and the torment of inner demons. Ultimately, this water-type spiritual tree is the reason for Lin Mo's arrival. The purpose was to skillfully forge the water element sword within his 5-element spirit sword. As for the fire element and metal element swords, Lin Mo had his own aspirations. The metal element spirit would naturally belong to the category of magnetic spirit wood, while the optimal choice for the fire element spirit wood was undoubtedly the divine mulberry tree. Were others to learn of Lin Mo's ambitions, they would surely deem them fanciful. To find even a fragment of such spirit wood capable of crafting a flying sword would be considered an immense treasure. Yet, Lin Mo envisioned a staggering total of 360 flying swords, all embodying the essence of the 5 elements. How audacious that was! However, only Lin Mo comprehended the necessity of such endeavors. It was the only way for him to seize control of his destiny in the future. Otherwise, why would he expend such great effort to cultivate the 5 elements spirit infants? If he focused solely on refining his own spirit infant, there would be no need to practice the 9 turns reincarnation technique. He could undoubtedly ascend to an exceedingly high realm in a short time. He estimated he was already in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet, when confronted with that ultimate existence, he would be left to lament his past choices. Why had he not fortified his foundation more robustly or augmented his arsenal of methods? Lin Mo did not wish to find himself regretting his decisions at a critical juncture. Indeed, while the 9 turns reincarnation technique was arduous to cultivate, the rewards it bestowed were profoundly formidable. For Lin Mo, all of this was worth the effort. With this thought, Lin Mo gently shook his head and gazed at the azure stone path before him. After waiting for several days at the base of the mountain, as the number of Qi refining practitioners increased, the recruitment by the Falling Cloud Sect officially commenced. Lin Mo appeared unhurriedly on the stone path leading up the mountain. At this moment, he had leisurely traversed for about an hour from the foot of the mountain to this point. This was not due to the mountain's imposing height, but rather the result of some rudimentary illusions being cast. Of course, such illusions could only befuddle those in the Qi refining stage. After walking for half an hour along the stone path, he finally beheld the end of the azure stone steps, where young men and women joyfully hurried up. Lin Mo, maintaining an expression of calm, stepped onto the final stone step and began to survey his surroundings with a measured gaze. Before him lay a vast platform spanning over 100 feet, upon which stood a solitary stone pavilion. Surrounding it was a dense, white fog, seemingly obscuring everything. In front of the stone pavilion, a sparse gathering of dozens of cultivators, adorned in varied attire, sat cross-legged, yet none dared to enter the pavilion. While those Qi refining cultivators might not perceive much, Lin Mo, with a sweep of his consciousness, saw through the illusion array before him. What stood before him was no mere stone pavilion. It was a magnificent white jade tower rising majestically, adorned with a large plaque inscribed with the golden characters of Hall of Illusory Clouds. Before this tower, beneath the plaque, stood 3 individuals who were gesturing and speaking to the bewildered Qi refining practitioners. They seemed entirely unperturbed by the array's mystical effects. Among these 3, 2 appeared to be in the early stage of foundation establishment, while 1 seemed to be in the mid-stage. They were likely the Falling Cloud Sect disciples tasked with guiding these newcomers. Chapter 136, The Spirit Spring Tree. The Mountain Demon. Lin Mo concealed his aura, presenting himself as a practitioner at the 11th layer of the Qi refining stage. Based on Lin Mo's deductions, this level of cultivation would allow him to effortlessly enter the Falling Cloud Sect. As several hours passed, more practitioners began to descend the mountain steps. The sun dipped low in the west, and a new wave of cultivators emerged, albeit of considerably lower cultivation, predominantly at the 7th or 8th layers of Qi refining. Gazing across the expansive platform, nearly 100 young cultivators were already seated, with only a handful of middle-aged practitioners among them. Simultaneously, a flicker of crimson light suddenly enveloped the stone pavilion before vanishing, replaced by a towering structure over 10 zhang high. Before this grand edifice stood 3 figures. Fellow Taoists, welcome to the Falling Cloud Sect. My fellow disciples will now oversee the selection of new disciples. I trust you will listen attentively and not miss any details. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage surveyed the crowd with a composed demeanor. Observing this scene, the assembled practitioners maintained a serious posture, fully aware of the importance of not offending the 3 senior brothers before them. Seeing the scattered practitioners demonstrating proper decorum, the group exchanged satisfied nods. You are likely aware of our sect's criteria for selecting disciples, began a robust cultivator who stepped forward. Those with dual or triple spiritual roots, or possessing unique spiritual bodies, may step forward now. At his words, a stir rippled through the crowd, and soon 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, emerged from the throng. Observing these 4, a fair-faced cultivator swiftly approached, raising his right hand. A beam of white light shot forth from his sleeve, spiraling before coalescing into a large brocade cloth that floated several feet above the ground. Please step up. I shall take you to another location for the evaluation of your qualifications. Those who do not meet the standards will be sent back, the fair-faced youth stated. Leaping gracefully onto the brocade artifact, the 4 individuals exchanged glances, showing no hesitation as they quickly followed suit. Once the fair-faced youth departed, the leading Foundation establishment practitioner turned his gaze to Lin Mo and the others, his expression softening. Now, practitioners above the 10th layer of Qi refining, please follow my junior brother Yu. As long as your roots are not fundamentally flawed, you may join our sect. The remaining practitioners will undergo an additional test. Lin Mo remained impassive. Being at the 11th layer of Qi refining, he could easily enter the sect. However, the practitioners behind him showed faces of disappointment. Clearly, achieving the 10th layer of Qi refining was a daunting challenge for these scattered cultivators, who often lacked resources and faced incomplete cultivation methods. Even Lin Mo, possessing a system, had spent 4 years to break through to the 8th layer. After skillfully deceiving Han Li regarding the elixir, he swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. These solitary cultivators, lacking resources, would only find themselves in a more dire predicament. Amidst the envious gazes of many, Lin Mo sauntered out with 6 fellow cultivators. The foremost cultivator, at the Foundation establishment stage, scanned them with his consciousness, nodding in satisfaction as he sensed their cultivation levels. With a flick of his right hand, the cultivator named Yu summoned a flying artifact that landed before them, a massive circular bronze bowl, exuding a faint bronze radiance. Before you could utter a word, the 7 companions understood and followed suit. As for the remaining unqualified solitary cultivators, whether they would partake in the test or gain entry to the Falling Cloud sect, Lin Mo held no concern. His sole purpose for coming here was to seize the spirit spring tree and the corpse shows. He had no interest in witnessing or caring for the rest. At this moment, within the yellow protective barrier of the bronze bowl, Lin Mo observed the 6 individuals accompanying him with keen interest. Among them were 4 men and 2 women. Apart from a quiet young woman in yellow attire who appeared to be in her 20s, the others were clearly over 30. One particular cultivator in a blue robe seemed to be in his 50s, although he exhibited the highest cultivation level at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. His advanced age cast doubt on his potential to break through to Foundation establishment. In Lin Mo's view, the young woman in yellow possessed greater potential, being in her early 20s with commendable aptitude. Simultaneously, the enormous bronze bowl transformed into a beam of pale yellow light, soaring into the air amidst a thick, boundless fog. Within this misty expanse, white vapor churned violently, resonating with distant thunderous sounds. Lin Mo's consciousness delved in, revealing that these were merely the formation's light screens, easily repelling ordinary nascent soul cultivators. However, armed with the formation provided by Exine Rian, entering the sect quietly was rather effortless. Were it not for the necessity of leveraging that identity to access the mysterious prison of the corpse shows, he would not have wasted his time and energy. At that moment, the young man named Yu altered his hand gestures, bringing the flying artifact to a gentle halt. He rummaged through his storage pouch and produced a blue formation flag. Before Lin Mo and the others, he recited incantations, and the blue flag radiated a soft green light, growing increasingly brilliant. Open. Upon Yu's command, he pointed toward the dense fog. A green beam, as thick as a bowl, shot forth from the flag's tip, piercing through the mist. In its wake, the white fog swirled, revealing a passageway 2 to 3 zhang wide. Following this, a scene reminiscent of a paradise unfolded before them. A rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped Lin Mo as he raised an eyebrow, beholding a magnificent towering peak, lush and vibrant, adorned with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Surrounding the mountain were numerous buildings and pavilions, bustling with cultivators of various attires, entering and exiting in a flurry of activity. Behold, this is the esteemed 6 Wonders Peak, the very gate of our Falling Cloud sect. Should you choose to join our ranks in the future, this will indeed become your sanctuary. However, prior to that, you must accompany me to the Welcome Pine residence at Heavenly Spring Peak, where you shall recount your origins and backgrounds. The young man bearing the surname Yu observed the astonishment upon the faces of his companions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Such expressions of joy were familiar to him, as every disciple entering the sect exhibited similar delight. At that moment, a yellow-robed cultivator with a sharp visage approached, his gaze sweeping over the newly admitted loose cultivators, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a broad grin, he addressed the young man Yu. "Brother Yu, are these the new disciples? It appears there are not many this time." His enthusiasm towards Brother Yu was palpable, yet he dismissed the chi refining stage cultivators with scorn, truly a mercenary at heart. If Lin Mo recalled correctly, this was the very sycophant who had been pursuing Mu peeling. Nonetheless, his conduct was rather dishonorable, and should an opportunity arise, it would be prudent to eliminate him. Brother Yu cast a glance at the yellow-robed cultivator, responding, "Ah, it is Brother Yin. These individuals must still undergo the hard inquiry test. Presently, they are merely candidates." Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed cultivator grinned broadly, revealing his teeth. "Is that so? I am in need of 2 talisman-making disciples. Why not assign 2 from among them to me?" As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Lin Mo and his companions. "Brother Yin, I cannot take it upon myself to decide such matters. You are aware that the allocation of disciples is managed by the sect leader. I have pressing matters to attend to, and Brother Miao is awaiting us at the Welcome Pine residence. I shall take my leave now." The young man Yu firmly declined the unreasonable request, fully aware of the yellow-robed cultivator's temperament. He quickly sought an excuse and activated his magical artifact, soaring swiftly into the distance. Having found a suitable pretext, he urged his magical vessel onward, leading Lin Mo and the others towards a distant pavilion. The copper vessel sped rapidly, soon arriving before a quaint loft. A middle-aged cultivator reclined comfortably in a grand chair, gently rocking as he engrossed himself in a scroll of bamboo slips. His cultivation level was at the late foundation establishment stage, and he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. If all went well, a breakthrough to the core formation stage would not be difficult for him. Noticing the arrival of the group, the middle-aged cultivator lowered the scroll in his hands, glanced at the newcomers, and murmured, "So, it is these 7? The young man Yu nodded in affirmation. "I will require Brother Miao's assistance moving forward." At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator set aside the scroll, scrutinizing the young man Yu, then turning his attention to Lin Mo and the others. After a careful examination, he found no anomalies among them. What folly it would be! Lin Mo's cultivation was that of the nascent soul stage, combined with his concealment technique. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would struggle to detect any irregularities, let alone someone of lesser cultivation. After a brief moment, Brother Miao slowly withdrew his gaze, gently patting his storage bag at his waist. As a silvery light flashed, a stack of talismans materialized in his hand. Fortunately, there were only 7 individuals present. Otherwise, if the number had increased, my heart-questioning talismans would have been insufficient. Speaking, he handed the heart-questioning talismans to Junior Brother Yu, calmly instructing, "Apply these talismans to them." He then slowly rose, casting a cold glance at the 7 individuals before him. Warning, I trust you are all aware of the effects of the heart-questioning talismans. Should anyone harbor ill intentions or plot mischief, it would be wise to withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, should any discrepancies arise, do not blame the Luyun sect for its ruthlessness. To Lin Mo, the mere heart-questioning talismans were as worthless as scraps of paper. As soon as he finished speaking, a glint of cold light flickered in the youth's eyes as he coldly swept his gaze across the 7 before him. Despite his ominous tone, none of the 7 chose to withdraw. Observing this scene, the youth surnamed Yu nodded slightly, his expression softening. With a wave of his right hand, 7 silver talismans shot forth and landed firmly on the 7 individuals. What followed was a prolonged wait. Lin Mo remained unhurried, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, quietly awaiting the talismans to take effect. After a brief period, the talisman affixed to his shoulder suddenly emanated a silvery glow. The seated youth surnamed Yu sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes, emotionlessly interrogating Lin Mo. After a time equivalent to the burning of a joss stick, the interrogation concluded, and the 7 individuals soared forth from the mountain peak. Subsequently, they merely needed to register with the sect's leader to become disciples of the Luyun sect. However, Lin Mo had long been curious about one matter: why the sect's leader, while managing affairs, was not necessarily the most exceptional cultivator within the sect. Indeed, in the pursuit of immortality, one must focus solely on the path, as managing sect affairs is both mentally and physically taxing, offering no assistance to cultivation. It is likely that only those with no hope of breakthrough would take on such roles. The Liyun sect comprises 6 mountain peaks, the tallest being the Six Wonders Peak, towering 3 to 4,000 zhang. Situated amidst these peaks, it resembles a bright star encircled by lesser stars, overseeing other peaks, including Tianquan Peak. Moreover, this giant peak is shrouded in a light purple mist from its midsection, creating an ethereal and mysterious atmosphere. The youth surnamed Yu activated his flying artifact, leading the group of 7 towards a solitary stone hall that soared hundreds of zhang into the sky. The hall was entirely constructed from massive green stones, standing approximately 20 to 30 zhang high, flanked by side halls of 6 to 7 zhang. A few scattered cultivators flew in and out. The youth surnamed Yu descended with a copper bowl, gesturing for Lin Mo and the others to remain, and he proceeded to enter the stone hall first. Wait here. I will report to the sect leader. After uttering this, he paid no further heed to the group and strode forward. Lin Mo, unhurried, slightly closed his eyes, patiently awaiting their return. After a brief interval, a sudden flash of white light swept across the distance, and amidst the flickering light, a large silken cloth appeared before them. Standing upon it were the pale-faced youth surnamed Lu and 4 other young cultivators who had been taken away before them. The pale-faced youth cast a condescending glance at the 7 individuals below, an expression of surprise briefly flickering in his eyes. However, he soon disregarded them, allowing the 4 young men to remain in place while he haughtily strode into the stone hall. Consequently, there were now a total of 11 individuals outside the hall. Lin Mo's gaze settled on a robust man, whom he suspected possessed a unique golden-forged physique. After what felt like an eternity, the youth surnamed Yu finally emerged from within. He gestured towards the 2 groups outside, inviting them to join him, proclaiming, "Let us welcome you together." Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor as he leisurely followed the youth surnamed cultivator through a short corridor, arriving at a hall measuring around 30 feet in length. Inside, 7 individuals were seated upon wooden chairs. A quick scan of their spiritual presence revealed that their cultivation levels were relatively modest, all at the foundational stage. As the newcomers entered, the foundational stage cultivators swiftly directed their attention to the few disciples below, including Brother Chiu and the pale-faced youth who sat among them. "Thank you, Junior Brother Yu. Please, take a seat and rest." A blue-robed cultivator in the late foundational stage smiled, waving his hand from the main seat. He was Wei Yiming, the sect leader of the Falling Cloud sect. Despite his modest cultivation, he was astute, managing the sect with remarkable efficiency. "Thank you, Senior Brother." The youth surnamed Yu responded with a polite gesture, taking a seat on an empty chair beside him. At this moment, the gazes of the other foundational stage cultivators roamed over the group before finally resting on one of the 4 young disciples, particularly a sturdy young man. Their eyes shimmered with a hint of eagerness. "Naturally, everything is at the discretion of Senior Brother Wei. I trust he will ensure our satisfaction." An elderly man with graying hair stroked his beard, smoothly continuing, "As for the outer disciples, that will suffice. However, we at the Hidden Sword Peak only accepted 2 inner disciples last time. Surely, we deserve an additional 1 this time, at the very least. I ask not for much, merely that this disciple with the golden-forged physique be entrusted to us." With a chuckle, he pointed toward the robust disciple. Lin Mo regarded the competition for the golden-forged physique with indifference. While it was indeed a commendable trait, it paled in comparison to a heavenly spiritual root, merely providing a significant boost to the cultivation of metal-based techniques. As the competition unfolded, the sought-after sturdy man was allocated to the illusory stone peak, while Lin Mo, by fortunate chance, was assigned directly to the heavenly spring peak, thereby avoiding any further manipulations. The youth surnamed Yu soon led Lin Mo and another disciple to a pavilion situated on the mountainside of Heavenly Spring Peak. Upon the azure stone platform stood 2 young individuals side by side. Upon seeing the arrival of the youth surnamed Yu, the girl with the cherubic face beamed and inquired, "Are you here to see our Grandmaster, Uncle Yu?" The cultivator with the surname Yu appeared to be quite familiar with the young girl, a smile gracing his features as he spoke. "Indeed, these 2 are the foreign disciples assigned this time. I intend to present them to our esteemed ancestor and determine which senior brother would be most suitable for their guidance. Then hurry along. Do not keep our ancestor waiting." The youthful girl with a doll-like face waved her hand eagerly, a smile lighting up her expression. The group traversed several courtyards, and soon arrived before a tranquil chamber. Upon their arrival, a soft voice called from within, "Juner, come in." Jun promptly bowed and clasped his hands respectfully, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master." Lin Mo's consciousness swept through the room, revealing a figure of mid-stage golden core cultivation. More disguises would be required. Were it not for the stone at the corpse Shah's location that obstructed spiritual perception, there would be no need for such a meticulous approach. Nonetheless, the treasures at the corpse Shah's place were indeed plentiful, warranting some investment of time. Following closely behind Jun, the trio soon entered the main hall. The hall was exquisitely elegant, adorned with only a few pots of flowers and a handful of tables. A middle-aged scholar, dressed in scholarly attire, had long, flowing black hair cascading over his chest, exuding an ethereal charm. Flanking him were a man and a woman. The man was an elderly figure with gray hair and a face lined with wrinkles, his demeanor silent, yet smiling. The woman, with a complexion akin to white jade and an attractive countenance, appeared to be in her late 20s, her expression devoid of emotion. Jun hurried forward a few steps, bowing to pay respects. "Greetings, master. Third senior brother, fifth senior sister. Rise." The middle-aged man waved his sleeve, allowing the youth to stand. "We are all familiar here. There is no need for such formalities. These two are indeed the new disciples of our Tianquan Peak, correct?" With a keen interest, the man scrutinized Lin Mo and his companion before turning to the other two disciples behind him, gently stating, "Since you are all present, I shall not trouble anyone else. One of you excels in the art of talisman crafting, while the other is proficient in alchemy. Both are in dire need of assistance. I entrust these two to you." The white-haired elder nodded without hesitation. "Rest assured, master, we shall take charge of these two disciples." Seeing her senior brother had already consented, the coldly beautiful girl felt it unnecessary to add anything further and simply nodded in agreement. As matters were settled, the middle-aged golden core cultivator gestured to Lin Mo and his companion, saying, "You two may take your leave for now. I have some matters to discuss with your uncles." Naturally, Lin Mo was pleased to enjoy a leisurely pace as they stepped outside the hall. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, the chamber door opened once more, and Jun, the white-haired elder, and the coldly beautiful woman emerged in succession. The woman approached Lin Mo slowly, her gaze sweeping over his handsome features, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. For some reason, she felt an enigmatic aura radiating from Lin Mo, akin to gazing into a veil of mist. However, the look of astonishment in her eyes swiftly vanished, her tone devoid of emotion as she stated, "Come, follow me back to my cave dwelling." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded expressionlessly. 2 hours later, a vast medicinal field, spanning hundreds of feet, came into view. The medicinal garden flourished with verdant greenery, yet it housed only a few singular herbs. At the heart of the garden stood 3 thatched huts, nestled closely against an unnamed hill in the background. Lin Mo had a faint recollection of the woman known as Mu Peeling, who belonged to the same ilk as senior sister Chun, and whose fate mirrored that of Chun. In the original narrative, Mu Peeling found herself in dire straits. Her family, in a bid to secure her brother's fortune, coerced her into marrying a rather unsavory figure, Brother Yin, whose cultivation was inferior to her own. A woman of high aspirations, Mu Peeling could hardly deign to regard him, her frustration mounting as the shackles of her family's expectations tightened around her. After several unsuccessful attempts to escape her predicament, she sought assistance from Han Li, who rebuffed her. In a desperate gambit, she falsely claimed that Han Li had accepted her as a concubine, prompting the Yin and Mu families to hastily issue a divorce declaration. With events having spiraled beyond her control, Han Li begrudgingly accepted Mu Peeling as his concubine. Their relationship had been one of mutual exploitation. She sought his protection while he aimed to have her cultivate the phoenix nurturing technique, hoping it would aid his own ascension beyond his current cultivation bottleneck. Subsequently, Han Li embarked on a journey through the Great Gene, leaving behind several core-forming puppets for her defense. Ultimately, he perished in his attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. Upon learning of her demise, Han Li visited her grave to pay his respects. "Do you wish to guard the medicinal fields here, or accompany me in alchemy?" Mu Peeling coldly regarded Lin Mo, prompting him to make a choice. Compared to the mundane task of guarding the medicinal fields, any rational individual would undoubtedly opt for the allure of alchemy. Given the high demand for an accomplished alchemist, "Master, I believe I am better suited to watch over this medicinal field. Lin Mo promptly replied as soon as the young woman finished speaking. Mu Peeling furrowed her brows slightly, casting a discerning glance at Lin Mo, yet chose not to elaborate further. She then facilitated the handover of responsibilities to a female disciple from the original guardians of the garden, leaving behind a jade slip detailing the water-based cultivation technique, the Xianbingju. With the former caretaker in tow, she departed the premises. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he waved his right hand, planting several exquisite formation flags around the medicinal field. A translucent barrier began to emanate from the flags, enveloping the entire garden. In an instant, the barrier vanished from sight, rendering any changes imperceptible to outsiders. Lin Mo now needed only to wait patiently for the emergence of the corpse demon. With a swift sound, piercing through the air, a spectral woman and a blood spirit guard emerged from his storage bag, landing firmly on the ground. Ethereal hues of yellow, gold, red, and blue, representing the 5 elemental nascent souls, flew from his mouth, settling within the spectral woman and the blood spirit guard. Given the tedium and time-consuming nature of cultivation, the optimal course of action was to allow the spectral woman and these blood spirit guards to train within this sanctuary. With a flick of his wrist, the demon refining pot materialized in his hand, glimmering with a crimson radiance, devoid of any golden hue. What a pity, Lin Mo mused, raising an eyebrow as he murmured, "There is no true dragon's blood." With that thought, he waved his right hand, and a flash of red light revealed the 3-legged black chicken before him. 3-legged black chicken, strength, level 7, breed, black chicken, bloodline power, black chicken physique, true fire of black evil, fire escape. Possesses a trace of the 3-legged golden crow bloodline. With an incredibly sturdy body and innate demon fire, during this period, the 3-legged black chicken's strength has rapidly escalated. Suddenly, it fixed its large eyes, filled with deep resentment, upon Lin Mo. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo sent forth a globule of 8th-level beast essence blood, which landed beside the beak of the 3-legged black chicken. Upon sighting the 8th-level beast essence blood, joy illuminated the chicken's features as it promptly opened its mouth and swallowed the essence whole. As the essence entered its body, red radiance enveloped it, exuding a formidable aura. Observing the powerful presence emanating from the 3-legged black chicken, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. According to his assessment, the chicken's aspiration to ascend to 8th-level beast status would likely take several decades. However, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. As long as he did not encounter a cultivator in the transformation stage, his life was virtually assured. Even if he did cross paths with one, the assistance of the Qianlan Wind Thunderwings would facilitate his escape effortlessly. Therefore, the elevation of the 3-legged black chicken's strength was not of immediate concern. It could unfold gradually. In other words, even if the chicken attained 8th-level strength, it would not significantly enhance Lin Mo's own abilities. Months passed. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, and with a wave of his right hand, the surrounding array flags were drawn into his grasp, causing the array's luminous barrier to dissipate gradually. The bait had been taken. Lin Mo made his way toward the outhouse. Moments later, a polite voice called out from outside the medicinal garden. "May I ask if Senior Sister Yuan is inside?" "I am Kuei Huan from the Hidden Sword Peak." Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for shouts, Senior Brother. Senior Sister Yuan departed a year ago. I am here to oversee things now." "What? The medicinal garden has changed hands?" The young man expressed surprise. "Haha, since Senior Sister Yuan is no longer here, I might as well speak with this junior brother. Might I request entry for a brief discussion?" The young man smiled amiably. Lin Mo had anticipated this moment for some time. With a flick of his wrist, a yellow token appeared in his palm. A beam of yellow light emanated from the token, cascading over the array's restrictions. Subsequently, the dense mist surrounding the medicinal garden began to clear. A young man clad in yellow exited the building. His appearance was rather unappealing, with small eyes, thick brows, a prominent nose, and a head slightly smaller than average, rendering him rather comical. His cultivation level was at the Qi training stage, merely at the 9th layer of Qi training, making him one of the weakest outer disciples in the sect. The young man gazed at Lin Mo with enthusiasm, greeting him. "Are you also a disciple of the Heavenly Spring Peak? You seem unfamiliar." "I am Lin Mo, having just entered the sect 6 months ago." Lin Mo replied with a courteous nod, his expression composed. I wonder if junior brother Lin could assist me with a request?" The young man asked decisively. Lin Mo smiled slightly and responded, "Pray, share your request." "Indeed, there is little to say. My junior brother is well aware that our outer sect disciples possess inferior talents and limited resources. Thus, I, along with a few fellow disciples, conspired to venture to the nearby green trace swamp to capture some rare snow cloud foxes to sell in the market. However, not long ago, we stumbled upon an extraordinary variant of the snow cloud fox within the swamp, which exhibited a faint aura of spiritual energy, suggesting it had evolved into a low-tier beast. This discovery undoubtedly thrilled us, for if we could capture this creature alive, it would fetch at least 100 spirit stones, a rare and lucrative opportunity. Regrettably, we acted too hastily and failed to consider our actions thoroughly, allowing the beast to slip through our fingers. As I recounted this, Kuei Huan's face was etched with regret. His gaze filled with hopeful anticipation directed at Lin Mo. Observing this scene, Lin Mo nodded slightly and inquired, "How may I assist you?" Kuei Huan's face brightened with joy as he eagerly replied, "We have observed for some time and discovered that this rare snow spirit fox has a particular fondness for aged huangjing, especially the medicinal huangjing that is over 50 years old, which it adores. However, my junior brother knows that such aged herbs are quite expensive. Although we had some savings, we recently pooled our resources to purchase a bottle of cultivation-enhancing elixir. I recalled that there might be 2 or 3 aged huangjing plants in the herb garden. I wonder if Lin junior brother could lend me one." As Kuei Huan uttered his last sentence, his voice lowered, and he seemed somewhat hesitant. Aware that his request was somewhat excessive, Lin Mo maintained a serene expression and raised his right hand, revealing dozens of low-grade spirit stones. "The herbs in the garden do not belong to my junior brother, but with these spirit stones, I should be able to assist my senior brother." Observing the handful of spirit stones, Kuei Huan gleefully accepted them, confidently assuring that there would be no issue. "I will certainly return the spirit stones to you." As Lin Mo watched Kuei Huan's figure gradually recede, his smile faded, and with a wave of his hand, a puppet identical to himself materialized before him. The third spirit infant transformed into a shadow and entered the puppet. This was a hastily crafted foundation establishment puppet, imbued with the third spirit infant within. Given Mu Peeling's foundation establishment cultivation, he would be unable to discern any abnormalities. With the puppet in place, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. In the green trace swamp, a white phantom hovered in midair, surrounded by a chilling radiance. It vanished from sight, undetectable to outsiders. Following Kuei Huan, they glided slowly for several hours before crossing a towering mountain peak. Suddenly, a lush valley unfolded before them, adorned with trees and shrubs of varying heights, amidst which faint pink mist drifted. "Perhaps this is the place." Lin Mo's consciousness surged as he immediately sought the presence of the spirit fox. Though referred to as a spirit fox, it was merely a fragment of the corpse simian soul, merely a lure to draw one to its true form and liberate itself from its seal. As Lin Mo soared through the air, his consciousness continuously swept below. After a considerable span of time, Lin Mo finally stumbled upon a diminutive creature, approximately the size of a ruler, its fur as pristine and white as freshly fallen snow. With each cautious step, it glanced back, its fluffy little head darting from side to side, exuding an irresistible charm. At last, he had found it. Lin Mo gently tapped his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a phantom of a blood spirit guard at the late stage of the core formation realm, which darted toward the white fox. Sensing the sharp, sanguine aura emanating from the air, the white fox reacted with remarkable swiftness, turning on its heels without hesitation and fleeing in the opposite direction. Its speed was astonishing, rivaling that of the late-stage blood spirit guard. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he waved his sleeve, revealing the jade scepter in his hand. Affixed to the scepter was a pale yellow talisman, which Lin Mo delicately tore, unleashing a silvery glow. Until he integrated the silver moon into his innate treasure, Lin Mo remained exceedingly cautious, opting instead to seal it away. After all, with so many secrets harbored within him, the fewer who were privy to them, the better. The white fox, moving with remarkable agility, swiftly reached the edge of a marsh. There, at a distance of several hundred zhang, loomed a towering mountain, its peak obscured from view. A sheer, obsidian cliff loomed like a blade. The white fox, akin to a wraith, swiftly darted into the rocky expanse. Lin Mo's energy surged as he employed the breath-holding technique, suppressing his cultivation to the late stage of core formation. Should he reveal his yuanying stage prowess, the corpse Xiaojiao might well hesitate to confront him. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the blood spirit guard back into his storage pouch. Subsequently, torrents of surging spiritual energy flowed into the wolf-headed jade scepter. In an instant, the scepter radiated a soft yellow luminescence, accompanied by a small yellow wolf several feet in size, which skillfully forged a path using the earth escape technique. Wherever this artifact spirit traversed, the earth and stone transformed into formlessness. It must be said that these ancient treasures possessed extraordinary power, exhibiting the divine ability of earth escape. Allowing Lin Mo to traverse the rocky terrain with ease, he followed closely behind the little wolf, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Within the sphere of his spiritual perception, a white that was racing forward several dozen zhang below, it was the little white fox. This mountain was indeed substantial, and with the aid of the wolf-headed jade scepter, Lin Mo covered several hundred zhang in a matter of moments. Eventually, the white fox slipped out from a crevice in the rock. Lin Mo sensed an impenetrable stone chamber ahead. At last, he had located it. Were it not for the elusiveness of this corpse Xiaojiao, Lin Mo would not have endured such tribulations. With this thought, his inner spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave into the wolf-headed jade scepter, accelerating its speed dramatically. In a brief moment, he arrived before the stone chamber. Since a visitor had arrived, there was no need for unnecessary pleasantries. Would one expect the elder to extend an invitation? As the words echoed, the stone wall before Lin Mo dissipated, revealing an open stone chamber. With a flick of his wrist, an ancient bronze mirror materialized in his hand. As spiritual energy surged into it, a blue arc of light enveloped him. Although the corpse Xiaojiao possessed strength merely at the initial stage of the yuanying realm, its combat prowess was not inferior to that of many mid-stage yuanying cultivators. Moreover, accompanied by the noxious miasma from the corpse demon that poses a threat to the devouring insects, Lin Mo dared not let his guard down. Before him, on a stone platform situated over 10 paces away, sat a young woman clad in a black dress, her hair adorned with wooden hairpins. She possessed striking beauty, yet her pallid complexion and the scintillating brilliance in her gaze hinted at an ethereal glow enveloping her visage. Alas, one sleeve of her garment hung limply, revealing that she was a woman with a severed arm. What a pity! Lin Mo could not help but sigh inwardly at the sight of such a graceful figure. Unfortunately, her true form was that of an exceedingly grotesque corpse demon. Oh! Before Lin Mo could utter a word, the young woman before him let out a soft exclamation. So you are a cultivator at the core formation stage. There, curled comfortably upon her lap, lay a snow cloud fox, its curious eyes studying Lin Mo with remarkable intelligence. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lin Mo inclined his hands in a slight bow. I see this place belongs to esteemed senior. I apologize for intruding, given your youth. Achieving the latter stage of core formation is indeed a rare feat, she remarked slowly, her remaining right hand gently stroking the snow cloud fox resting on her legs. Truly remarkable. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging her words, then feigned humility as he returned the bow. Esteemed senior, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon this realm by chance. The young woman smiled charmingly at Lin Mo. Though your cultivation approaches the false infant stage, our meeting here signifies a fortuitous connection. If you do not mind, I possess a treasure that may aid you. A treasure for me? Lin Mo feigned surprise. Raising an eyebrow, esteemed senior truly wishes to bestow a gift upon me? Pleased by Lin Mo's reaction, the corpse demon thought to herself. No fish will bite if not intrigued by the bait. Of course, my offer comes with conditions. First, this item is merely a temporary loan. It must be returned afterward. Secondly, upon receiving this treasure, you shall assist me with a matter. Consider this the reward for borrowing the treasure. As she spoke, the corpse demon rummaged within her garments, producing a square jade box that appeared in her hand. The box was dark and roughly the size of a fist, its surface somewhat coarse and aged, bearing a hue of black mingled with yellow, suggesting it had been around for many years. This is the exquisite Spirit Eye Jade, a remarkable gem from the Spirit Eye Stone, imbued with spiritual energy that significantly increases your chances of attaining the infant stage. Hearing the corpse demon's words, Lin Mo's face lit up with delight. The Spirit Eye Jade was indeed a splendid item. However, for Lin Mo, who had already reached the infant stage, its effectiveness would be minimal. Nonetheless, it served as an excellent core material for puppets. With the Spirit Eye Jade as a puppet core, Once he acquired the jade slip for crafting infant-level puppets, he would be able to create a puppet of that caliber.